everyone, and welcome to the Masters Tour Summer Playoffs. I'm Raven, and joining me is Sottle. We'll be kicking off the action for this very long and jam-packed filled day of Hearthstone. Sottle, how's it going? We've got, as I said, a ton of Hearthstone from across the world going on today.
We do indeed. Spanning the globe, of course. We are really hitting crunch time now. We are very much on the road to BlizzCon. This is one of our final stops. Playoffs now to qualify to the final championships, which is offering a few of the last spots, with the top point earners excluded, to book your ticket to that exclusive BlizzCon World Championship live and in person, where you get to the incredible prize of being able to hang out with us first and foremost. But there is also the small matter of a large prize purse and the title of Hearthstone World Champion on the line as well.
There is, and you did quite rightly point out the most important thing. Just in case you are tuning in, you're not quite sure what's been going on with playoffs. Maybe you've not seen one before. Just to give you a bit of a breakdown. Yesterday, the 3 Hearthstone regions that we have here have basically played out huge Swiss stage and getting to qualify for this top 8 cut on Sunday. So yesterday, a lot of Hearthstone players battled it out, and a lot of them streamed a lot of the games as well and create content around those. So make sure to check those out if you want to follow. However, this is when we come in on the Sunday to broadcast the top 8. So what we're going to be doing is the top 8 matches, initial matches from each region, are going to be played out and broadcast on stream for you to enjoy at home. And the winner of each match will get a spot in the Masters Tour Summer Championship. And as Sottle said, basically that the last shot at for some of these players to qualify for the World Championship. So every single one of these matches today is basically a winning in, and we're going to be covering all 3 regions, so get comfortable.
Indeed, it's going to be a marathon of Hearthstone today, but there are no low points. Every single game has maximal stakes, and you can see here some of the point standings, some of the point rewards for ladder finishes. These are how players kind of get to this point in the first place, fight it out for ladder qualification. Your threshold for qualifying for these playoffs is based on your region. The target kind of moves a little more difficult to qualify in the European region, for example, but you are up against the rest of the field that way. Get enough points, you get to compete in this playoff, and then if you get through this playoff to this point, I just have to win that one more match, and you're into the seasonal championship to try and make it to Worlds. So still a long road to go for these players, but they will have a tense night's sleep, because I think that is one of the things that's not quite appreciated, right? Is you do all of this work yesterday, long day, long Swiss yesterday, and then you have a restless night knowing that you have a single series of winning in Hearthstone coming up the next day, which is a brutal feeling with the high stakes and just how much is on the line for these players.
Yeah, at some point in every tournament, it always comes down to one match for the player, right? One way or the other. We are going to see, of course, it's going to be Conquest, the usual format for competitive Hearthstone. And it's going to be interesting. We'll dive into lineups and stuff shortly once we get to the first match of the day. But the players have had a relatively short amount of time to prepare for the playoffs, because we've had recently a new expansion, of course, with a ton of new cards and mechanics. We'll take a look at the brackets for each region. This is what we've got coming up for you today, all of these initial matches from each region. But honestly, Sottle, a lot of these names are the usual suspects by now, because these are players who are just proving, they're the best in their region, at least, right? And best in the world to an extent. So we see players like Maxibon, Shaxi, Banshee's Dog, Shontu as well, who's one of my favorites. So we've seen a lot of these players be repeat qualifiers for this.
Yeah, same across Europe. Inkuro, Renman, Dizdemon, Maverick, Levick, all players that we've seen a bunch of. Of course, don't want to leave out Noob User, Shard, Roberg. They've all put in the work to get here as well. But I was talking to you folks about how I thought this might be a higher variance, set of 24 players. Just because I don't think there's necessarily a lot of lineup edge to be found in this tournament, which is quite a lot of the time where good players find their advantage. It was just going to be a lot of the best decks versus the best decks, and how easy is it to find an edge in that kind of advantage. But it turns out that, once again, when we move over to Americas, Ike, Banterface, ZLSGS, like so many players that we've seen over and over again. Me Smile, again, these are players that we've seen making cuts in these positions consistently. So it turns out that despite 2 of the players being called Noob User and Skill Drain, that actually there's still a skill edge in Hearthstone when it comes down to this point, it seems.
Yeah, maybe skill drain drains the skill from all the defeated foes.
That's
It's
right.
there must only be one kind of scenario. And we do see, of course, the top point earners and qualified players, which is going to be Gabby, Chonsu, Wind, and Quan Wu, that are going for all those points to be qualified for the Summer Championship. Of course, they could still play in the playoffs, and then there's just little shenanigans and rules things as to who gets what spot given where. We'll tell you all about that when these things arise, so don't worry about needing to know that now. We'll let you know because there's potential impact to the Summer Championships for Worlds as well. But that's a whole different broadcast and a different story. We'll get to that a little bit later. Let's get to the first match of the day, Soto, which is going to be Maxibon versus De Jong. And this one's an interesting one because we talked about lineup differences and advantages, right? But we also have the interesting factor of a druid in this lineup, Soto, which I don't think anyone was expecting.
I certainly did not. I think 2 Marithra Druids have qualified for top 8 in APAC. I don't understand how that's possible because I think Marithra Druid loses to all 4 of the most common 4 decks that you will be looking at. It has okay matchups against... So I think what Druid is the phase 3 strategy, right? The best decks lineup, which is what most people have in this tournament: Shaman, Rogue, Warrior, Hunter. If you want to counter that, you have to go with Eggs, Priest, Egg Warrior, etc., stuff like that. Druid is good against those decks, so you're trying to counter the people who are countering the phase 1 lineup. The problem is, there just weren't that many of them in the tournament, and looking at the matchup history of the players who played Druid in APAC, it's not like they just ran into Infinite Priests. They did just win series, largely, against the players that had the kind of lineup that Maxibon has here, which to me is extremely unexpected.
Yeah, we'll have to see if De Jong can do it again. We are going to start off with a Rogue Mirror, and I was just touching on the point about the Druid as well, because the bans are different. We've seen Shaman banned away from Maxibon, which I do think is something we are going to see quite often today with the Shaman ban, but we saw the Warrior banned away from De Jong here, so a little bit different lineups just because of this Druid, I think.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a question mark hovering over this one because of the difference that the Druid introduces, but I was talking about this just in our little virtual green room just before we came live. There is some talk that in the series that is just the 4 decks versus the 4 decks, that you are supposed to be banning Warrior and not Shaman. And some players argue that there is an edge there statistically if you're able to do it that way. Other players disagree. There's not really any great indication because, as I said, this matchup is slightly different with the Druid thrown in.
Yeah.
But yeah, something to keep an eye on for sure as the tournament develops.
And this is why you tune in, everyone. Subtle leaking the secret tech for the players here. We'll see how that plays out a little bit later on. But of course, as I said, we are in this Rogue Mirror. We do see Troublemaker in the hand there for De Jong, a card that a few of you may have ran into on ladder. It does quite powerful. We saw this in the theory casting not too long ago. How strong this card can potentially be, and I think it's found its home and basically defined the current rogue archetype.
That's right. Yeah. Extremely powerful card. Having 2 copies of it and being able to draw so many cards consistently means that a lot of the time you're very, very free to be able to use one to clear a board if you fall behind in the early game, have a second one then to use it as a bit of burst damage. You also have the option to just go with Jade Guardians instead, which is the other card that plays into that same kind of 2-cost package. Yeah. Where you can get 8 drops discounted by how many 2 mana cards you've played over the course of the game. Use those as your win condition instead. There's some disgusting outcomes that you can get from that. Deos, for example, if you fancy doubling up the battle cries of your monkeys, you can do some particularly gross things if you can get that kind of thing going. So yeah, Rogue is back with another toolbox deck to be able to draw lots of cards, play lots of cards, cheat lots of mana, blow up the opponent. Yeah, Rogue things.
Yeah, and I think the powerful thing about this deck is that the actions you take to get these Troublemakers buffed or get to a win condition in whichever form are tempo-based things anyway, right? So there's a lot of world where you're doing so well on tempo and removal that you can be greedy with the troublemakers if you want, right? They're not always being forced to use, and obviously a good opponent will force you to use them in rough ways, but because the deck is doing tempo stuff, it's not like, you know, we talk about Druid and it's like, oh well, they've got to pass 4 turns to ramp and they don't really do much so they can take hits. Rogue is like, oh, I get to my end game by playing like hard tempo and going for the board, and it's like, oh no, what a terrible early game to do. Because we can see
this,
it
of
from
course,
Maxibon.
is the other principal engine of the deck. Vanessa will tend to be prepared on any given turn. Prepare a new mechanic where you can hold a card over your deck, similar to the Forge mechanic, and it will discount the card by the amount of mana that you have remaining +1 for the following turn. So you're able to take a card, you know, like an auctioneer style card where the restriction is the large amount of mana that you have to pay for it up front. And get a big advantage out of it on a following turn, which is what you're seeing both players do here with Vanessa Van Cleef, which gives you discounted Battlecry minions for every single card you play while it is in play, leading to these classic rogue miracle turns.
Really nice setup though from Maxibon, right? Did the Vanessa turn, built the board, but then had Cult Neophyte down to say, well, if you want to respond, it's just going to be a little bit more difficult, because suddenly backstabs cost 1, prep costs 1. Still playable as we can see, but imagine this turn without these restrictions, right? It would be so different and so much more powerful for Diong.
And I did want to talk about that specifically because Diong actually put a Neophyte into play the turn before as well, but did it with very little pressure, and Maxibon was able to kind of have the perfect turn in response, which was, okay, fine, prepare my Vanessa. That doesn't, I'll spend my mana on something else. And then Maxi held back the Cult Neophyte to be able to pair with the Vanessa turn, which kind of maximizes, as you were saying, the threat of the board. Because you make this big pop-off turn, you obviously protecting your Vanessa by making the spells cost more. And Diong's turn on the other side, nowhere near as impactful because of that Neophyte restrictions. You can see just the timing of the Neophytes in this matchup really very important. I think Maxi may be just paying a little bit more attention to that than Diong.
Yeah, and although Max is currently losing in the life total amount point here, this is scary because this board is just getting bigger. There's potential more damage to push now from Maxibon to Diong, and this is a matchup where you don't really want to take much face damage whilst your opponent's also having all this tempo and playing all these 2-drops, because you know it's quite likely there's Troublemaker in hand, at least one, ready to go.
Yes. Very important as well in this matchup. Hand tracking is really core because, for example, if you see a card kept in the mulligan and just stay on the far left the entire time, and it's not Vanessa, there's probably, there's a good chance that ends up being a monkey that's just incredibly juiced over the course of the turns. But otherwise, you've got to look at that tracking of like, okay, this card came into the hand on turn 5, and then they've played this many cards since then, etc. So having a rough idea of how much damage your opponent's troublemakers are going to be doing. We, of course, have some of that work done for you. You can see the little tracker icons on the right-hand side of your screen by the player decks, tracking the cost of the monkey, even tracking them separately, look, there for Diog, as we have the technology these days.
Shout out to the fantastic people involved in production that make our life easier. Do you remember the old days, Subtle, where it was just like, casters, remember it all? It was like,
do you know, honestly, this is an environmental service as well. People don't talk about this enough. Do you know how much less paper I go through now with these the amount of notebooks. My notebooks I churned through in the pre-on-screen tracker days. Unbelievable.
Yeah, we did deck tracking just purely in brain back in the day. It was just, no, this has been played, 2 of those have been played, 1 of those have been played. Like, it's crazy times. But now we're old and the memory goes. So now we need the tools to help us. Here though, Diong did have to use a Troublemaker to help clear up. Didn't clear the board completely, but isn't facing down as much of a threat. However, it's sort of what we mentioned earlier, where in a perfect world, you're not using the troublemakers to like defend, right? You really want to be using them aggressively in the late game. But that's the reward Maxi got for the plays you talked about earlier, right? Better setups, better pressure on Maxi1's side this game.
We are now reaching this awkward point that you can get in some rogue games where your hand is just kind of filled with some random garbage from your Vanessas and other generation effects. But Maxi is just going to load up his first monkey here, push the damage, using the imbue to just try and fill out the curve, get something else to do. He does have a Rite of Twilight in hand to back this up as well. And now De Jong is sat on the back foot very profoundly here, having already used the first troublemaker to clear the board. Second one, nowhere near as juiced to be able to present any kind of counter-lethal threat. You'd be looking, I imagine, for some kind of Jade Guardian scam in this situation to try and get yourself out of it, but De Jong does not look like he has that kind of option.
Yeah, there is first.
Come to me in time.
That's something. Right, what's that, 6? At least so far. Because that's the problem. We sort of, in this mirror especially, outside of the Guardians you mentioned and sort of cheesing something, it's the ever-present issue with Rogue where it's like, well, normally once you've taken the damage, you've kind of taken the damage, right? Like, there's not too much recovery outside of generation. So it's going to be difficult to play around. De Jong is going to be pressuring back onto Maxi1 as well. Again, bringing them pretty low. But this is just on a knife's edge this game. There is the death rattle. That is going to be able to resurrect De Jong with a little bit of health at this time. Oh, speaking of Jade Guardians. Hello.
Indeed.
Does have a bit of a taunt roll as well with the Brood Watcher.
Yep. Brood Watcher costs 2 as well. Important clarification. Not a mechanic that we're necessarily used to seeing in Hearthstone. It is cards that cost 2 when you play them. It is the casting cost of the card. So that's a 4-drop that is discounted to a 2-drop, but it counts as a 2-drop for the purpose of Troublemaker and Jade Guardian.
Yeah, and wow, some pretty good ones there for Maxi1. You generally do want the armor.
Yeah, but the Shadow of Demise is going to deal the damage. And it turns out that extra turn, that security of the Death Rattle, did just get De Jong there over the line. Maxi could not go for any direct lethal out with the Rite of Twilight that he had available. And stealing it from absolutely nowhere there. Just double Rite of Passage with the Shadow, dealing that 6 damage through the wall of taunts. Moarg Forge Fiend was going to present a huge wall of defense, but if you can just blast over the top, that Death Rattle much too slow. And yeah, absolutely out of nowhere, 1-0 for De Jong taking down the Rogue Mirror.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? When we see Husk in the decks it's meant to be in, let's say, a lot of the time it feels a little bit weird, because if you're getting popped and then there's the death rattle for maybe 20 health, a lot of the time you're getting beat because your opponent's so far ahead and all it's doing is making the game last a turn longer. Whereas in a matchup like this, where both players are so on the edge of winning and they can both just about chip away and do little bits, suddenly just any extra health is great, and especially because it brings it back. If you have to kill more minions, it's going to actually give your opponent more health to use, right? So is that just enough trickiness, I guess, to get through there? So yeah, De Jong grabbing the victory there. Must be quite happy with that one based on how the early game went for him. So looking great so far. We are going to be jumping into game number 2. Maxi1 on the Hunter, and De Jong going to be on that Shaman.
Pretty dreamy opening hand for Maxi1.
This is what you want. Tripwire drawn in the next couple of turns as well, and you can really start gaming.
Any of them will do. That Smuggled Shovel just so powerful to go with the new Tripwire package for Hunter. De Jong still looking for some elegant options here. Does have Security Wing. Is going to keep it on the play with Blazing Invocation. We were having a debate beforehand of, exactly how much better map and Blazing Invocation are than location. But I think when you're on coin and you have both, this is a very reasonable proposition, especially when you are keeping one of the spells transform into minions cards in your hand as well to get juice from all of this stuff, and then potentially fill out your curve. How would you like 2/4s on turn 1?
It's okay. There's tripwire subtle. I knew it would arrive in time. It will definitely help. Location coming down, and these little rats really pull the deck together, in my opinion. I love this location. It just feels great. Not only putting some pressure on the board, a little chuckle there from DeYoung as well. Just be like, fooled you. But just the card draw, I think, is so important for this Hunter deck. It really does revolve around consistent card draw.
Going Security Wing, looked at his map options first, just for potential mana restrictions, being able to get that done. Knows that he has a 0 mana play, so goes with the location second, just to get it into play. And now just considering his options. The weapon swing from Maxi, by the way, I think a smart 50-50 to take, because with the intention of casting Tripwire, the health being taken off the board is still relevant, even if you hit the wrong one, right? So I think it was a worthwhile and a valid 50-50 to take it.
Yeah, there's a lot of upside and not tons of downside, right? Like, I think the upside for it would have been huge. Does manage to ping off the annoying one. This 1/4 very frustrating. Could swing in
combination of the 2/1. Yeah, a combination of the 2/1 and the weapon swing will probably be able to get there, but he does just choose to leave it up for now.
Yeah, I think this is being left up because Sylvanas just lines up quite well into this. We are going to see a good response though. Freeze on the face means the weapon swing can't happen next turn, as well as DeYoung putting on a lot of pressure with this 5/5 behind the taunt now. And both locations now just sort of proccing alternately is huge, right? Because it's just an infinite amount of minions basically for DeYoung to play.
And this would be the argument of potentially getting the value out of your shovel on the previous turn, right? This play exactly. Obviously, it's a singular card that's a 2 of in the deck that punishes you, but if this comes down, which is your opponent's best play, I understand the argument, obviously, Sylvanas clearing this up anyway, but if this ends up being the play from your opponent, Sylvanas isn't a good turn into this, right? You'd still just leave up the 5/3 on the other side that smacks you.
Yeah, this
so
is
you are
punish.
Incredibly weak to this outcome by not swinging the weapon on the previous turn.
Okay. Also, maybe, I'll take the hit on this one, actually, but didn't really explain the hero power from DeYoung, right? It's the first Shaman of the day. We've not seen too much of this on broadcast, of course, but basically, the first minion played every turn costs 2 less mana, so you can see they're all cheap, and like they're gonna get. The first ones cost 2 less, which means you can do high tempo plays early on, which is why we were talking about, all these 1-drop discover a minion options that this deck runs, because if you play it, discover a minion, if it's 2 or less, you can play it instantly on turn 1, as we saw from DeYoung. And then there's obviously, oh my.
I did not notice there was a force tank coming out. I did not realize that was the minion.
So yeah, it basically is high tempo minions. You're basically cheating out minions every single turn. So if you're wondering what the hero power does and why these totems aren't coming out from this button, that is why it is one of the new mechanics from the expansion.
All right, lots of tripwires. Ooh. No Earthen Roar, though, which would have been extremely helpful to clear this stuff up. Did find a Glacial Shard, which at least moves the problem on for a turn or 2.
Yeah, it does get Triumph as well, so that's 1 Triumph done, another 1 in hand. That Triumph plus Sylvanas will basically solve any problems you've got in life, honestly. Just any issue you've got, just get Sylvanas and a buff Triumph, and you're probably going to be good.
It's an ambitious claim when looking at these boards that are going to be coming out here.
It'll solve any problem in life.
Okay.
What would my brother counsel?
Yeah, you can see the difference, right? A lot of games with Shaman, you do not have this full of hand at this point in the game, but the locations just procking away one after the other. It has really kept Dion's options high and the pressure up, which is super important. You can run out of steam a little bit, at least in my experience, if you don't get hold of the last stands. Speaking
Couple of attacks, 0 mana last stand. Fire Breath is fantastic. Be trying to close out this game. Mutate just a 0 mana cycle. Continuing to go off Woe. Reincarnate. Reincarnate with the Death Rattle. We'll resummon the minion and get the Death Rattle minion off it as well. Bring back the 1/4 Taunt.
Hey, it looks like Sylvanas and Triumph are going to solve all problems. Kind of.
Does it?
Kind of.
I have questions about that.
The Wounded Prey pickup's not bad. Oh, not going to go for it. Okay. Going for another freeze.
The problem is
maybe
there's a 5/5 coming out the 7/1 though. That's the big problem here, right?
Yeah, just going to go for the freeze. Oh, second Wounded Prey. That's good. Yeah, this is fine. See?
Yeah.
Solved all the
See,
problems.
entirely different cards from the ones that I said solved the problem because the cards
Triumph
I
was
said
played.
didn't solve the problem.
Triumph was played. But I was
Yes.
50% right.
50%.
That's pretty
of the
good.
cards. Honestly, that's not bad. For you at 7 o'clock in the morning, pretty good going, actually.
This looks like it can be a lot of damage coming out here, though. There is still the damage from hand.
Go
Also, wait,
Muradinning.
Jade Lightning, I forgot about that card.
Yeah, the Muradin. So I think Static Shock would have just straight up been lethal there. Found the Thunderstorm instead, which gives you a Static Shock, but too much mana.
Yeah.
Regardless, Maxibon going to give it up, and Diong is looking very, very good overall in this one. 2 very, very quick victories. That start on Shaman is why that deck is kind of the terror right now. I think for a lot of people, we're in a tournament meta as well, where there's a lot of agreement over what the good decks are and what the good lineups are. Shaman, even in that pack, tends to rise to the top in a lot of people's estimation because of just how powerful it is when it gets those kind of starts going. It's so snowbally and so difficult to deal with.
And I think the thing is, we were talking about, which one drop do you want in your opening hand for Shaman? Which, like, Discover one drop. And it's like, well, what about if you just have all of them and you can just take your pick whenever you want? And it's like, well, yeah, it turns out if you have all of them, you can just do whatever and probably win. Even with the clone at the start, right? With the sort of question mark clone choice early on was fantastic. And Maxibon guessing wrong, and then obviously doesn't help. So really good position there for Diong. However, we do have the Druid left over, which is the big question mark. Not many players at all have brought Druid to this tournament. Diong obviously got through the Swiss stage and got to this point with this lineup. So very good job. He's proven he can make it work. However, he needs to make it work one more time. Going to be going up against Maxibon on the Warrior now.
Maxi actually keeping Searing Fissure, which I would imagine is going to be an attempt at a quick Warp Tooth. Just saying, well, Druid isn't going to kill my minions. I don't necessarily need to get the Mother Duck involved here. I can just stick minions, play Searing Fissure, and just get the Warp Tooth that way.
And as a Dragon Warrior master yourself, how are you feeling about the new version? Because although there's a couple of new additions, it mainly is the Warp Teeth, right? With the addition of Hogger as well, right? Like, how much extra power does that give to this deck?
2 British casters talking about warped teeth. Make your own jokes, chat. You can feel free. Yeah, so weirdly, I kind of hate this deck. I don't know why, I've liked Dragon Warrior pretty consistently through the last few iterations of it, and Warp Tooth is the kind of broken thing that I should like. But for me, I feel like it's just a little bit slower to get on board than the other decks around it, right? Face Hunter and Shaman in particular, which means a lot of the time you're using Warp Tooth as a board swing as opposed to just, I'm already winning, here's 6 extra face damage out of nowhere with my Warp Tooth.
Right.
Which is what I want to be doing a lot of the time, like using it as a catch-up mechanism. And then with how powerful and multifaceted like the mid and late game is for a lot of the decks, like we saw the combinations of cards that Rogue can use, that Shaman can use over the last 2 games helpfully for De Jong, it's still very 1 card per turn, my card is very powerful kind of gameplay when it gets into that period. So yeah, I'm actually not vibing with the deck as much as I have been over the last
What pretty petals!
Saul just hates Warp Tooth, good to know. So far, though, Maxibon does have a selection of dragons or minions on board. It does have the ability to potentially summon a Warp Tooth as well, especially if this dragon gets played from De Jong, if the Broodmother comes down. There are good options, though. Ebb and Flow's in hand here, which is the exact cards you want to be able to defend against this kind of push. So Maxibon going to be just a little bit inconvenienced, let's say, for this turn.
Yes. Maxibon, I think, losing a minor-ish 50-50 there with where the buff went, potentially. Just making life a little bit awkward, a little bit cleaner for the ebb and flow. Let's just commit the Searing Fisher to clear up the board.
Yeah, the buff was no choice, right? The 1/1's a demon.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was so confused. But yeah, so it does get the Warp Tooth out. And it'll start pressuring again.
I remember this
Ebb and
place
Flow
well.
still there. This is all planned up to be pretty nice here for De Jong.
Yeah, you can see there, obviously, a lot of focus on Mother Duck in the deck being used as summoning 3 1/1s, so 3 friendly characters take damage no matter what. But Searing Fisher is actually another very, very good way to make that happen, because we saw from Maxi, as we can just, if you are unfamiliar with Warp Tooth, it is 3 friendly characters in order to summon it. So Searing Fisher is a perfect card, because not only do you get to AoE your own board to damage your own minions, but then if you swing into something with your face as well as the warrior, then boom, free Warp Tooth to be able to push that damage.
Cut your lifetime to bits.
So we do see it was the 1-cost location. Going to be the 2/1 Raptor with Rush and give your characters +1 attack. So just something to defend a little bit for De Jong, as this Druid is starting to get pummeled just a little bit. There is Evergreen Stag and Brood Watcher available, though.
Yeah, a lot of defensive options here.
And good thing for De Jong is the Elise is the right shape to pick off a lot of these minions, right? Can trade away a Warp Tooth, no problem. Trade away something else, no problem. Looking really, really nice. Do you think he's looking at the Reborn kill here? Because of the +1 on the hero?
He's looking at just going face here.
I am now.
You're kind of winning, no? Like,
I'm just
honestly,
thinking,
looks quite
if you trade down the board a little bit, like, you know, a touch more, and then drop Stag next turn, like, have you just won versus winning, right? Because it feels like you do. You can see De Jong sort of wrestling with it, though, right? It is a bit of a tricky decision. There's different options. He's going to just put a damage into the Reborn to make it a 3/3.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so it won't be able to get a value trade against a Taunt or anything else on board. Classic win peak on 5. Never seen that card played on any other turns again.
Yeah, and that trade into the whelp actually very good here with that in mind, right? You know, Windpeak Worm on 5 is the most common play for Dragon Warrior, and with that in mind, you preempt that trade so that it can't take the value trade. You don't want to be hero powering into it the following turn, so leaving it hanging around as a 3-1 is going to be very awkward. So I think that is pretty good recognition from Dion.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a bridge to get to here, right? Because Stag seems fine, but now this Elise doesn't trade with anything. And then next turn, Bashana is Bashana Pass, so that's not looking good, right? There's just a little bit short of mana to get things done. Horn could change things, Viper for the potential trade into something a little bit better from the deck as well. But I think this just... Does it just have to be Stag? Or is this going to be going digging with Horn? Because the second you click that Horn, you've committed to not stagging this turn.
It's just such an awkward play into the 8-6 on the other side.
Maxi not happy with that.
Not happy with it, but not the hardest thing in the world for him to deal with. Having found Torch now will at least give him some leverage to be able to make a big tempo turn here as well. Obviously can't deal with the Stag that way, but can deal with the Elise and push the rest of the minions face, which is a big deal.
Yeah, I think the how rough it feels to put the Wind Peak into this Stag, right, is probably the big thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Maxi wanted that Wind Peak to go face big time next turn.
Yep.
Gonna get a pretty simple here, I imagine, right? Which is just, like you said, that Torch, very nice way to just backhand Elise out of the game and then just fill up the rest of the board and go. Unfortunately, I do think it is more valuable to keep the slightly wider board, especially with those sort of wonky health totals, the 4 and 5, to hold on to those and just bite the bullet and put the Wind Peak in.
Gotta go here.
Oh, is this gonna be Searing Trade? Oh, okay, okay. I'm gonna do it this way.
He's actually going to double trade in, so he's going to juice a little bit of extra lifesteal in order to preserve the giant minion, get it to go face. I don't mind. Either way, I think this was important. You use the Torch to clear up Elise, and then you're putting yourself in this kind of position where, okay, yes, you've reset your opponent's health a little bit. They didn't really take a bunch of damage on this turn, but now this is the turn where you need your opponent to have some kind of brick in order to be able to just say, okay, I've got, well, I'm showing 16. My opponent's at 20. If they can't put up another defensive layer, which they're entitled to not be able to because they've done it every turn for the last 3 turns at this point as well, of putting up very strong defensive players.
And not ramped,
Maxi
not drawn cards, right? Like, it's basically all just been defend, defend, defend.
I must think.
I think Dion's going to have to be brave this turn and go digging. Finally, some form of ramp in hand with that acceleration aura on the right, but
Time is of the essence.
yeah, I think starting with Horn, then question whether you want to play Viper or trade it away. Ooh. We are missing the Discovers, unfortunately, in this game. We do apologize, but we'll see the outcomes pretty quick for you.
Actually, he does end up playing the Viper. I was about to make the comment that I don't think Viper to destroy the weapon necessarily ends up being good enough here, but with the combination of the Wrath and the Raptor from the location, able to deal with the biggest threat on board, and then just saying, yeah, you know what, 3-4 in play here, probably decent.
Yeah, and suddenly with the acceleration aura and Bashana for next turn, not looking too bad anymore.
Depending, of course, on whether Bashana giveth or Bashana taketh away.
Healing Rain,
Healing
at
Rain,
worst.
Ascendance,
Hybrid.
Hybridization.
Healing Rain, not too bad.
So this really, the
Oh.
Vashana outcome is the
Oh,
one that
okay.
matters.
Oh, no.
My goodness. That is disgusting. If you are not familiar with Bone Guard Commander, that is your boy. Only the taunt. The Death Rattle is fake. That is just reviving the Vashana from previously. Any additional value will come off the Battle Cry alone. The value is huge.
So much there, and then the draws. Okay, a bit of a nothing draw, but there is hybridization here, which is going to help out a lot for Dion. Palnos going to draw again. This is, small but good sequencing, right? Get the guaranteed draws to thin out the deck, and then use Thalnos to try and dig for something a bit beefier.
Yeah. That was that a guaranteed outcome from the 4? It was, yeah. So Xavius being found as the 4 was guaranteed, but still very, very powerful here.
And more taunts to get in the way, and Maxibon is running out of steam now, right? Slam the Hogger down. Again, just as if people are new, Hogger, the new legendary 4 warrior, basically is just a 10/10 taunt, but at the beginning of the game, duplicates all legendaries that are in your deck, which is why you saw 2 Warp Tooths earlier on. Basically just does that right at the beginning of the game, and then afterwards, just a taunt. Again, we do apologize not seeing the discovers for you. We will look at getting that fixed as quick as possible, but it doesn't look like we're going to get anything different for this game, so I apologize.
Interesting. Love to know how we ended up with an Acera there. Remaining minions in deck, Firak, Vanessa, Wickerfang, all I would imagine preferable over
Do you think
the Acera.
I didn't see what the Acera has, but it could have like the taunt, right? Like plus 4 health and taunt or something, which is like,
that's a good point.
yeah, that's going to lock Maxi out of the game.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or charge. A lot of damage coming out here. Nozdormu not really going to be achieving too much here, and a lot of this might actually land on what this Ysera actually is. It's getting slammed no matter what. Wait, it is charge.
Green. It's green.
Okay, board play.
Clears up the board, and I imagine De Jong will want 2 hero power here just to get out of range of 5, which is a number.
I was just going to say, there is the 1 win peak still in the deck for Maxi, and it would be active since the dragon was played last turn.
Yeah, stadium announcer as well, right? Like every point of health you can get is another bigger roll that they need off their weapons.
There aren't that many weapons that deal 6 or more, I'll tell you that for free. Ducks coming out. Gonna help clear up a good chunk of this board, and De Jong is still going to need something here, right? Can clear off another 2/2. It's gonna be what, 12, 14 available now? Oh. Rough.
So it is now, I think, almost exclusively Shadow Flame Suffusion into a charge Dark Gift, and then use the hero power. Sorry, use the location to add damage to the charge. I think that is pretty much the only out here.
Does Bulwark buy 1 more turn from Stadium? Probably not actually at this point. Because there's enough minions,
possibly.
and you give your opponent a weapon, so unless the weapon is a 0 attack, right, and whiffs. Oh. So the Drake's not it. De Jong is going to take the victory over Maxibon and book his spot at the championship. Fantastic play. Great series overall. I think from both players, very, very fast, very furious. And I think Sottle, maybe outside of the Druid, a little bit of a preview of what the rest of the day is going to look like. A lot of these decks are being brought by a lot of the players, but I also think just the gameplay approach, right? The speed of these matches and the meta overall is going to be, or going to feel a little bit fast and furious today.
Yeah, Druid, super interesting. Not what I was necessarily expecting to come into. Well, obviously it was, because I looked at the deck list and I knew
Players
what
had
the
to
decks
pre-submit
were.
the list.
Yeah. But if you'd have asked me yesterday, you know, what are you going to be casting first up? Druid would have been about 9th on my list, I think, of what would ended up. But that was a very, very strong draw in the one that it needed to be, right? Like, he got 2-0 up from the more mirror matchups that we'll be seeing a fair amount of.
Yeah.
And then that was such a defensive draw from Druid, which is so key. Because now, to make room for some of these new expansion cards that we have, obviously over time, Vanessa's come into the deck, Chara's come into the deck, so there's actually no Underking in this version of Druid that's been doing well in APAC, which is generally, I think, one of the bigger defensive options that we've been seeing, where players just ramp up, they drop an early Underking, that's just too much stabilization against some of these early decks. That's classically been one of the big reasons why Druid used to be favored against Dragon Warrior. I don't think it necessarily is anymore because of just what you can do with Warptooth. And Maxi just said, hey, I'm going to keep this Warptooth hand with the Searing Fissure. That amount of pressure will get there. But in the end, just defensive play after defensive play from De Jong. And he is going to be our first player qualifying through to championships. Congratulations to him. Maxi with yet another near miss in an ever-growing list of near misses for Maxi Bond. But a long, long way to go yet. It's only 1 of 12 for the day.
Yeah, 100%. We've got plenty more Hearthstone coming up and plenty more winning ins for the championship. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Hearthstone. Welcome back, everyone. I am still here, but this time joining me is Pocket Train for our second match of the day. Pocket, I know you were just watching the first match. What did you think about the first one? A very quick, fast 3-0.
Yeah, a little bit surprised. Definitely, I think most people would have gone into that seeing Maxi as the clear favorite, having already secured his spot at the World Championship. Has had a very, very strong year. But De Jong, very, very solid play, and I'm impressed with what I've seen. And I think he's a very, very worthy qualifier for the Masters Tour.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, as I said right before the break, outside of the Druid, I think a pretty good example of what, a good chunk of the day is going to look like and some of these matchups we are going to see. So we're going to get the chance to really focus in on some of these matchups and see how sort of refined they can get from these players. However, speaking of the matchups and speaking of decks specifically, we do have the next one coming up, which is Shaxi versus Banshee's Dog. And there is one key difference in these lineups. Shaxi does not have Hunter, he has Priest, which has definitely had an impact not only on the ban, but also just going to have an impact on the matchups overall. But just because I know you know a lot about this, do you want to just break down the bans for us? Because me and Soto were talking about, I feel like it's Shaman Banks. We know how strong Shaman is, but we're seeing these lineups ban Warrior over Shaman.
Yeah, so I think obviously the core basic lineup that the vast majority across all three regions have had this weekend have been the Hunter, Warrior, Rogue, and Shaman. The Warrior generally being the Dragon. Some people in the tournament have Egg, but I do think those players have, it's teetering a little bit between Shaman and Warrior ban, but most of them I think have concluded that probably it is slightly better to ban away that Dragon Warrior. Which Banshee's Dog has done, despite actually he does have the he does have the Egg Warrior here rather than Dragon himself. But I do like the ban from Banshee's Dog. I do think Dragon Warrior is probably the best deck against the sort of good decks lineup, despite him having an Egg Warrior of his own. And Shaxi having the Priest, I think I like the Shaman ban away because of that crucial double Hex in the Shaman deck, which is really, really backbreaking for a deck that really, really relies on getting a Soothsayer down, and it just activates the whole deck. So if that gets hexed, then the deck just doesn't function.
You almost just lose, right?
Yeah.
It's like if you play that and then it just instantly gets hexed away, it's like,
just half your cards don't work anymore.
Yeah, and especially because you've probably prepared it, right? Which means that's almost 2 turns wasted to an extent. So that is really, really bad. However, we are on the Warrior on the bottom here for Banshee's Dog, the Egg Warrior going up against this Rogue. Now, Egg Warrior, a deck that seemingly just won't go away, right? I feel like there's always players that are considering Egg Warrior that end up bringing it and involving it in the strategy. And it does feel like a bit of an outside deck that always finds a way in, right? It's doesn't ever feel like just a good deck. It's just, no, I'm bringing this because, right? There's always a very specific reason.
Yeah, usually it has some fairly polarized matchups, like we saw in the past with the No Minion Demon Hunter was the main one that it used to prey on. Not really seeing any of that anymore. But crucially, it's one of the few decks that does have reasonable control tools, such as this Decimation, the Shellnado as well in the deck. But I think with the addition of the Warp Tooth, which Banshee's Dog won't be very happy he's picked up 2 of in the mulligan, that's a pretty disastrous start there. It does just give the deck a little bit more fuel in the mid game, just to fight for board, because sometimes it does find itself quite far behind and can just end up taking a bit too much chip damage before it gets its egg online. And also with this, with the way that the game is sort of played so far this year, with the way that the expansions are going, removal in general isn't really at a premium. So huge 2020 minions, a lot of decks tend to struggle with. Like Rogue, we're seeing here, doesn't have access to that dubious purchase anymore. So if Banshee's Dog does pick up the egg and get it active sooner rather than later, Shaxi will probably have to eat through that entire 20 health.
Yeah, all have something generated, right? Which is always the answer, I think, right now. It was a good pickup. Torch coming from Banshees pretty much saved the day to a large extent, right? Because otherwise it's just another minion that's just pounding him, getting that face damage in. So Banshees at least able to defend it to an extent. Could just hard play a Warp Tooth if needed to defend next turn. Oof.
That doesn't sound good. Yeah, crucially as well, with Dragon Warrior does have access to Mother Duck as just a one-card activator for the Warp Tooth, but the Egg Warrior here relies so heavily on getting its egg down and activating Warp Tooth with things like the Axe and Shellnado as well to trigger them. But yeah, without those online already, these Warp Tooths will just be sitting around in hand, and unless he picks something up here, might just be forced to... Okay, I think you do deviate to For Glory now and just try and pick up something a little bit more impactful.
Yeah, the problem is now playing a Warp Tooth is just a very, very short-term solution and not the actual long-term solve, is it? So yeah, I like For Glory as well here. It's just whether the Crocs are coming down as well or not is probably the big question, right?
Yeah, I think I would save them because at the moment you're not actually picking up any reasonable way to deal with them next turn. Even if you were to pick up a Shellnado, you'd be giving Shaxi enough attack on board to deplete your entire armor total. So you wouldn't actually be able to clear this board. So the Crocs, I'm not sure, would actually average out to gaining much health at all.
Did get a second torch and an execute now, so Banshee suddenly does have a good amount of removal. Just needs one of those damage AoE proccing moves, right? And suddenly this hand is very, very active. However, the big question here, Pocket, is with no egg, does Banshees have a way to actually capitalize on that and even win the game? Because he's getting beaten up, and without eggs to soak some of these potential damage or at least provide some level of threat, even with removal, it's not exactly doing great.
Yeah, I think fortunately for Banshee's dog, Shaxi's hand itself has also run out of steam a little bit. Although this Living Plague pickup potentially
I love this
could
card.
could be enough to keep the pressure going. Yeah, Banshee's dog does really need to pick up the egg sooner rather than later, because it's all well and good controlling the board and removing your opponent's minions, but you do really need to launch a counter-offensive against this rogue, because they do have that sense of inevitability with the Troublemaker later on down the line, and these Jade Guardians can put out some big threats, because even though Warrior does have a fair bit of removal, even Warrior struggles sometimes to deal with big minions efficiently.
Right.
So these Jade Guardians can do a lot of work when they get active, although they are still a little bit of a way away from getting discounted quite enough.
Interesting.
Yeah, and even the fact that this Living Plague is going to need something. For those of you that don't know, I can of course show it for you on screen, just so you can have a look. But basically, it has charge, but it doesn't deal damage. It shuffles its attack basically into as plagues into the deck that deal 2 damage when drawn. So really cool card, but just in case people see the charge on the screen and don't actually see the text, it is not technically 7 from hand, right? It's a delayed 14 at minimum.
Yes. Although with the way that this game's panning out, Banshee's dog forced to slam his own Warp Tooth just to draw a card. With the way that the game's panning out, Banshee's dog is going to need to draw through his deck as fast as possible. So those blights might actually end up doing so much damage here if this Living Plague does come down.
Pretty good pickup as well. Just a nice 3/5 taunt, very playable. Drop it down next to the Plague. There's the Plague shuffled in. And also as well, what the Plagues can do is help Shaxi disrupt any sort of planned armor turns as well. We talk about Shellnado, for example, like that. The armor has to be then potentially be generated the turn it's used if these plagues keep chipping away, if there's armor gained beforehand. So big question now though is how is Banshee's going to deal with this plague, because you cannot leave that thing alive. If that gets to attack twice, you are in big trouble. But we can see location plus the execute cleans up nicely.
He's already got 14 damage worth of blights in his deck, so he is a bit of a ticking time bomb right now. Thankfully for Banshee's dog, he probably has quite a strong read on that left card in Shaxi's hand. It's probably, from his perspective, either exactly Jade Guardians or Lotus Troublemaker here. So that is probably why he throws down the Unleash the Crocolists, because he might be a bit worried that he could just get lethaled on the spot here from a Troublemaker. But fortunately for him, that is the Jade Guardians instead.
Yeah, interesting here from Shaxi. You're going to start with the map. I think there was just a pause to see, hang on a minute, should I start with the hero power first? Because that might be a little bit more adventurous options with what mana you have left. Is offered the Troublemaker, Rite of Twilight, and the other Jade Guardians. I imagine this is going to be Twilight into the Troublemaker.
It could also be Jade Guardians as well, because you've got some decent discounts here. The one of the Jade Guardians will give him 2 drops. Although with the Paleomancy picked up, which isn't not a fantastic card, but it does crucially cost 2, could be tempted to throw that down instead of coining the Jade Guardians. Just to get those discounts going.
Quickly.
Just get a Scale Breaker. Not the worst card in the world.
Yeah, just direct damage.
Effectively, 2 damage from hand, kind of, right? Like, that's sort of how it works.
At this point, the rogue just wants to stack up on damage because Banshee's dog does not have access to the egg, so he's just sitting there, just as a target dummy, really, for now.
Yeah, Decimation, going to be pull the trigger on that, just get it done for 7, nice clear. But Shaxi can just say go again, and Shaxi, low on resources, not too many moons ago, is actually doing fine now, right? Is back in the game, still has the Jades in hand, and has plenty of options just to, at worst, just throw minions at the board, right? And just say, you've got no egg, just keep having these infinite clears, because he knows he doesn't. Oh, that's a good one.
Yep, and Warrior really does not have infinite clears. It really needs to be swinging the board back with the egg at this stage of the game, because it doesn't have access to loads and loads of card draw, and these big board removals are very finite. So he needed a 20/20 down this turn just to try and combat these minions with his own stats, and that is too little too late here with that Egg of Kelos.
Yeah, just not enough, and really good consistent pressure from Shaxi, just piling on the damage, obviously with a couple of very nice generations like this Tyrion right at the end, but that's the deck, right? Like, if you, as long as you can get in position, keep the pressure up, and not much that Banshees can do about it. And I will say, we are back into patches scenarios here, where double Warp Tooth in your opening hand is not what you are after if you're playing this deck, or any other deck with Warp Tooth in it, for that matter.
Essentially just starting the game with -2 cards drawn is definitely why Banshee's dog finds himself in this situation, where he's just run out of stuff to deal with Shaxi's relentless boards. Even though Shaxi really didn't have a fantastic start himself, it's just Rogue is just quite consistent. It will get there. If the Warrior's not doing its thing fast enough, then I think he's killed off his own Warp Tooth by accident here, but not that it matters.
I think this is just one of those where, like, nothing was really going to change the outcome of this game, and it was just one of the ones where Banshee's probably frustrated at how bad the opening was. But yeah, I completely agree. Shaxi, that was not like the pop-off Rogue game that we've seen in the past, right? There was no Vanessa to cause havoc in that sort of early game scenario. Yes, there was the Jades in hand early, but that only came into play literally like the last turn of the game, right? With the Tyrion and such, right? Other than that, Shaxi just kept the pressure on, even though it wasn't super heavy, and of course benefited massively from no egg in the hand for Banshee, and also the double Warp Tooth, because that card is horrible if you have to play it, right? 4 mana, 3/3 charge is not the card you would like it to be. So unfortunate game 1 there for Banshees.
Even in Dragon Warrior, it's not, I mean, it's not good, obviously, to have it in your opening hand, but even in Dragon Warrior, just to have it, if you can find a way to activate it, the fact that they have Mother Duck helps a lot. Like, that deck is a lot more aggressive, so it's not going to be as reliant on having loads of card draw over the course of the game. But Banshee's dog there with the Egg Warrior, it was just so heavily reliant on finding that egg, and finding it on, what was it, turn 8? Is just never going to get there against pretty much any deck in the game right now, no matter how much removal you draw into.
Yeah, looks like we are going to see Shaxi jump over to the Shaman here. I'm just going to quickly check. It is a single Hex Shaman from Shaxi, which of course is quite important when we're talking about facing off against an egg deck on the other side, as Banshee's going to keep hold of the Warrior for now. Just flicking through the Shaman, see if there's anything else that stands out. Other than the one-off Hex, it looks pretty standard to me.
Yeah, the flex spots are like the Hex. He's got one of Fire Breath. I think some people might be cutting one Ascendance or something like that. Maybe one Voltaic Burst. But yeah, it seems fairly standard overall. I don't think I've really seen any Shaman decks this weekend that have anything looking too far out there. So one of those cards, one or two of those cards, just ends up being a one-off.
We are going to see something that's already becoming pretty common on stream with Shaman is Generation kept in hand, obviously, because it's all one drops. A lot of the time, this is exactly what you want, but also the Frost Shatter being kept in the opening hand as well, as we see the power of that card once you activate it, being a very beefy minion in and of itself, but also the freeze effect and drawing 2 cards, which I think is probably the most powerful aspect of it.
Yes, in this matchup, certainly by far the best part of it is the card draw. Oh, and the 5/5 is pretty good too. But
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, the freeze doesn't do a whole lot until the Kalos actually gets cracked. At which point you really want to be ending the game there and then. So I think he will just be wanting to get that 5/5 out as soon as possible.
And already a 5/4 on the board there for Shaxi, along with the Murloc and things, as is often the case against Shaman, already starting to snowball out of control. Is going to be able to have that reduction. Could even play a Curator this turn, because that would be funny.
Yeah, that lines up really nicely against the Acolyte as well. Well, there are no minions in this deck from Shaxi, because in order to activate that hero power, you do need to only have Muggsy as your only minion in the deck. So that is why all of the forms of minion generation are from spells here. But the Curator, yeah, regardless of drawing nothing, it does just put up a 4. I didn't quite see the Dark Gift on it, but at least 4 attack minion there that the Acolyte can't cleanly trade into to get an extra draw.
The menagerie is for guests only.
Oh, it's the Reborn? Okay.
Yeah, not bad at all.
That's going to be a pain to deal with. And oh, look, it's Warp Tooth.
Yeah, and once again, no egg for Banshee's Dog here.
This kind of moment is when you start questioning all of your life decisions. And the worst part is, we know Banshee's Dog is like a very successful player, right? We've seen him multiple times. He's obviously got to this top 8. But just in the moment, you just start thinking, oh no, right? You must start just getting a little bit stressed out when the one thing you need your deck to do is just not doing 2 games in a row. Now, I'm not saying this game's over by any means, but I could just imagine the frustration that's starting to build here for Banshees.
Yeah, I think in this situation, if you're against, let's say, Hunter, which Shaxi has opted not to bring in his lineup, then the Warrior wouldn't be in such a bad spot here, because the removal actually lines up quite nicely against Hunter. You can just sit there and removing for most of the game, and it's not as urgent to get the egg down. But in most of these other matchups where, like the Shaman we saw from the Rogue, they just don't stop. The pressure never lets up. They will just put up annoying boards every single turn of the game, so you do need to be progressing your own game plan. Otherwise, you're just a sitting duck and you will die eventually. And at this point, the longer the game goes on, the longer Shaxi has to draw into that Hex, and the less Banshee's Dog can afford to play around it with his egg, because he's just falling further and further behind.
Yeah, and even now, the freeze actually became a bit annoying with the lack of weapon swing, but now I'm already thinking, is it Warp Tooth proc the Curator, just trade in, and then set up next turn for the Crocs and Shelnado? Is that like the world that Banshee's living in right now, because he just has to?
Yeah. Yeah, this is 2 games of Egg Warrior for Banshee's Dog and 2 hardcast Warp Tooths, which is really not how you want your winning in for the Masters Tour to look.
And now I imagine that Shaxi will have some knowledge of, okay, there's some kind of clear coming, because, like, what else can be in the hand, right? Like, maybe there's a clear that requires the weapon swing. Maybe it's just mana based, not having enough, like I said, with Shalnodo and Croc. But be interesting to just see what Shaxi does here. Like, if he's even bothered about trying to play around it or not, right? Does it matter? He's got so much stuff in his hand that, like, is it even relevant to, like, oh, let me build my board very carefully not to be too punished by a clear?
So Shaxi's job here is to set up as much damage he can on the backswing because he's thinking 100% of the time there is either Crocolisk Shellnado, shield block Shellnado, or Decimation here. So he's expecting this board to disappear next turn. So his job here is to set up as much damage he can on the backswing. But I think this actually is just lethal. Yeah.
Oh, wait, yeah, didn't even... Wow, yeah, I did not spot that. Fair enough.
Yeah, just stacked up a lot more damage than we were expecting for, I think that was exact lethal there. So, yeah, either way, even if that hadn't been lethal there and then that turn, I do think Shaxi was going to get there over the next couple of turns because Banshee's Dog could clear the board, but he couldn't really stop the bleeding. That was just going to keep chipping away him for the rest of the day, for the rest of the game. He really needed an egg on roughly turn 3 just to make sure that he was making Shaxi actually have to worry about something on his side instead of just freely develop and just chip down a little by little over the course of the game, which we've just seen in both games so far.
Yeah, that was a really tricky one there at the end, I'll be honest, because there was so many cards in hand. I was just like, oh yeah, you know, he'll just set up, right? Because and that's how comfortable he was, that we weren't even looking at, oh, can he get lethal? Does he need to go for it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I just assumed he'd set up, put some pressure on, have the spells and have the options for next turn if any minions live and so on. But yeah, Shaxi, of course, on the ball there, spotting the lethal, getting it done. But now, very similar to the previous series that I just cast, is now we've got Priest. Last series, it was Druid at last, potentially. But now we have Priest, which for me, Pocket is a bit of a question mark. I'll be honest, I haven't put exactly hundreds of hours into Priest this post-expansion. But how do you feel about this deck right now, especially going up against Egg Warrior?
Yeah, well, I put in a few hours yesterday because I knew I was going to be casting this series here. So I was actually quite impressed with the Priest. Actually, it felt stronger than I was expecting. It is very, very heavily reliant on getting that Soothsayer down early because it does activate your Kalia Menethil, I can't remember the name of the card, your Undeath Sentence as well to trigger the Death Rattle after it has died, and also take along to getting your Umbra down as well. Just to have those waves of pressure that most decks in the game right now can't deal with that many waves of pressure. Warrior is fairly well equipped to deal with that, but I do think Priest on the other side as well is reasonably good at dealing with the Kelos when it comes down. There is no Shadow Word Ruin here for Shaxi, but he does have that Ruby Sanctum plus Mend combination in the deck, so he can deal with a minion of any size effectively if he draws those two cards. So Shaxi's going to be planning on building a fairly sticky board here and pushing through the Egg of Kelos when it does come down and get activated, which I would expect Banshee's Dog will have enough time to do in this matchup, finally. But once again, we are seeing no egg in the opener.
I was going to say, you say that. We do see Soothsayer available as a choice there as well. It's going to be even cheaper, so won't even require the prepare turn, as it sometimes does. But Shaxi getting hold of it nice and early, and once more, Pocket. I'll tell you something. I'm never asking Banshees to make breakfast because there'll never be any eggs there. My lord. Like, this is about as rough. And not only no eggs, but nothing to do as well this turn,
acolyte,
right? Just
nothing.
No progression, Like, you can take out this Xavius if you wanted to, and that's about it, which is absolutely miserable here for Banshees. Banshee's going to see the Soothsayer come down and know it only gets more difficult from here.
Yeah, because this curves perfectly into the Kalia Menethil, because you know you don't want to clear it. You know, as Banshee's Dog, you don't want to clear this because it activates so much of their deck. But what else is he going to do with his turns? You can't just sit there
just get hit
and just get hit. So he does have to start eating through this board, even though you know that most likely Shaxi's going to have some way to capitalize on this Soothsayer getting put into the revive pool.
6/6 coming down here, so still tons of pressure, and that's what's so frustrating. Because I mean, I play a lot of Hunter, and playing against the Soothsayer, it's the one card that I fear because it just won't go away. Like, no matter what you do, and it heals, it's torn, it just does all the things I don't want to see as a Hunter enjoyer. So Banshees is going to commit a good amount of resources to fully clear it up. However, he has the resources to commit, so that's fine. But as you mentioned, here comes Kali and Menethil to create that same problem all over again.
Yeah, the problem with having a hand full of removal in the early game, for Glory, fantastic pickup here for Banshee's Dog. The problem with having a full removal hand in the early game, sure, the early boards aren't going to get there against you, but it does mean you have to spend this removal just to stay in the game. And in a matchup like this, well, in most of the matchups in the game right now, decks can go quite long into the late game. So you will find yourself in a spot where, oh, I've used my removal in the early game because I had to. I had no other way to spend my mana. And then in the late game, that can really come back to bite you when the threats just keep adding up every turn. And there will probably just be one board too many in a lot of scenarios.
Yeah, look at this. What annoyance, right? Oh, the 2 acolytes rock up now, right? And not in the early turns when they would have been perfect to just spend those turns, getting them down, start drawing some additional cards, just have something on the board to interact with.
Oh, that's such a painful life tap.
Yeah. Oof, yeah.
It's just left with no choice, though. He does have to take the 6 to start drawing cards because he actually doesn't have any removal in his hand. No egg, no removal. This board will just keep hitting him. So he does need to find a decimation very soon. And hope that Shaxi has 1 or 2 dead turns just to allow him to get the egg down and start chunking through it.
Yeah, and you were right though, right? Because like the Soothsayer had to go down, so that's where so much of the removal went, effectively clearing it twice because of its death rattle. But now the removal's used up, so Banshee's just back to digging and trying to survive. Shaxi's got tons of pressure, even more, sorry, with the hold them off in hand, which is weird, as a bit of a surprise factor, right? Of just, +5/+5, that's more damage coming out. Not that it's really needed for the lifesteal in this matchup, but also just has plenty of damage and generation as well. So there's just option after option here for Shaxi here. Got 2 of those intertwined fates.
What this priest deck absolutely loves is time. Like if you give it time with all the prepares in the deck, then it can do some really, really disgusting things with the, I've forgotten the name of the 5/5 buff that he's just used. That and Schism, you can just make some massive minions, copies of them, and while Warrior does generally have quite a bit of removal, it doesn't have fantastic hard spot removal. It doesn't have like Twisting Nethers or things like that or Gruul anymore. So if you do just build a big enough board, then Decimation, it is finite damage, and so is Shellnado. And Executes, if you do get a Schism down, that will create elusive minions, so suddenly the Warrior just can't deal with the board if you let the Priest set up too much, which he hasn't had to set up that much. He's just played a few minions, and Banshee's Dog, as we've seen in the last couple of games, has just essentially passed every single turn.
Yeah.
But he does find the egg and does have the Siphoning Growth, so maybe can stay in the game for a little longer.
Yeah, a lot of the problem with hard removal from Warrior at the moment is it's always like 2 cards or 2 things to remove 1 thing, or in terms of the big minions, right? Like you've got to damage something, then execute. You've got to gain armor, then Shellnado, right? It's just a lot of, it's pretty resource heavy, the removal right now for Warrior. However, you are completely right. The eggs have hit the table, and Siphon is pretty much the card you want to be able to proc them, because it's going to gain armor as well as get those procced. But there's just so much value here into Twine Fate. There's Schism.
He even gets a Warp Tooth down just for extra damage, and can also... Okay, not going to be doing that, but there's a funny world where you can maybe get a Schism copied Warp Tooth for some surprise charge damage.
Oh, sure,
end,
yeah.
But...
And then now we've got multiple eggs. Where were these in the previous games? Banshee, I'm sure, is wondering.
And with these massive taunts, aside from Siphoning Growth, the only way to pop eggs really is a combination of cards, which Banshee's Dog has had to use a lot of his cards in the early game, like Torches, Shellnados. He's had to use a bunch of his utility to actually pop these eggs just to survive on board. So that's left him with just a handful of Clunk and not really much to do. He'll have to play out this Acolyte, I guess. He does opt to go for the Axe. I'm not really sure what he's looking for here. I'm not sure there are any cards that keep him alive here.
I think this is one of those, why not? Right?
Yeah.
Just do the swing, see what happens. There's Warp Tooth.
That shall do.
And that's going to be it. Just another match that's gone 3-0. We are going fast today. Shaxi taking a very convincing win. However, tough one to draw there for Banshees, because if you play an Egg Warrior, and let's just be honest, you don't draw your eggs, what are you supposed to do? However, it is a risk you take. However, it does feel unlikely, because with the new Hogger pocket, you get 2 eggs in the deck, right? Like, you've got twice as many eggs. You've got the cards that draw them as well. You've got natural card draw to get there, but it just wasn't meant to be. And what a rough series for Banshees, but what a great, confident series for Shaxi there, booking his spot at the championship.
I do think, it was a horribly, horribly unfortunate series for Banshee's dog, but credit to Shaxi, there was nothing iffy about his play. It just looked very, very strong, very assured the entire way, and just confidently romped to the Masters Tour. And fantastic win. Like, if your opponent is going to draw badly, you still got to confidently lock them out of the game. And I do think Shaxi did everything he could to make that as miserable as possible for Banshee's dog, that series. So very well played.
Yeah, really, really solid there from Shaxi. He being the second person from APAC now going to the championship. We still have 2 more matches from APAC, but in case you are just tuning in, we do have the full EU and we've got the Americas as well to go through today. So still tons of Hearthstone left, even though we are blitzing through this. This one's pretty fast so far. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up the next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Playoffs. We've already got 2 of our qualifiers for the Masters Tour, which is Diong and Shaxi. And we're about to find a third one, which is going to be between Hang and Rot. Rot has some Masters Tour experience back in the olden days, in the 2019-2020 system days. And Hang, for as much as I can find, is more of a newer player. He's been around for a while, but he's one of those players who's suddenly gone from 4 digits to actually quite good in the space of a couple of years. A breakthrough that a lot of players make at some point. These are regular lineups, although I believe that Hang has got the mage instead of hunter. What do you think of mages instead of hunters, Pocket?
I think it might struggle a little bit against a couple of the decks from Rot here, like specifically the Dragon Warrior and the Face Hunter from Rot. So I do think we'll most likely, we haven't got the bans in yet, but most likely be seeing a ban on one of those rather than the Shaman. I think a Mage Bring is generally a nod to saying, okay, this deck is fine into Shaman and fine into Rogue as well, in my experience. So I do think that means you're basically putting your ban a little bit face up, whereas some people are going into this tournament where it looks like maybe they'll ban Shaman, maybe they'll ban Dragon Warrior. But I do think with Hang's lineup here, he is probably forced into that Dragon Warrior ban, which, to be honest, I think most people would settle on anyway, even if he had Hunter in that spot. Yeah, I think Mage slots in okay. It's a bit more polarizing, and we are seeing that the Dragon Warrior ban from him. Thankfully, good. I'm doing a good job of analysis.
Nice work. Yeah, because we didn't have the spoilers for once, so Pocket did actually just make that up on the spot and get it right. Well done.
And Rot does also ban the Dragon Warrior away from Hang, like we're seeing from a lot of the people with this basic sort of agreed upon good decks lineup with the Warrior, Shaman, Hunter, Rogue. So I think the Mage, yeah, it's just a bit more polarizing. I'd say it's a bit more unfavored against the Hunter, but I do think it holds up really nicely against the Shaman and the Rogue. So I would maybe even give Hang the slight advantage in this series with that Mage. Although, you know, it's still on a knife's edge with the way these matchups play out, because the Rogue and the Shaman, both fantastic decks, they can get there against anything.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I feel like the Mage is just slightly weaker Hunter in terms of the matchups. Obviously, it's an entirely different deck, but in terms of the matchup spreads, I feel it's just slightly weaker. Into the main decks, I think as you go into the more unusual stuff, or the slightly less usual stuff, like the Priests and the Eggs, I think the Mage gets a little bit better against those decks, so it's like an insurance policy. But I think in the straight 4 versus 4, I actually favour the regular lineup myself, so we'll have to wait and see. But
yeah, it's very close either way, and well, we'll see. This is going to be the decider, whichever side of the argument you fall on. We'll find out right here and right now in a fantastic 1-game sample size.
Yeah, that's how you work these out. Yeah, exactly. You get world champions based on 3 or 4 games, so you know anything can happen on a given day. I was looking into this sort of why do you ban Warrior instead of Shaman, because if you look at the matchup spreads, you could argue Rogue, but Shaman's basically favoured against everything, whereas Warrior has the Shaman matchup and it's not favoured into the Shaman. But Warrior, when it's favoured, is more favoured. Shaman's just a steady, let's say for the sake of argument, a steady 55 across the board. But you put Warrior into Hunter, you can put a big number on that one for how favoured you are.
Yeah,
so.
And I think you can probably do the same for Rogue as well, because the Warrior, with the way it operates, the Rogue basically... The Rogue in every matchup, essentially, it's Plan A, Vanessa. Plan B, Jade Guardians. Plan C, Troublemaker. Sometimes all 3 will happen, and it'll all come together and be glorious. But without that Vanessa engine and without that way to build an early board, I do think, particularly in that Warrior matchup, the Rogue can fall quite far behind quite early on, because the Warrior's damage just doesn't let up, and Rogue doesn't have access to taunts unless it gets something quite fortunate off Jade Guardians, which can be quite hard to get down early, especially if you don't have a Vanessa generating you a lot of cards.
Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't on the Open today, because I was going to say that I'm expecting a lot of 3-2s today with Rogue mirrors in Game 5, because I think that Rogue is the weak link in the main 4-deck lineup. But so far, that hasn't been the case. It's just been whoever gets 2 wins gets the 3rd one.
Yeah, I do think Rogue is potentially the best deck. It's more polarized, like we were saying with Mage. Yeah, it could potentially be the weak link in the good decks lineups, but if you see Rogue against Priest a lot of the time, if you're against a deck that gives you a lot of time to ramp up to getting your Jade Guardians down and just get an unbelievable Troublemaker burst, then yeah, Rogue can just do so much if you give them time, like against a Priest or against an Egg Warrior maybe, Maybe against Marithra Druid as well. I haven't really got much experience of that matchup, but against some of the slower decks, I do think this rogue does just have quite a strong sense of inevitability. But the good decks lineup is generally made up of quite aggressive, fast, very burn-based face damage decks.
Yeah, and I think another thing to do with the lineup building in this tournament, obviously, quite quickly, the main 4 decks were, unearthed, discovered, built, whatever you want to call it. But given the nature of the decks, I think a lot of it is feel based on which is favoured against which. We've had many different builds. Like Shaman can be built within the same 25 starting cards, but Shaman can be built so many different ways depending on how much you want to play Hex, how much you want to play Ascendancy, how much Burn you want to play. Rogue hasn't been built that many ways, but it has so many unique outcomes. If you haven't got thousands of games on Rogue, you haven't really seen all the things it can do. So I think in building the lineups for this tournament, the better players just had to go with feel on whether they wanted to play the big 4 or whether they wanted to play something different.
Yeah, I do think this was such a predictable field. Like, everyone's going to go into this, and everyone would have went into this and gone, okay, well, the most popular lineup is clearly going to be Warrior, Shaman, Hunter, Rogue. Everyone knew that. I don't think anyone's gone into this going, some people aren't going to have that. So when a field is that predictable, your first thought should be, okay, how do I beat that? And some players we have seen yesterday, they didn't really make it through to today, have done some target lineups which might have given themselves a ever so slight edge against that lineup, but also drastically worse win rate against slightly more out there lineups themselves. But also, I think I didn't see the numbers on Americas at the end of Swiss, but the numbers on both Europe and APAC, I think the 4 most brought decks were also just the 4 highest win rate decks. So that does kind of tell a story of, yeah, everyone knew it was going to be good, but there was just no real way to beat it. So sometimes you do have to do that. And yeah, that is why I think over the course of these 3 regions, we will see a lot of this exact stock lineup, perhaps with one deck switch. More often than not, it is that Hunter, which was on the stats the worst performing of the 4, which yeah, I find quite interesting.
Yeah. There's another factor in that as well. What you're talking about, the counter lineups. Sometimes you get this meta where you know what the main decks are going to be, not necessarily all 4, but 2 or 3 of them at least. And you can build an out there counter lineup and play test it and play test it and play test it, and you know it's going to work. But this time, even the counter lineups were quite predictable. So people have played against Priest, they played against Mage, they played against Egg Warrior. There wasn't some, I mean, Azuna had a go, but there wasn't some completely nutty thing you could bring that you knew the matchup so much better than your opponents to get some edge.
Well, here we go, though. I do think with this opening matchup here, Rot will be very happy to see the Mage with this Hunter, because that's certainly his best deck into the Mage from his perspective. Hang, not a fantastic opener. We'll probably get rid of all of this apart from the quest, of course. But Rot on the other side was ideal, pretty much perfection from your opening hand here.
He's happy to keep the mirror dimension. I was going to ask about that when you said he's going to throw it all away, because I would also have thrown it all away. And I'm thinking, why is this card in my deck if I'm not going to play it on 1? But the answer is there's just not enough discovers. If there's another card that said anything at all discover, it would be in the deck already.
Yeah, I well, also particularly in any other matchup, you'd probably instantly throw away this mirror dimension. But against specifically Face Hunter, it does a lot of work in the early game. Especially, it is essentially useless later on when the Hunter's been able to ramp up to getting its it's Sylvanas online. So having it early is probably the only time you can really make use out of it. So I actually don't mind the pickup on second thought, the hold on second thought from Hang here.
You're 1 dragon as well, right?
Yes.
I always forget that.
Well, there are a few dragons in the deck, and I do think if you're playing Mage and you're saying I'm going to win the game, you are expecting to draw Winter Spring Whelp before too long.
The hand has developed into a beautiful hand, by the way, with the orb and the Altar Time. There are better hands, but you settle for this. Not hitting a Discover though off this Whelp's a bit of annoying. Yeah,
there are quite a lot of them in the pool, so certainly would have been hoping to pick up one of those. But Coin Altar Time next turn isn't terrible. You can pick up something like a Devolving Missiles, that would probably be ideal, or Mana Biscuit, or anything to just efficiently fight for the board, because you don't really want to Coin Altar Time against a Face Hunter and have nothing directly impactful. So Hang will certainly be hoping he has enough time to get that down.
Taunt showing their value immediately there, just eating most of that 5 damage. It's a massive deal, obviously, against this deck.
1
And
mana
eating
gain 8.
some more.
Not bad.
Hey. So Scavenger's tempting now with Rune Orb. You get the 1 off the Scavenger.
You'd have to use the coin with the Ruined Orb. Toil Scavenger is also very interesting. Can just ping off this 2/1, get a minion, and actually be ahead on board. But does opt to go for the Altar Time now because this is probably the lowest pressure board Rot's going to have. So I don't mind getting the Altar Time down now, just while you know that you're not facing that much damage.
Particularly pleasant bunch, these.
No. I'd probably lean towards the Stargazing here.
I think he's probably counting, do I ever play the defenders? Do they ever just win if I play them?
Problem with that is, like I mentioned before, Sylvanas. If you wait another 3 turns, you can give the hunter a little bit too much time. Does go for them because, to be fair, the other options weren't fantastic. He's probably hoping he never has to play the defenders this game, but
yeah,
just saying that, in the world where I do have to play them, at least they do something.
Been talking a lot about Hang's hand, but Rot's hand hasn't really got the stuff in it that you'd want early on for the hunter. Not that much pressure. There's enough, there's some, but it's certainly not the flying start you'd require.
Another weapon with a sister, with the locations, he can just keep ticking along, but you do need to put on the damage pressure against this mage early, because once mage does get the quest online, they can just overwhelm hunter. You really need to do as much shift damage as you can so that mage will get to the quest more often than not against hunter, but the crucial thing is having enough damage afterwards to go over the top and finish them off.
Yeah, and this has developed pretty rapidly now for the mage as well. Like from the mulligan, which gives you some discovers, now we're getting infinite discovers. Just got to plan his next couple of turns. It's always one you want from the scavenger, right? You never want a 2 or 3.
Yeah, essentially before quest completion, of course. You always want a 1, really, because there are a few discover options. Like you can pick up a Sands of Time, you can pick up another Winterspring Whelp. Also, there are quite good efficient removal options at 1, like First Flame, and I can't remember the name of the card. All the mages run it. The Sleet Storm, that's the one.
Yeah.
Things like that are very good at efficiently dealing with the board, whereas the pool at 2 is quite clunky and a bit of a mess. But yeah, of course, after you finish the quest, then you want to do it for as much mana as possible, just to get the highest value.
Yeah. Finish it with a little bit of a board. Still on 23, despite the fact he's taken 10 points of missile damage, so that's helped.
I do like freezing the face a lot here, because Hang ideally will want to build up a bit of a board to absorb as much tripwire damage as possible. Weirdly enough, I'm not sure you really want to play Beast Tripwire in this matchup. You just want to prioritize the face damage and don't want to clog up the pool, but Rot does opt to go for it.
I think it's, I was going to ask you about that, because I was thinking the same thing, but the rest of his hand is just not really menacing
considering
enough.
The Confront the Tolvir, actually, I think this does actually make sense, because he will get a couple more shovels played from that. So just with the only 1 copy of the Tripwire in deck before playing this, I do think actually this is probably better, because it means that the Tolvir will get more card draw value.
It's in the time now where you can start contemplating, what you're going to do after your quest completion. What's the best of these cards to keep back?
I think the best of the cards might end up actually being that Scavenger now.
It's large, isn't it? Yeah, because it doesn't use the mana, which is something that took me a long time to remember.
Yeah. Because it was like those forbidden cards back then where it was spend all your mana and do something.
Yes, yeah.
It's easy to get those a bit mixed up. It's interesting. Can go for the Sleet Storm just so that you can play the Sands of Time now, or the Scavenger. Okay, it does opt to do that. In fairness, it was quite awkward to try and go Scavenger with the weapon afterwards, because you'd have to wait an extra turn, otherwise you'd just be going for a 2, and that is the only discover effect if you were to hold on to it.
Still on a tasty looking 23 as well. He's hovering, trying to work out, do I want to play these golems next turn instead of insta-quest? Might be worth.
Yeah, depending on the board state, if no sisters come down here, it's a very reasonable play. But if Rot is to play this Illyria, then that does threaten the Sylvanas coming down and just wiping that out.
Tolveering for some beasts and some, well, multiple tripwires. Needing to attack first, of course.
Oh, with the King of the Underbelly picked up with that Briarspawn Drake in hand now, Rot can just pivot to the Agamagan game plan. Because even though he hasn't done loads of damage to Hang here, it is possibly just enough.
Yeah, 21 is the key number if you can get the Briarspawn onto a 1 health minion. Little combo.
Hang looking at the defenders, but I do think he needs to just hope for something fantastic off these Sands of Time. Decimation is brilliant.
Yep.
Probably just pick up the Precursory Strike in hand. Decimation doesn't clear now, does it?
It's so slow for the rewind. You've got to watch all those animations, and I don't like. Oh, Blizzard.
Oh, Firebolt and Blizzard. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yes, potentially the best 2 cards you could get here. Bit of healing, deals with the board.
Gonna have to go here. No.
Oh, you can take the jump scare though, because it is a discover for next turn.
Sure.
For some quite large minions.
He's happy with it.
Yeah. Pop the Spellwing down now. You know you're not scared of Briarspawn because, yeah, if he had held it, which, you know, there was no reason to, but if he had, I'm expecting this King of the Underbelly to come down.
I think you have to, like,
now.
You can see the game's about to start getting absolutely horrible, so I think you now have to go for the cheesier win of the ones available. For
so from this point on, Hang is under a lot of threat from playing any small health minion for the rest of the game if this King of the Underbelly is to come down like we expect. Could also just play the Arcane Tripwire and keep trying to push guaranteed damage face. Starting with the Tame Pet allows him to still play the King if he doesn't pick up anything particularly impactful.
Yeah. He picked up the Sylvanas, so now he's having to think.
I have no time for games.
7 mana Agamagan.
Absolutely perfect.
Okay, Spark of Life is pretty good because you can pick Druid and potentially get some armor off that, but these minions on board are still posing quite a threat. And with Elusive, it will be quite difficult for Hang to deal with them, especially on top of the expected damage coming through from the Agamagan Briarspawn as well.
Yeah, you need to find a way to, as you say, deal with this lot and then be above 21, preferably. You can sort of have bigger minions and hope they just don't have the Earthen Roar, but...
Where's this Fireball going?
Obviously.
That is not where you want it. There's a 1 in 3 there. Not super unlikely.
Yeah, can't go on the Elusive, of course.
Oh, he's really risking this deal 5 face.
He's also got to go. I've said this before already, but
Oh, there it is.
Hearthstone at the moment, especially this current meta, you can't take too much time on any one decision a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Unless you identify it as incredibly important, which it is, but he's got so many more decisions to make this turn.
He's managed to heal back most of the damage that he did to himself this turn.
Great start.
Oh, he did get a...
He's not going to get the rush in time, is he?
No, he's not. He's roped out. And yeah, he got a big lifesteal rush and a taunt, so that might have been enough.
Goes back to what I was saying,
say
really,
it definitely would have been.
You've got to make your choices quickly, I'm afraid. Like, it's not easy.
Yeah, with so many moving parts with this mage, so many discover options, so many deviations that just happen during the course of the turn, you can't really... With mage, you can't plan out your entire turn and then execute it like you can with most decks, because there is so much random generation in the deck. With
Well,
some
you just
decks,
have to say, this feels good, right? And then see where
Yeah.
it leads you. Like, otherwise you end up roping out on your 9/11 lifesteal rush.
I do think it is a bit awkward here.
I have no time for games.
Because the Agamagan, you don't really want to risk the Briar Spawn hitting into... Actually,
Sure.
would that have just been...
It was
Maybe it wouldn't have been
67%
lethal through
right?
Ice Barrier. Because I'm thinking if he just goes Agamagan, Briar Spawn, and then just... I mean, against... I think he had guaranteed lethal... Okay, it was...
He found guaranteed anyway, yeah.
It was guaranteed through Explosive, which he spotted, and I think that play was also better against Ice Barrier because it left him with enough mana to freeze the lifesteal at the end of the turn if Hang was still alive. But yeah, just well sequenced from Rot just to guarantee maximum odds of winning through a variety of secrets there.
Yeah, and a big deal, right? We were saying about the Hunter versus the Mage. Sort of, that's the difference in the lineups, and the Hunter's out of there, the Mage is still in there. If it'd been reversed, then obviously Hang would be in a good spot. But I feel it's not one that the Mage is expected to win that often. It definitely, you know, it's still over 40%. Like when we talk about not that often, we're still saying sort of 35-40% anyway, even in a bad matchup in Hearthstone. But yes.
Yeah, I would say
now
that's Mage's worst matchup in the series. So Hunter, you know, is not fantastic in the series overall, I would say. So Rot is definitely, obviously, at a significant advantage having got that through. But Hang's Mage now is looking fairly strong, I would say, against Rot's final two decks.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it because, again, if Mage is that good against these two decks, we didn't see that much of it. There is some about, so... Or maybe people just didn't feel comfortable playing Mage against this lineup when you can just play this lineup.
Yeah, I like Mage against the Rogue in particular because barring, I think with every matchup you do have to have the Vanessa caveat. If they do just get a nuts Vanessa turn early, then there's not a whole lot most decks can do. But Rogue a lot of the time does give Mage just that little window to build that big board on turn 6 or so. And because Rogue takes just a turn or two longer, I would say, to set up with those Jade Guardians and that Troublemaker to push the damage over the top. So Mage, a lot of the time, I would expect to be able to get its own quest reward down on time and build too big a board for the Rogue to contend with.
Look how it goes. We're going to see that matchup now. So, see how quickly this Mage gets aboard. Yeah, the Rogue does kind of do nothing on turn 1 by the nature of the fact that all of its cards kind of have to cost 2. So Deja Vu is a good pickup.
Yeah, Kingslayers as well. Very interesting with this Rogue deck. You do have, well, with the Shadow Demising in hand currently, I think Rot will just have just Vanessa and Garona remaining. So should be guaranteed to pick up that Vanessa in time for turn 3, which is usually the turn you end up preparing it.
It's largely the point, right? It's why you play the Kingslayer.
Yes.
You don't particularly get excited about the Garona package, apart from maybe against Shaman, because they play so few legendaries in that Shaman deck. You can always force them to take the King.
Yeah.
And then you know it's there, and you Garona them, and they, you can explode a Shaman that way very often. But...
Yeah, in matchups like Hunter, it's actively really terrible because you're just drawing them into their Sylvanas and all the activators. But yeah, and against other decks, like a lot of other decks actually don't run many legendaries, so you can sometimes get away with not giving them any draws, depending on their early draws. But
And then Hunter just kills you with Sylvanas, so that's a bit different.
Definitely the main utilization of the Kingslayers in this deck is just to tutor out that Vanessa.
Yeah,
I'm curious.
To go for.
How many legendaries are even in this mage deck? You got the Skeleton's Key, you got
There's
Kwanzu,
three, I
you've
think.
got Morchi. Yeah, so this King Lane was fairly likely to be picked up.
And you tend to know because the Skeleton Key gets played, the Kwanzu probably gets played as well. So if you've swung twice and they haven't played a card, you've probably got a king in there.
Yeah, Rot will have his eye on that place in hand from Hang where that King Lane is for quite a while. And if that stays in hand for a long time, and he might be able to check it with Deja Vu anyway. But if that sits there in hand for quite a while, Rot will build quite a good read on that being exactly King Lane.
Yeah, when you're playing the mage deck, it's very obvious that reading hands is hard in Hearthstone, especially at slightly lower levels. But you just know they know after a few turns. It's got to be king, hasn't it? I just haven't played this card. They know if they're paying attention.
Sun sets.
Which hopefully they are. Quite an important day.
It does go for the Blizzard. I don't mind this at all, actually. Just giving Rot a bit of a dead draw. Although Blizzard later can be a little bit irritating because Mage does like to put up big boards. This is also something I was going to mention. Rot doesn't have the greatest hand for Vanessa, although picking up the Scrappy Scavenger, also getting the information guaranteed of that King Lane, suddenly has turned this Vanessa turn into a pretty successful one.
Yeah, it turns out that Scrappy Scavenger for 0 in Rogue is actually really good.
Yeah, without that pickup, I think this Vanessa turn was at risk of being quite underwhelming and fizzling out quite early. But with these pickups as well, all playables, can also prep out the eventuality, play at least 3 more minions.
Big fan of this being an underwhelming turn 4, by the way.
Well, it was looking like it could be
I
underwhelming.
understood it, yeah.
All of them are playable so far.
I mean, I agree with you. You weren't wrong. It's just it's turned out completely ridiculous.
Yeah, just hand buff and
More you know.
Have some of this.
play a full hand. Weirdly, you don't really want the mage to have any of these cards. They're all reasonably decent.
The sands speak.
Yeah, you'll go. I'm done.
Yeah, like I was saying, barring Vanessa, I think Rogue gets there. But if Vanessa, the rules change.
Especially when every single one of the cards was playable. That's absolutely nutty.
And Hang's just given Rot his Blizzard as well.
Yeah.
To be fair,
Not that he was going to
still
get to
a
Blizzard
couple
anytime
turns away
soon.
from it. He was going to be dead first, but
How hard is it to concentrate when your opponent just done this? Like, there are 0.5%, 1% chance that you can find things that win this. And you've got to, first of all, your instinct to kick in of going, ugh, surely this is difficult. Just
okay,
to get your
the
brain
good
into gear.
thing about this situation is the pressure's off for Hang now. If he wins this game, it would be a miracle. You still do your due diligence, you still have to play it out and see what happens, but you know that you're going to be exploding in a turn or two, so you're sort of mentally just going, okay, relax. His job now is mostly just to relax himself. If you can get anything out of this game, then fantastic, but you sort of know, okay, there's no pressure on me to actually win this game here. So you sort of go a little bit stress-free, although it's not fantastic. You obviously don't want to be in that situation where the pressure's off because I'm going to lose, but...
Yeah, he's dead because he had to play a minion, and now the trade can happen for the Garona. Yep. Sorry to cut you off, but what do I do? Fine. I can't even play a minion or I'm dead. Like, oh no.
Yeah, you just got to hope that Rot doesn't have the Garona, which I believe it was guaranteed with the information he had, or just doesn't know about the King Lane. But yeah, Hang is not in position to play around anything whatsoever there, because sometimes Vanessa just happens to you. Sometimes Vanessa just gives you a full hand of clunk, nothing playable, because Rot, without the Scrappy Scavenger, didn't have loads of cards to combine with that Vanessa there. So fairly fortunate, but I do think it was a good bit of sequencing, and did find that sweet spot of that ideal turn to put the pressure on against Hang, because a couple turns later, he could just respond with his quest reward, and perhaps that wouldn't have gone that way, as much as it looked like a one-sided game.
No, like when you called it, like it did genuinely. I was joking with you, but it did genuinely look like a not particularly good Vanessa. But he realised he has to go for it anyway, even with it looking like it. There's worlds there where he ends up with a couple of 2-2s on the board and nothing else as part of the Vanessa, right?
Yes.
Which is still a question your opponent has to solve. They still have to kill the Vanessa, take some damage, but yeah.
Yeah,
he
it
just
slows
went,
them down.
This isn't getting better anytime, so I've just got to do it now. So some credit there, even though it was obviously ridiculous to watch.
Yeah, it's a crucial skill in Hearthstone. You gotta give yourself the opportunity to get lucky, because if you just sit there and be passive, then it means that your range of outcomes narrows so much during the course of the game. Because if you play, if you play for getting lucky as early as possible, then it means that you have a wider range of things that can happen that can win you the game. If you leave it later, then you just reduce your outs as time goes on.
Crucial play here from Rot. I think some Shaman players, me being one when I first started playing it, will miss is just play stuff. It's a 1-3. It gets a rock. You don't need the 3-4 this turn. You're not in a hurry. You just want to keep playing stuff. Get your hand size down. Get stuff out of there. Get it onto the board. Start killing your opponent as quickly as possible.
Good pick
point
up.
out the gorilla bot and slow yourself down.
Yeah. Hang I didn't even read the other discover options. I just saw that said discover, and I think he did too, and just insta picks it, which is generally what you're going for with the Spark of Life there. Why he picked Druid.
The 1-hex 2 Ascendance version of Shaman. You'll see if you sort of copy deck lists from various sites that's becoming a less popular build. But in this tournament, if your Shaman's up, there's a good chance you're against priests and mages and things. So you want that slightly more.
I do think in this matchup
formation
as well, Ascendance does look quite good, because the mage doesn't want to spend the mid game dealing with your board, so you will. It comes in at quite a nice mana break point with how it lines up. Like, a lot of the time going into 4 mana, the mage will just let you have a board because it wants to spend its mana discovering rather than answering your threats.
Yeah, this mage is not a defensive deck, right? It's actually quite an aggressively discovering things. If it could defend along the way, that's lovely, but it can't win easily if it's doing quests on turn 7 or 8 or something, even if it's cleared your board.
Not dissimilar to Egg Warrior in that respect, because mage does have some tools to deal with the board. Not as many as Egg Warrior, of course. But at its core, you do still need to be racing to your own game plan. So all of that stuff is just there to stall the opponent a little bit and get to your game plan. You can never play a full control game plan with either of those decks. You do need to. Mage is racing for its quest, Egg Warrior is racing for its 2020. So all of this stuff that Rot is doing, is a distraction to Hang. He really wants to just freely spend mana on discovers.
Yeah, it's no surprise that Storage Scuffle, which costs 0, and Sleet Storm, which costs 1, are your main removal spells in Mage. Right?
Yes.
They're things you can slot in whilst doing what you actually want to do.
Yeah, pretty much every card in the deck that doesn't say Discover costs as little mana as possible.
Hang, yeah, just taking a moment, because your instincts are, I need this Raptor after my quest, but obviously, first of all, you've got to challenge this board at some point, and secondly, you've got to complete the quest.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, just picks up the most efficient minion, just something that you can cheaply throw down next turn. But because Rot is building up a bit of a big board, and you know that there are 2 Ascendances in his deck, so you're only expecting this board to get bigger.
Bigger about now.
Does look that way. I'm expecting to see
I don't
this.
think you mess with this, right? You just do the Ascendants now and just see where.
Yeah, I'm expecting a coin Ascendance here. Probably static shock down the 4-2.
Right? It's not the buff that really matters on the Ascendants, nice though it is to buff your things. It's the fact that you now have twice as many minions.
Yes. Yeah, it's the sticky damage just to get that there, guarantee the face damage, and then you can go over the top with your burn. Which Rot doesn't actually have access to right now, so he will be hoping to draw into his Molten Gold, his Fire Breath, his Tiny Pal.
Just checking. He has just the one fire breath because obviously he's playing Hex. He's playing double ascendance.
That is also probably why he's picked up this Hammer of Twilight here, just to guarantee more face damage.
Yeah,
very clear game plan here.
Nice big health totals, so very hard to deal with.
Rune Saber, time stop. Hang does have access to some decent answers, so if he can get through a couple of turns of pressure, perhaps can try to stabilize with the Morchi after the quest is complete. Does have access to a fair bit of healing and removal in the rewind pool.
Yeah. Just facing so much though, even if he clears some of these up.
Oh, Blizzard's
killing the one that
not
turns
bad
into a
pickup.
rock skipper. Not a bad pick if he's sure he can get there.
I think worst case scenario it gives you one turn, which
You hope.
that's Well,
Because if it kills
basically
anything, then it
yeah,
gives,
it gives you one mana. I would say because it
Sure.
like it doesn't deal with the board. It just freezes it, but it gives you one more mana and one more card draw to hopefully make the best use out of your quest reward as possible. Because the moment Hang finishes his quest, he really needs to get as much value out of that reward as possible.
Right, are
He's
there
not
any
just-
lethals? I don't think so, but with Hex in hand, this is terrifying if you're on the other side.
Counting 18 damage, but there's a 7 health taunt in the way. So I think you just hammer
with
Twilight.
evasive. Yeah, you can't Hex it, obviously.
I think you just hammer of Twilight and send it all. It's a bit awkward with the Muradin's Last Stand. You'd ideally like to play that for 0, but you can't cleanly clear the taunt and play that without committing the mana to the weapon first. Sands of Time instead. Power Flow's not bad. You're going to get Hang pretty low on health this turn, so
Yeah.
it's almost guaranteed to go face.
I must swim faster.
Oh, this Blizzard in Hang's hand isn't going to do a whole lot against Hammer of Twilight.
Especially now that
Freeze the
2
board
of the
maybe,
minions
but
are
not
on
the
2
face.
health. Oh, he's gone the other way because he's not playing Rapid Blizzard, strangely enough. Yeah. Who knew?
Well, the 3/4 doesn't have a death rattle in it anyway.
Oh no, I'm losing it. Yeah. I can't be losing it this early in the day.
Right, you got more time to pick it back up.
It's a good call. It's a very good call.
Hang can live on board here by trading in this Kwanzu and Blizzarding.
He would be expecting to die though, right? Because of the 4
Yes.
damage
So
spells.
do you think you need to Skeleton Key, just hope to pick up something okay? Oh, he's taken 5.
He's taking another 5.
What a way to go.
All systems operational for Rot in another 3-0 match today, which honestly I wasn't expecting. I thought we'd get quite a lot of 3-2s. I thought some rogue mirrors, but turns out at the moment people who are getting the lead are just winning. Amazing scene.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, from Hang's perspective, regardless of what happened in that series, he can come away from it and go, "Oh, I can't believe I died to 2-1 in 5. That was so unlucky."
That's what he's saying right now in whoever's Twitch chat he's
completely
gone
gloss
into.
over the fact that he was super duper dead, pretty much regardless of the outcome there. But yeah, just another pretty unfortunate series there for Hang. Rot got some pretty good outcomes there. I think the first game, fortunate to get the queue of the Hunter into the Mage. That was always quite a one-sided matchup there. And with the way that Vanessa played out with the Rogue against the Mage, that was always going to be a pretty uphill battle. And the Shaman there, I feel like I was expecting the Mage to do more, but it was just that slight bit too slow, and the Shaman just built a fairly mediocre board in the mid game. But the fact that the Mage doesn't want to deal with it and can't deal with it just lets the Ascendants build too sticky a board to deal with. And yeah, 3 fairly one-sided games there. But Rot, yeah, fantastic play. Made it look comfortable.
Yeah, Ascendance does not need to do a lot. It just needs to, against those matchups, it just needs to protect its board a little bit. That was a big one. You could do it with even a minion fewer sometimes and get away with it. But nice work from Rot. We'll be seeing Rot in the Masters Tour. And you made me laugh there with the skeleton key thing, because I think we caught somebody in Reklam's stream, I can't remember who it was, and I wouldn't out them if we could, who came into the stream and said, oh yeah, this last game, this happened. And someone said, well, show us the replay. And yeah, those things happened, but they were nothing to do with actually why they lost the game in the first place. So, okay, well, we're 3 down, 9 to go. So let's take a break. We're back in 3 or 4 minutes with another Hearthstone qualifier.
Hello everyone and welcome back. It felt like 5 minutes since I've been on the show, and yeah, it more or less has been, as we've had 3 3-0s today so far in the Asia Pacific region. Are we going to have 4? We're about to find out. Lorinda, I was going to say welcome back, but you never really left, so no, welcome here again. How was that last match for you as the first one of the day for you? Because it was a bit of another relatively fast one.
Yeah, it looked like the mage just couldn't cope, but again, small sample size. We've got to remind you at all times that yesterday all of these players played 6 rounds of Swiss. If you're seeing people lose 3-0, they got through 6 rounds of Swiss to get here. They've just lost 3-0 once. That doesn't mean the mage is bad. It doesn't mean the player made bad mistakes, although the rush thing was a thing. It just means that they lost 3-0 today. Incredible, really. Again, I've said it 3 or 4 times. I'll stop saying it at some point. I thought we were going to get a lot of 3-2s today with Rogue versus Rogue mirrors at the end. I think that Rogue is significantly weaker. Bokin and Sotl have been trying to convince me that, it's because I'm bad and good players are better with Rogue. There might be a little bit of that, but I still think that Rogue is the weakest deck. But it's just coincidence, I think, that people are going through 3-0. I think we haven't got into some of those battles that you get in this meta where two decks just go at it after turn 6. If they get to turn 7 or 8 without dying, suddenly you get this deadlock where both players just generate bomb after bomb after bomb, and it can go on for a long time. Hasn't happened yet, but it will at some point today, so maybe this is the match for it.
Well, interestingly enough, this is one of the more varied matchups we have between Magnolia and Chonsu, because we have Magnolia on the Hunter, Shaman, Warrior, not too much of a surprise, but then there's the Mage instead of the Rogue. It is Dragon Warrior, by the way, just so we're clear. It is the Mage instead of the Rogue, and then we have Chonsu on the Rogue, Shaman, Warrior. Again, not too much of a surprise, but it's the Druid instead of the Hunter. So basically, Chonsu is on a very similar lineup to what Maxibon had right at this way back when, at the start of the day.
All that
so
time
long
ago.
Yeah. And we are going to see this Mage similar-ish to what you had on the previous series, although it's slightly different because, again, the Hunter seems to be like the main replacement class, and that surprises me because I'm biased, but I feel like the Hunter's very, very good, but maybe people are prepped for it. But here we are going to see the Shaman banned away from Magnolia, and then the Warrior lost from Chonsu. So what are you making of these now reasonably different lineups once we get to the 3 decks from each player?
So I'm mega invested in this. There's 2 Marithra Druids got through. One's already gone through to the top 4. One's Chionsu's here. So a few days ago, I was sort of, in some of the chats around going, don't sleep on Marithra Druid. If you do the stats, you can predict what you think the lineups are going to be on average, do the stats based on that. And the one that I input gave me Marithra Druid as like number 4 deck. And I'm like, this is exciting. Yeah, let's tell people.
Right.
My expected bring rate for these tournaments gives you Marithra Druid. Well, turns out first of all I got the bring rates wrong. Of course, everyone brought the big 4 decks. There's a lot less sort of side decks than I expected.
Like counterplay and stuff.
Yeah. And secondly, it turns out that Marithra Druid's just really bad in this particular field of high-level players. Chionsu, of which is one of the players who can overcome that by being a really, really, really long-term powerful player. So yeah, if Marithra Druid gets 2 through out of 2, I'm just going to be telling people, told you so. Well, obviously it's the best deck, but it turns out its win rate's like 40% in this tournament.
Yeah, and if they don't all go through, then it'll be like, well, obviously they didn't go through. It's Marithra Druid, so it's a bit of a win-win scenario. We'll see how it goes.
That's why you always pick a dodgy idea for people, because either way you can't really get it wrong.
Yeah, there's only good outcomes for that. It's going to be interesting. Again, even though there's nothing wrong with 3-0s, I do hope we get some closer series. For me, especially, the Shaxi versus Banshee's dog match was rough because Banshees just didn't get egg and played Egg Warrior 3 times and lost. So that's definitely going to be a rough one to recover from for him. However, you know, Lorinda, that I am a Chonsu fan. I often pick Chonsu whenever I can in our caster predictions. Not that we have them for playoffs, but yeah, we'll see how this one goes. As we do kick it off, we've got Magnolia in the top on that Mage going up against the Druid. So we're going to have like sort of the differences face off in game number 1.
Yep. Can't say I put a lot of time into Mage versus Druid. So we'll see how it goes, but my instinct is that if the Druid gives them any time at all, they're going to fold up very quickly. So nice looking hand for Magnolia at the top there already. Able to spend mana discovering. Yeah, just going to get straight through to that quest. I think Druid might already have a bit of an issue here.
Yeah, but the
a fast hand of their own.
Yeah, the opening hand for Chonsu is not too bad at all. Does have Brood Mother with the Trien, and then has that Wicker Fang, which can cause some issues for Mage, especially depending on how early Chonsu can get that up or chooses to get it up right. There's options of using a Coin or Innovate this turn, if you really want to put pressure on, but very likely going to take it slow. And we could see a very accelerated Wicker Fang. And then the big question is, will Magnolia be in a position to actually deal with it? Because Mage can deal with a couple of things, while it's getting going with the quest. But a Wicker Fang's a bit of a different conversation, right?
Yeah, it's built to sort of stop you from
relaxing,
full of 3/3s and 1/2s and stuff, and just chipping away for 7 and 12 and whatever comes next. It's not built for just removing a whole Colossal on what could be incredibly early. Wealth of choices for Chionsu here with the Amir Drasil as well. You can play that next turn and then Wicker Fang on 5 would be one way of doing things.
Yeah, there's just options, isn't there? Because one of the interesting factors as well with the Amir Drasil is you might not want to play minions into the mage this early because they can access removal, they can just sort of push them away. Whereas a Madrasil, not really interactable from your opponent, right? They can't really do much about it, and you are going to start getting that value. And when you've pressed it once, it's good value. But when you lock in for that second click, the second one feels like the high impact one, right? The 2 mana regen plus the minion and card draw.
Yeah, if there's any space for the minion, the way
True,
this turn's
true.
going, the way this game's going, there might not be space for it.
So Magnolia locking in these turns quick. Like that discover came as soon as end turn was pressed from Chonsu. Just Magnolia just ready to go. And I do feel like the players obviously who bring mage really have a feel for it, right? Like it's not the deck you bring if you're not used to the sort of patterns that you aim for with this and with these discovers. Obviously we see Magnolia now take his time over this choice, but it'll be more just thinking about the following turns and anything else.
Well, like you said, he locked in the start of the turn quickly, so now he can actually spend time on a difficult choice because he's got the time remaining. Whereas if you spend a lot of time on your first thing you do on the turn and you're thrown a curveball, sometimes you just end up with no time to do what you want to do. Which is why what you just said is true. Like you can't bring the mage to this tournament if you haven't got a lot of feel for how mage works. It's just not that trivial.
One of the differences we see in Chonsu's deck now, just enter the hand. There are 2 Underkings in this deck. This feels like a little bit more of the standard sort of pre-expansion build, whereas we have seen other players so far bring a little bit more of a different build with none of the Underkings. And in some matchups, you really want those Underkings, Surrender. Maybe this one isn't one of them in a lot of scenarios, but it is important to know that Chonsu does have 2 of them in the list.
Yeah, and it does depend how long the game goes as well. Like just relentless sort of big rushing things, even forgetting the armor, can be really relevant whilst you're trying to. If your opponent plays the very early weapon into stuff like this, then you do try and get through all of their weapon charge, and Underking buys you 1 or 2 of those. Well, I see some stuff slamming into some other stuff, I think.
Yep.
It's a technical description for those who don't understand, but yeah.
And we know the technical descriptions are the best descriptions, so it's
They
fine.
sure are.
Oh, my turn's almost over.
Rope is starting to burn, so we are just going to see what's available now. What is probably going to be one of the final choice here for Magnolia.
Yeah, again, happy to take his time when he's got time at the end of the turn with no mana on it. Yeah, that's Wicker Fang dealt with. Kind of. I'm going to argue that that's Wicker Fang dealt with.
I think that's the opposite of like the other side of Wicker Fang, where yes, it can be dealt with now. Like, oh, wait, that's pretty good actually. I didn't even see
It is
that
actually
gift. That's quite
ridiculous,
nice.
yeah.
But let's say it can be dealt with. It does have to be dealt with, right? So either
Just one.
it overruns the opponent and wins the game, or your opponent has to spend time and resources to deal with it because it cannot be left alone.
Yeah, it's so much stuff. When you play it, even when it's not this huge as this one is, your opponent tends to end up with 3 cards less and no board.
Right.
And then you just open to do whatever you're going to do next. And
Now this is the part of the game
Go.
where I go quiet and just let the weapon do its thing and just watch what happens.
Sure. Yeah. I think on this occasion, though, there's a lot more tricky. So I'm just looking at the Wimpy Worm that's now appeared for no reason.
Mm-hmm. The classic 2-mana Wimpy. Yep.
Like you do.
Oh, my turn's almost over.
Okay. Oddly enough, it's choosing to get rid of this absolute massive.
Look at just how
Quite
many hits it's
easily as
taken.
well.
Yeah, it did take up some resources, and the best part of all the mana, no Wimpy gonna land this turn as well.
Yeah, just saying, your 7/6 that's going to be an 8/7, you can have that because look at my board. This is a really nice tempo turn.
Also important because the location isn't off cooldown. The Bashara is not really gonna get anything done because there's going to be no mana spare to actually use the treants with the spells. So looks like there is some piece of removal though, or an Under King, but with the Ebb and Flow and the Wrath, it looks like there could still be a decent turn here for Chonsu, just picking apart parts of this board while still keeping something alive.
Yeah, I think that's fine, but I'm looking back at Magnolia's hand, and there is that Stonehill Defender in hand, which is often just here I've won.
Yeah.
It's not always that, but yeah. See what position Chonsu manages to get into at the end of this turn. Next turn, of course, is a big one for Chonsu. Draw 3 cards, 3 mana refresh. He's got 12 mana next turn. Of course, the Mirror and an extra board space and an extra minion. So this needs to be good for Magnolia, otherwise Chonsu, by choosing to play the Mirror early, is going to be in a fantastic position next turn.
Yeah, Magnolia not currently having access to any of the AoE board clears or even a Blizzard or something, right? We'll see what happens off this. Oh!
There you go, there's no AoE board clear, mate.
Mission accomplished. There we go. That's exactly what he was looking for, right? Because that's what you want to do. If you can build a board, you want to just delete your opponent's board, and then now you can pile on pressure. Wind Peak going to come down, deal a lot of damage, gain a little bit of armor as well for Magnolia. And now things are really going to get tricky for Chonsu. This is one of those long shots, I think, here for Chonsu, because there's just not much available for him.
No, he's a long way behind. The weapon's still on 4 on the other side, which is not where you want to be. You know, if you're in a bad position like this, you want that weapon to be on 1, and you're like, okay, last wave, just got to survive
home
this,
stretch.
and then I'm okay. But there's plenty more to come, as we can see, and as he will know. I don't even know where you start here, because you just want to press the mirror and see what your 3 cards are
Right.
at this point.
Honestly, it could even just be a Wrath and press, right? Just
that
something
well.
like that, right?
Just don't spend any mana on anything. Just get my 3 card. Just, you know, do something.
Okay, just gonna basically try and put up a taunt wall. Does have the Under King gain armor and make a little bit of a trade, but this is still not looking super clean. There's what, 8 damage to go through minimum here?
Yeah. What stuff are you getting here? Thanks.
A lot.
There's so much stuff. Ah. Yeah, she just sees that. It's like, oh my god, what's happening?
Yeah, a lot of removal. Still has that Raptor now as well, which can make things a little bit spicy.
Yeah, also, I just want to draw attention again to how Magnolia's pacing these turns. Doing all the stuff that he's thought about before the turn started. Now he's got a load of time left should he need to make a tricky decision at some point.
Huge buff on the board as well.
My turn's
Yep.
almost over.
2 charges left on the weapon, so 2 more goes for Magnolia.
Yeah. And plenty on the board still. And Chionsu's got one of those sort of awkward looking hands. Which I guess is going to be Ashana or bust pretty much here. He's got one of those awkward hands where he can only play 1 card out of it.
Right.
Because everything costs 6 and 7.
Let's see what's on offer. Typhoon.
Typhoon, there it is.
Does exist.
Life cycle.
There does need to, we can see there does need to be a hero power or armor or health gained for this to actually matter.
Yeah.
Because we can see the Scorching Winds in hand at a minimum, and that's not including anything from Discovers. Just Scorching plus hero power would do the job right now.
He's aware of the trouble he is in. What's plan B?
Time is of the essence.
Well, that needs to happen, right? The Typhoon always happens.
And he knows, right? Like, he knows that this is probably just not enough, but what else can you do?
Yeah. The
See the
problem here
resignation in
is
his face.
we're looking at exactly wins and ping, but there's so many damage options that it's not like, oh, if you armor up, you always live from hand there. It's like, that's just not true, right? There's like so many other things that could have done plenty of damage, so much extra mana as well. So I think it's Chonsu just went for the thing that, yeah, on the off chance that there isn't there, I gain more mana next turn, maybe there's a way to bring it back. So unfortunate one there for Chonsu, but well played from Magnolia, showing that he's very comfortable on that mage, which isn't too much of a surprise. He's played through a whole Swiss to get here, right? So it's a good start to this match, getting that mage over the line. And now there's just Hunter and Warrior, and I'd be feeling very confident indeed if I was Magnolia.
Yeah, me too, especially with there's the Hunter into the Rogue available, which is a nice matchup for you. The Warrior into the Shaman's pretty okay-ish. It's not actually that okay, but you know, the Warrior into anything's okay enough. And yeah, Chonsu's Rogue's got to get through there. Again, I keep saying that, you know, the Rogue's going to struggle today, in my opinion. Rogue's very good, and by struggle I mean, you know, lose slightly more than it wins, not it's going to just get stomped. But it doesn't like Hunter at all, so let's see what gets queued here.
Yeah, just taking a look now. It does look like it's potentially going to be the Hunter going up against the Druid once again. That can be a little bit tricky because the Hunter can pump out a ton of damage. Like, I've played Hunter a lot, and I don't think there's any matchups that you're overly concerned about as Hunter. Your job's kind of the same in most instances. However, Druid has that ability to, if they get the ramp early and then they start not only putting up big stats on board, which really can hinder how much damage Hunter can do, but also there, as we saw, there are the Underkings for Chonsu, so there's armor gain, there's regeneration, and as Hunter you kind of want that damage permanence to be able to really plan out what you can do. So we'll just have a quick look and see how this is going. Oh, interesting. Just checking the Hunter list, there's 2 Platysaurs in there, which is something I've not personally played too much of. I do just like arcane shots most of the time, so we'll see how that one pays out. But yeah, let's see how it goes. We've got Chonsu going to be on that Druid once more, Magnolia on the Hunter.
Yeah, I've seen Platysaur in quite a few builds, but like you, I prefer to, you know, just play the other builds. I've been playing no arcane shots, but I've been playing sort of the maxi build where I thought, you know, I'll put a Viper in to see how much it hurts when I'm playing it on ladder and that sort of thing. So you can afford the Viper spot. And spoilers, you can. You probably shouldn't, by the way, on that. But you can definitely get away with it.
Okay, Magnolia getting some damage nice and early with Wound Prey down. This 1-1 relatively safe against the early turns from Druid. But look at this hand from Chonsu. There's ramp as far as the eye can see. A Midra still available, going to be quite nice as well. The only sort of downside is whenever you do ramp turns like this, your trade-off is the Hunter can just send tripwires to face, right? And that's the little bit of fear. But as I said, a Midra under King available as well. Not too bad as far as I can tell.
Yeah. I mean, these turns are one of the reasons I play a little bit less Druid sometimes. Like, I have to, turn 1, I have to plan out when do I play my 7th.
Yeah.
It's so difficult sometimes. But yeah, he's concluded that just get a Midra on turn 3 will be fine, thank you very much. Oh, and I'm going to draw into the so much easier.
The one of Briarspawn Drake being drawn on the surface looks bad, but with 2 tame pets in hand, card draw isn't going to be too much of a problem. And also the important factor with that Drake is Magnolia now has an activator for Earthen Roar for pretty much the whole game until he decides, or until he potentially lethals with the Agamagam and Briarspawn Drake combo, which means that these big chunky minions that Druid can put out and cause a big headache for Hunter, as long as you can get hold of an Earthen Roar at the right time, are kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, it's so much. And the Earthen Roar will pop up. There's one of the reasons playing Platysaur, I think, is to get even more card draw in this deck. You draw so much anyway with the location and the card you said, as well, Tame Pets. But if you've got the Platysaur as well, you're just going through the deck. I know in your case you don't go through the deck because you kill people on turn 4 and don't worry about the deck.
My deck, it's just tripwires all the way down.
Yeah, it's a lot of tripping.
Do you see the Midra come down now and start to just get cooking? And speaking of which, there's one.
another play. You're not a big fan of this 1/1 appearing from the Meadowsill, giving your opponent just one of their cards. Usually it's a fantastic one to see because your opponent's like going to have nothing. But in Druid, turns out they can use it. Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's always Wound Prey as the follow-up because the Platysaur, especially with the hand like this, Magnolia just wants to play it the turn he can play the card that he draws, right? You really don't want to just lose cards with this, or you want it to hit tripwires and then suddenly you feel a little bit better about it. So yeah, I imagine that's going to be held. And Chonsu does have a dragon playable right now, and does also have Innovate if he wants to get the Underking out nice and early. There's a few options. The problem with that is the Naralax plus Innovate next turn. Oh wait, no. There won't be enough, right? Yeah, because this was a double proc of the aura, so next turn will be 6 again. Yeah, so maybe it is just get the Underking out. Okay, going for Time Reaver.
Something that happened with the older Face Hunter into this Druid was it should be a fantastic matchup. It's Face Hunter into Druid, of course it's good, but actually the Druid would just mess around with enough taunts and enough health gain that Face Hunter wasn't really favoured into it. But the options you've just laid out a moment ago for this version of Face Hunter with the contraband kills, with the Drake finish if needed, it's so much better into decks like this now.
It's interesting as well because Confront will double Tame as well as a double Wound Prey as well. But there's also just, do you want to confront this turn, or do you want to trade a couple of these rats in maybe, or start with the Platysaur? So if you start with Platysaur and draw an Earthen Roar, maybe you go that way, right? There's so many options of how you manage the card draw here. It's kind of interesting. Triumph, not a bad pickup here. You can double trade the rats for more card draw, finish with the Triumph, and still have some mana to spare.
Just going to quickly mention as well, like, there's a lot of players you'll see today who have qualified either for the next Masters Tour or for World Championships, which allows people to sort of drop down and other people to qualify. There's going to be a lot of players watching today with a chance of qualifying sort of through the back door. And the one thing as a viewer you need to remember is the same number of players always have to come from the same format. So today we're putting 12 players through. 12 players have to come through from this format, and so on.
Go forth on swift wings.
Naming them all will lead to mistakes and errors, so I'm not going to, but yeah.
Just know it'll be fine.
It will be fine.
We are going to see Ysera probably come down this turn now alongside. Now it's only costing the 1. But Magnolia made a very interesting play there. Instead of dealing with the minion and sort of buying the time a little bit, he chose to just say, you know what, actually, let's go full face. At worst, if the rat gets cleared, he's going to draw an additional card. But he got the Triumph to the face, started going fast, and it's saying, okay, you have to defend now. And even with this turn, Chonsu's not been able to defend that well. Right, there's a lot of health on the board now, as I mentioned, which will be a big deal if there's going to be no Earthen Roar. Okay, yeah, now's probably the time. Yeah, maybe you start with the rat, okay.
Have a look what's happening, make a bit of space.
Start with tracking. I like this.
Yeah.
Ooh, you probably don't go Tripwire, right? Probably go Shovel.
That would make sense, because then you've got a shovel at the end of the turn, assuming you're playing your Tolvir, which you are. Yeah.
Gonna equip Shovel first? Interesting.
Yeah, equip first, because then the Tolvir re-equips it, triggers the tripwire, and then you can swing at the end of the turn with more information as to what you're going to do, right?
Yes, but do you want that to happen? Because it's going to trigger a tripwire when there's like 1 million health on board. Was the only thing I'm considering.
Right, I think you might as well trigger it. Like, the game's not going too many more turns. You might as well see what face damage you can get from it and see if you kill a minion or two. Sure.
There's Earthen Roar. Unfortunately, a little bit late to the party. It's probably just going to be send everything face. The rope spin. That is the thing with this deck. If you start chaining this, it can take a while to just happen. So you have to be very on it with what exactly you want to do. You want to like pre-aim these wound prey minions as well. I did end up going with the trade with the weapon because I assumed the last hyena just wasn't there fast enough to lock in the play.
Yeah, he also probably pointed the weapon at everything to see if anything had the death symbol above it to see if it was going to die, rather than actually knowing that was going to happen. I might be wrong, but given how much time there was,
that's likely. That's likely. Yeah.
Just went with that.
Oh, there is now the combo. For those of you wondering why the Drake's in there, the King of the Underbelly has a couple of other minions, but the important one right now is Agamagan. So you can get that. You play normally, you try and play King on 6, Agamagan becomes 7, and then you play Agamagan and then have the Briarspawn Drake to push 10 for the damage from playing it to your opponent. And then, of course, the Drake attacks at the end of the turn as well for a huge amount of burst. So I think with that pickup, and the Drake obviously being in hand all game, Magnolia has a really good option here. There's the Earthen Roar that's going to hit both of these targets to make them 1 health. Then you can go King, get the Agamagam, and then try and push from there.
Yeah, and especially now you've got the second roar. When you've only got the 1, you sometimes just hold it to make sure your Drake does a guaranteed 11. No, you've got both of them, yeah.
Almost certainly, yeah, there's the Agamagam, yeah. Done. Earthen Roar comes out. Yeah, this is about as good a setup as it gets.
It really is.
Yeah, second Earthen
As long
Roar
as
is
you
going
play
to be
the
really
cards in the right order next turn, Raven.
nice. Yes.
What you don't want to do is play Agamagam and then Earthen Roar and then wonder why your Briarspawn Drake costs 10.
Yeah.
Don't do that. I don't know where I had that idea come from.
I was just going to say, to be fair, Lorinda, who does that? And then realised,
It's me. I've done it once.
This might
even
be an
knew what-
anecdote.
I'd done it correctly beforehand and then just, now I know what I'm doing. I'm just going to throw these 3 cards out here. Oh, unlucky.
This is where my simple brain pays off, because I just go, oh, big number. Cool. And then just press it straight away.
Yeah. Yeah, Earthen Roar into Amagagam, which I cannot say, into Briarspawn Drake.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
almost always lethal. 21 damage if you can make it guaranteed to hit a 1 health minion, which with this board looks like you're going to be able to. He's just got a lot of turn left yet.
Yeah, the heal and that is a big deal, right? Just getting the heal down, putting some big minions in the way. Because if this doesn't literally end, then you don't really want the Briarthorn Drake to die, right? So you really now Magnolia's going to have to set up to make this Briarthorn Drake as powerful as possible, because this is now a very relevant amount of health, very relevant amount of armor, and it's not even finished yet. Yeah, maybe another taunt and heal come down. What a turn!
Very strong chance that both of the weird decks are going to go through. Nothing weird about Mage and Druid, you know what I mean? Sylvanas only on 2 damage, otherwise that would have been an amazing pickup.
There is still an option
Double
of
roar.
well, there's. I was even looking at what tracking into one of the other sisters would achieve, because there's tracking into another sister, then there's Earthen Roar, and then other sister Sylvanas, which could just fully clear the board, right? Pretty easily. Still push damage. It means you wouldn't have the Earthen Roar for specifically the Agamagam turn, but if you're not going to get it done anyway, who cares if you've got it or not, right?
Yeah. I was wondering if he might...
Oh, it's going to go for it, okay. We'll try out as much as possible. This is quite... Okay, no, this is fine. There's nothing in the deck, right? Yeah. This was... I'm not sure if this was...
I'm not keen on it.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. The problem with this, or not the problem with this play, but the reason this feels rough is because you have to lock into this. There's no other options, right? Because the Agamagam costs 7, the Earthen Roar costs 1. So you can't tracking first to see what you're going to see, and then decide. You do one or the other, right? You cannot do both. So that's why it looks a little bit rough. But I did like fishing for sister. There's not that many cards left in the deck.
Let's do some counting quickly. I think
it looks like it, right?
At the face,
yeah.
so
It's approximately 1,000 damage. So yeah, Chonsu going to take the victory in this one. And we've witnessed in history here for the first time today, not a 3-0. Magnificent.
Not a 3-0, but the remaining decks are just the normal decks again. Got rid of the silly mages and druids that we don't understand. Now we're back to the normal decks.
Yeah.
Joking aside, the decks this tournament have been, very much the same for. So fun to see these two.
Yeah, I will go back to that. I do think that's that last turn. I don't know what world happened where that ended up being a positive for Magnolia, right? Going for the Agamagam. I just can't see the trades that happen that make that work. I guess the argument is Chonsu just doesn't have lethal on the backswing and you just keep going, right? That is completely reasonable. But I don't know. I think I would have gone fishing personally, but maybe that's just me being a bit adventurous.
Maybe he's saying, I'm going to put as much damage into you as I can now, and then next turn I'm going to draw my other tripwire that I haven't played yet, and tracking into that and do lots, 15 you somehow, and things will work out. Maybe that was his vision.
Yeah. Sottle's mentioned about the earthen roars being used. That is completely true, but there was still a confront as well. So that would have still replayed some earthen roars. It is adventurous. I think it was a tough spot at that point. I think Chonsu's setup turn into that was really good. 1 second is under tons of pressure and is on relatively low health for the druid, but then suddenly full board, big taunts in the way, tons of armor, tons of health. I think it's the exact turn at the exact time, so I think Chonsu did really, really well into that. But you are right, we've got basically the 4 meta decks right now left over between these two players. We've got the Hunter, the Shaman, the Rogue, and the Warrior as we get into our game number 3. Hunter again on the top 4, Magnolia, and Chonsu jumping over to this Shaman.
Yeah, and I like the Shaman in this matchup. I think this is, I think I like Shaman. I could say that, and I wouldn't even look at the top and say I like Shaman into this matchup, in this meta. But particularly into the Hunter, I think the Shaman just gets a little bit too much too early. Quite often the Hunter just can't get enough damage to go for that win condition.
Yeah.
And Shaman just sort of can sometimes even ignore the Hunter minions and go face. But sometimes they just play the Storm Fury for 5 mana and gain 1,000 health and the game ends.
Yeah, I think in my experience, your win condition against Shaman feels way more specific than a lot of the other classes, where you want the stuff like like the Triumphs and things like that, right? You want early earthen roars, I think, for tempo or to keep up with tempo, to just note what like the 5/5 that everyone keeps hold of and so on. You want those to just be really fast and really quick, or you want your opponent to just not start off with loads of minions, right? And not get that super fast start. However, Chonsu does have mountain map and location good to go.
Yeah, I do think that double tripwire in Magnolia's hand could end up being very interesting. One of the ways you beat Shaman as well. Yeah, they get a small minion and a big minion down really quickly, and you just go, here's 15 early damage, and I'll work it out now. And like you say, finish it off with the Triumphs and stuff. As you just... Map missed, kind of.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you really in this scenario wanted the 3 cost to be able to play out.
Very hard to miss on 3s. I was talking to you earlier about, I'm not sure what the odds on 2s are, but I think they're a little bit worse than other people think. But missing on a 3 is not easy. There's a lot of 3s in the game.
Yeah, and the combination, right? I think that's the big thing. It feels rare to map on turn 2 and not have a playable, right? Like just somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Magnolia in a pretty good spot. Not seeing anything just thrown out super early minion-wise, I think is a very nice bonus on the Hunter here.
It's a massive deal. If you look at the hand here from Chionsu, if that was a 1-drop which drew another minion, next turn he presses the button, plays another minion, suddenly he's got 2 big minions down, and then he can even Ascendance 1 or 2 minions the turn after that. It doesn't have to be a lot against Hunter. If you've just got a couple of things that aren't going to die, the Hunter can't wipe out many things at all. He's reliant on the face. And so
this
that's going to have a massive knock-on.
Yeah, just basically a plain 4/5, right? For anything we need to know. So yeah, basically a plain 4/5 here for Magnolia to deal with. It is going to get Vrisa down as the pickup off the top, which is again, sort of irrelevant for the buff, more relevant for just proccing and buffing Sylvanas a little bit later on. Now things start to snowball as there's just a 6/6 on the board.
I'm sad that Hex Marshal doesn't like Hex people.
Hmm.
6 mana
that's fair.
6/6, Hex an enemy minion. That's what it should be. It'd be a bit strong, but you know, everything's a bit strong.
This is where things get a little bit interesting. I think tracking for the second Triumph could be something to keep an eye on here. Because he could track, he could equip the shovel, swing, and set up for the tripwires next turn, and still play the a Triumph if he wanted, just to get it procced.
What turn are you trying to win on here as the Hunter? 7?
3. But,
I mean,
we'll
from
be on
this
that point.
spot now, yeah. Yeah, you haven't already won, you might be in trouble, yeah.
Yes. It's so tricky because it really depends what's coming out of this tracking next turn.
Well, that's kind of why I asked. It's like you've got to, you know, plot.
Well-
how am I going to win? What are the card? What outs do I need? Because you're dying by turn 7, I think.
Well, that's the thing, and that's what's kind of interesting is Magnolia's playing pretty aggressive because that's what his hand's sort of giving him to do. Hunter's aggressive anyway, has Triumph, has some card draw. But if you get access to Agamemnon curve, then suddenly you can do stuff on turn 7, right? To actually just hard end the game. But that very much depends. You need to play the legendary on 6 to make that happen. Earthen Raw, not a bad pickup.
Is it though? I mean, it's not, but yeah.
Well, the important thing
space
here
in
is
life.
the swing of the weapon's going to proc a tripwire. So
Okay.
you'd rather Earthen Roll this 7 health, right? Get
Yeah.
that gone and just have the
That was
tripwire
all.
try and do more damage to the face. To the old
Sure.
dome. This is going to be tripwire into trip. Yeah, okay. There's one. There is a low. I think there's still 3. Let me check. Should have had my eye on this.
This egg might end up being pretty disgusting, actually, with Ascendance on it as well. Into tripwires.
Yeah, I think there's still 3 tripwires in the deck. Okay, now 2 tripwires in the deck. As in the autocast ones.
Uh-huh. Tripwires, I think. Like the beast tripwire would be tripped beast tripwire, which I can't say, obviously. I can't say any words.
I'm just checking. Yeah, tripped arcane tripwire.
Yeah, there you go.
Which, you know, thanks for that, Blizzard. Like,
What should we call this tripped tripwire? There you go.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just say what it does.
yep, say what you see. We do see the elemental available to freeze, but again, freeze not super powerful here. There is only 5 damage needed.
Yeah.
So, just a quick lethal glance question mark.
C4. Everyone can C4.
Yeah, I don't see anything else here.
Yeah, lifesteal, and just hope you don't die from 14. Oh, he's gonna draw
Yeah,
first.
it's got to go
I think.
card
Is he gonna
draw
afford to? He
maybe.
can't afford to. No, he can't.
No,
afford
no
to.
mana. Yeah, okay. Yeah, lifesteal feels correct here. Only 4 though, definitely not a lot.
I mean, I agree, but also I'd much rather be on 14 than 10 here against a hunter. Like,
Oh yeah. Well, also it's
huge
just
difference.
it's the pressure of if you literally don't kill the elemental or Chonsu at this point. Well, the attack from the elemental. Who cares about the hunter's health? Even the 1 attack for 7 healing is huge. There is glacial to freeze, but no mana to do that and trip. Not looking good there for Magnolia.
Well, it's looking better than it was when most of those shots went to the face a moment ago. If you're gonna get it done this turn, that was the way to start it, but you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think there's any. You may as well press this, but I can't think of any beast. Yeah, that one definitely not. That actually achieves anything relevant here. So it looks like Chonsu gonna get the Shaman over the line with plenty of damage to spare and enough health knocking around. Gonna go up to a 2-1 lead in this match, and that is often how the matchup goes, there's just too much stuff for Shaman to deal with, right? Sorry, for Hunter to deal with. The minions just start getting a bit oppressive. The health on the minions is a problem. We already saw the Earthen Roar come down to try and reduce some of that down, but then guess what? There's more where that came from, especially with the death rattles regenerating them. So definitely a tough one for Magnolia, who's going to be struggling on this Hunter just a little bit. Now Chonsu's just down to Rogue with 2 goes in this one to go through to probably Chonsu's 800th Masters Tour at this point,
It's
because
so
I feel like
many.
he's
I know
just
you're-
there. Yeah.
You expect me to know these things. I normally would, but I don't know. It's all of them.
Yeah, it's the easy number. All.
All Masters Tours. Yeah. He's been around for so long at a high level. And getting better, I think, as well. Like some of the high level players are so high level they just stay the same. But Chonsu he was always good, and over the years he's just getting better and better as he puts more time in. And he seems to just love playing all the time.
Yeah, 100%. We can see as well, or at least I can see, I just lied to everyone. I can see that it looks like it's going to be Warrior versus Rogue. So Magnolia taking a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather from the Hunter. They're going to be queuing up that Warrior here. And I'm just going to triple check. I am 99% sure it is Dragon Warrior. But knowing me, the time I say it's Dragon Warrior, it's actually Egg. No, it's Dragon Warrior. Okay, good to know. So yeah, it's going to be the Dragon Warrior versus the Rogue. I know you've played a good chunk of Rogue. How do you feel about this matchup?
And I played a good chunk of Rogue quite badly. I think that Rogue is just unfavoured into the 3 main decks. And I'm excited to see sort of good players navigating the matchups better. But I do think this Warrior deck, when it gets even a half-decent draw, is favoured against Rogue. But that's what you need as the Rogue, is the Vanessa.
Yeah, even just the whole hand right now is just like, hey, those are the good Rogue cards, or at least a good Mulligan Rogue set of cards anyway.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see. Yeah,
Was that full key? Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, I like that because it kind of just, you've got your Bucky available just on curve. You've got your turns to prepare Vanessa, and then Shadow is just feels always good, right? It's just always there, always available for whatever you decide to use it up for. And then once you've got Vanessa prepared, the rest of the game sort of, you know, at least value-wise, sorts itself out, right?
Yeah, because you tend not to keep the Troublemaker in a lot of environments. But if you can, you want to. Obviously, you want to. Everyone looking at me saying, well, why don't you keep it? Well, because it's no good if you're dead and you're playing it on turn 3 to kill 2 1/1s. Like, you know, you have to have something going on. But if you can afford to keep it with a hand like this, yeah, go ahead, keep it.
On the other side, though, Magnolia, not with a terrible hand either, does have the Whelp available, does have a couple of turns to fill, has the location for 3, but not much else going on till turn 4. Oh, well, that definitely helps.
And everything. Love it. Turn 1, lovely hand, do nothing. Because obviously you want to get the better Vanessa set up.
Yeah, I will say this is a matchup where I feel like the Warrior can struggle to refill if the Rogue has one of those pop-off turns and does clear up the board. Normally, Warrior's not good at like waves of minions. They just keep plopping down oppressive minions one after another. But if you do like a full clear of the early turns build up, I think Warrior can struggle just a little bit.
Yeah, the Warrior deck for me has been a little inconsistent, right? Sometimes it just comes out there, you get a Mother Duck, you win the game. And sometimes you don't get a Mother Duck and you don't get anything else to do very early, and your 1 or 2 bits and pieces get picked off and suddenly you're behind. But overall, it's incredibly powerful, obviously.
So I'm just thinking now as well, because you do have to really consider how many attacks you can let your opponent have, right? Because of the teeth. Why have I forgotten? A Warp Tooth, obviously. Because of Warp Tooth as well, right? You don't want to just hand your opponent easy early procs, especially as Rogue.
Yes. Also, just working out when you're going to Vanessa, because this hand is so ludicrous. I think you just do it now.
Yeah, prep Vanessa trade.
You're so amused by the simple things in life, aren't you, Raven?
Yeah.
Double troublemaker. That's going to be great. I mean, you're not wrong.
Look, if it's a card that just says throw stuff at your opponent until you win, that's a good card, right?
It's the most.
That's basically what Troublemaker's text is, right? And this is where it gets a little bit tricky.
Knife juggling,
Oh yeah. So it gets a little bit trickier because the board hasn't snowballed for Magnolia. Yes, there's a 5/8 elusive on the board, great, but it's one minion. That's the problem, right? Like, normally you'd want the board built up by now for the Warriors so that this is like even more pressure, but it's a single minion that's gonna just, yeah, it can make one attack per turn, and that's the way it is. Whereas now Chonsu can start building up a huge board. Does get benefit from this Archdruid as well with that Death Rattle coin, which is kind of nice. And this is just a go, go, go kind of turn, right? There's still a flash in hand as well.
Yeah, I think he might be trying to work out which of his own minions he might have to backstab at this point.
Yeah.
So much silly. Ooh, silly. He's playing all the ones with 2s on them as well.
Oh my god.
Oh, and I'll have a little.
Yeah, like look at this, turn 4.
Surely. No dragon in my hand. So unlucky.
You just chill. And that's the problem, right? Like, yeah, Slither Strake's great. And even this Wind Peak follow-up, yeah, it's great. It's 2 minions total. Right? Like, this is probably gonna have to be a Duck turn, right? Especially
Duck to
the
get
torch
some 3/3s.
Yeah, the torches are actually very nice. I was so obsessed with the minions, I didn't even notice the torch already in hand. So yeah, Ducks plus torch equals good.
Yeah, it can clear a lot of this board.
But that's the problem, right? This is like the 1-2 punch, maybe 1-2-3 punch that Rogue actually has. But look at this turn, fantastic for Chonsu. Even if it gets cleared, well, we can see that there's 2 Troublemakers that have just been buffed a lot. We can see the counters on the right, like nothing crazy buffs-wise, but a good amount of buffs, especially having 2 of them. And the Jades in hand as well. And there's more where that came from. So there's still a good response here for Chonsu, even after all of these trading shenanigans that come right now.
Yeah, it's just a lot though. Like, Magnolia just says, you know what, I can't deal with all this stuff and trade for it. I'm just going to hit you for 11 and tell you to do something about it. Which I think Chonsu probably will, to be fair.
Yeah. And for anyone who's getting
there was pretty good trades available there.
There was. I'm getting visually overwhelmed by all the icons on the right side of the screen. The main ones to look at are the 2 in the middle that are identical. Well, one says 5, one says 4, and then the one in the top right, which is the Jade counter as well. The others from other classes, slightly less important. Not completely, but slightly.
At least currently.
Yeah. Yeah, not 100% ignorable, but mostly. So I can see one of them come down now. There's still the 4-block on the other one. And that's it, right? If you can clear up this board while still retaining a huge board presence, then why not?
Dragons invincible.
Choose soon.
Could go for the 3-1 and the 2-3 trade into this, just to keep it clean. Keep the 4-5 on full health, like Torch exists, right? Yeah, I like this a lot. Just made the board as awkward as possible, and once again, good push by Magnolia, got a lot of work done, but because the Troublemakers in hand early from Chonsu, because of the turn from Vanessa earlier on, it's just such a big deal. And there's still the Jade Guardians available. Not massively buffed quite yet, but still good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. If one of the Troublemakers was on 5, that's at least 5, so you can play an 8-drop next turn. But other things will happen between now and then anyway. It's absolutely fine as it is.
The Soldier, is that the best he's got, I think so. Double Battle Cry. Oh, not going to play it though.
When you've used up your walkthrough options and you're behind on board, Dragon Warrior does struggle to get back without using a lot of resources.
And that's the thing, right? If you're pushed off board, you are kind of just pressing one thing a turn. And that's what I said right at the start of the game.
You did.
Where you if you don't keep hold of it, you can be in real trouble because you're like we saw the Slither Drake come down, but that on its own on a board isn't going to keep up with what Rogue can do, as we saw. And same again, why Chonsu has been comfortable to use the troublemakers to clear up the board and retain his own board presence is because, yeah, he just knows he's going to win because Dragon Warrior just can't put out that much pressure or have any of those sort of miracle-esque turns that we see from other classes, like Hunter, like Rogue, like Shaman, to be fair.
Not quite lethal here. Kind of up there.
Yeah, there's also Rite of Twilight that can change some scenarios. Again, just happy to just clear up.
Yeah, shouldn't be able to take 14 for a Dragon Warrior on turn 7,
nice.
right? And so it's a 2-turn lethal.
Can probably rewind those.
Might just be tempted to keep the mend to play around a torch or something. He's just gonna have a think about that, I think. Think make a trade and then just mend whatever it is, and then the torch can't get him, and then his board's there.
Okay.
He's not even going to bother because he wants to, so that's even better. But yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. And now once again, if we look at this, there's 2 torches playable, but obviously only one that can actually be used. And there's Wind Peak, which is going to gain the 5. There's Location and Weapon Swing. So there's options here for Magnolia. It will gain a good chunk of armor, but we can see as well that these Jade Guardians are just getting more and more towards shenanigan level buffs.
Yeah, it needs to work out if he wants to torch first, then press the button and do 6, or if he wants to press the button and get 2 useful torches on top of his 5 that he's going to do here.
Yeah. So Wind Peak onto the 6-5, very clean, makes complete sense.
So now he'll torch the 1-2, I believe, which will give him 6 shots, and then he'll probably torch the 3-3, which keeps him alive.
Makes sense to me. Unless all the shots go face. Imagine.
Like they did a minute ago, Neil.
Yeah, 6 to face, go.
Or he can press the button first and just leave the 1-2 there and have 2 torches, hopefully on bigger things.
Pressing the button first would terrify me.
Yeah, it
I think
seems
I think you have to torch first. Like 3 could just go all face or hit like the 1-1
Oh,
and 2
just
to
killed
face.
everything.
Yeah, that is insane. Still gonna have to use the
Control over
torch.
his missiles.
Yeah, good clean clear up here. Good amount of health as well. But Chonsu still has plenty of pressure to pull out, right? Still has stuff
I'm
to pull
just
the trigger on.
amused. Every time you've said anything in this match, correctly, by the way, you just got but at the end of it, because there's always more where it
Yeah,
came
yeah,
from,
exactly,
whatever it is.
exactly.
There's just always some more.
It's like, what is it, like improv? The improv thing where it's like this and...
Yeah. This, but...
Well, it sounds like something else, Lorinda, but we won't go there.
That's a good
Jade
point.
Guardians still available. Massively discounted now.
Yeah, I think this just counts them to 0. I could be wrong. I think they're on 1, and this is the reason he's thinking now. Because get them to
Yeah,
0
that should be
and have
right, yeah.
Kingslayer.
Yeah, that's 8. And the winner is... Okay, Hogger and Moarg. Not too bad. It's big taunts in the way, which is fantastic. Especially because you've seen the torch get used a couple of times, right? Which means it's not as hard hitting. Still very good card, but it has that reduced damage removal from the torch being used already.
I might not have swung there. Because they're guaranteed to get the king, which they're guaranteed to get next turn again if they get rid of it. But if they are in trouble, I guess 3 mana is so much. If he cycles it, who cares? Yeah, okay. Sure. Change my mind.
They're not guaranteed to get the king, right?
Oh, they could have got the 10-10.
It's Hogger.
Sure.
So I think the double swing might be that guarantees the king, or they get the king this turn and have to spend
Sure.
3
The
mana
two
to
swings
do
do
nothing.
guarantee it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't process that Hogger's in the deck.
Yeah, Hogger
'Cause I'm
does his
lucky enough
job
to never draw
at
it.
the
yeah.
beginning, right? Like, doesn't need to do anything else. I'm gonna wipe the weapon.
Is running out.
Yeah, that looks like a keep. Oh no, wait, it was the minion only, right? Ooh, 4-2 though.
No one will take me from my throne.
And this just doesn't look like it's going to be good enough here. Tons of damage available, huge board presence, and wave after wave of pressure, ticking all 3 of the major rogue boxes here. Chonsu going to take the victory, not only this game, but this match. And once more, Lorinda, Chonsu qualifies to a Masters Tour in one of 18 different ways he was qualified to already or not. So again, Chonsu just does super well. Absolutely fantastic player as always. And just has to be at every Masters Tour and major Hearthstone tournament that exists, because that's just what I feel is tradition at this point.
Yeah, it's incredible, right? He even won sort of some of the things right back in sort of 2018 on the tour stops and stuff like that. He was just everywhere and just won't go away. Just harassing people and beating them for years. It's going fantastically for Chonsu. And you were one of the players who sort of got on the Chonsu bus very early as well. To be fair, one of the casters.
Yeah, one of the few people,
bus.
one of the few players I haven't caster cursed out of the game at this point. Does keep winning, so that's always positive overall. But yeah, huge congratulations to Chonsu, and that, I believe, is going to wrap up our Asia Pacific coverage for this region, which means we're moving on to Europe next. So we've got plenty more Hearthstone coming up for the rest of the day. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
back, everyone, after a rapid-fire APAC portion. We are going to move over to Europe with Shard versus Noob User. And speaking of Noob Users, I am joined, of course, by Pocket Train. Pocket, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going well. I'm really enjoying the fast pace of the game so far. It doesn't really relent. It's always moving forward. It's nice. I'm not one for a slow grindy series. I like getting in, getting the job done, getting out, and I think the players today have looked sharp. They've some unfortunate draws from some of the players getting 3-0'd, but I think the players that are winning are showing a lot of very assured play to capitalize on those situations, and we've got some fantastic additions to the Masters Tour so far.
Yeah, even the Egg Warrior games that we had the decency for the Egg Warrior to just entirely brick every single game, despite having essentially 4 copies of Egg in your deck now and just not being able to draw one. But yeah, you can look at the EMEA bracket. We are kicking things off, as mentioned, with that Noob User versus Shard. But those two aside, a lot of the recurring names that we are used to seeing, as I mentioned earlier, Inkura versus Renman coming up, and then Diz Demon back again, Pocket. Who is this guy?
He's unstoppable in playoffs. It's like he can't be beaten until he's 1 match away from Worlds. It's the tragedy of Diz Demon, but he's fantastic. Maverick as well. I think he won the playoffs earlier this year as well. So it'll be interesting to see those two against each other. I'm sure Solari won't be thrilled to have 2 of their own against each other. They would have liked to have them both in, but at least for their sakes, one of them is guaranteed to qualify to the MT.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's kind of the monkey's paw situation where, like, okay, well, you've got 2 representatives here in the first place. That's great. They're facing each other. That kind of sucks. But then, as you say, that is the way that you can guarantee having one to go through to the main event tournament coming up. So interesting stuff, to say the least. But an excellent looking top 8 overall for Europe. Deck-wise, much of the same of what we have been seeing so far. Particularly for our opening series, I think, when there is a discrepancy in the Hunters. But outside of that, not too much difference. But I was going to mention, I did check the spreadsheet on this one in advance, and got the news that this is a double Shaman ban. Now,
yes,
I brought this up at the start of the day, that from what I heard talking to some of the top players in Europe specifically, they were saying the correct ban in this situation is Warrior. Not everyone seems to agree with that. That surprised me, because I personally feel like Warrior is the weaker of the 4 decks coming into this. Can you explain, because obviously I know, but can you explain to the dear viewers at home why you would be doing that, Pocket?
Yeah, so I do think it's very, very much on a knife edge, and I was scouting through these two's bans beforehand to check, are they banning Warrior, are they banning Shaman, and both of them were banning the Shaman on site pretty much. And but I do think in this series, I do think the Warrior has probably a slightly more polarized, better time against the Rogue and the Hunter than the Shaman does. I in my opinion, it's a fairly new meta, and with quite high power level decks that can just get wins and sort of trend towards a 50% win rate against each other is quite kind of up for debate always. It's going to be difficult to actually definitively prove either way, but I would say that the Warrior has a slightly better matchup against both the Hunter and the Rogue, while being probably worse against the Shaman itself. But if you're assuming one of those two to get banned, if you've got your Warrior in there against Hunter and Rogue, I think you're happy with that, and the Rogue and the Hunter are slightly better against Shaman while also being unfavored against both.
And is what you're saying true with both Hunters? Because obviously we've got one fast Hunter, one contraband Hunter. Does that change anything in terms of the Warriors?
I wouldn't say drastically enough. I mean the contraband thing is not a huge change to the deck. I would say, like, it's essentially the King of the Underbelly is the biggest change. Actually, looking at these lists, I'm talking complete nonsense. It is fairly different actually. With the faster Hunter, I would say probably has a slightly better time against Warrior and worse time against Shaman, so that does actually potentially tilt the ban. So I don't mind that so much from Noob User. Shard, in that position, I would probably still be angling towards Warrior ban personally. But as I said, it is very much on the knife edge. It's a ban that can certainly go either way. So personal preference might come into it with these two.
Mm-hmm. And so while we are just waiting to get into this one, not sure if we do have a delay with the players. Obviously, with the speed things have gone past, I would not be surprised if a player or two has been told a check-in time that might not necessarily be accurate, but hopefully we'll be getting things started. But while we're here, let me get my personal bugbear out, see how you feel about it. How do you feel about Dragon Warrior in this meta? Because the last game that we watched, to me, it really encapsulates my experience with Dragon Warrior in this meta, where, yeah, there are a bunch of games where you do powerful things, you warp wing, you run away with the game, but I feel like when either Shaman or Rogue do their fast thing, it's faster than Dragon Warrior's fast thing.
Yes.
And then your duck just half clears their turn that was much better than yours. And then the rest of their deck is significantly better than yours after that point.
Yeah.
So I really struggle to see how Dragon Warrior picks up consistent wins in those matchups.
My estimation of the Dragon Warrior is, whereas the Shaman and the Rogue have much better power spikes, of course, the Dragon Warrior just sort of exists as a decent power level, fairly consistent deck. Like, it will pretty much always do the same kind of thing. So it has a sort of flat, fairly stable source of picking up some wins. Like, you expect it to pick up a win somewhere across the series. Like, if your opponent draws badly, your Dragon Warrior will get through because it will consistently do its thing. It's not like the Egg Warrior that we saw earlier that will just brick and just fall apart. The Dragon Warrior will it'll make a board. It'll curve out pretty much every single game. So if your opponent, like the Shaman or the Rogue, has a bit of a slow, clunky start, which is possible, then the Dragon Warrior can get through there. But yeah, as you said, if they draw their decent hand, which will probably happen more than 50% of the time, they should just be too fast for the Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, and that is my fear, and maybe I have just run into that with a disproportionately high number of outcomes. I have just got word that the players are at least seated on camera. They're accounted for. They're doing their pre-game tests, so it should not be very long before we get into this. But I would not be surprised either. You mentioned to me if Shard needed the extra rest overnight, 'cause apparently he had an even longer day than anyone else, having to play the extra series on a tiebreaker. Somewhat fortunate to be here on the 5-1 record and having to play the extra game.
Yeah, so with the way the Swiss broke down, I think there were 2 people on 6 and 0, one of which being Noob User himself here, and then everyone else who qualified for top 8 was on a 5-1 record, but that didn't cleanly break into a top 8. So there were 9 people that would have fit that. So Shard finished actually 9th in Swiss and had to play a playoff against the 8th place player on tiebreakers to get that last spot in this top 8, which I think I quite like, because I think on a 5-1 record, that's like, there's not really much you can do, right? You just get a little bit shafted by tiebreakers, and it's nice to get that one extra chance. So in effect, Shard went 6-1 in Swiss because he played a whole extra round.
Yeah, I think in general, if you present Hearthstone players with the chance to increase sample as a way of qualifying, they will take that, right? Like, before the fact, in the actual moment, the player who is ahead on whatever the tiebreaker would be might have a different opinion on it on that given moment. But I think pre-tournament, most people would sign up to the idea of playing another series to decide that kind of thing. So, yeah, I like it.
Noob User just
we are
keeping the mother duck, also known as Double Warp Tooth. That is the function of the card in the deck. Just one card, 3 ducklings, guarantees the Warp Tooth trigger as long as there's at least 3 health with attack on the opponent's side of the board.
Shard does have the shovel, but does have that annoying Briarspawn Drake stuck in the opening hand as well, which for now is completely useless, but of course can end up being game winning if it does come down to it. But I would say not necessarily a matchup that's defined by big burst damage. I think battling for the board in the early game turns far more important.
Does have the side effect of always guaranteeing that it would be active when you draw it, but Noob User's large minions will be those players that have looted anyway, so it's not actually fantastic in this matchup, but the rest of the card is excellent. This is exactly what you're saying as Hunter.
Dragon Warrior passing turn 2 and drawing patches, classic stuff. Best deck in the game, easy ban.
Shard, I would expect to be picking up probably the Tolvair here. Considering there's already Shovel, there's already a Tame Pet to go into it, you're expecting to find a couple of other things to spend mana on in the ensuing turns.
Can't look past your namesake though, surely.
Yeah, I was struggling not to say it. You know, Shard is a name change, by the way. Used to go by Hypnos, which is...
Yes.
Yeah, I was unaware of that until seeing him, because yeah, that's actually a player I'm very familiar with. I've faced him quite a lot. He's been around for ages. Because going into this, I was had never seen the name Shard before, and now I guess I know why.
Now then, thoughts. Shard has a Shovel, a Tripwire, and a Tolvair, which is a ton of arcane Tripwires being prop guaranteed for over the course of the next few turns. Choosing not to immediately lock himself down that avenue with the first Tripwire, though, and instead using the tracking and such to cycle a bit more. Are you in line with this?
I'm not a huge fan, to be honest, because the mana works out a little bit awkwardly. I wouldn't have minded just spending the 3 mana on the Tripwire now, because then you can go tracking into Sister rather than... Also, that does have the side effect of, as we see here, your weapon can just get destroyed and then suddenly you don't have a card draw.
This was the point that, that I was going to lead to, is that it does play around this specifically as well, which... when your opponent is passing turns in the early game as Dragon Warrior, this Stadium Announcer is one of the cards you can give them credit for being in that opening.
Yeah, Shard, interestingly as well, didn't play himself, the Glacial Shard, possibly as a nod to, well, for 2 reasons. Obviously, you want it to freeze a large minion, but also it would have activated the Mother Duck on the other side for noob user, which could have pulled the Warp Tooths out of his hand and deck, which probably would have just ended the game on the spot with too much tempo. Now,
I can only think here that Shard is set out to go longer in this game and actually is potentially trying to use those arcane tripwires to answer boards on the other side, which I'm not sure is necessarily the strategy I would have gone for from the position he was in, but I would imagine that's what he's thinking at the very least.
Yeah, especially with the way the hand's played out now, like you're really hesitant to put too much health on board because you are worried about the Warp Tooth from the other side. So yeah, this Tripwire is coming down now. I guess the whole thing was probably a nod to Warp Tooth, just not putting up too much pressure on board, and then saying that, okay, I can play this Tripwire next turn, which has the side effect of not putting up too many stats on board again. So just delaying and delaying and delaying that Warp Tooth.
But just playing it on turn 3 does the same thing, right? Because you don't put stats on board for the Mother Duck to trade into.
You don't there and then, but turn 4 you're most likely going to end up putting stats on board, I think.
Okay.
That's the way I see it. It's a little bit tenuous, but there is an argument for it. I still preferred just going for the Tripwire there and then, because you do just find yourself falling too far behind. You do have to put stats on board, otherwise the warrior is just going to freely hit you in the face.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Particularly because, you know, Mother Duck is not the only way they can activate it. If you just let them build board, they can just Searing Fissure their own board, and then that way, then instead of them having to trade into the stats you've played, they're just making a huge board and shipping 6 charge damage to your face, and their 3/3s remain 3/3s.
There's also the fact that if you let them build a huge board, they don't need Warp Tooth. They just have a board anyway.
True. Yeah, then they're just Dragon Warrior, and that's fine.
I think this matchup in particular as well is a big reason that the Dragon Warrior is in so many of these lineups, because I do think it lines up quite nicely against the Hunters with the way that the Searing Fissure works, and Warp Tooth just doesn't line up great against Hunter most of the time. I mean, from the Hunter's point of view. Like, Hunter isn't great at dealing with it unless it's got exactly Sister into Sylvanas, at which point that in some ways that the Sylvanas is out of the way, then the Dragon Warrior can freely develop after that. So I do think I very much favor the Dragon Warrior in that matchup, and that is probably why it's found quite a secured spot in this lineup, and also partly why we see a lot of the deviations from this 4-deck good lineup is cutting the Hunter specifically rather than any of the other decks.
Yes, I agree on all fronts with that. Even with a certified hater, if I do have to queue up the Dragon Warrior, that is the matchup that I want to find for sure. And certainly when I was messing around with Priest in particular, that was the fourth deck that was going to come in place of Hunter if possible. But I did not have as good a results with Priest. You said you played a bit of Priest coming into this one and thought it was relatively well positioned.
It's okay.
Really get it to work
For me, it was like, it wasn't spectacular, but it definitely holds its own, and it's it's the kind of deck that you're not miserable at bringing as the fourth in this lineup. It just sort of slots in and does a job. It's not, you're not there going, okay, this is the secret tech. It's going to go 80% in this field. No, it can beat all the good decks, just like Hunter can, even if you're expecting it to be unfavored against most of them.
So, Warrior picking up the win for Noob User, having his faster Hunter and the Rogue left to win with, of course, the full set on the other side for Shard, and both Shamans banned. Matchup-wise, I guess the only big difference here to talk about is the two Hunters. So,
yes.
We talked about Hunter Dragon Warrior specifically. What's the reasoning, like, when you're doing your matchup matrix, when you're doing your lineup building, Fast Hunter versus Contraband Hunter, what are you gaining and losing points against with those two choices, do you think?
So I'm saying the Fast Hunter, I would expect, does a little bit better against Rogue, in particular, and because ideally you just want to get under them and kill them before they set up a big Vanessa, get to their Jade Guardians or anything like that. The Contraband Hunter, a little bit slower to kill them, gives Rogue a little bit more of a window to set up its 8 drops from the Jade Guardians, and gets, as I said, more time to freely play a Vanessa and just explode onto the board. So I do think it's mostly a nod towards that matchup, and perhaps the Contraband Hunter is a little bit better in slightly slower matchups because you do have access to those Earthen Roars, although Noob User does run one Earthen Roar in his deck regardless, despite not having the Briar Spawn Drake. It lines up a little bit better against things such as Priest and Egg Warrior, I would say, because you have a little bit more sustainable long game with that extra added burst damage from Agamagan and the Briar Spawn Drake.
Turn 1 Dark Rider, looking pathetic as a 1/1, honestly. Should be ashamed of itself.
Rather large Brightwing.
2 mana 7/7 does seem exciting.
Yep. No way of Rogue easily clearing it, so that's definitely where my mind's at, and cleanly lets you coin the Slither Drake next turn. I didn't see Noob User's Deja Vu options, but picking the Dark Rider seems strange to me, because does he even have a way to activate it?
I was also wondering about that.
Because he's one of the players not playing the Shadowed Informant in his Rogue. A lot of people do have 1 or 2 of those, but Noob User doesn't have a single one. So, yeah, he doesn't actually have access to dragons directly in his deck. So I guess he's just taking it as a cheap combo activator and potentially a nod to an optimistic Vanessa down the line.
This is where Rogue becomes very frustrating to play against for me personally, because I'm fine with Rogue being able to do, all the mana cheating, 10 cards a turn stuff that Rogue is known to be able to do, right? Well used to it at this point. I've seen this movie before. What happens though is you make a play that puts a 7/7 into play on turn 2, and you're like, well, okay, I win. There's no way they can kill a 7/7 on turn 2, and then somehow they always find a way to kill a 7/7 on turn 2, even though that should not be possible. But with the combination of the Cult Neophyte, I was able to get there.
Backing it up with a 5/8 on turn 3 though is pretty good, because you've got rid of. Although to be fair, it does have elusive, so that those answers wouldn't have done a whole lot. The Nathrote Runesaver, just putting some stats on board, just to try and get something in the way of this Slither Drake.
Ooh.
That's a double warp tooth. And for once, I think we've seen pretty much every warrior today draw at least one warp tooth. Like we saw the egg warrior earlier draw both of them and then do nothing and explode. 2 warp tooths, no eggs was quite a bleak game there. But yeah, this is the power of Dragon Warrior. Just curve out with some big minions, and spot removal is not at a premium in this. Is at a premium, sorry, in this meta. So Nubians are here really not got great answers to this board. Although Fan of Knives with the Troublemaker, if the hits are good, could potentially deal with some of the smaller minions.
I would like to reiterate the question of what this Dark Rider's doing here. I
can only assume the other 2 options were just awful, like Brood Mother plus Slither Drake, and that's just maybe worse. I can't remember what the Discover options were though.
You'd have to have not seen
a 2-drop or the coin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't have seen so Petal Peddler was in the opening hand, so you may it must have been those 3 specifically.
Feed my children. What horror.
They were pretty good hits there from the Troublemaker, but the damage is not letting up. And this is what I was saying. The Dragon Warrior is just quite consistent in what it does. I do think this was slightly above average from Shard here, but if the Rogue just does draw one of its clunky hands where we draw some 2-drops, maybe you have a Troublemaker, but you don't have Vanessa early, you don't have a fast Jade Guardians, you don't have any of that explosivity. The Dragon Warrior will just consistently put some minions down, hit you in the face, and that damage really adds up because Rogue doesn't have access to consistent healing, barring some miracle random generation.
But what happens, Pocket, when every rogue opponent you play against clicks prepare onto? Because that's what happens to me.
Oh, then you lose.
Right. Okay. Good. I'm just making sure we were on the same page.
No. Yeah. Okay. No. I'm always going to be backing you up there.
Okay.
Well, sometimes they don't have all the coins and all the nonsense to back that up. But they do.
You've used trying his level best to stay in it, but there's already 9 showing. There's an erupting volcano in hand.
50-50 lethal with the volcano.
Yes.
Might choose to do something different though. Broodkeeper plus Stadium Announcer, I can only assume this is going to be. Honestly, wouldn't mind just going for the volcano and saying that I'm going to finish you off with the weapon next turn. Because Stadium Announcer feels like it could go wrong with Bulwark.
Yeah, I want to say the odds are pretty similar. You probably have about a 50%, maybe a little bit higher chance of killing your opponent here, but there is also the option where you just give them Bulwark of Azeroth, which does not exist with Erupting Volcano.
Will hatch.
Looks like we've got
a 3 or higher attack weapon to get buffed to a 4. That's not it.
And now you have to rewind, and now it's scary.
Looks like we've got to fight for the ages.
Because if they get Bulwark, they can actually win.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not it. But it is, it is random generation, which you don't really want to give them either. Too little, too late there. Prep Life Bloom.
Oh, hold.
Wait,
Please hold.
these can be so good as well.
Please hold. Forge Fiends? Any Forge Fiends? Okay, it's a 10-10 taunt.
Is the Halazi enough? I think the Halazi might be enough. Yeah.
Effective 19, 10, 12, 30. Yeah, it should be. It should be.
But this is certainly an out that Shard really didn't need to give to noob user here. Yeah. I'm really not sure about that Stadium Announcer play. Yeah, put more stats on board. it did, give a chance for lethal that turn, but I do think it just gave a non-0% chance of things going wrong for you. Obviously, Rogue can always just randomly generate stuff, so regardless of what you do, there's a chance of that. But I do think he slightly unnecessarily increased his odds, while still being overwhelmingly favored regardless.
Wait, what's happening? One more links and the weapon, right?
Well, you can do the 2-2, the 1-2.
Oh, you can do 2-1-1 and then go face with the 7 and the weapon.
Yeah, this is... I think he's just having to calm himself down because he probably stressed himself out a little bit, giving that life bloom out to new user when it came down, thinking, oh god, because I think every Hearthstone player has this little voice in their head going, this is going to go so horribly wrong for you, and this is you finding that out now. It's like this is one of those really fringe scenarios that you're going to be complaining about for years to come, and this is it. You're living it right now, but no, you need to stay calm and just say no, just refuse that and settle yourself and get through. So I do like that Shard, like it was an easy lethal, no two ways about it, but he just had to calm himself down because this is a high pressure situation. There's a lot on the line here,
and this is a problem. I say a problem, but this is a factor that you run into in modern Hearthstone, where some of the odds in positions, perhaps that wasn't one of them, are just so incalculable that you just end up going on vibes, right? You just have to sort of have a vague understanding of what pools look like, what the rough odds of compounding variables look like. It was probably about a 12%er or whatever, but way back in the day, you were like, oh, if you knew the odds of drops from piloted shredder, you were a god, and that wasn't that difficult. That was not that difficult to acquire that knowledge and increase a few outs by 1% here or there. Now there's so many pools, so many discovers, so much random generation, as we saw there with Stadium Announcer. Does anyone actually know what the exact odds were of getting lethal off Stadium Announcer there? No, probably not. I don't. And I'm the kind of person that looks these things up. So a lot of time it does just come off vibes. But what I will say for Shard, and this might be reverse engineering and looking at the scenario to fit the point, he doesn't look comfortable with some of his own decisions at the moment, just the way that he's playing. So we'll see how it progresses from here.
I think that is a big thing in situations like this, where I do think he is a fairly experienced player. He has been in situations like this before, but I do also think it's been a while. Like you do see it with players, no matter how accomplished you are. Like it can take a bit of time to get some of the rust off, even though you have been there, done that before. I know, talking to Fury Hunter, I think when he was back in 2024, when he made it to the World Championship final, he was not happy with his performance at that first Masters Tour that year, because it had been his first time, I think, about 2 years competing, and he was just not. He just felt surprisingly nervous. I think he was saying he was just more anxious than he expected, and that does happen a lot to players, no matter how much of a history and competitive Hearthstone you've got. Opting to not play the tracking until after the Varisa, I'd imagine, just to slightly optimize getting the buffs. What do you think about swinging there?
I was going to raise that.
It looks
obviously you need
the
expected play on
until
curve.
this happened.
Yeah, but this is the play, right? That you're expecting. This is the play on 2 that's coming down. And now you have serious problems dealing with a 2-1 rat that's kind of threatening your 2-4 this turn.
Yeah.
You have to hold on to this second swing, because obviously there's so much value with it coming off pulling a tripwire.
I do think that is, again, a slight sign of nerves, just wanting to click the button while it's there, because when you're nervous and you're playing a high stakes Hearthstone match, you just want it to be over. You just want to go through the motions. You want to click the buttons. You want it to end, and obviously you want it to end in your favor. But it's just your physical reaction will be play fast, do the actions, click the actions, just because you're a bit worried that you'll misclick or something strange will happen. So sometimes I have found myself just absent-mindedly clicking stuff, but that beast tripwire off the top is fantastic.
Yeah, huge. Getting the low health, I think one of the lowest health outcomes is a little bit awkward though with the Sizzling Cinder on board.
Oh, two of them.
Yeah, would have loved that in the other order if at all. If we were going to get those two, the other way around would have been nice as well.
Didn't quite set up the Sylvanas perfectly for noob user, but I don't think he'll be complaining.
Yeah, Arcane Tripwire off the top has potentially solved that problem as well. Oh, no, never mind. I forgot. I forgot every single shot goes face in this tournament for some reason.
Yeah, you hate to see that with a lifesteal on board. Does set up the Sylvanas, but you are taking 9. Taking 9 and healing them for 4. Oh, he's a Weaver. Doesn't opt for the tracking. Just maximizing the face damage.
Yeah, I like it. This much damage in play if your opponent doesn't have Sylvanas or doesn't draw another Arcane Tripwire. You are probably just setting up a really clean lethal with a couple of hero powers over a couple of turns. That'll do though. Alright, all of a sudden, Sylvanas is a hell of a card and the game has resumed.
Yeah, and the shovel can draw into yet another tripwire, right?
Yep.
So suddenly the damage from noob user can start stacking up, but a free 5 drop off the top from Shard certainly help that situation. Actually opting to tripwire first, just so that the cast when drawn are in deck. Oh, he's still prioritizing hero powering. He's very much on that damage game plan.
Imagine you just have to track again here. Surely you need a 2-turn clock, right? You need to deal 18 this turn and next turn because your opponent will certainly deal 10.
You'd expect so. There is only one card in hand, and it could be something a bit useless. Maybe it's
that's true.
A Briar Spawn Drake. I do like. Obviously, if it is that, you're gonna win. So you should try and beat the things that aren't that.
Yes. Glacial Shard is helpful. None of those are immediately, but Tame Pet can recycle at the very least.
Yeah, there was a consideration for Underbelly Network as well, but probably Tame Pet is better this turn just to... Whoa. That does a fair bit. That'll be Arcane Shot, 2 Glacial Shards, Sizzling Cinder, another Shovel, a Tame Pet, a Tracking, and a Wound Prey. Fill up the board, replenish his hand, perfect pick up the Shard.
And even though they are just 1 health minions, getting this quantity of them in play is actually a lot of... This is functionally healing in the situation that he's in, of how he's likely to die on this.
It's not going to help. Tolvir of his own.
Well, now the shovel does help.
Yes.
So he can break a shovel, 1 shovel coming from the Tolvir, the other coming from his hand.
I don't think he has enough cast when drawn in deck.
An excellent choice.
If any at all.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be out, actually. That's a good point. Yeah, he's only played 1 Tripwire and used both of them so far, right? Yeah, you're right. But 4-4 Rallier and a Wound Prey to clear up the board, who want to tank these shots on the minions if at all possible. Oh, takes one to the face.
Whoa. How many face? Not enough. This could come down to which 5-drop.
There is one more tripped Arcane Tripwire in the deck. For Shard, specifically.
So as it stands, needs 3 shots face. In which case you probably trade this Rusher into one of the 1 health minions.
I was gonna say, surely the rush goes in first. You want to kill a target, right? You want to actually take one off the board.
Yeah, because you want 1 shot not to hit a minion.
Yes.
You want 3 face, 2 minions.
The only thing you can change is making face shots on the first one a 1 out of 3 instead of a 1 out of 4.
You would usually default to doing this to try and clear up the board, but in the situation where you don't clear the board, your opponent is dead. So Shard definitely should have. Okay. Gets the hits regardless. But that was certainly a suboptimal line at the end. But it's hard to say whether or not Noob User would have definitely killed him on the backswing, but I do think the odds certainly weren't low. So that is definitely something that you do want to get right in that spot. But Shard is definitely showing quite a lot of nerves here. I think the graphics is a little bit wrong. That win did go to Shard rather than Noob User, so it is 2-1 to Shard here. Who will just have Rogue remaining to win with.
Yeah, strange series so far, cagey series. Both players looking a bit unsure in certain spots, possibly more so from Shard's side, but Noob User is the one who finds himself behind. The Hunter now picks up the win. It is just the Rogue left to win with for Shard. Are there any differences in these Rogue lists that we're seeing in the tournament? See a Shadowed Informant in
it's like Shadowed
Shard's deck?
Informant. Some people don't run Black Paw's Whip. I think Shard doesn't. He has Shadowed Informant instead.
Yeah.
There's a 1 of Bitter Bloom Knight, 1 of Deja Vu for Noob User. No Deja Vu for Shard. He's got 2 Bitter Blooms instead. I saw some people were playing 1 of Lotus Bookie, like Maxi was, which seems criminal to me. It seems like the best of the 2-drops by far. But I do think this matchup here is certainly where Noob User's Hunter is most likely to shine ahead of Shard's Contraband build, because it is just much better equipped to get the damage in the early game.
How are we looking at this opening hand for Shard? Obviously, Lotus Troublemaker, a very good keep in some matchups, quite poor in others. It's kind of contextual as well as to what the rest of your hand is.
Yeah.
Prep Fan being available against Face Hunter, though, specifically, might be appealing.
It is a slightly tempting full keep, because you got the Bookie because it's probably a keep in pretty much every matchup. It's a 2-cost card, especially with the Troublemaker. The Troublemaker can sort of double as burst damage in this matchup, although you're, like I said, in most matchups, your plan A is Vanessa, plan B is Jade Guardians, plan C is Troublemaker. That's the way I generally see it with Rogue. There are some matchups like Priest where generally you're going for Troublemaker to do loads of burst damage, but in matchups such as this, I would say that Troublemaker certainly isn't the main plan you want to go for, but contextually with this hand, I don't mind it as a keep, because it can just double as quite efficient removal rather than needing to be a lethal game ender. Oh wow.
Picks up Kingslayers, okay. Points it out, dealing with the Fletcher.
Yeah, the big problem with the Kingslayers here is it draws Noob User into his sisters, and Sylvanas is the main way that Hunter can just completely lock out the rogue from coming back on board. I'm not personally a huge fan of this. I'd usually consider king players as fairly unplayable in this matchup, but it does also have the effect of you are so likely to draw into your Vanessa with the way that this deck is built. Although, like I said, Sylvanas is by far the best response to Vanessa, which he has tutored out of new users deck for him, helpfully.
Yeah, specifically Sylvanas, where you've fed your opponent extra sisters as well, right?
Yes.
Because the upgrade from 2 to 4 is enormous for basically the whole mid-game period, from turn 4 to turn 6 or 7. Like, having that 4 damage AoE on lock is disgusting, and will clear up most Vanessa boards. 2 damage AoE, not so much a lot of the time.
Sisters, my instinct shall hunt down.
Yeah, so Shard will definitely be hating seeing the is this Illyria or Bleak? This is, I want to say Varisa. I'm really bad with the ones that aren't Sylvanas. This is Illyria. I
That's
got it wrong.
Illyria on
Great.
Yeah.
We're still not prepping this Vanessa out, probably because he's worried about the Sylvanas now. Okay.
God, stop being
I
such a
would-
noob user. You can't prep out Vanessa. Vanessa's a minion. Come on, what are you talking about?
I do think he's still probably supposed to play it. Well, do you want me to say forge it instead? I'm always tempted to say forge instead.
Yeah.
I need to hold myself back and stop myself doing it every time.
Yeah.
But I do think you do need to try and be a bit optimistic and say that they're not going to have the Sylvanas. Either that or my Vanessa will be good enough. And I would still lean towards preparing it. I almost said forge again.
It's not as bad as tradable for like casters specifically, because obviously the verb for using like, a tradable is trading, which is an absurd thing to have to say when that's what we talk about 90% of the time while playing this game. But yeah, like prepping on Vanessa when you're rogue specifically, very awkward when it comes to actually talking about what's going on.
There is also something to be said about getting the Sylvanas done, like making sure that sort of out of the way. Like it is bad. You don't want to sort of just give them a Sylvanas board, but at the same time, they only have access to one of them. So trying to play around it the whole game is just sort of like slowly sleepwalking to your death, rather than sort of make them have it. If they don't have it, oh great, I win the game. If they do have it, I probably lose, but there is still a game going on here.
Lane's cruel grip shall be met with blood.
I don't mind the optimism with the Garona, because like there is every chance that Sylvanas could be a King Lane.
I don't mind it in theory. I am concerned that there is still a 6-cost Vanessa in the bottom hand.
Yes.
On the screen. That is bothering.
Because in the same world where that's a King Lane, preparing the Vanessa is pretty good.
Yeah.
I think with the way that New Views is playing, Shard probably has a reasonably strong read on that being Vanessa, with the way that this damage is just getting shot at face and no minions are getting played. You'd probably expect that to be played if it was an Illyria. Or if it was a Varisa, the Illyria is the one that got played.
I think you led that off by saying you have a strong read on it being Vanessa as well, which made the whole thing even more confusing.
Oh,
yeah,
great.
Yeah. It took me a while to
Sylvanas.
figure out what you were talking about.
Okay, he has a strong read on that being Sylvanas.
Yes. Coin monkey.
Yeah, you do need to just pile the pressure off. But this Vanessa in hand, like, oh, I'm not going to prepare it because they'll just Sylvanas me. But now you use your whole hand, and they can Sylvanas this board and kill you anyway.
Sisters, my arrows shall strike down our foes.
This, I believe, will just be lethal.
Yep, 5 more from a tripwire, 2 more from a hero power. Blam. Alright, he's going to square the series up. 2 games to 2. Another pretty awkward looking game from Shard overall there.
Yeah, I do think that Vanessa, he needed to be a bit more like I liked the sort of mindset of the optimism with the Garona, but I think he should have carried that optimism into having the Vanessa as well. Because if you're saying, okay, that's probably a King lane, if it's not, you lose if you play Garona like you did. But if you prepare the Vanessa, you're saying, okay, I really hope that's not Sylvanas, because that's obviously the best counter in their deck to my Vanessa. But with random generation, anything can happen. Like you can generate, like you can get the Divine Shield bubble guy to put on your Vanessa, maybe give it more health, maybe just generate all sorts of stuff instead of you need to do something unfair in that game if you're playing against a Sylvanas, and if you're not, you're probably winning anyway. So I do think Vanessa was the most realistic route to victory, despite having quite a strong read on there being a Sylvanas just to wipe the board anyway.
It's always a tough game to analyze, right? Because I don't know about you, but just speaking for myself, my game plan diverged on turn 1 when it was coin Kingslayers. I would not have done that. Which means from that point, you're always then trying, like, as a commentator, trying to then intersect again with what the opponent's trying to do to try and get into, like, their headspace. What are they thinking, rightly or wrongly, right? And that's a difficult thing to do because we're already living in different games on turn 1. But certainly, you know, as you were just saying, as you were just breaking down, I think even in the world that Shard committed to, those last 2 turns probably were still not necessarily maximizing the position he was in.
Yeah, I think if you're going for the Kingslayers line, you're saying, okay, this is a Vanessa game, and that's my game plan. But if you do that and then just give them Sylvanas and then don't do anything powerful yourself, then that is where the plan really, really falls apart, as we saw there and then.
All right, we're back on track. Coin Lotus bookie. This is something I understand, Pocket.
Yeah,
Back
and
in.
there's a Troublemaker in hand. Neither of them have Vanessa, so that does put Shard at an advantage so far. Definitely plan A in this matchup, as I've said multiple times, would be to find that Vanessa, so noob users certainly will be looking for it with this cultist map.
Ooh.
And he finds it. It's a little bit awkward because you'd like the prep for after Vanessa.
Yeah.
But you also don't want to take Vanessa and just prepare it. Yeah, it's getting me now. Like the prepare and all that. But just having the Vanessa is good. You're threatening at all times, so Shard has to rush out this Cult Neophyte to contend with this and just try and block a good Vanessa turn, which is great because noob user doesn't really want to go in with Vanessa this turn anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think these Cult Neophytes are so crucial in the matchup. We saw this, I think, in first series of APAC as well, and it was Maxibon. Maxibon's opponent just played a Cult Neophyte into a turn where Maxi actually just ended up preparing Vanessa specifically. And then
Yes.
Maxi dropped his own Cult Neophyte at the end of his subsequent Vanessa turn, which then protected the board, gained tempo, so on and so forth. As it happened, Maxi ended up losing that game and that series. But still, I think that interaction was somewhere where Maxi came out significantly ahead. And now the King Lane pickup, brutal for Shard, who already finds himself up against it.
You turn it into a coin, play a Troublemaker just to put stuff on board, but you know you're getting Vanessa'd very, very soon. And this Death Chiller in hand from noob user is hilarious. Because that can just wipe any board that Shard plays. He doesn't even need to combine it with Vanessa.
We are 1 mana off from stealing an 8-drop turn this turn as well, which is always something that you do have to keep an eye on when you're on the back foot like this. Just sometimes just getting 1 8-drop into play nice and early with the prep can be useful, but not possible this turn either.
Might have to just play the Jade Guardians anyway, just to say I need something like a Dracorex that I can play next turn. Can go King Lane and prep it now, of course, or you could turn King Lane into a coin. But that does mean you are sort of at the mercy of your top decks still.
There's no time.
And also, I don't mind going Agent to turn Lane into a coin and Troublemaker just to get the damage in now, and then just say I'm playing the Jade Guardians next turn. I do think this is probably the best line here.
Yeah, this makes sense.
Just force the issue a little bit and just say, okay, you have Vanessa, that's not great, but I'm giving you as little time as possible to get the most use out of it.
I've got a plan.
If you don't do anything here, like the Vanessa doesn't need to be very good, but now it does need to do something, probably.
Yeah, and that Death Chiller is about the worst thing that you could have seen, because Shard's imagination here is saying, well, if I play all these minions first, maybe one thing sticks. That's something else I get to attack with. Like, maybe that just gets there over the course of 2 turns with the Jade Guardians. But yeah, Death Chiller is going to absolutely mess that up. However, not a very good Vanessa turn.
No. But Shard does need something directly impactful on the board from this Jade Guardians. Can play the Neophyte first. Can definitely fit that in. It discounts.
Yep, Neophyte makes the 8 drops cost 3. You have a prep and 3 mana left over. You prep out the Guardians, and then you just need to coin out one of the drops afterwards. Okay, that's a Tyrion.
Not the worst in the world, but does not deal with the Vanessa right now. Yeah, if we didn't see this Bone Guard Lieutenant in hand for noob user, this Tyrion would look a lot more threatening. Noob user doesn't actually have any corpses right now, though.
True.
Let's get a unimpeded full mana Vanessa turn. Just, well, unimpeded. There is a Neophyte effect, but that's not going to do a huge amount. I think noob user's goal here is just to deal with this Tyrion, accept that you're taking 5 from the Ashbringer, but you're going to refill the board with your Wall of Taunts from the Bone Guard Lieutenant next turn, and say that that's enough.
This Lifesteal minion coming down as well is a big reduction in outs for Shard as well, because it just means that that's a problem that needs to be taken care of if he's going to try and set up a 2-turn lethal of his own.
Yeah.
He does not have a way to do that in hand.
If it wasn't bad enough, the Frostbolt picked up from noob user can just deny a swing of this Ashbringer.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it really mattered. I'm not sure he needed the taunt even with the way that Shard's hand is shaping up. I think this board on its own would just be good enough. I think Shard knows that. I think he knows that going face isn't getting there. So he's probably going to have to swing into this 4-4, which he also knows isn't getting there.
But have you considered the power of a free backstab every turn?
Or a free coin.
There's no time.
I'm not sure which of those is more useless in the current situation.
The coin's worse because it's the end of your turn, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think the plan here is just try not to die right now and draw your second Jade Guardians, and that's good. Like, hope that gives you something good enough. Obviously, you know it's not going to be, realistically, but that's the only avenue to victory for Shard here.
Yep. 5 showing, 6 more from Frostbolt. There's an eventuality in hand. Do any of these other random, unrecognizable minions say damage on them? Oh, I did forget about the Death Chiller. Still think that is too short, something like that. Yeah, just dropping the big taunt, multiple layers.
Something.
And this has
Random
to be
nonsense.
the single greatest imbu Hearthstone has ever seen.
Well, from Shard's perspective, he's not dead if he does this. that's almost tempting to just keep.
What? What's the one drop? Wait, what are we doing?
Yeah, but what's the minion? Okay. Shapeshifter? I would have gone Shapeshifter and shot the 2-3, but... damage from noob user right now.
Hmm. Vandrel is an instant rewind.
Whoa there, Wispies!
Get another Wisp Rider.
Muzzle their magic.
Yeah, you just did the most annoying things possible.
If I was to tell you that this was a mirror match between what many people would call the strongest deck in the game right now, you wouldn't believe it, would you? Because this is Chinese water torture from both sides. Like, how is Shard playing a good deck, and how is
nearly
Noob
double
User...
backstab.
How is Noob User not able to kill his opponent with 23 cards in hand and only needs 2 extra damage? But okay. Noob User is going to make it. One of the more awkward series that we've seen so far, which is not often the case when we switch over fresh to the European region. Normally that's where the clean play and optimal lines and huge IQ, massive brain. But maybe since you retired, Pocket, that's when things went downhill for the European region.
Yeah, I've made it too easy for them. The requirements to qualify aren't quite hard enough. You just got Gabby getting like double rank 1s, and like Demo Shadow not qualifying with a rank 1 and a rank 3.
Yeah, but Gabby's swanning off to France and nailing nails
That's
into
true.
bits of wood. You know, he's not playing proper Hearthstone.
That is true. But yeah, very happy for Noob User. Like I was checking his results before this series that I mentioned to you off stream. He has played an obscene amount of Masters Tour qualifiers over the years, like stretching back all the way to Masters Tour Stormwind in 2021, I believe that was. So he's been around a while. He's been grinding away, and I'm not sure he's ever had a big result quite like this before. So I'm really happy to see all the hard work finally paying off, because I do think he acquitted himself really well that series. He played very, very well.
I think so too. Yeah. You know, series overall perhaps not the highest quality, but I think it's always nice to be able to walk away and say that the better player won. Especially in a mirror match like this. And as you said, like, it is in the hundreds, the number of attempts that Noob User has made to come through qualifiers. So proper feel-good moment, feel-good story for him. You saw it on his full-screen cam at the end there, just how much it meant to him. So 3-2 to Noob User. We are done with APAC. We are 1 out of 4 series down for Europe. Every single series you watch today is a win and in to the seasonal championships, so you don't want to go anywhere, but we are going to have to take a very quick break, so we will be right back.
back again, everybody, to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Playoffs. Playoffs. We're in the playoffs, definitely. I know where we are. We're halfway through the day. We've still got a lot more to show you as the day goes by. We're going to get 7 more qualifiers into the Masters Tour. And welcome Edelweiss to the show. How's it going, Adel?
Good. I'm, awake, alert, and ready to face the day.
It's been a quick one so far.
We've got a, I'll say unique, in quotes here, matchup here, in that if you take a look at the EU decks, it's really kind of the same 4 classes across the board, almost universally, except Inkuro, who has the Quest Mage, the Soul Mage in Europe. And then Renmen, I believe, has the Soul Egg Warrior.
And that's it. That's everyone else has just got the basic for expected decks.
There's like some variation in terms of hunters having either being like just full-on face hunter, still with the tripwires, or having that contraband element, right, with the King of the Underbelly for Agamaggan and Briarspawn, which has some significant changes like defensive adds, but is still a face-oriented deck, right?
Yeah, I was playing it a little bit differently to that, but everyone's told me I was playing it wrongly. I was doing well, so I never sort of adjusted what I was doing, but I was playing it a little bit more defensively and then just comboing people at the end with Briar Spawns, but apparently you're not supposed to do that. I did face Infinite Priests, is my argument. But...
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's interesting how that fits out. I think that is accepted as the better version. The interesting thing is that when it comes against the more basic face hunter, the more basic face hunter is better in the head-to-head, which is why some people brought that, expecting a contraband, so... That played out in the Swiss a lot more than it is in this top 8, and the contrabands have won out like massively over the 3 tournaments that took place yesterday. But yeah, other than that, we're down to these these basic decks, but not basic players. We've got Inkuru, who multiple times last year I thought was going to become the world champion, including during the World Championships at various stages when he was just playing incredibly well. And Renman, who has been around for a long time, he was one of those players back in the original Masters Tour series when there were sort of 8 rounds of Swiss, who was regularly 5-3, 4-4, occasional 6-2s. He's had good runs on ladder. He's regularly top 100, but he's had sort of many top 10s. So one of those players who plays a lot of Hearthstone. But Inkuru, for me, still one of the best players in the world, but trying to book his spot to the Masters Tour to have a shot at that again.
Yeah, I almost did a little bit of a double take because I had in my head that Inkuro had already qualified. As you say, he's been performing so well. Generally, is one of our top tier players of late. That I just sort of assumed he'd already made it through. I don't pay as close attention to the specifics of who qualifies. I'm more just remember who was doing well. There's a lot of gaps between one championship to the next, but yeah, bringing this older deck that I believe Sato was saying earlier doesn't feel quite as random now, alongside some of the others.
Yeah, after a good start in this one though, getting the quest up to 2 immediately with a handful of things that say the word discover on them. He's going to get the quest online incredibly quickly, and he's going to need to because his hunter deck is so fast. But the Renman just has, Renman, the sarcastic clap already, like Renman's not got the hand he really requires here, and Inkuru has got kind of everything.
Yeah, I think that it's lucky for Inkuro that Double Earth and Roar is in the hand for Renman, because those are not going to do a ton of work until it's already a little bit too late for Renman. If you need an Earth and Roar against the mage, it's because they have started to, summon a whole bunch of stuff with the quest reward. And, even though Renman has the Confront the Tol'vir, not a whole lot in there anymore. That's one of the downsides to having these tripwire cards, is that you lose out on some of those 1-drops that before you could very, very quickly fill up your Confront the Tol'vir and be able to play it on 4 or 5 for quite a lot of value. Now you've got to do some waiting. It's much more of a mid or late game play. You know, I think worth it, the trade-off, because the tripwires can be so powerful. But certainly slows things down a little bit.
No, if you want to play this version as well, with King of the Underbelly and various bits and pieces that you need to make that work, the Brightspawn, etc., then you do start sacrificing so many one-drops, and you know you're not quite a mid-range deck, but you are a little bit slower than traditional. Just absolutely launch everything at the face, Hunter. So, but this hand is not representative of what this deck does from Redmond's side. This is a particularly horrendous hand. Oh my goodness.
Gonna be looking for a shovel, maybe a raptor nest nurse, just to sort of get more ones to be able to play confront the Tolvir next turn.
Yeah, it's awkward, right? Because I think that's
There's
the
the
right
shovel.
play. That's what he's gone with, but there's worlds there where you just take Illyria because you're so desperate to just top deck Sylvanas and hope already. Just. But
Interestingly,
it's just stuff.
for this version, that Rotheart Dryad is not so bad. You know, you don't need them yet, but it's still draw to pick up those high-end cards with the Briarspawn Drake.
Yeah,
and
it stops
then-
you drawing the Brightspawn Drake naturally,
Right.
so you're going to have your normal draw step,
And then double Earthen Roar to be able to deal with any big minions from Nkuro's side. I was smiling at those hits until I remembered the stats swap.
Yeah, I'm smiling anyway. The absolute state of this turn 5, with next turn being the power turn.
Right, because you don't have to spend the money on the... Yeah. You don't have to spend the mana on the weapon next turn. So.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just your
Ajara's
setup turn,
Triumph. I don't think Renmen will play it, but there is a hilarious possibility where you say, well, I'm going to get my own sort of huge stats value, play Ajara's Triumph, and be able to pull those out with the resummoned Rotheart from Confront the Tolvir.
That is actually really funny. And also, he's not going to go for it, but even so. If the game went long enough, then he could consider it, but yeah.
But great setup here. You know, last turn with the shovel and then now capitalizing on that value, right? Destroying the shovel, getting a 5-cost beast, hits the taunt, which is very, very nice and feels safe enough to play the King of the Underbelly.
I mean, as things stand, on turn 8, he'll just get the win with Agamagam and the Earthens and the Brightspawn. Not in that order, hopefully, but yeah.
I mean, this is kind of what you were saying about your experience playing the deck, is a lot of times you can just Agamagan on curve with the Briarspawn and get people out of nowhere. Is quite low, so that is a concern. Might have to wait for like 8 to be able to Earthen Roar something.
Yeah, it'll be turn 8 that he does it probably, but Nkuru, no, you can see the way Nkuru's playing that he knows that's his lost condition right now.
Right, yeah.
Like, he's not getting caught with tripwires over 2 turns or anything like that.
Wet face. Always a risk picking up burn with the quest weapon, but Fireball knew where to go.
Yeah, and Renman, yeah, he's just starting to think about that exact thing we were talking about there. That he had a chance, but now he knows he's dead next turn.
Let none survive.
Nothing of use in the Tolvir. Nothing of enough use in the Tolvir. He'll do what he can to not be dead on board, which isn't a lot. And then he's probably dead to not on board anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it only takes a 3 damage burn spell plus the hero power.
Yeah, and why is your opponent not taking the fireball if that's the damage they need? Yeah, and so on. So you're pretty sure you're dead.
The moment is upon us.
This took a lot, right, for the mage to win. Like the mage had a really good hand, which it does get. You can compete on draw sort of semi-often, and the hunter had a terrible hand. And we're still talking in terms of, you know, he may have only been one turn away as the hunter from still getting there anyway. But get there, Inkuru did on the mage, and that's tough work now for Renman.
Well, and there's a world where, you know, Renman does have a faster hand, right? Gets enough chip damage in that then you don't need the Earthen Roar to be able to go for it. Inkuru had a counterspell up, but if you're just playing Agamagan into Briarspawn, none of that is affected by counterspells. So if Inkuru didn't have, you know, 2 6-health minions in play at 18, I mean, it was very, very nearly lethal. It just would have taken a couple more early game minions to connect.
Yeah, so surprisingly close considering, you know, his pretty dire hand. He is the one with the Egg Warrior Renman, so this isn't quite the sort of... Oh, now it's 2 of the regular decks versus 3 of the regular decks that we've seen a few times. What do you think of Egg Warrior in this meta?
When the cards were revealed, and particularly Hogger, I was very, very excited about all the possibilities Hogger presents for Warrior in terms of just being able to double up on so many things. There's Logosh and the Blood Fighters, right? Suddenly you've got 6 of them in your deck. That chains very nicely. Hasn't panned out. There's, of course, the easy thing that people have done of Dragon Warrior. You just add Warptooth Hogger and that's it. It's a great combo. But I was worried about how powerful Egg Warrior might become because, one, you've got a second egg, which makes it easier to find, and then, most importantly, you've got a second Umbra. So some of the games where someone is able to deal with an Umbra, like, you know, Priest with Medivh or something, any of those scenarios, you just have another one and create the same problem all over again. And the second Umbra actually is kind of even more quickly powerful because you've got all the death rattles from playing the first one, which are mostly the later stages, right? So
that makes sense.
You know, there's chances that you actually end up with 2 30-30s on board right away.
Yes.
The problem is that the format just got very, very fast. And
yeah.
Warrior's removal, you know, it has decent armor. The fact that you are egg and able to run Siphoning Growth, as we see in the hand right there, it means that you have even more armor than, like, a Quest Warrior would have. But it doesn't matter with just the speed with which some of these decks hit the ground running. I mean, these Arcane Tripwires, if you don't have much in play, that they're each 5 damage face. And then the more aggressive warriors with the Warptooth turns, the rogues with Vanessa into Troublemaker. So many decks, you know, Shaman with its mana cheat in the early game. They're able to kind of scam very, very quickly early game. And maybe you recover from that, but usually if you do, you come out the worse for wear. And then they can also have these big mid games where you just don't have the tools to clear some of the bigger minions with only Shelnado and Decimation as your tools.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Again, the Shaman as well largely is built with that in mind as well, with the 16 damage from hand available in a lot of the builds, especially on ladder. So that damage you were talking about, that early damage the Shaman does, where you come out worse for wear, like even if you get your egg down, sometimes they just finish off with 12 damage in the face. Same with all the other decks really. Hunter can get a lot of face damage in. Obviously it's Hunter, but you know, Troublemakers can do face damage as well. Obviously eggs do absorb tripwires, they do absorb Troublemakers, but you're still taking a lot of the time.
Well, and I think you're heavily incentivized with this warrior to ban Shaman just because of Hex.
Yeah, especially in this tournament, right? Because I've talked about this a lot. I think there's more incentive to bring Hex in your Shaman in this particular tournament, because you know that if you're playing your Shaman, it's been left up. And if it's been left up, which isn't that common, then there's things that are beating your shaman, so you need the hex. It's like a cyclic thing.
Mm-hmm.
And again, there's arguments for banning the warrior in the big 4 equal matchup we've talked about a little bit earlier, but you still got to expect your shaman, if it's left up, to have to do some extra work.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, with the extra chance of drawing eggs and stuff, Renman just isn't drawing eggs, which means the whole conversation really is, if you don't draw an egg, then you just are an open goal for all these tripwires and the game ends. Inco's deliberately not been relying on the tripwires, I've noticed, but yeah.
It's surprising to me that, this is kind of the second person with Egg Warrior, second person to not find it with any kind of speed, because yes, to get those extra copies of things, you have a couple more cards in your deck, which reduces, but the fact that it is an extra copy of the one card you really need.
Practically doubles your chances, not quite.
Yeah. And Renman actually just needs a 2-3 to slam.
Has made the case. I think the reason he's played a lot of the way he has so far is looking for Earthen Raw to make sure. Like, there was a place where he could have launched infinite tripwires and just tried to get the 5s in rapidly, but an egg might have stopped him in his tracks, whereas this way he's been putting a lot of tempo on the board and at the same time, looking for that Earthen Raw that so far has got in his hand, which would be a nice sort of security blanket as well.
Yeah, just forced to use some of these pings to clear up, even with the decimation option next turn. But yeah, and
You'd think Acolyte was good in this matchup, wouldn't you?
You'd think.
Draw the cards.
Yeah. I mean, there is potential to, with a Sizzling Cinder in play, you can do funny things, right? Where you play Acolyte and then kill the Cinder and hope the hits go to your Acolyte. But yeah, Inkuro just doesn't have to commit much board here at all, because when your opponent has no minions, Arcane Tripwire does so much damage for you that you don't actually need to keep building big boards.
Yeah, the game's forced him into it, right? He decided to go for some small boards because the recurring damage is better than just doing 5 in the long run. And Renman's hand has been so minion free that this turn Nkuru's just like, you know what, actually, let's just take my 5 while it's there. I'll have it. Thanks.
Here we go. This is what I was talking about. Oh, it gets 1-1 split.
Now there's so much available. There is the option here to go weapon into Tolvir.
Oh my
another
goodness.
weapon, which will trip the tripwire, and then he can push 4 extra face as well, and hope that's enough.
But I believe that's, both tripwires played, right? So as you say, doubling up here, huge value.
Huge value, and also, there's enough damage in the deck now that even an egg getting in the way of anything else is just not going to be enough. Renman got plus 16 in armor?
It does, yeah.
Card,
Extra siphoning. So, but I don't know that it matters. Have attacks gone through
lethal?
yet? I think it's just lethal. Yeah.
I thought the attacks had gone. Good spot. I knew it was a lot. I thought it was going to be on 3 or 4. Wow. Okay, 2-0. Easy.
I mean, Arcane Tripwire is 15 damage, right? in one card. Like, yes, you have to pull the other pieces, but just in terms of mana investment for
a deck so nice.
Yeah, for a deck that also got a location that draws 2 cards. In terms of the Rat's Nest, that's not what it's called, but Underbelly Network.
Yeah.
A Hunter has this ability to just not need not need to commit a whole bunch of minions, right? And just wait to fill their deck with these tripwires and then pull them all out with the Confront the Tolvir.
It is nice to have face damage back in general as well, not just the tripwire, but like we've got the Troublemaker, which is it's a lot of damage, but tripwire, Troublemaker, Warp Tooth, those things. It's nice to be able to actually hit people for some damage again. I know, minion combat's a thing that a lot of people enjoy, and here we are. We have a lot of minion combat, But it is nice just to be able to finish that off with, you know what, I would like to hit you for 6 in the face occasionally.
Versus Garrosh.
Or 15 sometimes.
I just want vampiric blood back, but it's fine.
Chaos.
Maybe next year. Well, here we go.
Well then,
Battle of the Warriors.
how much of this do you keep if you're in Kura? None of it. Okay.
Well, there's no good hits for the mother duck, right? So you'd rather get your big dragons.
Sure. Yeah, they're pretty hard to remove for a warrior as well.
I mean, warriors don't run execute. They don't run shield slam anymore, right? There has been this reliance on torch, which is a very good card, right? You can get a lot of value out of torch, but in terms of just a single card remove a big thing, and you can't even do that to Prescient Slitherdrake because of the elusive. So
Yeah. This is turned into a mega hand from Minkuru. He's going to be able to make such a rapid board.
yeah, I
And
mean,
it all works out nicely on curve pretty much as well.
just Peddler on 2 is a good way to start snowballing.
You've got the choice, right? You can play 2 4s on turns 3 and 4, or you can now play, a lot of stuff here with a coin, fill it out with a mediocre turn on turn 3, and then just play your 4s as they come up. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah,
I know
this
from
makes sense to me.
experience- Yeah, usually coining early is not correct in these spots, but as in, if you've got a choice between coining 4 into 4 and having a nice curve that way, which turn do you make the bad one? It's usually the earlier turn where you have the weak one. But against this warrior deck, just put this damage out there. Look at it, that's 7 now. It's 8 next turn.
Yeah, I think the fact that it's Peddler that to start sort of snowballing these minions is a big deal.
Yes, that's fair.
It was a little bit of an awkward spot, right? Because you have the coin to potentially coin out a powerful 4, but also having the brood mother, where if you were to save it, that's like you've got a good 3 of brood mother into a 2, and then you still don't need the coin, and then you're playing your turn 4 without using the coin. So I like this line of just like, we'll maximize pressure on 2, and then have that weaker turn 3, and you're still getting Prescient Slitherdrake out on 4.
Yep. And apparently a win peak on 5 if you want it as well. I can see, like, in your intro of this, like you're talking about how the egg, ended up being just a little bit too slow, but how terrifying it is. This board state gives me both of those vibes in one. It's like, okay, well, this egg's pretty scary, but also, oh my goodness, I'm on 19 and there's 5 8s coming down, and I'm going to take a massive beating in the meantime.
Now, I will say, I like Renman's list better than the one we saw earlier. Renman does not have the Warp Tooths in here. And I think that's the right call. It's basically you can't get it out until you have egg in play, and even then, you need like egg plus egg bearer or egg plus acolyte. Like there's just not a lot of ways of being able to activate and pull the warp tooth out. So
yeah, it is quite tough. Yeah.
This is just a more streamlined. And then you don't run the risk of drawing the warp tooth, which that draw is kind of at a premium, as we've seen here.
Well, very nearly out of stuff to do. Benman's side doesn't mean it's over at all. He's got card draw. He's got some more armor. Which amazes me. I thought he'd be out of this by now, but.
Siphoning Growth is a lot of armor, right?
Really is.
It's 8 armor that other control warrior decks don't really have access to, which I think is part of why Egg Warrior has been kind of the the Control Warrior deck for a while.
I mean, this is still mighty unpleasant, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 is a lot. 10's a lot too.
God, remember when this cost 1?
Yeah. Those were the days.
This is another thing, right? Shelnado, one of your good minigame clears still costs you 5 armor.
Yeah. I'm going to assess whether the numbers are a lot or not. 5's quite a lot, so. Kuro, like all good players, not enjoying the fact he's going to have to overwrite a weapon with a weapon. Trying to find a way out of that. I think you have to count here whether you need or are going to use both weapons, right?
Yeah.
Like, are you going to swing with this? Is one of the questions as well.
Looks like we've got a fight for
Or
the
you change
ages.
weapon. I don't know. He just thinks this will end the game if he gets the right things.
Looks like we've got a fight
That's
for the
not
ages.
the right thing. That's a good one. I mean, not so much the effect, but just as an Ashbringer.
Yeah.
And there's still warp.
Redman.
There's
Those
still
are the wrong days to have these tools. Sorry, I keep cutting you off.
yeah, no. There's still Warp Tooth in Kuro's list, right? So with the Searing Fissure next turn, that represents quite a lot.
I mean, just
even if-
nothing has occurred here.
Yeah. Let's see.
A conundrum.
I mean, the missing piece for Renman basically is Torch.
Speak to me.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Even then, though, there's so much damage on the other side now he's low on mana.
Oy. I mean, even if you find it now, it's no good. Just kind of going through the motions.
Yeah, Renman gives it up. Nkuru's back at the Masters Tour. And that
Wow.
means he's still in contention for the World Championships, Adol.
Yeah, another 3-0, another poor performance for the Egg Warrior. Really demonstrating why so many folks have gone with the Dragon Warrior instead.
Nice to see Nkuru get through again back at the Masters Tour, but got to feel a bit sorry for Renman there. Like, he just didn't get a chance to play in this series.
Yeah.
For the most part. He had one of those days where you just don't draw anything at all. But we've seen him many times. We'll see him again, I'm sure. But yeah, Nkuru, we're halfway through the day. What's happening?
I know,
here?
it's just so many 3-0s.
Yeah, Nkuru's going to be through. So I guess we'll take another break and set up the 7th match of the day. Don't get me wrong, there's still 6 more to go, so don't go anywhere. But yeah, we'll see you in a minute.
welcome back. I'm Raven, and joining me is Sottle, and we've got very quickly our third match of the Europe region coming right up. Yeah, a little bit surprised myself. Sottle was definitely not quite ready to jump on the desk. Yeah, but we're here. That's all that matters. And it has just been a bit of a sort of blitz of a day, hasn't it? These matchups have just been really like fast and furious from these players, and most of the matches have looked pretty brutal for one player, as we've had a lot of 3-0s, and fantastic for the others if they've qualified through very, very convincingly. But now, Sottle, we have Disdemon versus Maverick coming up, and not only are these two players that we've probably cast many games of in our time, but also they have these mirrored lineups, so I think this one's going to be a little bit brutal as well.
Yeah, Diz in particular has been an absolute bastion of consistency recently, putting up extremely strong results right up until the final moment where you just need that one last win to get yourself to the World Championships and then falling short. That's kind of been the story. But Maverick, of course, another excellent representative from the European region, widely associated with the French Hearthstone scene, but hailing from Belgium originally. And this will be a pretty great matchup coming up. But yeah, we have just been absolutely ripping through. Weirdly, a couple of the series that should have slowed us down a little bit, where like the Egg Warriors come out to play, have actually been the quickest series, because the two Egg Warrior players so far have been brutally punished for the heinous crime of bringing Egg Warrior to a tournament by just not having any eggs at any point in like 6 consecutive games and not getting to play Hearthstone. Which is catastrophically unlikely at this point with the Hogger version of the deck. But as you mentioned, we are back on the Dragon Warrior, double Dragon Warrior for this one. And even the Hunters are matched up evenly this time, with both playing the Briarspawn Drake variation.
Yeah, and I think that one interesting thing about this meta, that there's plenty of decks to say like play on ladder, right? Like there's tons of decks to choose from, there's all these different builds, but for players at this level, I feel like almost all the player base, like say the pro player base, let's call them, have really locked in on these 4 decks, and I think have just been locked in so fast that they're all very comfortable with them as well, right? They kind of know the game plan. The Rogue has like sort of a 3-pronged attack to an extent, with the Jades, the Troublemakers, there we go, I'll remember card names at some point, and then of course just Vanessa turns, right? Like that's kind of like, boom, there's the 3 things. Now how you get there, slightly different each game, but very locked in strategy. Dragon Warrior, very similar to Dragon Warrior beforehand, right? That's basically a known quantity. And similar with Shaman and Hunter, although they play a little bit differently, I think they've just really locked in on these decks, and that's why we're seeing not only a lot of people bring this lineup, but also a lot of confident play, right? Just very much like, I know what to do, I just need to do it.
Which is hard with a lot of those decks, because the leftovers after a Vanessa turn is, 7 cards you might have never seen before in your life that don't actually exist in Hearthstone and were made up specifically for that turn you just played. Yeah. Shaman sometimes quite similarly with some of the minions that you're generating and so on, right? So that is tricky in those kind of matchups. You do have to have these improvisational skills where it's not the kind of thing where you can just learn what the perfect turn looks like over and over again just through memorization of playing things a million times. It really is adaptable to each given situation, and that is kind of the challenge with random generation. Because again, like coming into this, we look at all of these decks, there's not a massive lineup edge in the tournament, there's a lot of random generation in the decks that are being played. There was a fear, and there's a fear that was voiced by myself to you people before the tournament of like, is there going to be a skill edge in this tournament? Because there are so many random effects that can end up deciding games. But it turns out, yes, because we've actually just ended up with a really consistent top 24 across the 3 regions of players that we've been used to seeing throughout the year and throughout the last couple of years, of people who've played in this new format. And I think I'd put that down to exactly that idea of what I'm talking about. Those are the players that are experienced enough and knowledgeable enough and just have good enough Hearthstone fundamentals that they can look at a hand of 9 cards that don't actually exist and are completely made up for that particular Hearthstone turn, and actually work out how to play good Hearthstone with them. And that is something that is particularly challenging with a lot of these decks in this meta.
Yeah, there's also outside factors as well, because a lot of these players are ones we've seen time and time again over many years at this point, right? Hearthstone is not a young game anymore, right? They also just have the experience, because just as a reminder, in case you've joined us recently on the broadcast, this is not like a random pop-up one-day tournament. The players had to qualify to playoffs in the first place. Then yesterday, they've played through a big round of Swiss to get to this point, and then today's like their final matches for winning ins for the Masters Tour. So it's such a big deal that experience, I do think, plays a lot into these like long competitive days that, like yesterday, the pressure of knowing if I lose this match, I'm done for this season and probably for this year at this point, right? Because there's not much time left till BlizzCon. So I think that definitely helps with some of these names that we do see time and time again, is that the experience must be such a benefit to them when they've got these situations coming up.
And I think particularly one of the two players, both of the two players to an extent, but particularly highlighting Demon, of just that ability to stay calm, be unflappable. Demon is about the most difficult player I can think of to shake out of their comfort zone, and I think that goes to show, or it speaks to the consistency that Demon has in these recent tournaments, where it doesn't matter what the meta is. Was there a balance patch 2 days before the tournament? Is it a brand new expansion with a bunch of power spike cards that everyone's got to adapt to? Doesn't matter. Demon doesn't care. He's just going to play Hearthstone. And I think that's something that's also shared by someone that we saw in APAC in particular, Chonsu, who I think Chonsu's superpower, and the fact that the reason why Chonsu is so consistently good over such a long amount of time is that Chauncey just unironically and uncomplicatedly enjoys playing Hearthstone and continues to do so, right? Like, it's just the kind of thing where he's like, yeah, this is what I want to do. I'm going to play some Hearthstone. And then, so it's never, make your hobby your job and you'll never work a day in your life, like that kind of thing. Like, he's just having a good time all of the time, and that makes him also very unflappable. And I think, these are the players, I think, that are consistently doing very well. But Demon, we're going to talk about it during the series, but stoic is the word that comes to mind.
We've been here before.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
There has been some heinous turns that have gone against this Demon, and you wonder whether, I don't know, robot might be something that gets thrown into the conversation, because he's just like, so next. And you're just like, what is going on? Like, my monitor would be through the wall.
Here's the ridiculousness of the situation. You then trying to do an impression of someone not caring about what was going on was still 600% more emotive than Demon is at any point during a game of Hearthstone. It is. He does not move. The facial muscles are not exercised.
Yeah, and like I said, I think it might have been last time we cast, but I remember specifically, like, there was some outcomes, right, that happened, and it's just... Yep. Carry on. And you're just like, oh, fair enough. I believe the players are very nearly ready. They're just making sure everything's all sorted and good to go. As again, if you are just joining us, all of these matches, we're covering all the regions, will nearly be done soon if this is anything to go by. Asia Pacific already locked in the 4 players. This is the 3rd out of 4 matches from EU. And then, of course, we are going to finish up the day with the Americas. But most importantly, these are very straightforward. There's no, movement to first place or anything today. It's 4 matches separate from each region, so 8 different players. They win their match, they move on. They lose the match, they're done for this season, and it's as simple as that. So every single match now is everything on the line. It's what they've played for the last what they've been focused on for the last at least 24 to 48 hours, right? Full focus mode.
Yeah, if you did miss APAC, it was Diong, Shaxi, Rot, and Chonsu himself, who we were just talking about, made it through for APAC. And we are just wrapping things up with the Europe. Hopefully, it will not be too much longer until we can get ourselves into a game. Normally, I will have no sympathy for these people. I DQ them. They have a call time. If they're not here for it, get them out of the tournament and we'll move on. But with how fast this tournament day has been going, I would not be surprised if several of these players are checking Discord and finding messages like, we're actually moving you up an hour from when your check-in time was.
Okay, well, again, apologies for the slight delay, but again, we do really want to make sure the players are good to go and comfortable. Here we go, game one between Demon and Maverick. Hunter versus Hunter, and this is what I like to see. And been very interesting, actually, because I don't know if this happens to you or not, Sottle, but when we prep for tournaments, we play a lot of the different decks, mainly what we assume will be the most popular ones and so on. But with the decks that have these different card choices in them, it's not just always the same 30. I often end up picking one and just sticking with it to feel out the archetype, right, and to get some experience. But then Hunter right now, for example, I've not really played much Platysaur because it's just not the version I started with out of the player submissions. So I'm very interested to see more of this because although there's obvious benefits, you draw more cards equals good in Hunter, right? I do worry about the potential downsides of when you may be pushed into Platypus early and you start to, if you discard something powerful, it's like you can't really play it or it gets locked in the hand, it can get really a bit messy.
Yeah, I understand the theory behind it. So this deck has enough card draw, barely. I think it's right on the line, where because it compounds, it's hard data to crunch, right? Because if you get the tame pet into a Tolvir and then you play the Tolvir and you play the tracking as well, right? It can feel like you have too much card draw. Then you just have 10 cards in your hand the entire game, right? But there are a lot of games where we've seen various decks like this in the past, right? Where you shuffle things into your deck for repeated value, and a lot of the time the problem with those decks is value at some speculative point in the future doesn't count. That's not a real resource that you can bank on in a game of Hearthstone, right? So what you need to be able to consolidate that is a ton of card draw. A Hunter is right on that line where there's like enough or not enough to justify that thing happening. So chucking in Platysaurs as well, just to push it over the edge, just to make sure you're overcooked on card draw if need be, does make sense. Because you can tell how close to the line is because they're playing a 1-mana card that does nothing just because it says draw a card on it in the deck, right?
Yes.
Like, that's how important the card draw is to the engine.
100%. Maverick so far though does have the trips down, so has generated the 5/5, and I do think this is what gets very interesting about this matchup. In a lot of matchups, maybe this is just how I play, I like to prioritize the arcane tripwires for just more damage, right? However, I feel like
you shock me, Raven.
I know. You don't know me that well, so. However, in the mirror, I do feel like if one of the players can safely land the minion generation and can proc an additional one or so just early enough, it really helps out because not only are they normally get these chunky-ish minions, but they soak the arcane missile-esque arcane tripwires, right? So you kind of having a double whammy where you're being defensive and minion-based aggressive at the same time, whereas if you just have the arcanes, then a lot of them aren't going face, and you might actually lose that face race.
Sisters, my arrows shall
Yeah, couple of really good hits off Beast Tripwire. You can get Witchwood Grizzly, of course, which if your opponent doesn't have Earthen Roar, that's kind of game over. They don't really get to play anymore at that point. And then in situations like we saw 2 series ago in the Noob User versus Hypno Shard, matchup, where it was just Hunter versus Hunter, classic face Hunter battles, right? I press hero power, throw damage at your face, you press hero power, throw damage at my face, we pass turns back and forth. Rolling a Pterodax for lifesteal in those spots can actually be absolutely massive to swing things as well, which, you know, weirdly is a contraband beast that you play in the deck, which largely I think just because there's no third beast that actually creates utility in the way that you want those cards to. But very, very rarely actually picked as
It's an emergency factor, right? It's like in the games you need it, you really need it, but you don't need it that often. You know what I also like from the generation? I can't remember the name, I'm terrible. But do you know the dinosaur that can gain reborn in your goldfish? Like,
when something else dies? Yeah,
that's pretty nice, because you normally have something else, right, to like trade in and stuff. So that's that can be pretty nice as well, just to soak up a ton of damage and be a pretty sticky minion to deal with.
Beast.
Oh, that's also a good one, yeah.
Especially when you have Confront the Tol'vir in your hand, because these give you the 1-cost spells that deal 2 damage and summon a minion to your hand, so you get to play them, load them up into the Tol'vir. Absolutely disgusting outcome in spots like this where it's a straight up damage race.
And again,
Which, you know, a lesser person would be tilted by, but we must again look at the face of Disney.
Yep. And again, the benefit with this with Wasp is it's high health. Like, it's statted very highly on its health side. And again, you spoke all these little pings from the 2-1. It's pow, the arcane quiet. And it's going to be completely fine, yeah. It's so, so powerful. And right now, especially with
clear
Drake in hand, this is slipping away.
Yeah, it's really good. Tripwire to clear, push 7, fire the other stinger at face. Getting one of those cinder shots at least to hit the Wasp was, I think, almost certainly game-ending here, because you now have an additional 4 damage loaded up into that Confront the Tol'vir with the 2 stingers.
And this was an exact display of like which trips you want in the matchup, right? Because like, look at the minions on board that have poked some damage and provided some utility. Versus
Dodge! Dodge! Oh, unlucky.
Well, there's
Yeah, take another one. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? Now just take another tripwire. It'll be fine.
The funny thing is, if there was like tripwire and there was a tracking in hand, this demon could win. Just tripwire again, tracking another tripwire, and just start pushing. Well, all you need is a few trips in a row. It literally couldn't be worse. There we go, into the game one.
Yeah, okay, fine. I was gonna say, you are dead on board to what you're doing here. This is, I know we don't need to save time, but you are still objectively wasting everyone's time at this point. If we could move on with things, that'd be
Yeah, and for me, Hunter, I played the most so far this expansion, sort of, you know, this meta, and that is very similar to how most Hunter games go. If one person gets the beast rolling, unless you low roll multiple times on the beasts, it's going to look like that, because board presence just wins, especially with minions that big.
It's happened, by the way. We didn't notice going into it, despite having a million things to talk about. But myself and Pocket have been banging the drum all the time. Like, apparently the good players ban Warrior in this mirror match. And now actually we've seen it happen. The double Warrior ban just down beneath us. So we will get to see both Shamans in this series. And yeah, apparently when it comes to France versus Belgium, they know what's up. The double Warrior ban.
Well, they're not wasting any time, making up for that last game lasting maybe 10 seconds longer than it should have. We are getting right back into game number 2 here. We've got this demon once again on the hunt, and Maverick on the road. And for me, Soto, I don't know how you feel about this matchup, but maybe I'm overconfident, but as the hunter, the rogue just doesn't really concern me. They have to work really hard for me to care.
What does concern you when you're playing Hunter?
Priest, if they drop Soothsayer and I don't have a good answer, then I cry a little bit. That could be a little bit dangerous. And then the only other thing is Egg Warrior, because you just have to proc the eggs for them and then hope you can deal with the 2020 with the roll, right? That's like the only game plan you realistically have. But other than that, everything dies to enough missiles.
Right. So what you're saying is Hunter beats everything apart from the decks that no one plays.
Exactly. Therefore, Hunter's the best, as we knew all along.
So the stats, even as high as you can push it, do have Hunter as a slight favorite. I am of the opinion, just as analysis of that data, that Rogue stats are probably slightly overcooked across the board, because I think Rogue is the easiest deck to just get incredibly dizzy with in this meta and just do dumb things, even at the highest level. So I think the matchup might be even-ish. But yeah, certainly the data as reported, read as simplistically as possible, does back up what you are saying, and this is a slight Hunter edge.
Hunter's the best!
Yeah.
Good follow-up here, though, with the shovel. Able to smack that 2-1 out of the way, get a little bit of damage to the elemental here. However, the problem Diz Demon's going to have is this hand is not looking too great. He's got the endgame combo. He's got the Lorinda combo. So that's no problem at all. It's just getting there is the big question mark.
I have to now tell this story of Lorinda on the previous series came on and said, "Oh, I've been like playing it as a control deck and then killing them with the combo, and apparently that's wrong." We had a conversation where Lorinda was like, "Oh, I draw my deck every single game, so I just like wait until I kill them with the combo." And again, based on that conversation you and I were just having of it being right on the line in terms of card drawing, I was like, "Really? You're drawing your deck every game?" And Lorinda's response, "Yes, I only play against Paladin and Priest." Well, then in that case, important context that has been missing here. But apparently what's been internalized from that conversation is that they're playing the deck wrong, which is not what anyone said at any point.
I can see the new prepare mechanic, very powerful in multiple classes right now. Probably Vanessa and the Soothsayer being the biggest ones for me, at least, for Rogue and Priest. Yeah. Oh, well, played in Rogue and Priest. And we're about to see some shenanigans next turn here for Maverick. So this is the time where Maverick needs to pile on the pressure, because he will want to sort of cash in on the fact that this demon is actually having pretty low impact turns for Hunter.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Everything's free, nothing costs mana. You need some cards.
I'm just going to say it. Lethal.
Meet here at midnight.
Bly's would have killed him.
Oh, yeah. Easily. I would have said lethal and meant it if it was Bly's.
Bly's would have qualified by that. Like, we'd be in America's region by now. If Bly's
we'd be at BlizzCon.
Yeah, true.
It goes so fast, he's actually just pulled time forward.
I want to see Bly's play in-person tournaments again, just to see if he actually has a pocket boy that travels with him wherever he goes.
The studio's like, we keep putting more lighting on, but it's just not doing anything. Like 12 studio lights just on Bly's.
I didn't realize a person could be a black hole.
Oh wait, was that just a troublemaker generated Sottle?
That is a randomly generated monkey. Yes, that is correct. Increase the cost of a minion in your hand by 1.
Oh,
you can point make 3 cost to make it cost 2. Yeah, very nice.
If you cast a spell, gain attack equal to its cost, well, the 2 preps. Nice.
Yours.
Ooh. Is this gonna have to be Cinder Tolve?
The Tolve is so underwhelming, though, is it not? What have we got in here?
It's
an Earthen Roar, a Cinder, a Shovel, and a Tracking. Yeah.
It's just,
and there's no tripped wires in the deck, right? Yeah.
But the problem is, what else is the turn? Like double 1-drop hero power? Like, do you just need the Cinders down?
Your point is taken under consideration.
Because it'll be 4 Cinders, right, on the board?
Yes.
I'm just trying to...
Wait, no, 3 Cinders.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 3, yeah. So, yeah, I'm just trying to think of how many... What's the way we can deal with this board? Ping damage. Oh, where does that come from? The only thing you have. It's going to go for the freeze on the benefit instead. Okay, that goal was good. So that's what, 10 damage just off the top.
You can play an 8-drop this turn if you would like to.
Or trade 1, go face, and Sawbones.
Wait, what is that? What's the Sawbones?
Destroy your minions and draw a card and refresh a mana crystal for each.
You have like 10 cards in your hand already. Why are we milling our own deck?
Just saying you could. what's that, 4 reduction? Ooh. Not bad. That's high health. There is we can see the other rolls in hand, but still. It does set up the wind peak as well, right?
State your business with the
Yeah, true. Synergy.
bipedal and
Love
sword.
synergy.
So jamming cards. Jamming cards to 0 until you run out of cards to jam.
2 cost.
Oh, and a husk. Love to see it.
Everybody
Not really
needs a
what Hunter
cast.
wants. Wait a minute. The Sawbones Husk synergy. We're doing it.
I think we're probably going to shoot them to death with a monkey before that happens. Just a theory.
But what if? But they could still do those things and do the monkey.
My hand is too full.
Well, this is 18 damage. Maverick just needs to find 2 extra damage from someone.
Yeah, not that difficult. Considering there is a triple juiced monkey in the hand or a Wimpeak worm, either of which will do the job.
Yeah, really, really rough game there for Disneyman. And it's one of those, as I said, like Rogue has that sort of 3. I'm slowly sliding to one side off camera. It has a 3-pronged attack, right? And we saw the Vanessa one really kick in big time there. But it was sort of matched up against Disdemon having, frankly, one of the worst openings, or the first 4 turns of a Hunter game you can have, which is, couple of 1-drops and then your late game combo, which is not going to be really that involved with a Rogue. So yeah, going to be pretty difficult there for Disdemon, and it's going to be an uphill climb now because Shaman is the last class. And are you rating Shaman as highly as the general population of the planet do? As very, very high?
Yeah, so I kind of have 2 categories for these 4 decks. Pocket was talking about it earlier when, you know the issue. Obviously, you know all the smart things, but you just have to ask questions and let me say the things that sound smart because you're on that side of the screen. So obviously, I was in that position with Pocket and he was talking about, the consistency of Dragon Warrior, of just, the graph is just at 50% all the way across. And then Shaman and Rogue, they have these like 75% spikes, but then also unplayable hands all the way down here, right? So to me, Shaman and Rogue are like the decks that when they do their thing, forget about it. No other deck is competing unless it's also a Shaman or a Rogue on the other side, right? And that includes Warptooth turns, it includes Tolvir turns, it includes Tripwire weapon turns, right? For the strongest things that the other 2 decks can do don't compete anywhere close to what these 2 decks can do to each other. But they both do have that potential to brick. In my experience, and I don't think this is a opinion that's necessarily shared, Shaman bricks more often than Rogue. Looking at the deck list, I don't think that should be true either, so I think that's just anecdotal as to what I've experienced in the games that I've played. But certainly, I think these are the 2 decks that do the most unstoppable things.
Weirdly enough, I'm with you on that. That's also been my experience, but I have played more Rogue than Shaman, so that's definitely going to have some level of impact. Maybe I just got a bit unlucky in the Shaman games I've played, but I do feel that there are some awkward cards, because even just an example here, like the Muradin's Last Stand, fantastic card. You don't want to see it this early, right? And now there's 2, right? These are some awkward ones to deal with.
Turn 2 Woe on coin. All right, that's kind of disgusting. You might get neophyted here, but I don't think there's any strong reason why Disdemon will feel like he should neophyte his opponent here. Almost certainly this is going to be a minion-based turn now that you've seen the location go on.
Yeah. And also, even if you don't do any massive shenanigans, it's a 2/6. Right? Like,
It's 2/6,
yeah, it's like, that's all you need.
That's why it's so strong here, particularly, right? Is because you don't have to get immense value out of it right now. It's a 2/6. It is sticking.
Yep.
So you can just jam it. So yeah, Neophyte is coming down. Good recognition from Disdemon. Obviously, Maverick has to play another card to activate the Farseer, and every other card in his hand is, of course, a spell by nature of how the deck is. So the Neophyte does at least block the activation of the minion.
No matter when we are,
There it is.
nature
2-6.
holds true.
His demon essentially just trades his 3-2 for a coin, a little bit better than that because he also gets to keep a 3-2 in play, which is contesting the 2-6. Prep cultist map.
Okay.
We've seen this come up so many times where you get offered Troublemaker and Vanessa. I'm sure this will be a Vanessa pickup. Just a matter of whether he wants to pick Rite of Twilight, possibly, to launch it at the face and then only prep Vanessa for one, or hold off on the prep for another turn. But no, it does just go straight on to the picking up the Vanessa. Sorry, I did it then. To prepare the Vanessa. Can't prep the Vanessa. It's a minion. That's not how it works.
Okay, not a bad pickup as well here from Maverick.
Maverick will want cheap here. That's
okay.
perfect.
Yeah, let's go relax. It's just a game. Like, what's going on?
Is literal perfection.
What's on offer?
Oh, Totemic Surge. Yes. Get it in my veins.
It's gonna go turn. Very nice.
This turn was predetermined as soon as the whelp got generated. No other way you're doing this. Really, this is just a concern of positioning as to which minions you want to have on the left of the Herald minion. Keep the right side open for the rush minions from your hand.
But now it's Disdemon's time. Vanessa hits the board, plenty of mana to play around with. Got backstab, got coin, got plenty of stuff to do. And now we're going to see how it goes. Pickpocket coming out here.
Pickpocket does not draw. I believe you have to play it on turn 1 with a regularly constructed deck, which you can do with Shaman. That is possible. That is a thing Shaman can do.
Always go in with backup.
I believe it's a mech, so you can find it from map. Play it on turn 1, it draws a card.
Ooh, charge on that Platysaur, looking quite nice. Yeah, definitely.
Choose soon.
Let's start with the Shadow Backstab. Which I like, can still convert to a coin to keep going. Because I feel like with this hand, this demon is pretty just all in at this point. Or as all in, we're going to have cards in hand because the way Vanessa works, but you know what I mean, right? It's like, there's no holding resources back, right? You usually get...
Someone called.
Ooh, the ritual getting trapped means that he's going to have to use the more expensive envoy in order to get the buff minion in play for the rush. He's going to use that to try and clear up the Vanessa. Very awkward.
Death itself.
Where,
I'll handle this.
Gotta be right. No other method of killing the Vanessa. I don't think.
There was, because there was turns, right?
Oh, using Turn the Tides
Yeah, I'm not
and
saying
a
it's
rush
a
minion
good
instead
method.
of the buff.
I'm just saying, yeah, it's just a method.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, this just gets the taunt down, just sort of gets the more expensive stuff kind of played, right? And then just go from there. Because turn's not benefiting from the hero power, right? It'll just be sort of overspending 1 mana for the rush reduction.
Exactly, yeah. I think in a vacuum, that line with the Turn the Tides might do more, but it's just weirdly mana inefficient, right? Because the only minion you play is a 1-cost minion, so you don't actually get the full scope of the discount.
And then you're still stuck with the Herald in hand, right?
Yes, exactly.
The pressure now coming down again, just the power of Vanessa with a lot of cheap cards to drop from. Maverick gonna have to pull something out of the bag here. Stand some time. I mean, it's something. Unfortunately for Maverick, not far enough ahead, I would say, for the freeze to be relevant right now.
No, and no Storm Fury in hand, which is really what you would need to at least stall out this situation. It wouldn't necessarily be enough to clear up, but it would buy you the time that you needed for sure. You would have it activated by now, be playable on the following turn. All right, I mean, that's a lightning storm.
There's any reason to pick anything else, right? Storm's just too good.
Job's done.
It's just miserable. I get it. I get the concern there. Like, that might look like he's just kind of humming in a situation where there was only one pick. But if your play is pick Lightning Storm, play Lightning Storm, you floated 3 mana this turn in a weird way, right? Well, 4 potentially. There's 1 mana that you didn't spend. There's a minion discount that you didn't use, and then you've overloaded yourself for the following turn. That feels awful. But counterpoint, you're not dead, and that's a big upside in comparison to any other player.
Yeah, losing feels pretty awful too.
Yes.
So I've heard. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, now the Elemental might get some level of work done based on the draws. Oh, maybe not. This demon had like just the right amount of pressure to follow up with, right? 2 untargetable minions, 4 health across the board, kind of awkward.
And this is the kind of situation that we were both alluding to, right? Like 3 mana 5/5 freeze a minion when your opponent's board is wide. Actually, weirdly, kind of a brick. Double Muradin's Last Stand when you've been behind. Total brick because you've been behind, so your minions haven't been attacking. Ascension when you've been behind. Total brick because you haven't got any minions in play. Like, these hands do happen. Even Mugsy, 4 mana 6/7. Bad card when you're behind on board. Like, Boulder Fist Ogre is not good value for the stats. I hate to break it to you. It just isn't. I'm sorry.
Gonna go for the duck, but
There is little time.
yeah, the spell doesn't do anything either. Doesn't really achieve anything. Doing this to open up. Well, there you go.
Dead.
Yeah. That became very simple, very quickly. This demon is going to fight back. And Maverick taking a loss there. This demon's getting the rogue over the line. And yeah, completely right. We saw Vanessa once again just really push the game forward for this demon. And Maverick just didn't have a good way to deal with it, right? It just got a little bit too difficult. The turn to deal with Vanessa itself was rough because that's pretty much all they did was deal with Vanessa, not the other 6 minions on the board, and then it snowballed from there, right? As long as there's enough juice in this demon's hand to keep going and keep really filling those boards, even with the help of a generated lightning storm, it was not enough. So this demon gets the rogue over the line, so we've got a mirror match and a hunter left over.
Yeah, just looking to see if there are any significant differences between the shamans in the mirror match. Both playing single hex, double ascendants. I do think it was interesting. Lorinda was making the point earlier, which is a point I do generally agree with, of the standard version of shaman for this tournament might end up being double hex, double ascendants because of the theory. Well, if your opponent's leaving Shaman up, it's because they're running Priest and Egg Warrior, and those are the decks that you want Hex for, right? But then finding out that actually a lot of people in Europe in particular are banning Warrior, that does mean your Shaman is getting left up most of the time, right? If you're running into people who are playing the same 4 decks that you are, which is the most common lineup in the tournament, and those people in Europe have got the memo that it's a Warrior ban and it's not a Shaman ban, that means you are just playing Shaman with extra bricks in your deck because you're playing 2 hexes and 2 ascendants, which then, weirdly, and we're starting to go around in circles now, hammers home the argument of leave Shaman up and ban Warrior, right? Because they built their Shaman badly, saying that you're going to ban this.
Yeah.
So don't ban it. Just let
Too many layers
play
deep
it.
for me.
Yeah.
I feel like just take them all out.
So just to put a nail in that, both of these players who are banning Warrior, which we've seen some people are not, they're continuing to ban Shaman, they are only playing single Hex in their deck. They haven't gone to double Hex because there is a consistent trend with players that you can't avoid, which is when it comes to small decisions like that in terms of tech cards and whatnot, you tend to assume other people are thinking the same way that you are, and then you tilt slightly towards that. Because you've come to this conclusion, other people will come to this conclusion too, right? We all play Hearthstone, we see the same things. So yeah, I think both of these decks from Diz and Maverick, very, very even when it comes up to the Shaman.
I think that's the biggest surprise for me as well, is it was the Hex that was taken away and not one of the Ascendants. Maybe I'm just bad at playing Ascendants, but I feel like there's like, at worst, there's always decent targets for Hex. Like, there's something okay to play Hex on. But Ascendants just feels like it's very difficult to get the value from unless you're already really far ahead. And if you're already really far ahead, do you even need it a lot of the time? Obviously, in certain matchups, it's good. But yeah, just a strange one. But anyway, yeah, your noise of despair, I'm going to call it. It was due to Maverick's opening hand, I imagine, not being the smoothest. And I think we're going to say brick a lot during this match.
I think it got saved by a mountain map. It did get saved by a mountain map, but no 2-drop, which means he is just going to have to pick something to play on the following turn. And I would imagine it's a mechanized magnet.
There is a Fire Breath in hand, so that works out pretty well. Speaking of bricks, although Diz Demon has a absolutely fine hand, especially with that location, he does have the dragon in hand again. It's just likes to hang out that one-of dragon, 10-costed card, just chilling in the opening hand. Especially in this matchup, I feel like, now don't get me wrong, it can happen, but I feel like this matchup does not often go down to the Drake turns. Have to be a close.
It's going to be the Sylvanas Triumph. Bad news for Maverick, because with that done, there is basically no play here in his hand, and
play
that
Fire
has
Breath.
not improved. You simply have to shoot Fire Breath at your opponent's face.
Which, weirdly enough, if I described a game to you and you said, oh yeah, you just shoot fire in your opponent's face, you'd be like, oh, that sounds really powerful. And we're like, no, it's quite a bad turn, actually.
And next turn, if this doesn't improve, you're going to have to airball Ascendance. That is going to be your turn.
Just literally ascend. Just be like, I've had enough. I'm out of here.
You keep playing Hearthstone, I'm off to a different plane of existence.
Yeah. Where I don't brick. Oh, another Underbelly network. Very nice. There's even probably feeling quite good about this opener. Obviously, very slow, very bad from Maverick. And although not exactly rapid from Diz Demon, a ton of card draw set off across the next few turns.
Yeah. Vaguely saved from Maverick there with the Thundershock off the top, at least a playable card. Because genuinely, without that draw, he was going to have to decide whether to just play Ascendance on an empty board or Hex around. Those were his two choices that turn.
Now, what you've got to think about is a frog more powerful than a rat? Don't really know on that power level. They often hang out around the same sort of power level in games. So, yeah, what's the upside?
Yeah, they're both very tutorial zone enemies, aren't they?
There's some either rats in a basement or frogs in a forest.
By the way, the fact that this minion is specifically elusive means that Maverick still can't play the Frost Shatter minion this turn.
Could freeze face. Just to draw.
No, as in.
Yeah, as a minion. As a minion.
Of course. Yeah, but you can't target the static shock in order to turn it into a minion.
Okay. Now,
So, I mean, this is a good deck apparently.
I'd actually love to see Arcane Trip shovel to the face and just keep elusive. You've just seen them have a nightmare there, haven't you? Okay, never mind. It doesn't matter about elusive anymore.
So in the terms of video game power scaling tier lists, where we're like, rats and frogs both suck, Breathing fire in your opponent's face, probably quite good. Where does hitting your opponent in the face with a shovel stand?
Top of the list. No one's recovering from that, are they?
Okay.
Think of all the films where people get knocked out because someone crept up behind them with a shovel.
Yeah,
It's a staple for a reason, so it's right up there.
It is, yeah. That's fair. But it's not to the back of the head, though. It's specifically in the face.
Well,
Is
that's
that
more
different?
damage, even better.
It's more damage. Okay.
Yeah. Good weapon for a potential zombie apocalypse as well. Accessible, swingable. Think about this, right? Especially as a hunter. Loads of hunter weapons have been in the game, right? Most of them bows. This one a shovel. What would you rather have in a zombie apocalypse?
It depends how adept I am with a bow, honestly.
Well, how adept are you with a bow?
Not at all.
Well,
so
there
I
you
would
go.
have a shovel. Yeah.
Shovel wins again.
If you're that person on YouTube, it's in the guy on YouTube
Yes,
that like is an
does
archer in
backflips and
high-heeled stripper boots doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even then, though, arrows limited. Right? What if your string gets broken or snapped? Or wet? Is that a thing? I think wet strings make bows not work, right? Is that a thing?
Sounds like a thing.
Well, it must be a thing then. It sounds like it. So yeah, I'd just go shovel every day of the week.
Well, I'm glad we settled that.
Very important information we give out here in the discussions we have. Tripwire.
We have to do something while we're waiting for Maverick's deck to do anything
Yes, that is
at all
very
this
true.
game. So, you know.
I really like Beast Tripwire here, and just keep getting loads of stuff.
Even agrees.
Especially because there's shovel, then there's confront, and there's the thing obviously where you can break the shovel breaks the shovel when you do confront with them in the when they're already in the tank sort of thing, right? So you can start really doing well if you've got those generated spells.
Now, does it change the equation that the shovel, as pictured, is quite decrepit, and you can actually only swing it twice before it breaks? Does that change the zombie apocalypse equation?
Versus a bow that, like a normal bow, like if we just an
eagle horn bow. If your opponent, if a zombie tells you a secret, the bow lasts longer.
Now we need to work out what type of zombies there are in this world, because there are zombies who talk in some fiction. Okay, here's my strategy then. If the shovel breaks after 2 swings, you pick the bow because you can just hit people with the bow instead.
True.
You don't bother with the arrows. If the bow's solid,
yeah.
you just hit them with that.
Yeah.
Maverick finally getting to do something. Pretty nice here. The Ascendant is coming down. Holy! Okay. Okay.
Here's an Earth, Ellie.
Do you like Flash here?
I did.
Okay. Damage to a minion. Okay, useful now, I guess. No, there's a giant bear in the way.
Oh, I guess you have a Soldier of the Infinite
dragon's
dragon,
in
right?
hand,
So
yeah.
lightning breath is active. Yeah, makes sense.
Also, this Muradin's stand is going to start, you would imagine, getting a bit cheaper.
Finally, yeah.
Triumph is active as well, which is quite nice. I
There is
imagine
not Earthen in this folder, though. There are several drawers and tracks. Find one.
Yeah, that's what I imagine this is for, right? Just digging for Earthen Raw. Oh, well, okay. The least aggressive trip you've ever seen.
In fact, they actually ended up all hitting minions. The Earthen Raw was completely surplus to requirements.
Not bad, actually, considering the situation. Pretty good response from this team and a Maverick. Down to 10 health, and there's about Let me count. 1, 2, 8,000 cards in this demon's hand.
Just what we needed, Raven. Another Muradin's Last Stand.
Okay, so there is Storm Fury, which is a big deal right now.
Yeah, with Lightning Breath.
Yeah,
as well,
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Actually makes a huge mess of this board.
I'm gonna open the box first. Okay, fine. Good health, 18 feels much safer than, what was it, 10. And now, is there any... Oh, there's Wound Prey, okay. Because you really don't want to swing into this 7/7 or let it live, right? As the hunter, you really need this thing gone. It's going to be a double target here for the Earthen Roll because that Drake's been in hand all game. They're going to be activating that, which is a nice little bonus for that combo as well. I wonder if this is Sister, actually.
Here in Tamara?
Yep, famous show.
Yeah,
I kind of...
it's awkward.
I just like getting stuff on the board. I'd at least like to see the Discover.
You can consider using the Wound Prey there as well, which gains you 1 damage face by using the Tripwire, by using the rush minion to go into one of the minions, but then you can only play 1 sister. You can play Sylvanas, that clears everything up, and then Tripwire goes face anyway, but then you're kind of losing damage by not juicing the Sylvanas first, right? So what maximum damage is in this situation is very much up for debate, I think, which is unusual for these spots with Hunter.
Yeah, because even now, the 2-1 and Hero Power was played instead of the Discover Sylvanas. The Discover Sister, sorry. So that's just 3 Sylvanas. I mean, kind of.
It's Sylvanas, Buff Sylvanas, and Discover Sylvanas. Those are the 3 cards.
Yep. And whilst the Windrunner doesn't obviously do any direct damage, discovering and dealing 2 damage afterwards, as in the 2 damage Sylvanas would actually gain, felt better than Hero Power in the 2-1 there. Okay.
That's in play. Okay, 3-2 split. It looked like that was going to be another phenomenally aggressive Tripwire, as they have largely been during this tournament so far.
Oh, now there's Equip Shovel go again, right? Equip Shovel swing. Would be quite good here. There still should be, let me just triple check. There's still 2 of the Arcane and 1 Beast trips in the deck.
Yep.
So if you equip the shovel, yes, you don't get maximum damage from the weapons, but you activate the trips faster, which I think is easily the priority.
Yep.
Or there's actually Confront. Yeah.
There is Confront, right, which draws so many cards anyway, it's probably going to hit them. And also, in case, the one thing you can maybe lose to here is just another big burst heal from Maverick. If that happens, then you want to get Underbelly King in your hand, right? So that you have access to the big GG combo at the end.
Now we're going to see all the trips pulled. Trip. Very nice. Okay. And that's lethal. Yep. Oh, it was lethal without that, but yeah, because the Sylvanas. But either way, lethal. This demon evens up the match, getting the hunter over the line, and funnily enough, Sottle, let me just check the mathematics. Yeah, it's going to be a Shaman Mirror to end the series, which is maybe not what a lot of people was expecting to see Shaman struggle. I'm not saying it struggled every single match on stream or anything today, but we've definitely seen the weaknesses in this one, right? There's been some awkward cards clogging up the hand. The Muradin's Last Stand, I think everyone will agree, is like a necessary evil in the deck, which is fine. But it's when you go, oh, these are bad in the opening hand, but now I'm adding 2 of these that are bad in the opening hand, and there's also that's bad in, suddenly you start to think, oof, like what is the actual, like how often is this actually affecting me at this point?
Yeah, there are lists that even go down to 1 Muradin's Last Stand. I certainly don't think you can play 0. It's another deck where when you do compound the card draw, right? When you get the freeze elemental to draw some cards and you've got the location going and then you draw into a Muradin's Last Stand, like if anything, it's like, oh my god, I need to get some cards out of my hand so I can draw more cards, right? It's one of those type of decks. But when you brick, it's just, it feels like you love some 1 mana draw 1 from your deck type cards, right? As opposed to discovering a Battlecry minion, for example, because there are specific cards in your deck that you need to do specific things in certain points. Particularly Storm Fury and Frost Shatter a lot of the time that you need to get consolidated in your hand nice and early. Because I do genuinely think the success of Shaman is pretty directly correlated and causally correlated to how many spells you transform into minions over the course of the game. Like that does tend to improve your success rate. Maverick did a fair amount of them that game. It's just none of it happened until about turn 7, and most of them involved him like shooting 4 damage at his opponent's face in order to play the necessary spells required to do so. So it's just too inefficient in the way that it happened. But yeah, I think if you'd have told people coming into this like maybe 48 hours ago, yeah, we're actually going to be watching series where Shaman is the deck that can't win. Because we talk about this a lot, right? In these tournaments, there's perhaps not always a lineup that is as dominant as this one is, but there is usually a dominant lineup. And then when those two decks play against each other, we all place our bets. Oh, what's the game 5, right? What's the deck that can't win? Which is the bad deck out of the good decks that's going to lose twice in the series and end up playing a game 5 mirror? Shaman would not be the deck that people were betting on, largely because people thought it would be banned all the time, because it was the best deck out of the 4. But yeah, it turns out the first time we have really seen the double warrior strategy, double warrior ban strategy coming out, Shaman has struggled twice now for Maverick, and wins against Shaman are the only reason Diz Demon is still in this series.
Very, very true. Look at the hands, though. Not looking so hot here for Diz Demon. Does get a Discover, which is a big deal, of course, but the rest of the hand is lacking, whereas Maverick finally has access to a pretty high-powered hand, actually, with these double locations and Invocation available.
We did think that game 1, though, if you remember. It just so happened that Vanessa appeared and did far more broken things than Shaman was doing.
All I can see when I see a Defy Smuggler is a bin face. It's crazy. This demon does have a nice play here. I don't know why. I cannot help but just auto like Chrono Daggers. It's just the coolest card, right? It's just, I don't know. Even though Aeon Ren's very good, there's just something about just throwing tons of daggers out that's just cool. And this demon clearly agrees.
Honestly, was a viable argument for the Doom Speaker there, because the entire left-hand side of your hand is kind of garbage for Diz Demon, and like the following turn you can just play your mountain map, look for something better to do. If you don't get it, you just play the Doom Speaker and discard some stuff from your opponent's hand. Hope that it hits the Last Stand or the Hex from your own hand. I do think then if the game goes long, you're in trouble, because you know you've pushed both players quite low on value, but you've discarded one of your Muradin's Last Stands, which is obviously a key card to maintain value later on. I think it was worth thinking about. I think without the mountain map in hand, yeah, I know you did. I think without the mountain map in hand, it was a better idea, because you didn't have guaranteed minion generation that way. You never want to spend a turn where you don't play a minion, because, as previously discussed, of all the mana that floats with you not using your once per turn ability.
I imagine we're going to see map. Just to kick it off, the odds on missing here are very low. Ooh, merch seller.
Merch seller.
I get this card a lot in Shaman, and I pick it a lot for some reason as well. I don't know why, I just like it.
It's one of the best randomly generated cards in the game. You don't want it in your deck ever, but when you see it and you're in spots like, oh, well, if my opponent just doesn't get to play any cards ever, I'm winning the game. You know, like, then it's so powerful to brick your opponent's draws. As of course that can happen, where you just give your opponent the perfect answer to something that they couldn't deal with otherwise. But hey, that's Hearthstone sometimes.
Sometimes
Just be
it's just
thankful
how
it's happening to not you.
4-3 coming out now as well is going to have that Death Rattle as the spell. Wait, which one did he pick? I actually missed it.
Pick what? What do we pick?
With the 4-3, right? Am I confusing?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Okay. I thought I was confusing what the card was.
No, it is. Yeah, it's you choose a card and Death Rattle casts it.
I'm trying to do some investigation. And it's not working. We'll find out very soon. Oh. That was funny.
He shot himself in the face with a fire breath.
Yep. And this is now becoming a bit of a pro. Okay.
that is less good than the last one.
Definitely is, because and that's why it's good, right? You're not giving your opponent the cards from their actual deck. And like, even though that is like, oh well, they need the heal, it's like, yes, it's their whole turn. Right?
Maverick desperately trying to avoid the shame of hexing this merch seller.
Next turn, there is the Avatar of Hearthstone available for Maverick. If he so chooses.
Well, Maverick just got the good news that he's actually got a chance this game, because Disdemon's best turn there was 5 mana draw 2.
Here it is. Let's rip some packs.
Behold your future.
Oh my goodness. That is a lot of stats.
Oh, pretty good card. Oh, that's got more heal in it. The 6/6 is going to Death Rattle into another 6-drop. Ooh. There is Hex, though, for the Priest matchup, as we mentioned.
That's right, yeah.
So the Soothsayer can be dealt with Hex.
Was only one spell away on the Storm Fury. I was going to ask that question. Still probably a bit too inefficient with the size of the minions that came out.
Swiftly.
Static Shock activates the Molten Gold. Gets the discount, allows him to clear up. Make sure you played a minion, ticking all the boxes, and unbelievably, even without using Chrono Daggers or the AoE card available to him, Disdemon was able to clear up that board. The big problem now is it cost him 60% of his hand in order to do it, so he is wildly behind on value now.
It's just an Earth Elemental there as well again. And importantly, because we can see the Moarg in Disdemon's hand, there is a Hex for Maverick as well. So just bear that in mind, that he can actually sort of nope any given minion he wants to, which is going to be very, very powerful going forward. Finally, there are going to be no random spells on the top of Maverick's deck after the Naga is dealt with at last. And this is going to be, or at least get, just a little bit grindy, right? Both players having access to the lifesteal now, or already used or healed or whatever. And both players just desperately generating anything they can and trying to wrestle control of that board. But I will say, if Maverick holds onto this board for this turn, finally Ascendants can like do something, right? Because the board is wide enough and chunky enough to maybe give this some real value.
Yeah, sadly he's not going to though, because 3 of the minions have 2 health.
What a misplay. Why do minions only have 2 health?
He does have the opportunity to just play a second minion and Ascendants this turn, which might end up being worth it. Ascendants on 2 high-cost minions.
Yeah, not too bad.
Pretty worth.
Now, it's interesting, what are the minions, if that's the choice? Because it's not only what's good now, or can anything happen now, but what do you want to sort of plop out of them, right? And having an Earth Elemental just come back out of it might be quite good.
You can also go this route. He does have 8 corpses, so that is technically the highest cost minion that he can put into play, right? More so than the multiple 5 drops that he has discounted.
And there's also another option. You could go wide, right? Could be both of these new elementals for 0 and 1, and then go Ascendants, and just go wide instead of going big.
Looks like he is just going to clear up, though. He's going to use Torch to clear up, get himself a Lightning Bolt consolidated, and just say this board now doesn't get answered, so now he can potentially get a huge Ascendance on the following turn if he doesn't straight up kill Diz Demon with the amount of damage he's now threatening with the Bolt.
The turn feels very limited, doesn't it? There's Voltaic Burst, which can clear the 1-2 and then go for the Moarg. However, you are leaving 2, as we talked about with Ascendants, pretty big boys on the board, which is not really what you're looking to do.
Went badly.
Let's just try it again.
That's the same.
Do I get another rewind, or so that's not how this works?
I mean, I don't know what you're expecting to happen, right? Like, I don't know if you're quite old enough to know how tapes work, right? But if you're watching a VHS or listening to an audio tape and then you rewind it, it's not like something different happens when you press play again. You know, it is the same thing.
The only different thing that can happen is the quality of what you're watching goes down because you rewound it too many times.
Right, yeah.
That is the only thing, and that is very gradual, but possible. Could go again now with the Ascendance plan. Can whip in an Elemental as well. Or honestly, push 6 and just Lightning Bolt the 1-2 and then do it.
He has juiced the corpse farm even further now by delaying for 1 turn.
I thought it only went... Yeah, it's only up to 8 anyway, right?
Oh, it is, yeah.
Yeah, and I think he had exactly 8 last turn.
He did. He did.
Yeah.
There's little time.
So he's gonna be corpse. Wait, oh! Self Lightning Bolt, go!
I want to keep my Grom now. Never mind the Ascendants. No, fine.
So not bad. Good amount of damage. Especially with the Hex Lightning Bolt, Hex Elemental Lightning Bolt. What can Diz Demon even do to survive?
Not a lot.
Because
I can't shake the feeling that you had lethal and then you played a card and you don't have lethal anymore. That does upset me.
True. Oh, 1 off, right?
does a beanstalk fruit do? Give +4/+4 to the top 3 minions.
Oh. You can do this. This also works. Just trade, kill it off yourself, and then
Oh,
go
I do. I was
through.
looking at the card.
Yeah.
How did we kill off the thing in the first place to get the Grom? I wasn't even
Just
looking.
traded it in to the Mohawk.
Oh, trade it into the Mohawk, right?
Yeah, there you
makes
go.
sense, yeah.
Maverick is going to not only take the game and be the victor of the Shaman Mirror at last, but take the victory overall in this match. And yeah, just a tough one for Diz Demon again. Diz Demon, fantastic player. We see him time and time again, but Maverick just got the better end of the stick. But you can see how close this series was, and you can see a lot of what we were talking about. It is just one match that we've just cast, right? But a lot of what we talk about Shaman, like, it does not feel finished, the deck, at least to me. It feels like there's gaps that could be filled and like changed a little bit with the deck list, because again, maybe it's just the one match, but there's just some cards that just feel awful to be in your hand, and then there's a few of them, right? It's not just one or two. It's not like the Drake in Hunter, literally a one-off, right? And you just go, well, if it happens, it happens, it's fine.
Yeah, rough draws a couple of times from Maverick, and then Diz Demon, his turn came about on the game 5 to just have the miserable hand full of bricks with Shaman. Even Maverick on the other end though, like the random generation didn't really get anything cheap. It wasn't like he was playing 0 mana minions every turn, which is when the deck feels really powerful. Like everything he generated seemed to be a 5-drop that ended up costing 3, but in the end, just having all of that damage built up, and of course the Grom coming out at the end certainly helped as well. And for Diz Demon, commiserations one more time. This seemingly never-ending quest to just find that couple of extra games that you need to make the way to the World Championship, just not coming to fruition for Diz Demon. It's Maverick not going to the World Championship yet, but still stays into the hunt with our last port of call here for the final playoffs, final championship of the year before we march on to BlizzCon. We're gonna have one more European game, Raven?
Yeah, we've got one more game to round out the EU section of the broadcast, and then we are going to be moving across to finish it with 4 more matches from the Americas region. So make sure to stick around. We're going to go to a quick break while we set that one up for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back again to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Playoffs. We're in the Europe section and we're on the 4th match of this section. Inkuru and Maverick representing the old guard, or the known strong guard at least. Inkuru not that old. And Nubuser getting through from his many attempts at old school playoffs and stuff, and finally getting his shot in the Masters Tour. Looking forward to that. And the reason I bring it in like that is because we have Levick, who's been to the World Championships, and Roberg, who's a player I don't know much about, but he has played a lot of qualifying matches in the past himself. So a bit of a mix of the two in this one.
Yeah, I remember Levick in particular because it was very early on in my casting career. And he ended up against his playtest partner. It was a really great story between the two of them, and he did qualify from that championship, won that championship against his playtest partner to end up at Worlds. But I think it's been a little while since I've seen him apart from that.
Yeah, he's not done a huge amount since 2023 in terms of qualifying. I think he took it a bit more easy after that year. He's still around. He still turns up in chats. He still plays in playoffs. I think we've seen him in sort of higher ends of some of the tournaments occasionally. But yes, this is his first real big appearance since the 2023. I agree. So interesting to see how he gets on. But he is still making insightful comments. Let's call them insightful comments in various Twitch chats around. So when he notices people doing things incorrectly.
Yeah, and we've just been blasting through all these series. Last one being a little bit of an outlier, actually going to the full 5. But here, not a ton of variance. I think these lineups are basically the same. Both of them have Tortola in the Contraband Hunter alongside Agamagan and Reanimated Pterodax, which are the common picks. The rogues, it's like 1 Deja Vu versus 2. This is truly going to be a test of mirrors, which I think, one way you could say that is that, mirror match is very, very skill testing. Another way you could say is like it's very RNG heavy in a mirror match in terms of who gets the better draws, gets the better rolls, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting though. We will get to see their takes on the, what do you ban? Do you ban Shaman or do you ban Warrior? Because as much as we've talked about this being the basic lineup, and it really is the starting point lineup that a lot of people brought, largely today, one person or the other has had a mage, or they've had an egg warrior, or they've had a priest. Largely, there's been at least one difference. But today, this match, every single deck is the basic level, and one's chosen to ban Warrior, one's chosen to ban Shaman. So we're going to find out once and for all on this massive sample size which is the correct ban.
That's right. It's all on the line here. Which is the correct ban? Decisively determined by this matchup.
What would you ban?
Yeah. Which would I ban? I would probably ban the Shaman just because I have more of a fear of getting high rolled. Right, and
Sure.
The Shaman is more variable. Some would say that's the argument to leave it up, right?
Yes, yeah.
But it just is this deck where when you have the Blazing Invocation, when you have the Mountain Map in the first 2 turns, like that is where that 2 mana discount is most powerful, right? Because there's so little mana available to everyone in general that 2 mana discount becomes far more mana than you're supposed to have in the first 2 turns. And so that can be a little bit scary. Warrior, you can play around more, right? You can do things like say, I'm not going to put out enough stats for them to trade into with Mother Duck. I'm going to do these different things to sort of avoid them being able to get 3 things to be damaged to pull out the Warp Tooth. And so there's a little more agency to be had there.
Yeah, I think I'd ban the Shaman. I understand the reasoning for banning Warrior now. Like I've looked into it a bit more. The Warrior has a couple of very good matchups in the mini meta of these 4 decks. But I think the Shaman's just the better deck personally, by enough that I would ban it. But I respect the Warrior bans as well. Anyway, we're going to find out from Roberg's point of view how that's gone, because he has now got the Hunter into this Shaman, which could have been a Warrior. Yeah,
the low security wing, still generally worth a keep. can let you do things kind of quickly, but just the added element of you have to play something else in your hand to sort of unchain your card means that it doesn't have quite those rapid starts as Blazing Invocation and Mountain Map. I think Invocation is really the top tier because it has its own 1 mana discount built in, so you can get, you know, up to a 4, or I guess a 3-drop on the turn 1.
Yeah, with coin you can get a 4-drop,
on turn 2.
and the 3-drops are pretty powerful as well. So
yeah,
you can get all sorts of silliness with the Invocation. Yeah, these are a little bit more slow, but they're not that slow. Like, Levic's rolled very, very high minions here, making it a bit awkward for himself, but
now
it's not catastrophic.
Has rolled high, but turn 5 Magma is pretty horrifying. Hunter needs exactly Earthen, or is it? Sorry, I'm blanking on the name. Earthen Roar.
Yeah,
was about to say Scales. That's the old Druid card that everybody hated for the Arbor.
Everybody hates every card. We know this.
We know this. Yeah. Yeah. So without Earthen Roar, well, I was saying that now. Of course, there's 9 power in play. So unless Levick is able to deal with that, Robberg will be able to contest the Magma with his own board.
Plenty of choices available here, though.
And this is kind of the argument for leaving the Shaman up, right? The rolls were not there, and so there wasn't anything too terrible in the first few turns. And that puts the Hunter in an advantageous position.
I think Shaman is weaker than most people perceive it to be. That doesn't mean it's weak. Just to be clear, I still think it's the best deck personally, but I think it's... Sure. It can do things. It can have games where it just doesn't do much, but those games are few and far between relative to the games where it just goes nutty at the start.
Yeah, you've got to clear here. It does hurt, but you can use all of these tools to kill the 5/4 and then hex the Thresher.
Yeah.
Does set up the Storm Fury Elemental as well, but you can't... Oh, I guess you can play it even overloaded because of the... No. It's not going to be 5 and then discounted another 2. I was already looking at the discount. It gets a little confusing.
And that's a big turn, right, for Robo gone. So now...
Yeah.
This time, maybe Levitt can get some more stuff on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it does remove a lot of Roberg's pressure, but being able to just load up another 5-drop into, you know, Levick had to spend a lot of resources, gets them back with Kragma.
Exactly, yeah. He'd spend no resources. Just have some mana on a turn.
But still at 22 and not able to remove this 5/5. I mean, I think had Levick been in any kind of comfortable position to actually play the Magma, you know, things start to look very, very different.
Does has the Storm Fury though, Levick, so Robo going to try and keep this board narrow to some degree. Obviously, as a hunter, you can't keep it that narrow. That's not your job. That's not what you do. But keep it sort of narrow so that Levick can't gain a million. Like here, you absolutely have to get your rats and your card draw at some point, surely.
Yeah, I do wonder what Roberg will go for off of the Underbelly King, because it looks pretty good to me to curve King into Tortola, right?
Okay.
The elusive is a big problem for Shaman. There's just no great way to remove a 130, and that stabilizes you very well to then take advantage of all these tripwires that are in your deck, to take advantage of Confront the Tol'vir. And, you know, with no Briar Spawn in hand, you're not going to be able to just cheese that win very quickly if you go for the Agamagan.
Depends a little bit where you're at, right? Like, you might be facing 18 damage on board, which will just chew through it in 2 turns, which means your Briar Spawn's not good either, but with the Earthen Roar, maybe. And I don't think he's going to be in that spot. I think he's going to be in a spot like you're describing, where actually he can just play it and stabilise with it.
Well,
Levick has failed to get tempo this game.
Not anymore. I think at this point, Levick can just drop the Magma, and at that point,
Sure,
you don't feel comfortable just playing a 6/6.
14.
And no Earthen Roar. So this is going to queue up tracking as well as weapon couple trackings. It removes, but it's a little scary as well. Yeah. That is a huge roll rush there, and actually, coupled with the wound prey in hand, gives you the potential to remove quite a bit, because you can give it reborn here. Although, yeah, without the Magma having power. I think it took things just a little bit too fast there, because you did top deck an Earthen Roar, and I think just took a while to see it. You would have liked to, use the wound prey with the Earthen Roar, right, and then you start trading in. Yeah, and even missed a couple of attacks from this this Dire Horn that could have removed 2 or 3 of the appendages here.
Yeah, not how you want to appear when you're on stream. Obviously, he's
huge slip up.
Beating himself up there, obviously, like you would. How do you feel about hexing a 2/1?
Interesting. So you're saying so it doesn't kill off any of these?
Just so it doesn't kill off my fairly nice looking board that's going to do a lot of damage, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from. I don't hate it, honestly. So you hex the 2/1 and then you freeze the Dire Horn potentially?
Yeah.
Or am I misreading?
No, you're probably just buying
no.
nonsense.
Yeah, we don't have the freeze. We have the chill. We've generated the elemental that does 2 damage to 2 things and freezes. So it is a valuable resource to throw away on a 2/1, but I do understand where you're coming from there.
Yeah. This is so much better, because now you just protect them by having bigger things. There we go.
And particularly, do you like having this going into a lot of tripwires, which are coming with this weapon swing?
Yeah, you need all the health on the board that you can get, obviously, so this is really nice. You roll 5/5, not good enough.
Yeah, that's one of the worst ones.
Yeah, that mistake's gonna cost Roberg, I think. So infuriating to play around Ascendants, because
yeah, just
dies.
remembering what's in these, and the 2 shots doing no favors there.
It takes forever, but you can hover, I think, and it tells you. Yeah. What's your turn? Hope you don't die? You do die, though. Basically dead on board, given that there's always 4 damage in hand, surely.
Yeah, I mean, not in this instance. But,
as it happens, yeah, there's not.
Wow, okay, I assume we're going for the Pterodax, because it's needed. Yeah, you can run it in there. That doesn't remove any power, though, and I don't think you can assume that you will be getting another attack off that Pterodax. Free draw. Fire Breath.
That 1 off? I think it's 1 off lethal.
Yeah, you've got no elementals
13.
in play to buff.
11 on board, 4 from the Fire Breath, 1 from the Thunderquake when you get this.
Right, yeah.
Right.
I wonder.
Getting a charge minion. So you can rip mountain map and then just go the health gain way if you miss a lethal.
Mm-hmm.
Just do nice little trades to start with.
There is little time.
So this sets up for Storm Fury removing the lifesteal.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, how did I
Wait,
miss
did
count
we
that by
just-
one? Where's the
how
extra
did
one
we-
come from? I just can't count, apparently. I thought that was one off lethal.
yeah, I thought so as well.
Okay.
Oh, wait, right. There's the death rattle on the appendage, right?
Ah, okay.
So it
Nice.
it gave
That's
2
why I
attack to another minion. So
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, sorted. So, yeah, gets the buff that way. Okay. Good. Levick saw it. Good job. I wasn't sat there because I'd be on 1 now. Or they'd be on 1. Or, they'd be on 17. I'd have cleared the board and I'd be in a world of mess. But Levick spots it, works it out. And, yeah, gets that shaman out of there. It was close. Roberg's mistake may well have cost that game. But Levick had quite a lot more stuff going on if needed. Still had the health gain available from the lifesteal minion. So, probably okay.
Yeah, I mean, Magma, it's funny, it's basically not seen any play in terms of like just running it in your deck. But as a random roll for other classes being discounted, right? Like coming down at 5. Yeah. I know particularly in Arena, right, where discovers play a huge role. Like anytime as Hunter you could discover a Magma, I think because there was the old one where you discover Death Rattle, it costs 2 less. Playing Magma for 5 mana
yeah,
is extremely
you're not
powerful.
getting rid of it in Arena either, right?
Yeah, and 212, it basically was only Earth and Roar that dealt with it, and unfortunately Robert sank a little bit of damage into it before he realized that he had top-decked one.
Yeah, it's also possible he thought he'd played it. Like, I know that sounds really dumb. Like, how do you not know what you play? But under pressure, you know, on the screen next to Victor, sometimes you just go, okay, I've got my Earth and Raw, so that's on 1 now, and then I'll attack. Oh, I haven't actually cast the card that in my head, in my sequence of events I've already played. But I think you were right. I think he was still sort of watching the cards come into his hand as he started doing other actions. But either way, painful loss, but hope he can calm it down and do something in game number 2.
In the shadow.
Okay, and with the warrior.
All right. Well, that's Troublemaker in hand, although I think in this matchup it's used as more of a clear against the warrior. That being said, slow start for Roberg. You know, you got the Prescient Slither Drakes, but usually you like them to come down after a lot of resources have to have been spent on your early turns. Instead, Roberg kind of just has the Slither Drakes.
Yeah, when I'm talking about sort of what I prefer out of Shaman and Warrior, these are the hands where Shaman gets some nonsense, you know, awkward hands as well. Much more awkward than this. This has 2 4 mana 5/8 in hand. But I found that Warrior sometimes just doesn't do much at all. Don't worry about it for the first 2 or 3 turns, and you're struggling. But this is a great pickup, and he's happy.
Yeah, it's fine. Just draw into it, right? Saves the weapon since his next couple of turns are spoken for. Levick, I would expect with the backstab pickup, is going to be deciding whether to prepare this turn or next turn.
Roberg just saying, play a minion, play a minion, play a minion.
Yeah. Still, you know, solid turns here for Roberg with that, the 2-drop really sort of filled it out to get that weapon equipped, and now coming in with the Broodmother plus Suffusion. Wind Peak pickup is excellent.
Oh, it is. Wow. Yeah, with the Reborn as a 6/6, sure, we'll take that.
And so it's going to be a question of how good is
my
Levick's
goodness.
Vanessa turn. Looking pretty good to start.
Meet here at midnight. I've got a plan.
Okay, playable. The question is playable or not
Immediately
playable?
get the
Yeah.
imbue to fill out that last mana if he doesn't hit any 3s.
Just
More
being
Chuck,
pessimistic
not
of
going to
it,
be
yeah.
super impactful here. Isarath, not well.
Oh dear.
Yeah, not the best hits. I mean, able to get a lot of value out of the backstabs and coin, but apart from that first card, no playables. Roberg, very, very happy with that result, is going to be able to pull out the Warped Tooths without having to play Searing Fissure, which is very, very crucial. Being able to get down Prescient Slither Drake alongside these pair of 3/3s really, really turns things around. And Levick, I think, not too happy with the pulls there, right? Isarath doesn't even do anything on board. Curator, you know, is a taunt but isn't doing much. And so probably just going to be looking to, like, Rite of Twilight something. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Why do people play that silly Vanessa card? What a load of rubbish that was.
Yeah, no additional 2s pulled either. So Levick, I think, is at this point just trying to turbo into Jade Guardians and hope that can save him.
Yeah, get yourself a little bit of 8/8 for 8 armor. But even that might not save anymore.
I don't think so. Second Wind Peak in hand. And this one is immortal with the Reborn.
Unbelievable.
Guardians count only 2. So I mean, there's just no means to actually play enough 2-drops to actually get a bailout. And I think this is why people bring
With every step.
the Warrior, is the times when you can pull out a couple warp tooth, I don't know. You should,
That sounds so wrong.
oh, Levick. Tough call between taunt to stop the damage on board and going for the heal off of Mend the Timeline, but it is just not going to be enough here. Could have, you know, this works fine. Could also have just played the Wind Peak Worm.
Right.
Roberg, I think, needed that pick-me-up after last game.
So Roberg's Warrior wins first time. Levick's Shaman wins first time. So the answer to which one do you ban is it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I
They're
think
just
so.
going to win. Okay, we're down to Rogue and Hunter versus Rogue and Hunter. This is how, when I said at the start of the day, we're going to get some Game 5 Rogue games. This is how I envisaged it going.
Yeah, because both Rogue into all the other decks, right? All the other decks can also do that thing of just rolling over you. You know, Rogue doesn't have any healing naturally, right? Obviously, Levick picked up Mend the Timeline, but so if you're able to just go under them, deal a ton of damage with Warp Tooth from the Warrior, or have these snowball boards with the Shaman, like all these decks, you know, the amount of burn that Hunter has access to over the long term with the tripwires, all of them have the capability to just run over a Rogue. And then if that's what happens, all that's left for each player are the Rogues.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Obviously, I was expecting a little more Face Hunter in this tournament, as in like traditional Face Hunter, as opposed to the sort of Beast Face Hunter that we're facing now. But and that really just gets into Rogue so quickly. But there's not that much difference. I probably think there's more difference than some of the other people we've talked to about it. But yeah, it's still pretty much a Face Hunter deck. Anyway, what are we into? Hunter Mirror.
Hunter Mirror. Just a quick look at any slight variations. Looks like Roberg has double Glacial Shard to Levick's 1, which means there must be something else different as well. I think it's just... Here we go. Roberg has a single Raptor Nest Nurse, whereas Levick has no Raptor Nest Nurses.
Got Platysaur instead, right? And something missing a 1 of Glacial Shard.
Right. Yep.
So just a little bit about how they want to play their early games is different.
Yeah.
Levick kind of wants to be able to play his cards slightly more as they come, and that's it. That's the only difference.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Platysaur is basically saying, like, no, I really want to draw through my deck to hit these these shuffled in spells, because if Platysaur hits one of the tripwires, you don't have to worry about the discard, right? You just have it.
Right. And if you play it on curve early on, well, who cares? It's a card on board early on. Your opponent's had to deal with whatever. Not great, but it's fine. And then later on it becomes a tripwire hunter.
Discard Wound Prey, not so bad.
Works out all right, actually.
Yeah, Underbelly Network is a card that I expect to be in basically every hunter.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because when you read it, you can understand how powerful it is, but it feels, is this a bit slow? And then you play it, and you're like, no, I just get infinite cards all game. It's fine.
Yeah, like it's the first turn you play it, you're like, wait, we're playing Loot Hoarder. I guess it has a beast tag, but it's Loot Hoarder, right? But that ability to then just tap for another one later on for that second card, that second 2/1, is such a big deal for a class that otherwise, card draw is not its strong suit.
Sure.
It maybe has not felt that way with Confront the Tol'vir, like replaying Tracking and replaying Tame Pet, but I think as a just, card in a vacuum, Underbelly Network is just one of the best draw tools that Hunter has access to.
Yeah, it's very nice. And it also allows you to sort of time when you want to make your board, as you're not just playing sort of spamming your hand. You don't have to click it immediately. You're probably going to most of the time, but you can choose to make a board on a turn because there's just a minion going to appear out of nowhere for no mana. So.
Elusive Sergeant, the roll off of Nurse. I expect that will not really be coming down. Well, I think you play that.
Guess you're playing it. I guess you're swinging this time as well. Surprised he didn't use his first swing a little early. I understand the merits been holding on to it.
Roberg likely eyeing that Sylvanas clear, given Levick is on one card. This feels risky, going for the Beast Tripwire, because that doesn't have taunt.
That does, though.
Well, all right. I still did not like the level of risk there when Roberg had access to a clean Sylvanas clear, right? You don't need any upgrades.
Yeah. Right, what are we doing? How would you like to play this game, Levitt? Oh, now we know. I have an idea.
Yeah, I guess you've done enough damage. You can just go for it, and that's basically your race. And it's funny how that happens, right? Like, otherwise, Levick might have gone for the Tortola.
Yeah, I was thinking you'd go for the Tortola and then just, play your cards in the right order, kids. Of course, different things happen.
Ooh, does that change anything? I'm actually not sure that it does.
I think this is just set up for the 2-turn lethal, honestly.
Because there's not great hits in the Confront the Tol'vir. Like we can see there's 7 cards in there, but they're not the most impactful. And there's opportunity for Levick here to just lower the health of this Grizzly. No, it doesn't choose to make the attacks in.
It's fine. It's fine as it is. As things stand, if Levick's turn was this turn, it would be lethal.
Right. Yeah. But 10 from the Agamagan, and then Briar Spawn
would be 6 at least.
Is Right.
And that's not counting
right,
the 2.
12 attack. I was thinking it was 10 attack. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the minions bumping in as well.
So a little scary this turn. Roberg can add 10 here. I guess a 9 because one shot is going to hit the Underbelly King. But that's still not quite enough. You can get another 2 from buffing something.
Yeah.
right? If you coin out the abusive surgeon.
And this is kind of why Levick paused for a moment, isn't it, at one point? Because, yeah, you could die here sometimes if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's a scary amount of damage. The tripwire into draw
Hit the other
tripwire.
one? Yeah.
Honestly, I might have considered doing this before all of that.
Yeah, it might have been smart.
I
I
mean,
think that's-
since you don't have the lethal, right?
But wait, he's on 17 now, right? So now if it hits the 3-6, it's not lethal anymore? Am I right?
Oh my god.
I'm right. Okay. And it's 2-1 to
Unbelievable.
Roberg, and he just discovered the news, and he is happy. Oh my goodness. What was that?
I mean, you can see how pleased he is with the result, but I have some questions about how we got there. I might have, if that was the plan, I might have liked to see things go a little bit differently. Maybe play the scramble first, because then, if you're not getting the lethal from the tripwire, you may as well draw another piece of armor, right, for an additional 2.
Yeah, there was some
you
ordering there.
probably-
He has to draw the tripwire first, right, and then he has to put the armor into the deck and then draw again. Yeah, because he might get 4
Right.
armor, and then
'Cause it's-
it wouldn't have mattered.
It's spells shuffled in deck, right? So it can get drawn by the weapon. So that gives you 4 armor, and then you probably don't tap location, because why put a 1 health minion out?
Yeah. Yeah. Just showing off. Anyway, it's 2-1. Still got his rogue left, which is a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, and now we're into that rogue mirror, happening a little sooner, because we're on 2-1 for Levick. But
Valera versus Valera.
Watch your
yeah, I don't really know
dream must be
in
protected.
this mirror. Like, do you even want Kingslayers, right?
I don't
Like,
think you do. You're spending 2
you're
mana
drawing
to-
both of you, Vanessa.
Yeah, you're doing 2 mana to do what your opponent wants, because they get first look at it, right? So
Yeah.
you have the same legendaries in your deck. You swing, and
They
then
get
they
it
have
first?
the first go at it. Yeah. I mean, you can wait
Which
a
means
turn,
you,
but then
you
why
ha-
are you spending 2
yeah,
mana?
yeah, you have to wait a turn. Taking a look at rogues, I feel like not. Yeah, this is the difference. Is Roberg has the Thief's Tools, one of, which is in the hand. That's the one where you get 2 random 4-cost spells, reduce the
Right.
cost by 2. He's gone for 1 of those and 1 Deja Vu, whereas Levick has 2 Deja Vus.
I'm surprised the Thief spells isn't being used more, I must admit. It feels very powerful when played, but maybe it's just a
I
little
think
too
on
slow
ladder
for
you
these
see it a
players.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. For a while, people were, in addition to Eventuality, running the Bitterbloom Knight, right? The
Okay,
2-mana
yeah.
neutral
The Herald.
Imbue.
No, not the Imbue, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? Because it feels like the exact same thing, but all of these decks are not quite settled yet. They're very, very, like, perfect 27 or 28, but a lot of these decks are still just making the final tunes. It is only a week, so, week and a bit that they've
Yeah.
been out.
Interesting. So with no other options, Levick just going for the swing here. Draws both players Vanessa, and I think he was hoping that he would get it and Levick and Roberg would not.
Yeah.
I think
He
I might
hated
have
his
held the
hand.
swing. The hand was terrible, right? You figure he really just needed to get going.
Yeah.
I might have liked to see the coin of the 4/4 there, since that is a significant amount of pressure for 1 mana.
Maybe he's just saying, I've got 2 coins and a pet. My Vanessa's just going
Yeah.
to be better than yours. Like,
Very possible, but Roberg gets to go first,
Yeah.
and first mover's advantage is quite significant.
I'm going to respond with all of my battle cries that I get from mine that destroy your minions, and then your Vanessa's been removed.
I mean, does get to
I I'm joking, by the way.
reduce
chat,
it
I'm
by
joking.
more in this instance, if he chooses to just go all in. And I kind of think if you're going for this line, maybe you do have to go all in.
That's how I feel. I think if you've chosen to go for the line where you're, a good chance you're both getting Vanessa. I think you've got to then say, I'm going to Vanessa all over the place. Yeah.
That, or you go all in a different way and say, I'm going to draw you lane right here and immediately Garona and...
Yep.
But even then, you know they're going to have a bunch of minions, so Troublemaker isn't going to be
All
in
right.
play.
Well, Battle of Vanessas.
I've got a plan.
Indeed.
Roberg's comes off. It's going to be a very good chance he goes to the Masters Tour. If it doesn't, well, he's got Hunter to beat after this.
Both of them low on the 2-drop count, as it stands.
He had a near fight already.
That
Talked about this earlier.
is brutal. Roberg having the Cult Neophyte probably just shuts down on its own. It becomes a lot less relevant what Vanessa
I mean, the
hits.
coins
Like you do on a couple of
still
things.
cycles, like...
They do, right? And if you get any 2-cost minions, right, they then cost 0, so you're still able to chain that way.
Yeah.
But I think this is just good enough from Roberg that alongside the Cult Neophyte, it prevents Levick from having, 2 Snowball of a turn. Why are we starting with Fan?
We're saying, you have a turn of this.
Whew.
Good luck to you.
Okay.
I'm doing it next turn. We have 1 million coins.
I guess. 9
It's
damage.
not instinctive, but sure. Like that Vanessa, Levick's Vanessa wasn't going to be enough, was it? So let's just do this and say, if it's going to be enough, it's going to be enough.
Troublemaker's still scary at, there's potential for it to be 5 shots here, right? That is a 10 damage card alongside the 9 that's in play.
Oh, I think you sometimes just lose doing this, but I think Levick's viewpoint there was, well, my Vanessa's going to be fairly mediocre with, 1 mana coins and stuff, and next turn it's going to be absolutely amazing if next turn is a thing that exists. I'm just going to risk it.
Yeah, so this is max damage pushed out. You got a Pyroblast from the Troublemaker, you swing with the weapon. I don't think he needs to...
Well, go Vanessa, go if you're a Levick fan. It needs to be absolutely ludicrous. But, spoilers, sometimes they are.
I've got more left in me.
Go, Levick, go! Oh. Beauty Marrows. No, don't think.
Me have that for you.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Ended up having to pop the Giants. But Merc senses it.
Nurture the nightmare.
Yeah, he popped the Giants to see if he could sort of get one of those things that did anything, but no. Roberg looks like he's going to go to the Masters Tour. Yeah, Levick doesn't even bother. You see it on the board. Roberg's through to the Masters Tour, chance of the World Championships. And Levick falls at the last hurdle. So once again, we're not going to get to see Levick in the Masters Tour. But Roberg will be very excited to be there, I should imagine.
Yeah, I hope that he polishes up things a little bit before showing up at that MT. Things looked a bit shaky there. Got a feel for Levick with some of the rolls, especially the Briarspawn Drake hit. That honestly felt a little bit tragic. 25% chance. But we'll have to see if Robert can really make the most of this opportunity.
It does help a lot. Like, he come through the Swiss yesterday off stream, so you're playing in your comfort zone. And everyone you speak to who's been in these situations, or you have yourself, like the first time on camera, first time playing the game in front of thousands of people, is just a bit terrifying. So he's got it out of the way now. He's managed to get through there with the help of a little bit of luck along the way, but he'll be able to show us what he's really made of at the Masters Tour in a couple of weeks' time.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to kick off the final portion of the broadcast, which is the Americas region. I'm Raven, and joining me for this one is Pocket. And we've got a pretty interesting matchup here. We've got Meesmile versus Skill Drain coming up. So, as well as a few other very cool matches across the whole of the Americas region. But if you are just joining us, it is just 4 matches left of the day. Each one of those matches is going to give us a winner that will move on to the championship a little bit later on in a couple of weeks' time, basically. So looking forward to that one. Pocket, how are you feeling about the day so far?
Oh, it's been rapid. I was expecting to be sort of bedding in for the whole day, but now we've been flying through it. I think the Americas players are probably barely just awake now and ready for they're going to have to rub in some sleep out their eyes for their series. But yeah, it's been fast, it's been furious, it's been sort of up and down, some good play, some shaky play, and it's quite nice to see the emotions from all the players today. Sometimes it comes out in a good way, sometimes not the best, but yeah, it's nice. I love high stakes Hearthstone. It's really good to see, and I can't wait to see a bit more from some fantastic players in the Americas region, because I think the field we've got here is incredibly strong. Like each match has at least one sort of former very established player, I would say, and a few newcomers who I'm excited to see as well.
Yeah, no, as you can see here, we just have a bit of a recap on what's gone on so far today. We have the Asia Pacific, which we started what feels like just a few hours ago, honestly, because it kind of was. A lot of 3-0s in that region here, with some great players going through. Mainly for me, Chonsu just doing it again. He's just always here, isn't he, with us? Like, just
so
always
good.
turning up no matter what. Yeah.
I was thinking this today. Chonsu really doesn't get the respect he deserves. Like, he was in the World Championship last year after winning the last chance qualifier. He's already directly qualified to this Masters Tour before even this weekend with 2 back-to-back rank 1 finishes. He's got enough points to qualify for the World Championship directly already. He's having a fantastic run, and yeah, I don't think he's talked about enough with how incredibly well and consistently he's playing at the moment.
Yeah, and then we had the EU region here with a lot of pretty crazy games, actually, right? We had a lot of back and forth in this, a little bit more than the 3-0s we saw in APAC. What were some of the highlights from the EU region for you today?
I think the big ones that I was looking out for were Inkuro Renmen. Inkuro, fantastic player who had a decent showing at the last World Championship. In my opinion, was perhaps the cleanest play of all the players at that field. Didn't quite go his way, but I'm really excited to see him having another crack to qualify at the Masters Tour after today. And also the Solari team kill with Maverick and Diz Demon was quite a fun one, because I'm sure neither of them would have been too thrilled about playing against a friend and practice partner of theirs. I think Maverick has since already posted that if he has to thank anyone, it's Diz Demon for sending him his lineup before the tournament, so he feels a bit bad for winning against him, but I'm sure that they'll be very ready to support each other in the upcoming Masters Tour as well.
100%, and this is where we are now, the Americas. We've got Meesmile, Skill Drain, which is going to be coming up next. Ike versus McBanterface, which is almost feels like 2 classic Hearthstone players going against each other. Ike, I think, took a bit of a break, not been playing too many tournaments for a couple of years or a little bit of a while, but not too many years ago, Ike was a regular top-end Hearthstone as one of the, definitely one of the best Americas players, 100%. And then we've got Win Brownie versus Dashin Henry, and then Baby versus ZLS. So it's going to be pretty nice to round out the day with the Americas as we do. But just as we were just touching on the Maverick and Diz Demon, a bit of a step towards the meta game that we've had so far today. What have you made of it so far? Because we've seen that maybe it's just one of those coincidences. Maybe it's just specifically the matches I've been paying either casting or paying a lot of attention to. But Shaman does not feel as all-powerful as people's impressions of it may be, at least today. I'm not saying in general, but at least today.
Yeah, I mean, the deck is undoubtedly strong. That's why it has a very close to 100% bring rate across all 3 regions. I think it's the most brought deck overall. It could be slightly up. It's, at least top 2, top 3. I think Hunter's the 4th out of the good decks that we see here in front of us. And as a result, I think it's interesting. Actually, I was going to touch on that as well, because Skill Drain, I was looking at their bans for the Swiss portion before this, because we didn't have the bans in until we've just seen now. And Skill Drain has actually been banning Shaman on site, whereas Meesmile was banning the Dragon Warrior way. but now Skilldrain's actually pivoted to a warrior ban himself, possibly after seeing that most of the top players going into this tournament have actually been opting for the warrior ban. So
right,
as a bit of a nod to Shaman is strong, that's why we brought it, but also it is not actually this unstoppable dominant force against these good decks that we're bringing ourselves.
It's one thing I like to see as well, because yes, as you will know more than me, you go into tournament with a plan, right? You've prepared your lineup, you've prepared your ban strategies for different potential lineups you are expecting, and so on, so on, so on. But I like the fact that, and I don't know if this is strictly true, this is just what I'm gleaning from what we're talking about, but I like that there are players who can say, maybe I got the ban wrong. Like, looking at it now, seeing what other people are doing, and they're obviously good players and it's working. Maybe I did get the ban wrong, and maybe I should switch it. And we've seen, as you mentioned, now Skilldrain is going to be banning the warrior. So I like to see that. Like, there is probably an element of, no, this is my plan. I'm right, no matter what. And done, that's it. So just keep banning the same thing or keep taking the same approach. So I like the ability that Skilldrain's just gone, you know what, maybe it is right to ban warrior, I'll do that instead.
Yeah, I think that says a lot about the type of lineup being brought as well, because you can bring certain lineups, like I brought specific kind of anti-control type of lineups to tournaments before, like with a specific sort of target strategy. And with those lineups, you do go into it with quite a fixed ban, I would find. But the most common lineup, the most common lineup in this tournament, we are seeing this warrior, hunter, rogue, shaman from both these players here. That is just, it's not going into it with, oh, I'm targeting something, or oh, I'm banning something. You're going into it saying these are the 4 best decks. So that does afford you a little bit more of a flexible ban strategy, which means players can just kind of hold their hands up and go, okay, I think I was actually wrong with this ban, even though it has been working out well for me. So I do respect that a lot from Skilldrain. If you look at it and just go, okay, just because this has worked doesn't mean I'm necessarily doing things 100% optimally. It is a very close ban, I would say, which is why we're seeing players have success with both options. But I do think I would lean marginally towards this Dragon Warrior ban that the both of them settled on here.
Yeah, and I think that is absolutely fair to point out as well. By no means are we, when we talk about this, are we like, Shaman is the worst ban you could pick, right? Or anything like that. It's definitely one of those two, I think. It's just that we have seen these players like lean more towards the warrior ban. We can see the first matchup, which is the Hunter versus Rogue. I talked to Sottle about this a little bit earlier today, and we discussed how we think that matchup goes. The numbers apparently say that the Hunter's just a little bit favored, but as a Hunter enjoyer myself, I feel pretty confident with Hunter. Of course, Rogue has those turns that you just cannot beat, right? We've seen them a few today. The Vanessa turns especially are just can be so overwhelming that it doesn't really matter what class you're playing a lot of the time, you aren't going to come back from it. But overall, I feel like Hunter's in a really, really good spot to just, especially the early game from the Rogue, can really push them out. And then with Sylvanas, even the Vanessa turns you can deal with to an extent.
Yeah, even this particular build of Hunter from Mismal is the more aggressive face Hunter. It's not the contraband list that we're seeing quite a lot of people run as well, which I do think has an even better time against Rogue, because it does just have that extra bit of early game to push that extra chip damage in against the Rogue. And I think the main thing with the Vanessa, with the strength, the main strength of Rogue, plan A, as I've been saying a lot today, is Vanessa. And the main way to guarantee that is the Kingslayers. So if you draw into, you have very few legendaries in your deck as Rogue, so it's very likely that if you play your Kingslayers, you'll draw yourself into Vanessa. But it's very much a double-edged sword there, especially against Hunter, because you can tutor out their Sylvanas and their other sisters, which is just the perfectly lined up answer for Vanessa in that matchup. So that is a big reason, I think, that Rogue's strength isn't such a strength in particularly this matchup.
Yeah, 100%. And it's one of those where you just, even the choices and like how you build the board versus with Vanessa, because yes, you get given what you get given, but what you choose to play and follow up with, if you get something a little bit chunkier on the board so it's not as susceptible. If you have a board full of 2 health minions, then your opponent doesn't need to have played another sister beforehand, right? Like just Sylvanas is good enough, along with something to take out the Vanessa itself, of course. So yeah, I think a lot of that will be pretty interesting to keep an eye on. But you are right, Mismal is running the more aggressive list, which means there's the Fletcher in there, there's the Rallier in there, a few more aggressive one-drops and aggressive play in general. There's even a single precise shot, which is a little bit scary. And basically what they lose from the list is mainly the late game combo, right? Is the big deal, right? They don't have access to that. Being able to go for the Drake and the Agamagam is probably the standout thing that's actually lost from that list. So it very much is more damage, more face, and probably pretty good for the players that brought this list, that there aren't really any or too many, like priests, for example, and egg warriors, because this can get a little bit more difficult from that, because they don't have some of the more beefier mid to late game opportunities to actually still win those more drawn out matchups.
Yeah, I'd say that's the biggest difference between the lists. The contraband list is a lot more of a nod to later game matchups where your opponent does have access to some form of life gain. I'm not sure how it really deviates in the Shaman matchup, because that can definitely go a little bit longer. So you might actually slightly prefer being contraband against Shaman, but definitely against Rogue you'd rather be the faster list. Probably in the mirror you'd rather be the faster list. And also, but yeah, as you said, against Priest that can heal up, you really want access to that Agamag and Briar Spawn combo, and as well, as you said, against Egg Warrior, which we're seeing not that much of in this top 8.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, I think, in the Shaman matchup. I haven't played tons of this specific face list against Shaman, but I would imagine a lot of it, and I think it's true for both hunters, a lot of it is reliant on the Shaman, right? Because I don't think hunters got much game if the Shaman just starts chaining these big minions one after the other. You just don't have much game against that as hunter. So a lot of it is going to be, this deck does go faster, which I do think is better against Shaman, but you're still hoping that they don't just plonk out big minions after big minions and then potentially hit that lifesteal, because that's the big question mark. If you're more of a face deck, and they have the lifesteal elemental down, then that's huge, because you don't have that late game juice, right? You're not going to be able to say, oh, it's okay, I can keep pressuring from that. You've got to be a little bit more worried. Just to let everyone know, it looks like one of the players is just having a little bit of technical trouble, which is why we're still not in the game yet. Don't worry, we're getting to it as fast as possible, but we want to make sure the players are all good and ready to go, because, again, as I'm sure you are very aware, Pocket, the last thing you want to do is start one of the most important matches of Hearthstone you're going to play and go, yeah, there's something wrong, and then have that just completely mess everything up.
Oh, yeah. No, I've had that before, where I've had, like, my computer connection just switched off during a match, then I had to switch to another one, and my deck tracker was all bugged. I ended up playing around a card that wasn't even in their deck, because I hadn't done, it was just sort of all threw me off. And this was in I think top 16 of a Masters tour, first time I'd ever made it there, and I lost as a result, which was quite unfortunate. And yeah, I think as a player, you want to make sure everything is all right your side. You only want to be worrying about the game in itself. It's it's a bit unfortunate for us waiting, but there's nothing worse you can do than just force yourself into the game just to sort of get it over and done with. You need to be in the right headspace. You need to be technically everything set up, everything secure, because you don't want any other worries on your mind.
100%. And while we are just waiting to make sure they're okay, as we look at the rest of the players in the bracket for Americas, we can see a couple of priests, Win Brownie and McBanterface, and we do see the mage from FQ Baby as well. Any of these classes or brings, obviously they've gotten to this point, they've got through Swiss, right? Are any of these looking good to you? Do you think there's a good chance for them to get their match through? Or do you think, as we've seen maybe in the other regions, that these maybe just aren't quite good enough? Although Shaxi did win with the priest.
Yes, I'd say the priests are probably slightly better lined up than the mages. It would be my guess. I'd say the priests, their ban, I'm kind of interested to see whether, actually I can check McBanterface's bans throughout the tournament. He's been banning Shaman instead of Dragon Warrior. I think that is mostly due to him having that priest in his lineup, because the priest should have a much better time against Dragon Warrior than Shaman, especially with Shaman having access to Hex for Soothsayer. So I do think that is an interesting thing that deviates the ban there. But I do think, as I said, the priest is probably better lined up than the mage because of how it matches up against, particularly Hunter. That's a big one.
Yeah.
And I think possibly Rogue as well. It's a weird one, because you'd imagine that the Troublemaker has a lot of time to stack up against Priest and just build up a high damage total. But Priest also has a decent amount of time to build up a really, really big Soothsayer board. So that can actually go either way. I've found I was really surprised at how much game Priest actually has in that matchup. So I do find it completely fine. I think Priest slots in reasonably well into this good deck lineup. Whereas I would be a little bit more worried for the Mage, as we've seen earlier. I think it really struggled in a series we saw, where it is particularly weak against Hunter. I've seen other people say that they favor Rogue in that matchup as well, and it's definitely bad against Dragon Warrior for reasons on top of just the I can't remember the name of the weapon guy off the top of my head. The stadium announcer breaking that weapon reward. It is just too much damage before that even comes down. There are just so many reasons why Mage has to ban Dragon Warrior, probably.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we are ready to get into the game. So again, apologies for the delay. We just wanted to make sure the players are good to go. So thank you for waiting, everyone watching at home. We are ready to get into the first America's match of the day. We've got Me Smile on the top on that Hunter against Skill Drain on the Rogue. Very excited to get into this one, and already a pretty good start. Shovel, a 1-drop, and tracking, never too bad.
Yep, of course you're instantly drawn to the Hunter hand.
Yeah, of course, that's the job. I do that, you do the rest, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent response from Skill Drain on the Rogue as well. The Troublemaker in the opener isn't, that's not really the main thing you're looking for. It's a nice thing to have ticking over as you're playing these 2-drops, but it's certainly not your main thing you're looking for in this matchup. You really want to be looking for Vanessa without having to draw it with Kingslayers. And coining the Bitter Bloom on 1, I think, was a really, really good heads-up play to try and deal with this 2-2 from Me Smile, because otherwise your deck really struggles to deal with it. But on the other side, Me Smile, I think I really like the way that he's sort of aggressively cleared it just to preserve his 2-2 on board, because this can put in a lot of chip damage.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think this is one of the matchups. We've talked about the Troublemaker many times today, but I think this is one of the matchups where we will see Troublemaker maybe not literally tempoed out, but potentially tempoed a little bit, because you're probably killing most of the minions it hits, right? Even with 1 attack. And even if you get this to be like 3, maybe 4 buffs on it, that's plenty against Face Hunter, right? Like, that is good enough to get the job done.
Generally, in this matchup, you do see Troublemaker as a little bit more of a board stabilization tool. And then the main way you're expecting to turn the corner and win the game is with your Jade Guardians. So I think Skill Drain will be looking to use this Troublemaker just to stave off some of Me Smile's pressure and hopefully bridge the gap to getting down his Jade Guardian later on in the game.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice there as well from tracking number 1. Did have a few good picks, but did go for Confront, which I do like, because there will be 2 trackings in it, as well as 2 1-drops, right, with the weapon and the 2-2 at minimum. So even if Confront the Tolvair was played next turn, that's still a decent turn, right? Draw 2 more cards, go for the weapon, refresh your weapon, and get another 2-2. Like, definitely not bad at an absolute worst case scenario.
Yep. Especially considering he's already got the Beast Tripwire in hand, so he can play the Tripwire, swing next turn, follow up with Tolvair, get another weapon to start progressing towards drawing the second copy of the Class 1 drawn Tripwire in his deck. I think it works out very, very cleanly.
What would Father have done?
I would imagine this Blizzard has to go from Skill Drain. It should be too expensive to really play this game.
There is
if you're
prep,
expecting to play that. Yeah, there is prep, but I think if you're spending 4 mana doing that, then that's not a game you're winning. And you really want to use that prep for something like Jade Guardians for good tempo later.
That's fair, yeah. Yeah, Leyline Nexus is pretty good, isn't it? I was just thinking, like, in the world where this next turn a few more 1-drops come out, and then you just prep Blizzard and hope they don't have many cards left in the hand. However, I think when you actually look at it with logic brain, it makes perfect sense, because Leyline, if Leyline was a mediocre spell, I'd be like, well, just coin the Leyline, then it's fine. But because it's pretty good, speaking of pretty good, okay.
Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, the first roll was looking pretty poor until then, although the backstab pickup is not bad. Mismal doesn't have enough corpses to actually trigger the reborn on this.
Yeah, I mean, even backstab arcane missiles isn't horrible here, right?
Yeah,
oh,
take the
even better.
50-50. Yeah, probably goes right
Hero-
at Twilight, see what spell you get, or hero power. Back.
Yeah, I
That's
think
very
hero power,
reasonable as
yeah,
well.
that's fine. Okay.
I honestly didn't mind keeping that just because it said 2, and your hand really wants to play cards that cost 2 right now.
Yeah, that
I do think
decision might have been
Skilldrain
made a
has-
little bit too quickly.
Yeah.
But maybe it was also just hard fishing for something playable this turn. I guess with the coin it still was, but
Ended up pretty good. Because you always spend your mana.
ended up like quite good here for skill drain. But there are 2 confronts, so always
Yes.
something to bear in mind.
Meesmile does have plenty of reload here.
Gonna draw loads of cards, gonna make a minion or 2, and gonna have that weapon equipped. And again, with the Beast Trip in the deck, then the weapon, although will not be able to be procced necessarily this turn, it could be, it's still gonna be decent to be able to just get that set up the turn after, because there's still 1 trip in the deck, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, map very good pickup here for skill drain. And Meesmile, while he has, he's spent mana, he's been drawing cards, he's been playing stuff. He's not actually putting skill drain under much pressure, which is allowing skill drain to just beef up this troublemaker in the far left of his hand, get closer to those Jade Guardians, and in the meantime is chipping away quite nicely at Meesmile's health.
Yeah, and even doesn't necessarily have to be the case, but the fact that Guardians is like pretty playable next turn with prep, right? Like I know they're not high reductions, they're not going to cost 1 or 0, but still, if Skill Drain wanted to, you can still get something pretty beefy out next turn with how cheap this hand is, and the fact that there's the prep for the actual playing of the Jade Guardian card.
Yeah, he's playing quite fast, and I'm not certain I completely agree with all of these plays. It might be correct, but I haven't really had enough time to process it, because if he had coin Lotus Bookie instead of the hero power there, it would have discounted these Jade Guardians to 3 and would have allowed him another coin next turn, and could have potentially gone prep and played both of them.
Yeah.
Which I was quite interested in. Just the potential of it, and it doesn't seem like he's considered it. I'm not certain it was the correct play, but I do think it was certainly an interesting consideration.
And even use the coin for the arcane missiles here, just to drop everything as much as possible. The Jade Guardians now down to basically half price once they are generated, down to 4. Aeon Rend, quite nice again. So Skill Drain basically not going to let Meesmile have a board for the foreseeable future if he doesn't want to.
I mean, he can swing here and go double Vista to build a decently sized board to soak up these Sigil of Cinder hits.
There's also 5 procs on the Troublemaker already, which is not bad at all.
Yeah. The Skill Drain, I do think, might just be losing board here, because he doesn't actually, even if he would have, even if he wanted to pull the trigger on Jade Guardians and just as a panic button to try and hope for a good 8-drop, he couldn't play it now.
Yeah.
Because he is very much forced himself into this corner with the plays he's made. It's not a very flexible line that he's taken.
Yeah,
So
I think it's a bit concerning using the prep and the coin last turn. It was a lot to, at least for me, not do a lot, right? It didn't feel like it got a lot done. Obviously, doesn't help that Meesmile had a really good turn. Double Sister plus the 4/6 getting generated, right? That from the shovel, that's fine. But you also feel like that. Well, there was always a beast going to be made, right? That shovel was getting used every single day of the week, so you know there was going to be some at least half chunky coming out.
He's really prioritizing clicking this imbue hero power, which, from my experience playing Rogue, I almost never touch that. It's like it's you fill out your mana with it if you have nothing else to do.
Right.
But Skill Drain, it does discount by 3, so it is quite a good bit of tempo if you do hit something playable, but it's not progressing the game plan of the rest of his deck, which could potentially slow him down just a little bit too much as the game progresses. I think you should definitely go for the ahead of Jade Guardian if you're going to do one or the other. Okay. I don't mind this either. Just Bookie, I think, with the way that it discounts by 2 and gives you a coin, so it's just more mana to play the Bookie this turn.
It's interesting that I feel like Skill Drain is being very defensive, which is natural against a Face Hunter. However, I think he had options to become the aggressor, and that's when you really win the Face Hunter matchups, when you become the hunter, right? I think that's
when
like a real big
out
deal.
Of the way, and you can put some 8 drops down. Obviously, Earthen Roar is a bit of a difficult thing to deal with, because I think a lot of the Face Hunters in this matchup wouldn't be running it, so, or at least not have 2 of them. So the 8 drops would put in a lot more work. So perhaps being a bit more defensive is a nod to that, which I don't mind at all. But he is suddenly in this situation where Meesmile's really turned the corner, and Gildren needs to do something fast to push the tempo and try and end this game, because I think Meesmile does have unavoidable lethal from hand unless Gildren finds a way to gain health, or just to lethal this turn, which I'm not certain is possible. It might be, actually.
What would father have
Oh wait, no, it is just lethal. Fan of Knives, Lotus Bookie, Troublemaker, up to 9 shots. Brighter Twilight, even better.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Wow, so ended up, even though it was, I think Skill Drain pushed the game to the limits a little bit there and got himself in a bit of a dicey spot, decided to just get into a position where, I don't mean this in a bad way, because I think this is going to sound more negative than it should do, but used the Troublemaker in a greedy way, right? And saying, actually, I'm not going to use it. I'm going to use other stuff from removal. I'm going to play defensive in other ways and actually have this Troublemaker just keep stacking, because the Hunter's unlikely to heal. There's a couple of things that can heal it, but unlikely. And they're also probably going to be unconcerned about their health, because it's not normal where you get not OTK'd, but burst down from a Troublemaker when you're playing Face Hunter against Rogue. It's just not a common outcome, right? So yeah, fair enough. Skill Drain definitely going a different route than I would have, but it works, and that's all that really matters.
That top deck at the end of the Fan of Knives was pretty crucial with how that lethal worked out there. But yeah, it is an interesting route to take. I'm not sure I agree with a lot of the lines that were taken, but it does go to show that yeah, there are a lot of different pathways to win a Hearthstone game. I'm not certain. Like I was saying all throughout, I don't think I agree with this, but to be honest, he didn't give me enough time to think about it because he was playing so incredibly fast. But yeah, fair enough. It got the job done. It did look a little bit sketchy there, and Meesmile, despite having what looked like a pretty solid Hunter hand, he was doing all the basic things you really want. He was getting the tripwires, he was drawing them, he had Tolvir, he had upgraded Sylvanas, but yeah, it just still wasn't quite enough against Skill Drain's relentless 2-drop pressure, I suppose.
Yeah, and also multiple sigils, right, that were pinging for a lot of damage for, in the Rogue deck, not a lot of mana, right? So yeah, just about got it done. Skill Drain is going to jump up to a 1-0 lead so far. Looks like we are getting the Shaman Mirror to move on with next. Obviously, both players on Shaman, so I don't need to do separate introductions. I'm just going to look at the list just to quadruple check, but I think they're close to identical. There's
so we got 2 Hex, no Voltaic Burst for Skill Drain, 1 Hex, 1 Voltaic Burst for
and I think it's identical other than that from what I can see.
I think I agree.
Well, let's look at these opening hands and see what the players have to work with, because I feel like Shaman opening hands is such a big deal. We've seen time and time again. They've got the bricks they can have, and then they've got the pop-offs, right? And definitely Blazing Invocation being one of them.
I played this deck a bunch, and I was keeping stuff like Storm Fury and thinking, oh, I gotta ramp this up and get there, and then I started playing against it, and people were just going Blazing Invocation King Mukla on 1 against me, and I thought, oh, okay, that's what you're supposed to do. That makes so much more sense. And yeah, the real power of this deck does seem to be in the immense manner you can cheat in the first couple of turns more than any other. I think we'd probably see Oh, this is awkward.
Do you go? I think you go Relic, right?
I think you still do, just so that you have something to play this turn.
And it trades up, right? And I like your opponent needs a specific answer to deal with it, right? So why not?
Yeah, this means that you can potentially find another minion to play next turn, like this Truth Seeker here.
Yeah.
Just a 2-mana 4/5 to back it up, because otherwise Skill Drain was looking at quite a dead turn too, almost regardless of what you top decked.
Yeah, Truth Seeker, becoming for me one of the classics in the deck, even though it's not in the deck, if that makes sense. Just Yeti on 2, what a classic. So it will be available. Ismail is going to get the shock to be able to clean this up nicely, and it's going to get the merch seller. I talked to Sol about this in the previous match I cast. Really nice card and a very common pick with the Shaman list right now.
Yeah, it is. There's a reason you put all the cards in your deck.
There's a reason you have a deck.
Yes, you don't want random nonsense off the top. Sometimes the merch seller can be annoying if it's a minion based deck that needs to find some removal. But in this deck in particular, especially in this mirror, there's this merch seller almost always is such a big hindrance, and you really want to get rid of it, because not only does it give you bad top decks, it also means that you can't thin your deck to get better draws as the game goes on. You will just see less of your deck because you're just seeing less of your cards. So pretty much every draw from now on is kind of worse than it would have been. Like it's a very much a staggered effect, because you're not going to see your Muradin's Last Stand until a turn or two later, which just delays the card draw chain exponentially.
Yeah, and the big problem there is, and we sort of saw this play out, it can be pretty difficult to deal with since it's a 3/5, pretty decent stats for what it is, and a little bit awkward to clear up, because it's one of those minions that, yes, you don't want to take 3 damage to face every turn, but a lot of it is you just want to remove it for its effect, and now it's protected even more with this 4/8 coming down from Ismail.
Seemed like a pretty easy guess there with the Eldari studies offered. There's Futuristic Forefather, getting the +4 health. Doesn't opt to go for the Voltaic Burst because...
I mean, I like the Ascendants potentially here if these don't get cleaned up. Like attack Ascendants doesn't look so bad.
It's interesting because it does mess up the health buff on your Forefather and also get rid of the merch seller for now. So it's not as good as it could be, but it does seem fairly clean with the context of the hand. I think the Spawn of Feasting here isn't looking too bad for Skill Drain if he wants to coin it.
Yeah, I think he has to, right? He's going to activate a lot of these elementals as well now, basically all activated in hand. Isn't going to have the coin to go into the 5s next. Oh, wait. Yeah. Isn't going to have the coin to go into 5s next turn, but does still have the gold available along with some support with the Precursory Strike.
It does actually activate the Precursory Strike, and there is one minion in the deck despite its the requirement sort of being no minions. So this would draw the Mugsy with the Precursory Strike. Now that the spells in hand have turned into minions.
Yeah, and very rough now. Purely this Muradin's is going to be played, but for the whole rest of the mana, so no follow-up. Once again, bit of an awkward Muradin's. Now there's 2 Ascendants in hand that just do nothing. Like, we need everyone to cut this card. Pocket. I've decided.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Like, when it's good, it's fantastic. But there are so many times it just sitting there dead in hand, not doing anything. I do think it's probably necessary in some of the slightly slower matchups, but it really does look quite abysmal in these matchups where you're actually both fighting for board in the early turns.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's good when it's good, but it's really bad when it's bad.
Oh, yeah.
Right, it's like that's the problem.
I was surprised to see pretty much everyone has 2 of them in their Shaman lists this weekend. Like, I haven't, when I was looking through the top 8 lineups, I don't think I came across a single one that had 1 of or 0 Ascendances.
Well, I think Soto was talking about it earlier, where it's interesting where it looks like the decks are built because the assumption was everyone's going to ban Shaman unless they have like Priest or Egg. But then the problem is, well, that's not happened, has it? Everyone's now banning Warrior, so the Shaman's just up, and it's like, you've got to play with 2 Ascendants in your deck.
Yeah, maybe this is a little bit of the reason why maybe the Ascendants pick is part of the reason why the Warrior gets banned instead. So it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way there. They've built it going, oh, they're going to ban it, so I'm going to make my Shaman worse. And then they go, oh, you made your Shaman worse, I'm not banning it anymore.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it probably does have to go for the Forge Fiend just to have a big minion next turn, but it's not great, especially because Skill Drain has Hex in his deck.
Yeah, and one of the problems is, in the mirror, if you're behind on minions, like you losing board control, you plonking down one big minion a turn is so much worse, right? Because you're playing the minion into a board, and it's like, a Moag's good. A Moag for 6 mana is really good. But into your opponent who's already got 2 to 3 minions on board that can just trade into it or hex it away or do whatever, it's suddenly a lot less good, right? Because then they'll have 4 minions on the board or 5 at that turn, and then it just snowballs out of control.
Yeah, when you've got a minion that costs 1, that's Battlecry deal 4, that's half the Moag's health gone already, and the board just got bigger. You in a board-based matchup, you really don't want to let your opponent be the one dictating the trades because they can get so much more value out of them. Interesting here. I go for the... Okay, it does go for the Hex Marshal just to have a little bit more value in hand, expand the options. I don't mind that at all. Because the hand is quite samey. Like the 2 Storm Fury Elementals, obviously they both do exactly the same thing. Thunderquake doesn't do anything drastically different to those 2 cards. And then you've got Hex as a spot removal. Hex Marshal, I do like to sort of diversify your options in your hand a little bit by generating another spell.
I'm now trying to work out if there's anything valuable that can be done with this Saber, or if it's just going to be just trade it away, play the Moag, and hope for a better turn next turn.
The horrible thing is the best thing you can do with it might be throw a 5/3 into a 3/3, which is horrible, but does choose to value trade instead because I know Mismail is a very self-respecting Hearthstone player, and I don't think he could bring himself to send that 5/3 into a 3/3.
Also, there is a world where it now gets to attack again and then lives for the Ascendants, maybe. It's a long shot, but that shot exists.
Yeah. From Mismail's perspective, you do need to try and live in the world where something's going to go right for you. Otherwise, what are you doing in this game?
Unlike this world, also known as reality, where it's going quite wrong.
Yes. What a horrible place that reality is.
That's why we play Hearthstone.
Does have to just dig with the location, I think, because this hand is doing a whole lot of nothing. That is not a help.
Continues to do so. All in on Raptor Ascendants. Surely that'll save us.
If only you could get a Doomsayer for your opponent.
I mean, Ismail doing his best to fight back.
Yeah, it does manage to stay alive on board, and we do see that Skill Drain doesn't actually have any damage in his hand. Hilariously, the hybridization that he picked up is probably the most useless spell he could have found. Probably nothing doing here. Really wants to find some kind of burn damage just to end the game on the spot. Molten Gold will do it.
Yeah. And there you go, Skill Drain going up to a 2-0 lead. And I'm just going to say it, there's 2 Ascendants in one of the players' hands and 0 in the other. Pretty brutal there. Skill Drain, though, kept on top of it. And I think that's basically what the Mirrors comes down to, right? If you can get hold of the board and stay on top, don't let them fight back. We saw the Moag was a good defensive option, but 1 minion, right, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Obviously, it sort of succumbed to the Hex, which is as bad as it's going to get.
But Skill Drain does run 2 of, by the way, whereas Mismail runs 1. So a little bit rewarded for the deck building there. Just doubled his odds of having that good answer. To leverage his board advantage there.
Yeah, and it's just a tough one. We've seen like the good side of Shaman, but we have seen the downsides of it as well quite often. I'm just taking a double check here on skill drain is on the contraband hunter.
Yes.
It does have the Briar Spawn Drake in there as well. I'm just checking for anything. Oh, he is running a Devious Coyote, which is very interesting. Not something I've seen too much of myself. And I did not notice that in the list until right now.
Oh yeah, no, neither did I. That's to be fair, that is it synergizes incredibly well with the Arcane Tripwire, so I actually don't mind it. Thinking about it, that is quite interesting.
I will show it on screen when we start. But for those of you who don't know, it's a 5 because I wasn't 100%. There's a 5-mana 5/3 beast with stealth, but it costs 1 less each time the enemy hero took damage this turn. So as you mentioned, obviously, if Trip hits 5 times to face, if it's a blank one, it's going to be free, which is a pretty big deal. Yeah,
or if you've just already got the weapon set up, then you've got it ready. So if you can, in a lot of matchups, get that down on turn 3, then that's so much face damage, and it double synergizes because the Tripwire not only activates the Coyote, but also enables its strength, which is threatening face damage, because you've in theory already got your opponent quite low. So it is, I think, a very interesting addition to this deck that I'm surprised I haven't seen more of before, looking at it now.
Yeah, I actually think the drawbacks, because there's also 2 Raptor Nest Nurse in here as well, which is not hyper common in these lists, but and
double Sizzling Cinder as well, no Glacial Shards.
Yes, that's very true. Yeah, I think when we're starting to sort of uncover it now, the problem with this list, especially if you're running King of the Undercity and Drake, is that card slots are a premium, because there's so many cards you are just running, right? You're running the Sisters, you're running the Tripwires, you're running the Confronts, you're running the weapons, and suddenly the amount of things you're running stacks up. So there's very few spaces to sort of be a bit adventurous and try stuff out. So as you've said, no Glacials in there. We've got a few other differences as well. So I think that's going to be very interesting to see how it performs, and if the Coyote actually gets anything done, I'll be very excited.
I will say, I'm looking at Skill Drain's match history, and he is 4 wins, 7 losses with this hunter. So perhaps the slightly off the wall build isn't quite the best way to go, judging on that. But I guess we'll see how it fares this series.
Yeah, this
it
will
is
be
also
the game.
interesting looking at the way that the individual decks have played out. Me Smile as well. We were talking about the Shaman or Warrior ban. Me Smile Shaman got banned 5 times during Swiss out of 6. It won once when it wasn't banned and lost twice. So it's got a negative win rate when it's not banned. The Warrior, which is the other ban we were talking about that other people might choose to go for him, wasn't banned at all. Yet it still lost less than the Shaman. It went 6 wins, 1 loss. So that does tell quite a strong story in my mind that a lot of people probably should have been banning away that Dragon Warrior in a lot of the matchups we're seeing this weekend.
Yeah, it's very compelling, isn't it? And I do think it's maybe not to this level, but it has happened in the past where the general assumption is we'll ban the strongest deck, right? That's like a sort of starting point. If you said to someone, you've got 4 decks, you can ban one of your opponents, what do you ban? Oh, you ban the strongest one. It's like, well, what does strongest mean? Because it's very tricky, because we've had it in the past where, Rogue is almost always in the discussion of strong deck, right? Because there's just been so many good archetypes. Rogue, historically a class that's the better you are at the game as well.
Yes.
I think it rewards like very high skill. But we've had many metas where people touting how good Rogue is, it doesn't get banned, because it either has weaknesses or it's not reliable enough to beat, right?
You do also get some people that is just like, not in the most disrespectful way possible, but also you kind of make them play Rogue. Sometimes you go, if you're going to win with Rogue, I'm going to make you actually have to work for your win in this series, instead of going, okay, I'm going to ban your hard deck because I'm scared that you're going to play perfectly and get such amazing rolls. No, Hearthstone is not just a game you can't assume that your opponent is playing perfectly, because if you assume all your opponents are playing perfectly, there's no point in you being here because you're essentially just playing against a perfect computer. You need to assume that your opponents are going to mess up, because otherwise what's the point in competing? Like, you want to be better than someone else, and in order to be better, then that implies essentially that your opponents are going to make some mistakes for you to be able to capitalize on. So I do like doing that quite a lot. I think that's something that I did quite a lot in my time competing, sort of forcing opponents into uncomfortable situations which give them an opportunity to make a mistake, rather than necessarily always going for the sort of computer accurate mathematical best play.
Well, I do think as well, and I do talk about this pretty often, where I actually think, and this is probably true of most competitive things, but more games are won by like the other player making a mistake than the winner doing something fantastical, right? Or playing out of their mind. A lot of it is just who plays the least bad at any given point is a lot of the time. So we'll see how it goes. One of the players did just need a quick break, but we are back into it now. Is Skill Drain going to win 3-0? Is Meesmar going to fight back? Let's find out in the purest of matchups, the Hunter Mirror, although it's not strictly Mirror.
Yeah, this is it's a good opener for both of them. Pretty similar opening hands, both with the weapon location and a tripwire. With I probably favor Skill Drain's not choice of tripwire, but the one he happens to have in his hand in this situation. Although going first is certainly better for Meesmar. So I think it's fairly even looking in the opener.
Yeah, I talked about this in a previous match I cast where it was a Hunter Mirror, and one player had Beast Tripwire and the other didn't, and I was like, well, yeah, I don't want to call it, but Beast Tripwire in the mirror, even though this again is not a strict mirror because Meesmar's on face, Beast Tripwire just ticks the boxes. It makes minions, bulky minions normally, that can obviously put on pressure, but also soak the arcane tripwire hits, right? Which is a big deal. So it's providing like a double whammy of its effect. Whereas if you're the one on the arcane tripwires and your opponent starts generating these beasts, you are spending mana but not dealing the face damage. So you end up sort of slipping behind on the race. So I'm completely with you. I think location this turn or double one drop into Coin Beast Tripwire from Skill Drain looks very, very nice.
Interestingly, plays the top deck location rather than the one in hand. It does look like he actually thought about that quite a bit, so I assume it's some kind of way of negating a hand read from Meesmar. Very, very minor thing that probably won't be impactful whatsoever, but an interesting little insight into how much Skill Drain is trying to optimize his play, I would say.
Oh, there it is. The Coyote.
Unfortunately, doesn't synergize particularly well with this Tripwire.
Okay, it's going to be Coin Beast. And we're going to get 2 beasts straight away because the weapon is lock loaded and ready to go.
If he's really lucky, he could get 3.
Close.
Oh, that'll do though. That's good enough.
And now this is the problem, right? Like, sure, there's Earthen Roar. Yes, there's Arcane Tripwire and then another Arcane Tripwire. But there's a very real world where this Tiger doesn't even go down to both, right?
Yeah.
So, and then suddenly, back to their turn. They put some more pressure on. They hit you for 5 with the Tiger. And then it starts to just slowly slip away. It's very, very scary.
Yeah, this matchup is very, very volatile though, so it could be just as simple as, sure, the Tiger will stick, but you're taking almost, close to 10 damage from this Arcane Tripwire here, directly to the face. The Keldorei Fletcher, I would assume, will come down before Meesmar swings. Does choose to swing, which means he couldn't go Fletcher plus hero power, so I'm not a huge fan of that.
Is this just
I assume
going fishing
he'll play Sizzling Cinder instead.
Okay. It kind of got away with that a little bit.
Yeah, it tells a story that he was either messed up or was planning on going tracking, but that didn't look like the most confidently executed turn there from Meesmar. I definitely would have liked to get the Fletcher in with the hero power damage, especially since you're clearly on a bit of a face damage game plan with that Tripwire.
And also, I found when I've played this matchup as the Contraband, the Fletcher's actually quite annoying to deal with. The 3 health is very frustrating because it either soaks a lot of the arcane tripwires, or you need to put like wound prey, a trade, and a weapon swing or something into it. Like, it soaks a lot of damage when you're used to just dealing with like 1 and 2 health things instead.
Yeah, this matchup's all about small little trade-offs of health. So if you can get the Fletcher down, that's instantly, okay, I played a 1/3 and I've done 2 damage immediately, and that just cost 1 mana. If the opponent's sinking mana and damage into that, then that's a small victory for you in this matchup.
Job done.
And whoever gets the most of those small victories, then they should end up being ahead at the end of this game.
So Sylvanas is available, but nothing. Again, this Fletcher's just, it can be dropped down, of course, no problem, but the Fletcher isn't going to be active no matter what the follow-up is, unless it's...
You'd have to do some disgusting play
like
with
Earth and Raw or something, right?
Earth and Raw tracking into... Yeah,
it'd be horrible. So soaking the 2 hits as well makes it a little bit easier to clear, to be fair.
Honestly, wouldn't have massively minded just going Earth and Raw first, just to get the Fletcher down, but it is interesting.
Let's
guarantee the 5 to face with the tripwire. Skilldrain's not happy to see that.
Excellent choice.
So now the question becomes, do you Arcane Trip first and try and fish one of those out? Because there is still a Beast Wire in the deck. And I think putting the Arcane in is good because there is still this Coyote available, right? So if this is Arcane again, this could be a free Coyote as well as a few other things.
Like the double whammy of you need to deal with the board, and you also, that is an incredible beast.
Probably the perfect one.
Yeah, he didn't look particularly pleased that he pulled the Beast Tripwire, but I think he'll be pretty happy on second thought with this outcome here.
Yeah, can even trade into the 1/2, use the spell into the face, and then trade again, and then you've got the Coyote playable.
Skilldrain has found himself fairly low here, and Meesmile, if he can find a little bit more damage, could potentially get over the line just in time.
Also, it is important to note as well, we have barely talked about it, really, this, or at least I've not this tournament, because we're talking a lot about the Agamagam Briarspawn, but there is a Tortola and a reanimated Pterodax in the King of the Underbelly, which both of those potentially a big deal in a matchup like this, right?
Yes. I think particularly the Pterodax, the Tortola's probably...
Bit too late.
Bit too slow because the damage will just start coming over the top just directly to your face, especially with the specific build of Meesmile's list with the extra burst damage with precise shot. But yeah, particularly that Pterodax. If Meesmile leaves anything on board, he knows that there's always a bit of a risk that Skilldrain could use that to lifesteal off of.
Tortola is interesting with the arcane trips, though, right? Like, that could be devastating.
Yes,
that is a positive
definitely.
from there, but you are at 11 health, you are taking a risk, right? Like, that is 100% the case. Although, obviously, Skilldrain not picked up King of the Underbelly here, so a little bit unfortunate for him. He's just going to have to start pumping damage. I wouldn't even hate Stinger and then just double Sylvanas in face.
I think from Skilldrain's perspective here, obviously you're worried about taking lethal damage soon from the Arcane Tripwires and Meesmile's deck, so I would probably favor getting as many stats on board as possible. Even though he can't put a lot of health on board, it might just be just about enough to get over the line and survive against an Arcane Tripwire. Or if there is no response on the other side, you know that Sylvanas is gone from Meesmile. So getting one turn of board damage in might be enough to finish him off with these Sylvanas' Triumphs to hand.
Yeah, any health is better than literally nothing, right? Just to soak, because suddenly with this board presence and push, what did we get? Okay. It is, like, Skilldrain is close, right? Double Confront, which I guess is probably the best draw Skilldrain could have wanted for Meesmile, because 1's the same as 2, right? At this point, that we can see, of course.
The card that doesn't do anything new.
Quarter for traitors.
Yeah, a lot of this is guaranteed.
Silver arrowheads. An excellent choice.
Oh, extra Struggle off the top is fantastic here. Really? Oh,
there's the
smokes the
soak.
entire board as well. Which, to be honest, I think Mismar wanted at this point.
Yeah, because you couldn't clear the board any other way and had no face
Yes.
damage, right? There is double... Oh, wait. Double Sylvanas is 6.
It's 11
and it
damage right
does
now.
have trip, yeah.
Is there a way to leverage it?
It's probably just the Sylvanas without the trip, right? Is that
Yeah,
something that's
the issue
likely here?
is Skill Drain's facing lethal on the other side from Mismar, potentially. There aren't any arcane tripwires left for Mismar. So but I do like this. I do like this Dirty Rat.
This is nice because you could wound prey the...
Yeah, just soak some of the Sizzling Cinder hits.
Yeah, wound prey and then just double Sylvanas, right?
Yeah, I think I like that.
You'd probably wound prey into the 2/4.
Or just to guarantee, well, not guarantee, but increase the likelihood that your minion soaks some damage.
Exactly. If that 1/1 takes a little ping, fine.
Yeah.
Because
Gildray does need to make sure he's setting up lethal himself, though.
oh, no,
He does
okay.
opt to push the 1 extra damage.
Yep, okay, fair enough. Not a huge deal, but just something you've got to think about a little bit. Oh, both to face.
2 shots face, so that's 1 off lethal for
there it
Mismar
is.
right now.
Oh, no. Wait, yeah, that's right. Yep, there
Wound prey
it
off
is.
the
Yeah,
top.
wound prey. Wow, just like that, Mismile gonna take a victory and start to fight back. And those 2 pings, none of them going to the Dirty Rat, was simply disgusting there.
Yep.
As Mismile takes the victory. What a tricky and close game that mirror. Well, again, Hunter matchup, should I say? Probably more accurate. But you can see both players really grappling with how much damage to deal versus how much to sort of progress in the power level of their own game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm still caught up over that weird non-use of the Fletcher earlier on from Mismile, missing sort of. Yeah, I would say missing the 2 damage because he did end up dropping it for no value later. So I do think that was some uncharacteristically sloppy play from one of the best players we've seen out of Americas in recent years. But the rest of that match, he did look quite calm and quite controlled, and just knew what the game plan was. Just get these little bits of incremental chip damage, just stay slightly ahead of your opponent, just so that you can get there with pretty much exact lethal in the end.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very close indeed. Looks like the players are ready to just dive back in. Of course, Skill Drain's still going to be on this Hunter, and Mismile now jumping over to the Rogue, which again, for me, I like the Hunter on this matchup, but the Rogue, definitely nothing to mess around with. I was just going to ask you, how hard do you go in the mulligan for the likes of Vanessa here? Because I feel like that is just the key tool in this matchup.
It is, but if you don't do anything in the early game to lead up to it, then it doesn't really matter if you've got Vanessa because you've already taken a bit too much ship damage. So I don't mind the keep of prep flashback from Mismile here, because if you do just overwhelm the early game against the Hunter, you can buy yourself that little bit of extra time just to find your Vanessa, get towards your Jade Guardians. So I really don't mind it, even though obviously ideally he would have a Vanessa sitting in the hand somewhere right now.
Well, I'm going to be honest, I would have already locked in prep flashback with coin and the 2-drop. I would have just gone, you know what? All in, push.
I do wonder if he's considering just coining one of them just so you can play it for 2. You just say, okay, I've got board control,
sure,
that's fine,
yeah.
I'll play the other one next turn. Because it is perhaps unnecessarily aggressive, I would say, to use all of your resources here and now. Because it does limit the effectiveness of some of his top decks now. So like, there's less juice for if he does find Vanessa, and also if you were to find a cultist map or something like that, then it is actually harder to play those.
Okay.
Not a terrible pickup here with the eventuality.
Now, I believe this is in the rule book that if this 1-3 death rattle goes off, skill drain has to say sorry. I think that's how it works. And with this,
only the moment he lethals him.
oh,
that would be the-
yeah. You should write the rules going forward. That sounds great. He's just gonna go for the dagger.
Yeah, preserving his minions, saying, I don't mind this at all because it says if you don't have exactly arcane tripwire here, you can't really swing this weapon. So I am just going to keep pushing face.
Yeah.
And with the makeup of Meesmile's hand here, it does look like pushing for a face race game plan is possibly his best bet in this game. From skill drain's perspective, I think I like just playing 1+1, get as much stuff on board as possible, just try and fight back, take as little chip as you can. Although it would walk directly into a fan of knives, which would not be ideal. That would be incredibly clean here.
Yeah, it would, but the other answer is hero power, really. I mean, you could tame pet, but I think I'm with you, just going absolutely max minions, just say you don't have it. Because
when you go tame pet plus raptor and just preserve the morbid swarm for potentially removing something later, it is a 1-card answer to Vanessa, even though most of the time Vanessa does come along with a full board. So I don't mind this because it is pretty terrible into fan of knives otherwise.
Yeah, gonna hold the weapon. I think without a tripwire in hand, that weapon's actually getting used, honestly. But because there's exactly the tripwire available for next turn, it's just potentially too good, right? Because double beast next turn, we know there's some super powerful beasts that you can actually spawn off that. It's just that's the thing that could really stabilize against this aggressive opening from Meesmile. And speaking of stabilize, there is backstab and troublemaker, which I think is the only real option here, or just troublemaker.
I mean, eventuality I don't mind at all because it does just continue to juice up this this troublemaker. Very slowly, of course, but Meesmile's still at 28. He's not under immediate threat from skill drain, but that will change very, very fast.
Oh, it's kind
2
of
mana Ravaging Ghoul is incredible. Yeah, Meesmile will be saying more of that, please. Does he say it?
Skill drain.
Okay, no, he's waiting for
hilarious.
It's okay.
Sakauti. That is very funny.
Yeah, not wasting any time trading into minions.
Well, I like this because it's probably gonna sound really dumb, but if it's the Wasp,
yeah,
it's
there
well
are the
worth
rush minions
leaving
as
up,
well.
right?
To be fair, yeah. Wasp isn't the only rusher.
Yeah,
you can get others, which does mean that you just maximize your damage here. Meesmile's going to coin out this Jade Guardians or this. Okay, no, it's Troublemaker for sure, actually. Just hopefully dealing with this board does most of the time. Very clean clear.
It's going to be Tolvir, I imagine, with the lock-in with the 4, yeah.
Yep. Since he saved that Morbid Swarm as well, it did allow him to deal with Meesmile's biggest minion and not worry too much, because otherwise that's continuing to hit face could have been quite threatening.
Yeah, for sure. Meesmile is slightly running out of juice. Oh, okay, Twilight, pretty nice. Does obviously have the hero power as well. But Garona's not really the card you want to play versus Hunter, right? It's just
might be forced to play the Jade Guardians this turn just to lock it in for next turn. Because the hand is looking quite dead. I think you do start this turn regardless with Backstab plus Rite of Twilight and just see what you get and then make a decision from there.
Okay.
Cold Snap, pretty good. You can deny the draw of another Tripwire. I would have definitely liked to see that.
Yeah, I think so. Oh.
On Skill Drain's face here.
Yeah, can dig first, but the fact there's another Tripwire there.
Oh, is the Coyote active? Sort of. If you go full face and Tripwire, then you can play the Coyote for 1.
Just gonna go roll.
Okay. Yeah, that is just better, isn't it? That is much better. Considering you know,
well, you just saw Guardian played, right?
Yeah.
I do like Tripwire again, though. Just give himself the most chance possible to deal with anything that can come out.
Yeah.
Got a lot of pressure on because Skill Drain's very quickly getting to the point where he needs almost like a reverse swing lethal, right? Just needs to set up. So say the second you don't claim my board, you're just dead next turn. So I do really like.
I also
I'm not going for it.
Don't mind I quite like the Underbelly network with the. Is it? I'm doing it again. I can't remember if it's Illyria or Verisa. This one is Verisa. I would have quite liked the 2+3 here because just ticking through your deck, getting closer to ways to finish off the game, like Sylvanas, just more ways of doing damage and dealing with Meesmile's board potentially. So I think I probably would have leaned slightly towards that, but it's very close. I don't mind this play at all.
And the trip just happened to turn out well with the Tiger, right? Like
Yes.
5/5 stealth, great. Like that's fine. Does have Remorseless Winter though?
Yeah, these 8 drops are so bad that he's playing a 4-mana spell instead. Not really a situation you want to be in. You also know that Skill Drain's got Earth and Roar in his deck, probably in his hand at this point. So you can't really afford to just go all in on your Asphyxiodon. Meesmile definitely would have been looking for something like a Dracorex or like a Moog, something to do something a bit more than just have a big load of stats on board.
Yeah. Okay, could start with the Discover this turn. Going for... Oh yeah. I see a Fireball, I'm picking a Fireball.
That's big damage. Yeah, I don't mind that at all.
Still got plenty of mana for Weapon Swing, Double Wound Prey. Could drop Vrisol, probably the Underbelly, honestly, instead. The other option is like Sleet Storm or First Flame just to deal with the board and still develop, but Fireball's a Fireball. Like,
I do think you take the Fireball and buff up your Tiger. Just start shipping all the damage phase because you know that it's very unlikely that there's another Troublemaker in hand, and if there is, it's not going to be at a high damage total, so you shouldn't feel like you're under much pressure. You can even just go double Wound Prey to deal with this 3/2 so that so you're not worried about that killing you. So Meesmile has to either kill or heal this turn.
Yeah, we
and
can see
alongside the
Fireball
healing
here
has to
as
deal
well.
with the board. Yes.
And also, there's still Earthen Roar, so worst case, there's the potential of everything has to be cleared, and there's still Earthen Roar with the dragon available, so basically any damage or any minion or whatever summon can actually help clear if needed, if like the worst were to happen with like a big taunt or something awkward.
That's feels close to being good, but it's obviously unplayable, and even if it was, wouldn't quite do the job. Any somehow lifesteals? Yep, no. Meesmile obviously can't see the Fireball in Skill Drain's hand, so won't be playing around it.
Yeah, good attempt, honestly, clears off the Tiger, but not going to be enough from the Hunter that happens to throw a Fireball at the face. There's the I am sorry. Gets it done with the emo. I knew it would happen at some point, and there is the finish from Skill Drain. Fantastic series, really close back and forth games, but Skill Drain is going to be the winner. So congratulations to him. It seemed like a lot of fun, honestly. I like the fact that he had the sorry emote in the back of his mind. Like like a showman when I cast some Hearthstone. So.
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of that, and I'm looking forward to seeing him show that off in the Masters Tour as well. Now that's I really like it when players don't just sit there and sort of emotionlessly just go about it and then leave when they win or they lose or whatever. I really like demonstrating how much it means to them and how much they're having fun, and it's really nice to see from Skill Drain.
Yeah, really cool matchup there. Commiserations for me, Smile, of course, but we all know how good he is, so no doubt we'll see him back at the next available competition. But Skill Drain is going to be your first winner for the Americas today, but don't worry, we've got 3 more matches before we are done with the playoffs, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
welcome back to our summer playoffs covering the Americas region. I think this is the match that I personally have been waiting for all day, and that is Ike versus McBanterface. It's been a while since we've seen Ike at a stage like this. Those who've been with us for a long time will remember that he's quite the deck builder. Yeah, how are you feeling going to this? We've also got some priests now, so.
Yeah, I think I share the same feeling as you. Looking at this was definitely the one I was looking forward to all day. McBanterface, a decent friend of mine. I'm often hanging out in the stream, and Ike I've spoken to a fair bit as well. So I'll be very happy and also quite sad whoever loses this one, because I'm a big fan of both these players here. But I think we should have a fantastic, high level and entertaining match here, because I think they'll be out to entertain as well as provide some good Hearthstone, especially with the decks that we have on show here. I'm not gonna usually call Control Priest entertaining, but it is in the context of the field something a little bit different. We did see it earlier from Shaxi, looked reasonably strong. I do think it holds up reasonably well in this sort of good decks lineup from McBanterface. And Ike always does something a little bit different. He does have 3 quite standard decks here with the Shaman, the Rogue, and the Hunter, but he has that Logosh Warrior, which I've been told that he swears by. He's a big fan of that.
Yeah, I was a little nervous looking at first at the class list, right? Because it's still Hunter, Rogue, Shaman, yes, Warrior. But yeah, taking a deeper dive on that Warrior, you see, you still got Warp Tooth, Mother Duck shenanigans, but then, yeah, just topping off the curve with Logosh Bloodfighter, who of course comes with Barol and Valera. When you've got 6 of them, your odds of ending up with, sort of 2 or 3 in hand are much, much higher. Of course, they chain into each other with their death rattles, so we should hopefully get the chance to see that, given that it is not banned.
Yeah, interestingly enough, both the Priest and the Warrior function quite similarly. They both have like a big 7-drop that the whole deck revolves around, and it's just about surviving to that and getting it down safely, and then as soon as you do that, the rest of your deck sort of activates. But yeah, in this game 1, we are going to see the standard of just the normal Rogue against Hunter. We've seen it all day. Hunter, slight edge in this matchup, but Rogue, if it can get its Vanessa, I'm got confused between Elise and Valera then somehow. If they can get that down early, then it can do some truly disgusting things.
That being said, presently hand a lot of responses, nothing proactive here for Banter. Probably tempted to just throw one of these out to look for a useful spell. It was maybe tempting to throw out the fan just for draw there.
Yeah, I don't think people do this enough with the Rite of Twilight. I've been doing a lot playing Rogue, and I do think it's just fine. Like, it progresses your game plan. It's one more discount for your Jade Guardians, which I think is really, really often overlooked. A lot of players do just dagger there, but especially with the Fan of Knives in hand, a dagger's not doing a huge amount here, because you are expecting just Fan to clear something off anyway, so it just preserves some health now.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us and saying, wait, how are we on, America's Match 2 this early? Well, it's been some lightning fast matches, and of course that means that spending 2 mana to dagger up is a big sacrifice on that game plan. When you need those Jade Guardians minions to be discounted as much as possible by the time you can actually play that card.
Yeah, a lot of very, very volatile knife edge games going on today, and I expect this one here to be no different. If McBanterface does pick up a Jade Guardians before too long, then I'm sure he will be hoping to discount that with the Rite of Twilight and anything else he can pick up off the top of his deck soon.
Yeah, let's see the picks here for Ike. Not great. There's not a ton of hits for Earth and Roar. It might just be like a bursting shot for some extra damage.
Yeah, mini Sylvanas. If the board is small enough, which currently it is, and Banterface not looking likely to be doing a whole lot else here. We were talking a lot about Banter's hand being pretty dead, but Ike's hand as well is not looking fantastic. Interestingly enough, does choose to go for that Earth and Roar here, though.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you just have a bunch of them in your Tolvir, then it becomes very easy to remove sort of whatever's in play.
Yes.
Should you have to play Confront the Tol'vir, you know, you're going to want to Wound Prey in there as well. That helps significantly.
Yeah, I think I would have still preferred the Bursting Shot, because as it stands, Ike has got nothing he'd love to spend mana on next turn. He is sort of at the mercy of the top of his deck. He'd love to see a Tripwire or one of the other sisters just to juice up the Sylvanas. He'd really rather not be forced to just play a one-trigger Sylvanas onto an empty board.
Confront the Tol'vir for banter. Less good.
Yeah, I think that does absolutely nothing right now.
It looks like it replays one card.
Okay.
According to our tracker.
Agent of the Old Ones has been played by banter, so it's nice little 3-mana 2/1 there.
Yep.
Here's the issue for Ike. He can play the Wound Prey off the top, but the rest of his hand's not doing a whole lot. Maybe he could play Sylvanas' Triumph, or could just play the Sylvanas because it is still a minion.
Second location tick will, hopefully do something to bail Ike out later. But yeah, I mean, I'm all for just throwing out the Sylvanas here. It's clear that banter is also not off to a rapid start. There's no prepared Vanessa in hand or anything. So it at least kind of gives you the board to make banter have to do something.
I think especially with the double Earthen Roar in hand here for Ike, you are feeling not so bad about throwing out the Sylvanas, because you do have plenty of removal still. So yeah, he knows it doesn't feel great to do this, but with the context of your hand, it is probably just a necessary thing to do.
All right, and map for banter. Finally, the draws are starting to come. Wouldn't be surprised to see this get prepped. But
the issue with prepping it is there isn't a whole lot else to do. Like, you're not expecting to play Siphon Mana or Confront the Tol'vir this turn anyway.
Sure.
So if you prep, also crucially, it means it's not 2 mana anymore. And a lot of what he wants to do with this hand is
fair enough.
Play as many things that cost 2 as possible. So he could go. I'm sort of expecting him to go Kingslayers here, choose it, and play it. Don't swing. And then take the Jade Guardians off the second, and then he can prep that out and get a couple more 2-cost 8 drops. And this is just going to swing. It looks like, I would expect he is going to swing, otherwise he would have poked with his dagger first. Otherwise that is just 1 missed damage.
Yeah, I mean, once the Sylvanas has been played, the threat of swinging with Kingslayers, I think, goes down.
Yes.
Somewhat. You're not happy to draw your opponent any cards, but the Sylvanas is just kind of the most powerful swing that Hunter has access to.
Yeah, interestingly enough as well, it does increase the odds of them drawing King Lane as well. A very minor thing, but it is something. You know that they've got Sylvanas out the way, so it means, okay, I'm drawing them legendaries. None of them are going to be Sylvanas. It's more likely one of them's King Lane. So it's a very, very minor thing. But yeah, as you said, the main thing, Sylvanas out of the way. So you really don't mind swinging with the Kingslayers, because none of the other legendaries in their deck are really that scary.
That being said, Agamagan pull here could just bring Ike to a swift victory with those double Earthen Roars.
Yeah, Ike is still a turn or 2 away from doing that, so Banter knows that he has sort of a 1-turn window here to play as much as he can on board, just to get there before the Agamagan Briarspawn Drake comes down. So I'd expect some turn involving Jade Guardians to happen here.
With the coin, he can intentionally play the Jade Guardians for 2s, right, for 2 costs, and play both of them. Hope for some good hits to then, follow up with a very juiced Lotus Troublemaker.
Ooh.
Okay.
With that pickup, yeah, I'd be interested whether or not he goes for Eventuality instead now.
Yep.
So he goes Eventuality, coin Jade Guardians, which means that the Shadow of Demise will preserve the Jade Guardians effect going into next turn, which I really, really like from Banter. There'll be 1 cost, so you can play both of them here.
Not the greatest hits, but still a pretty good amount of stats on board.
Yeah, and I can't really just set up stuff for his Agamag and Briar Spawn Drake because Banterface is still at 28 health. The only damage Ike has done this game to Banter was with that just one proc of Sylvanas because his early game was just so slow.
Yeah, and crucially, no tripwires played yet, right? So the double weapons are sitting here, a little bit useless. I actually wonder if Ike might just go for like King Lane into Roar, Wound Prey, Sizzling Cinder.
Yeah, might have to because you're a little bit scared of Garona on the other side coming down quite soon. Like this Vanessa could so easily be a Garona from Banter. I think it's a 50-50, and you haven't seen a prepare yet, so you might have a decently strong read that is Garona here.
And also, it kind of needs the draw to find those tripwires so you can really start capitalizing on these weapons. Everyone's mana cheat is different, and Hunter's requires those tripwires.
So strange seeing a 10-card hand that's overflowing and just nothing playable.
Yeah. Next for 6, which is a pretty big deal.
Just trying to get Banter within range of that Briar Spawn Drake. Dark Tyrant a pretty good pickup just to preserve his life total a little bit. The Bronze Keep is also really good because it makes multiple targets and makes it harder for
Divine
Earth and Raw.
Shield.
Yeah.
Ike might be forced to go for Confront just to get that additional Wound Prey.
Mm-hmm.
As that's currently the first Sylvanas' Triumph in hand.
Ooh, that Fan of Knives with the prep is actually really good because it allows Banter to deal with this Sizzling Cinder before Earth and Raw comes down.
Yeah.
Although he really would have liked to pick up that Garona, I expect, as well. Actually, no. Never mind. He just saw the lane trade.
Yeah.
I'm living in the past.
Ooh, both face. So good result for Ike in the end, given the way he intends to clear.
Yeah, definitely the best result.
Quite late for Valera.
Expecting
Sorry,
Earth and Raw.
Verisa.
Yes.
I always get that.
No, I've been doing that all day. It's. I nearly called Vanessa Valisa earlier. Just they're all quite similar names.
Random spell. Unleash the Crocolis. Actually, not terrible.
Honestly, not bad. Yeah.
Given the state of this Troublemaker, sitting at 16 damage right now, 8 2-damage shots.
Would expect this Tolvir to deal with the board. Yeah, just telling it to hurry up. He did play it quite early in his turn, so he's not. We have seen other players rope out a little bit today while starting some of these animation-intensive actions quite late on into their turns. And this, I think he knows that Troublemaker could be very close to lethal here. With that trade, I think that gives Banter lethal with Bookie plus Troublemaker. It'll be 9 shots.
Yeah, well, and then an extra 2 from the second. And this is how, it's tricky holding on to the mulligan, right? Because Banter's hand was pretty garbage for a long time, right?
Yeah.
But if you are able to just sustain, and stave off pressure, admittedly, Ike not the greatest hand pressure-wise, then you just get these lethals from out of nowhere. I mean, those 9 2-damage shots.
Yeah, quite frustrating for Ike, but to be fair, you could probably have a reasonably strong read of that card in hand for Banter being Troublemaker, and it's not easy to do, but it was possible to track the damage it was at over the course of the game. So perhaps thinking back, Ike would have considered playing around that a little bit more, but that you do also have to consider if he does that and trades the vast majority of his damage into the minion there, is he actually setting up lethal on the backswing? Because if he's not, then there is actually no upside of doing that.
And I think, as it happened with the second one picked up, I'm not sure it would have mattered.
It didn't matter whatsoever, but in the end, yes, that is very true. But yeah, Rogue finding a win where it was looking like potentially could be a weak link in this series against Ike's decks. Although I'm really not certain how it stacks up against the Logosh Warrior. I would say it probably does better against that than against the more common Dragon Warrior, which I think is shown in the way that Banter's banned out Shaman instead. So yeah, I definitely would obviously give Banter the advantage going into the rest of the series. He is 1-0 up, but looking at the decks themselves, yeah, we'll have to see. I think Ike's Logosh Warrior has been doing very well for him in this tournament. I think he was raving about its win rate somewhere in some Twitch chat at some point. But I'm yet to be convinced by it.
Yeah, it really is just a very strong cycle deck. It's not like going halfway into anything else. There's not like dragons early game. There's not like specific enrage minions or things. It's just Acolyte of Pain, all the cycles, right? Like there's Slam, Eternal Toil, Torch, obviously, just great removal. You do have the Duck, right, to pull.
Yeah, double Duck Warp Tooth.
So, and that's almost like, in some ways, a defensive tool in this deck. And, Axe of the Forefathers also to help with that, and Acolyte. And then you sort of go online when presumably you have 3 or 4 Blood Fighters.
Yes.
And hope that that's enough to get you over the finish line. They are quite powerful, right? Valera, a standalone, probably the weakest one, but giving
in this matchup in
others.
particular, that elusive is very, very important because Shaman does have access to Hex. Banter only runs 1, whereas we've seen a few other players in this tournament playing 2 of them. Mm-hmm. Definitely unfortunate options from the map here. Definitely would have liked to find a playable just to start the pressure early, but probably forced to go for the Truth Seeker, I would guess, just to have a strong play on turn 2.
Yeah, it's just a Yeti. I mean, we used to innovate that out, right? So you can kind of ignore the text. Now, there are times where this minion has just completely obliterated me on ladder because you go to prepare Vanessa, and you're all ready to pop off. Suddenly, this comes down, sets Vanessa back to 6, and you can't even try and prepare it again because it's already prepared.
Yeah, in this matchup, I don't think there were any options of that. But yeah, I think we've seen it so many times today. And to be honest, I didn't really know much about the card until yesterday. And then it was Rekfam saying, "Yeah, you really need to know about this for casting." It actually comes up quite a lot. And as we've seen, it keeps getting discovered. Unfortunately, today I'm not sure we have managed to see that Vanessa scenario. I think we saw someone play it just before someone prepared a Vanessa because they had to get something down on board and they weren't to know the Vanessa was in their opponent's hand. But yeah, we were so close to seeing that glorious, well, for one side, this interaction earlier today. These are interesting choices. The Scrappy Defender is actually incredible here.
Yeah, it's very much online next turn. I was wondering whether Ike would torch this or if he would just save it as a Mother Duck target. I suppose he can expect that Banter's still going to be trying to put stuff in play.
I think he was probably considering it, but with the Scrappy Defender picked up, that just made it straightforward as, okay, I want to play this turn anyway because I'd actually rather get this down before I start tutoring things out in my deck and deactivating the effect.
Yeah, so Banter sort of unknowingly is in a bit of a tough spot here. If he plays the Ritual of Power, then Mother Duck comes down and pulls out the Warp Tooth.
Well, it will only give him 2 trades, so Ritual of Power on its own is actually quite safe.
I guess on its own it's okay. Yeah.
Banter does look like he's planning on playing another minion alongside it.
Yeah.
Saying that you're going to get the Warp Tooths at some point, or Warp Teeth, whatever, at some point. So
yeah,
I'm just going to play into it now.
Bracing for impact, hoping it's not there, which I think is reasonable. gives Ike this nice clean play, and then can follow up with a charging 7/7 next turn. I think it has to be next turn now.
Yeah, it does have to be next turn. It's only a 7/7 for one turn.
Oh yeah, I guess it'll turn off while in play.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that before.
It's it's not a battle cry, so it's an aura effect. As soon as that number above Ike's deck ticks down to 24, then the Scrappy Defender will lose its 5 attack buff.
Kind of fine to use it as a rush then to remove this 5/5.
Yeah. Can expect to see Static Shock Freezeling just to deal with a little bit more of the damage on board. Question is, what will it be on? Because if you go Static Shock Breezeling into the Mother Duck, then it does set up the Storm Fury Elemental really nicely on the Warp Teeth next turn.
Yeah, I wondered if it might have just been a setup for Storm Fury next turn in general and just sort of hold on to them.
Okay, it does still set up for it anyway, which does mean the Mother Duck is able to potentially trade into this 5/5 and clear it up.
Yep. Well spotted, Mike.
Yeah, Banter effectively put his hand face up there, or at least one card in his hand face up. Ike knows about the 7/7 coming down here. So Banter, I assume he's read that card and he knows that it will be turning down to 2 attack this turn, so not a threat. Did look quite calm about that.
No need to freeze it.
With me seeing this for the first time, I would be freaking out, going, "Oh no, I can't play a 7/7 into this."
And Ike looking to maybe set up here. Xavier's coming down. I think guaranteed to hit one of the Bloodfighters.
Should be, yeah. Interestingly enough, runs the Living Flame in his deck as well, which just turbo draw. It's like he's put in his collection, just type the word draw into his collection and put all the best ones in, and then it's like draw, Bloodfighter, Mother Duck, Warp Tooth, and that's it. That's the deck. Job done. Throw in some fire spells just so that you can actually draw them. But it's been working out really well for him so far.
And crucially, we see Ike picked Valera there when offered Logosh. And that is a nod to Hex, right? That if you can sort of sandwich your death rattles here in elusive.
I also think it's a nod to the Dark Gifter on it as well, getting an extra copy. It just means you ramp up the pressure straight away. What you really want to do as Ike here is end this game as fast as possible, give Banter a lot less time. Like this Hex, as you said, is useless here. These 2 Bloodfighters can come out next turn. Banter kind of needs to deal with the board because, yes, he's at 23 right now, but if he just faces another 9 damage straight away, then suddenly he's in a lot of danger from a little bit of extra burst damage from Ike. So, yeah, he's sort of damned if he does, damned if he doesn't here.
I mean, in a sense, he is forced to not kill these because he has no way of clearing 14 elusive health. So no bailouts from
these aren't
the
fantastic.
Battlecry here. Slagmaw can do something, but it might actually put you in a worse position.
Yeah, that's the problem. If it kills the 2/2 Valera.
Does set up a wide Ascendance.
Yeah, so he chooses to play it before trading. That is a disaster for Banter. And not only does it pull a Bloodfighter, but it pulls the one with Taunt, so he can't even leverage this damage face.
Needs to roll Taunt himself, does pick one up. 12. I don't know why I was thinking it was 14.
Believe that's lethal with the Precursory Strike off the top. He can go Searing Fissure, he can go Torch on the Taunt.
Yep.
Precursory Strike face. That should just be 25 damage.
Yeah, Ike getting to flex this entirely unique list in the tournament. Says it's been performing well for him, and we can see why. I think just in particular, that combo of the elusive and the taunt, right? Getting those into each other. Removal is not so great right now in terms of, single target big things, particularly once you throw in elusive, right? Like Earth and Roar can't do anything.
It's like a common tech in this tournament. It's like the Earth and Roars, the Hexes. Like a lot of people have accounted for big single target minions, but when you just give them elusive, that just shuts down the tech cards, and it's actually a net negative, the fact that they've tech for them, because they've just got dead cards in their deck. So I think, that I did say I'm not convinced by this Logos Warrior. That performance there, fantastic. And also looking back across the tournament before this match here, Ike was 6 wins, 1 loss with that deck. So it's been performing very, very well for him, and clearly he was very, very pleased with himself after that win as well.
Well, this is exciting for me because now I know exactly what I want to take on the ladder after the event. I feel like that's something that I often do. Is I'll be looking for kind of the unique lists over the course of a tournament for what I want to try later on. Sometimes that can get you into trouble, but I feel like I could have some fun with this one.
Yeah, it's definitely a deck that stands up well enough on ladder, because Ike will definitely have been facing a lot of the decks that you see on ladder, because that is mostly what the most common lineup is in this tournament. A lot of Hunter, a lot of Warrior, a lot of Shaman, a lot of Rogue, and this Logos Warrior has just been looking at it, and it's gone 7-1 this tournament, which is a fantastic, obscene win rate.
Yeah. I mean, that's just not something you typically see with players of this caliber going up against each other.
Yeah, we are going to see the other unique deck of the series as well, with this Priest from Banter. I think he'll be reasonably content with the matchup he's queued here with the Hunter.
Yes, my co-hosts over on the Coin and Seed podcast are both Priest enjoyers, and so there's been a lot of messing around with this list and trying to refine it and different versions and things. In terms of just singular cards, obviously Soothsayer, kind of the reason this deck exists. Yes, a 7-drop as well as the Blood Fighters, except that you prepare it. So usually you prepare on, I think, 3 to play it on 4. Kind of a nice curve there. 6/6 taunt, death rattle, restore 6 health to your hero, and summon a random 6-cost minion. So I think that combination of healing and board presence makes it sort of worth running all these ways of repeating that effect.
Yes.
Undeath Sentence and of course Umbra.
It's a little bit, it's a little bit like Egg Warrior or Egg Priest as well, where it just does have that one card that you really need to draw to leverage with most of the cards in your deck. Like this Schism, you really want to combine with that, just get more copies of it. This 1 mana Undeath. Oh my god, I'm terrible with card names. Undeath Sentence. Also, ideally, you want to trigger with that Soothsayer Death Rattle, but until he finds it, his deck doesn't do a hell of a lot. So he will be hoping to find it and just try and stave off this pressure from Ike with this Ruby Sanctum and healing effects that can double as removal, which is also why we saw him use the Powered Shield on his opponent's minion just to try and cycle, because that Soothsayer is so very important.
Yeah, and also setting up the Holy Embrace. This is a card I quite like for Priest. You can heal for 4 and then deal 4, and of course if you have a Ruby Sanctum, both sides can do damage.
It's a big way I finished off games with this deck. You build up a bit of a board, you'd be a little bit off lethal, but you'd have a Ruby Sanctum down, and you just do 4 mana, deal 8 from hand, which is pretty powerful. Yeah,
and I think in some of the folks that have been playing this on ladder, a lot of people had kept Imbue, right, just to give you sort of other stuff to do when you don't hit. But I'm curious to see how this kind of much more streamlined, no Imbue, you've just got the Sanctums and all this card draw to really try and find that Soothsayer, see how that pays off.
Yeah, I was the list that I was mostly playing on ladder was Shaxy's, which was the Imbue list, and I did find myself just really not wanting to click that hero power. The only thing I really cared about was getting to that Soothsayer. So I do like the sort of all-in iteration that Banter's gone for here with this Portal Vanguard picked up as well. I'm curious to see whether or not he does opt to go for that and hopefully draw into that Soothsayer and start getting that chain going.
Yeah, needs to hit it soon, and Banter is even more streamlined in terms of minion selection here. Does get rewarded and hit the Soothsayer there. The one other person from Americas with this list does include Jailbird, right? And only one Portal Vanguard. Jailbird, kind of nice. You can, on the turn where you are preparing Soothsayer, you can like throw down a Jailbird, or you can prepare Hold Them Off and put that on a Jailbird for a nice lifesteal taunt.
Yeah, just get a little bit more sustain while you're doing your quite slow, clunky setup plays, because this deck has a lot of turns that you sort of pass and don't really do much.
Right.
Like this one here, you're just sitting there looking at a big board of damage from Hunter, and it's not really control priest, but as a slower-ish priest, you know, it seems unheard of to look at a full board from Hunter and just not AoE it down. But yeah, Banter's sitting here with a lot of just combination cards to utilize the Soothsayer rather than any ways to remove this board.
And is running out of time to make things happen. I think he would love to be able to drop the Soothsayer alongside, you know, give it +2/+3, summon a copy.
Yeah, 1 mana off, unfortunately.
And, I mean, I think Agamagan here, just even if you're not doing it with the Briar Spawn, could end up being enough because it's a Death Rattle that heals you. So certainly Banter, I think, forced to play here.
Yeah, I think mostly Frike just wanted to bank the mana, so now it's just a threat for the entire game. And also, it gives Banter something to think about. He has to worry about the Briar Spawn at all times during this game now.
And it's a 6/5, right? You know, the Hunter doesn't have a ton of bigger minions, so puts something a little more aggressive on the board.
Yeah, this is really, really awkward here.
Consider the tactics.
Yeah, just Dark Embrace, deal with as much of the board as you can. Hopefully, Ike doesn't... I mean, he will clear this because he knows that Schism is a threat and he knows that the Shatter is only blocked by a coin right now. So this Soothsayer will be cleared off, but from Banter's perspective, he'll be hoping that he finds a good enough 6-drop off the Death Rattle here to hopefully copy it. Just basically any taunt at all would be fantastic from Banter face here.
Yeah. Well, and if not from this initial roll, Banter does have access to the Undeath Sentence.
Yes.
To be able to heal again, and then, as you say, hopefully get a good 6-drop hit to copy.
Yeah, something with lifesteal and hopefully and you not be also dead on board at the same time. That would be a fantastic copy, or something with taunt would be excellent as well. Two main things that Banter's looking for.
I haven't been keeping track of where we are on West. Looks like 3 for Holy Spells and 2 for Shadow Spells.
Yeah, the quest weirdly gets completed quite quickly in this deck. It's I think pretty much the first decent quest priest list that I've seen that actually wants to complete the quest sometimes. Because most of the others it's just there to activate your Medivh's Triumph. But in this list, the Death Rattles from the quest reward are actually quite useful.
Like piling on the pressure here with the Arcane Tripwire and next turn additional weapon swing. So Ike really needs to get some good life gain in here. You know, I think it's a combination of Undeath being a shadow spell and then also just Holy Embrace giving you Holy and Shadow. That's a pretty good one to copy.
That is fantastic, because you can Power Word Shield it and then copy it, making 2 4/13 taunts. Very resilient against Briarspawn Drake. Gives you enough mana to hero power yourself as well, just to be extra safe. And also, it's a couple more Death Rattles that go into the Umbra pool.
Yeah. 5/1 living means you can clear off Underbelly King.
And those completes the quest.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're not thrilled about adding another Death Rattle into Umbra, but I think in this case, like the fact that you can get Reborn Taunt 4/4 charge is fine, but then also rush lifesteal. Like, it's a lot of things that a hunter does not want to have to deal with.
Yeah, also, a lot of the time with this deck, you don't actually get that many death rattles down, so just the Umbra for whatever you can is pretty decent, because there is only... You can't really be... It's not like Egg Priest. It's not like you're going to have 5 eggs in there. You don't want to dilute the pool. Currently, there's just one Soothsayer, so it'd be one Soothsayer, a couple of Dread Seeds, and that would be it. So I don't think Banter will really mind about diluting the pool at all here for the Umbra.
Ike trying to maximize here before confront the Tolvir.
Banter had his hands in prayer there, hoping for no Briarspawn Drake, and he'll get the relatively good news. You're not generally happy to see a confronted Tolvir when you face a Hunter, but anything here is better than Agamag and Briarspawn Drake, because that would just be lethal on the spot.
Yep, that's why Ike did the attack first. God, just so much to chew through.
Yeah, expect we'll probably be seeing Banter trade off this 4/5 into the 5/4 just to try and get that lifesteal down. Just have a go at the roll and also get rid of your lower health minion to reduce the effectiveness of Briarspawn Drake in the long run.
The tactics.
Could
Yeah,
also just trade it off and then Umbra straight away.
Right. Although I think they have to have died, not just be played, right?
Yeah. So you can trade one of them off, and then you just get 2 death rattles from Umbra, but you might be able to say that's enough.
Right, does give you the 6 healing.
Yes, 6 healing, another 6 drop, and the death rattle from from one of these taunts.
Alternatively, you could just go for the quest reward.
Yeah, that was the first thing I was looking at as well. It
mean,
does present a very, very powerful threat, and you already know that Ike doesn't have the Briarspawn Drake in hand, so I think forcing the issue here and now is possibly the best chance that you're going to have to do so. Yeah, and Banter's just saying, okay, I'm gonna try and kill you here and now. If you have Briarspawn, I do die, but you've shown me already you don't have it, so if you don't get it off the top, then I do win this game.
All right. Tripwire picked up. Glacial Shard, not so much.
One more draw with the rat.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. You can, I guess, Earthen Roar one of the 8/8s first.
Yeah, and if Ike doesn't kill McBanterface this turn, he does need to do something that just leaves him alive.
Right. All right. So now it's Sylvanas discovers, what is it, 2?
My instincts shall hunt down our enemies.
Should be 2 discovers here, I believe.
Yeah, there's Confront.
There's the Sands of Time instead.
Interesting. I guess Figures needs a bigger answer from outside the deck. I mean, I guess Confront, it would have been like, you know, you Earthen Roar one of the 8s and Arcane Shot it, and then, or I guess you need to save mana to freeze something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have gotten messy no matter what.
Yeah, he's very worried about Banter lethaling on the other side. I think that's potentially part of why he did go for the Sands of Time as well.
Yep.
Because he, as we see, he instantly went for this photosynthesis and played it. He's clearly worried about that. But Banter, I'd expect to try and be really, really defensive here and get this Umbra down, if only just for that 6 healing.
Well, that's perhaps an argument for Ike to not have gone for any clears on these quest reward minions, because that then puts their death rattles in the pool.
Yeah, I think Ike did a play where he's saying this minimizes the chances of McBanterface killing me here, and it probably gives me another turn to find the Briarspawn Drake and expect it to still be lethal. Which I think most of the time it still will be, even if Banter plays this Umbra here. Maybe not, actually. You go up to 20. I think it would be close.
Yeah, just you've got a wall of taunts at this point, so it's just maximum healing. Stats 7-6 sort of fine. So attacks come in. Oh,
Still
another
find
glacial
that he
charge.
does have a wave shaping in hand. Can dig for it again.
Yep.
But most of these targets are not lethal here.
What?
Face.
I mean, there's still a roar. Oh,
Still not
goodness. And with only 10 cards remaining, you know, it was pretty decent odds.
Yeah, it wasn't that unlikely for him to have found it off at least one of these draw/discover options.
Interesting. I think. Was there ever a world where you like triumph your own 2-1 to hit it? I don't know if that.
I think that's. Oh. That's
Okay. Not
I mean,
not
Tolvir's
dragon,
pretty good.
But yeah, I mean, I think you still now go for the Tolvir.
Yeah, it might keep you alive here.
Or I guess you've got double triumph. I don't even know at this point like what things you want to clear.
Yeah, so you're just going water birth and hoping these death rattles don't hit face, but it looks like
no,
I think that's just
not
too
it.
much.
15 damage to the dome, and yeah, I mean, I think with trading your minions in, it's like you need them to hit your minions, right? So
Yes.
I might have been
You need
more
them
in
to
for a
hit-
double triumph angle or something there.
Yeah, you need them to hit sort of enough of the minions that you don't die, but not so many that you can't trade the rest of the board. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think there was really a way out there for Ike. I think he did, probably wasn't optimal because it was almost an impossible turn from his perspective there to figure out exactly what you're supposed to do. But yeah, just a bit of a scramble there to try and cobble something together to survive an extra turn to try and dig for that Briarspawn Drake that eluded him the entire game. But yeah, good recognition. He knew what he needed from an early stage. Banter knew as well. He identified as soon as that Underbelly King came down that was the story of the game from then on. Banter needed to end it as soon as possible and deny Ike that time to find the Briarspawn Drake. So I think excellently recognized from both players.
Well, that means it is going to come down to Banter's Shaman here. And lots of variants when it comes to this Shaman, but you all were talking about Ascendance earlier in the day. Banter's only got one, so not going to get bogged down with a double
big fan of
Ascendance
that.
draw. Yep.
Are you ready to
It
fight?
does just okay. He's going first, which Banterface will very much like to see. I know that he's complained so many times in the past about his exploits on the coin. The not fantastic options here from the Blazing Invocation.
Yeah, Blazing Invocation. So, I mean,
I'm struggling with card names today.
I'd probably go for the Wizard. Yeah, just because you play it next turn for like a turn 2, 3, 5. Still pretty solid.
Yeah, trades reasonably with the first couple of turns of minions that Hunter is likely to play. Although with Ike's hand here, we'll probably just end up going coin sister into sister, which doesn't line up fantastically for the Aeon Wizard.
Let's see what the sand.
Which one do you like first for this matchup? Do you want 2 spells or do you want +2/+2 on everything?
Probably 2 spells. I think if you're playing the outright Face Hunter with the Fletcher, then I would go +2/+2. But yeah, I think in this one you just want the spells. You just want to draw your key cards, and having more access to trackings, perhaps other copies of Tripwire, things like that. Maybe more Tolvirs. I think that's just probably a little bit better.
The rolls here off of the Wizard, pretty strong for the matchup, I would say. Healing Rain gives you a tool that you otherwise don't have access to outside of the lifesteal from Storm Fury. And then another Molten Gold is always nice to have.
Yeah, that sometimes you do find yourself with this deck just weirdly enough not having any minion to play on some turns. It can get a bit awkward, but Molten Gold more often than not will just be a 1-mana minion that will be quite easy to get down and won't be clogging up the hand like some of the more expensive spells that become minions in this deck.
I think I'm looking for a different spell here.
Yep, this seems like a big fat rewind to me.
Mountain map.
Ooh. Yeah, not bad.
Decent odds of hitting playable.
Yeah, could also just see the other Sands of Time, which would activate the Molten Gold or the Voltaic Burst, just to put the
maximum pressure
on board right now. Don't mind it.
Yeah,
Sets up for 3 mana next turn, allowing for the Frost Shatter Elemental to come down as well.
Yeah, and you saw coin, so you know this is kind of a slower start from Ike. This also is a lot of elementals, and that can just pile on the pressure to potentially end this game very quickly for Banter.
Although, the thing about Fire Breath is it's sort of equally weak to Sylvanas, I want to say.
If only I had some
So you might just want to go
warm
Frost Shatter and Elemental here and now and set up for a bigger Fire Breath next turn. I think it's quite a close call here.
That does expose you to like Wound Prey just clearing off the 1/1s though. I think I would have assumed that Sylvanas came down last turn to because if it was present, because it would clear all but the wizard.
Yeah, very true. And you are taking a lot of chip damage, so you'd expect Ike to be doing as much as he can, just scrambling to deal with this board as fast as he can.
He just needs to sort of high roll on beasts, and I think Banter just has too quick a start here. 4 additional burn from the gold. Skeleton Key could just dig for whatever burn he wants.
Yeah, could just take it and keep refreshing, although...
That's kind of what the card is perfect for, is just looking for the perfect out. Another Fire Breath.
That's just lethal.
For 8 damage. Yeah, GG, congrats, Banter from Ike. Yeah, some bad beats there for Ike. At least he was able to get a win with his unique deck there. I know that always feels good for someone who likes to innovate in terms of deck building. And,
Ike showed his big strength. He's great with his unique decks, and he showed the power of it there. And it was I wouldn't blame his play there. It's just the common decks that everyone has, unfortunately, letting him down there. But sometimes nothing can be done. McBanterface played exceptionally well. I think he's obviously a fantastic player to be having at the Masters Tour. I'm really, really happy that we're going to get to see him there. He's been at 2 World Championships before, one of the best players that I think Americas has had perhaps ever. Really, really happy for him. Commiserations to Ike, who would have also been very fantastic and entertaining to see there too.
Well, we'll get another chance to watch Banter at the championship in a couple of weeks. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we will be right back with another couple matches for you.
back, everyone. You join us deep into the depths of the Americas region. 2 out of 3 qualifiers decided already. We have a 3rd and 4th to decide for you for the rest of the day. It has flown by. If you're only just joining in, you might be expecting to turn up in the middle of Europe or something. But no, here we are, all the way in the final region in the Americas. We have Win Brownie versus Dashing Henry, and I'm joined, of course, by Edelweiss, who is returning for a 2nd series. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, getting to cast a large portion of my region here, which is always nice. Getting to see some familiar faces like Banter and Ike. And now on to some unfamiliar faces with Win Brownie, I've at least heard the name before, and Dashing Henry.
Yeah, Dashing Henry, a new one to most of us. We've had a dig through the stats, and certainly is a long-term competitor, someone that has been trying for this opportunity for quite some time. Extensive qualifiers record and a few Master Store appearances thrown in there as well. But certainly nothing to this level of opportunity that I've been able to find so far. And it looks like we can't wait any longer. They are getting straight into the action. And you're saying you're getting to cast a good chunk of your home region in the Americas. I think perhaps due to your close proximity to some priest enjoyers, perhaps good that you're here for the majority of the priest action as well.
Yeah, I mentioned in the last match, Win Brownie, slight deviation from Banter's list here, including a couple jailbirds, which can be a nice defensive tool, but then means that Portal Vanguard not as likely to find you, the Soothsayers.
Yep.
So, always a little bit of a trade-off. Like, do you make your good draws better, or try and improve the quality of your otherwise worse draws?
Dashing Henry picking up the Fletcher on turn 1, getting that free hero power in. It's going to go unanswered, of course, as the hero power comes down. And this now means that he's going to get to plug away with some of this free damage over time. Tiny bit of anti-synergy here with the Underbelly network, providing a little bit of card draw, which Dashing Henry might just struggle to keep his hand empty with one expensive card in there with Tolvir tracking, replacing itself as well. Might just lose some value, but it looks like the Fletcher is getting dealt with anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we were counting previously, sort of like how many hero powers does Fletcher give you for free, and in past events, the count has gotten quite high, where it can do, like 10 damage all on its own. So, not surprised to see that being the target there for the Shadowward Pain, Twilight Influence.
If you close your eyes or like squint at it a little bit, Fletcher is pretty much just Lotus Troublemaker, right? It just deals 2 damage a bunch of times over.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Same card.
Yep. And it always goes face, right? So I mean, that's got to be better.
Yep.
Well, 2nd copy of Confront the Tolvir, and this is just your good old face hunter from Dashing Henry over here. No messing around with contraband. No. We just take our extra face damage from Tripwire and are happy about it, and throw it in with the old face cards.
Yeah, so instead of the Beast package, you are looking at cards like Rock Skipper. There's the 2 1-mana 2/2s, the Reinforcement Ralliers in there, that you see one of those on board. Much more akin to the version of Hunter that we all became familiar with prior to this expansion.
Yeah, I was taking a look after we saw the Devious Coyotes in a contraband list, and I was like, wondering, can we fit this into a face list? And I just, looking at it, realized, actually, no, you kind of can't, because it is so tight of a list in terms of, must-haves, right? You want a certain number of 1-drops to really maximize on Confront the Tolvir. You want to have all the Tripwire stuff, because it's so high tempo when you get the additional ones. And so there's kind of just not great space unless you, I don't know, maybe you, instead of Tame Pet or something.
Yeah, I think maybe Rock Skipper you could try. Obviously you're giving up potential damage with the Rock and the Confront the Tolvir, but you could make the argument maybe that sticking 0-mana 5/3s would compensate for that damage anyway, right? Rock Skipper's kind of a clunky card if you're looking for something to cut from the list, but yeah, agreed. definitely a list that was already struggling to make room for even like Underbelly Network coming into this expansion, right? Because it was already so tight.
When Dashing Henry here has cut the Sylvanas' triumphs.
Yes.
Which I think is not something that everyone would be willing to do, since those clears can just feel like you're scamming, like you're getting away with something as a hunter.
100%, yeah. These tame pets have made their way all the way to 7 already. Absolutely no reason for it, but there they are.
And yeah, I mean, Soothsayer prepared, but nothing really to go with it in terms of copying. You can't give it the lifesteal.
Mm-hmm.
No Medivh's Triumph, I think, is a big problem here for Windbrownie. Injured a tendon is a decent hit, though.
I'm here for you, little ones. Behold your future.
Arcane Shot. Definitely a significant pickup. God, the amount of draw available to Hunter now is somewhat terrifying.
Yes.
Go for the tripwire. I mean, I think you may be able to just win even through the 6 healing.
Yeah, ordering was kind of interesting here, right? He drew first. There's nothing conventionally wrong with that. But you did have the opportunity to just fire off the tripwire and hope
See what
that
happens.
you hit enough shots face without killing the on board to heal for 6. But then potentially you have some lethal outs from that spot. But I think Dashing Henry's just kind of happy with the position that he's in overall. Still threatening lethal yet again. He's now going to need Windbrownie to resurrect, to heal again, whatever other options, and he still has another copy of Confront the Tol'vir backed up to be able to add more arcane shots, another shovel to pull another tripwire, etc.
Yeah, minion sticking does mean that this lifesteal can come down even unprepared. Yes. You do have to trade, though, which feels a little bit awkward. And I don't think even 12 is enough with just the arcane shot and then confront the Tol'vir, weapon swing, maybe even just weapon swing on its own.
Just weapon swing on its own. He has Double Sister as well if he wanted to do it that way. Just the Sylvanas would end up killing. He has massive overkill with the tripwire coming out as well.
Yep. Just so many ways. I think that's part of why I just wasn't really concerned with the finer details of options for last turn. He's like, well, I know I have it over 2.
Yeah, I think the risk of playing Tripwire and it hitting a very awkward breakpoint probably wasn't worth it. He had other lethal outs by trading in the card draw first anyway. He had just straight up over the top, although less so because of the cut of the Sylvanas Triumph, as you were talking about. But he would have had options for straight up lethal that way anyway. So I think his turn probably ends up being absolutely fine. It's just one of those really awkward Hearthstone turns where, things you're drummed in from day one, draw first, right? Just a universal rule of Hearthstone. Well, this is the rule breaker expansion, so maybe we're supposed to do something different, but I don't think so in that instance. But it does mean Hunter is going to pick up a win. Big deal, I think, for the Face Hunter. That version of Hunter is probably a slight weakness in this lineup because it is slightly more susceptible to the Priest, I would say, overall, without that ability to really do disgusting late game combos. But the upside it does have, and maybe this you can argue to the contrary, is it much more consistently just puts out a bunch of 1-drops and represents damage in the early game, because Priest can still be a little bit weaker to that.
Well, and shuffling in all these Castwind Drawns in a deck that now, with the addition of Underbelly Network, just has an insane amount of draw, right? Between that and the replays of tracking and Tame Pet from confront the Tol'vir, like you're very likely to proc 2 or even all of the things that you shuffle in, and so, you know, it's funny when you look at the cards that have been cut. It's like Precise Shot, right, which was 2 mana, deal 5 if you situated your hand correctly, but it was with the card draw hard to actually make work in your hand a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And so Beast Tripwire and Arcane Tripwire have actually just been sort of more flexible uses of additional damage when you're taking out Precise Shot and Sylvanas' Triumph.
Ooh, okay. Does hit 2 drops. This is always the dream when you are playing it on turn 1. Very big pool, mountain map. I think there are 19 total 2 drops that are accessible to you that have a minion type and are available to Shaman.
Yep.
But it's kind of a bit awkward. We've seen, I think it was Banter specifically, who played a map on turn 1. I don't think was offered anything that cost less than 5. Maybe there was a 4 drop thrown in there as well, which kind of locked out his turn 1 completely, which can be a little bit awkward. You really do want to be getting off to the fastest start possible. We did also see Dashing Henry giggling to himself about the overall quality of his opening hand here. So it was going to need to be something quite spectacular here from Win Brownie. First world problems here for Henry. The draw off the top was also one of the best cards in his deck, so he did not want to agent it to turn it into a coin. He would have actually, I think, preferred a inconsequential draw there so that he could add another coin to his hand with the agent on turn 1.
Although it's not the worst thing either to just save agent for the Vanessa turn, right?
That's true.
It's a card that effectively replaces itself mana-wise. You can transform, you know, a sort of low-value hit from the Vanessa. So the ability here with all these zeros to just start with Vanessa, coin, you know, backstab, prep, whatever, and then turn something else into a coin. I think you're fine with just another cheap thing to throw out there.
Yeah, for sure. We have seen it already. In the tier list, like I think Rogue is king when it comes to just let's give every deck their best possible hand, right? I think Rogue wins comfortably between the 4 decks. Shaman really struggles to deal with the aftermath of a Vanessa turn. And now having picked up Ripe Twilight, that is perfect to go along with that prep in hand to be able to pick apart this board piece by piece as we're playing cards here as well.
Speaking of things you want to turn into coins.
There you go.
This fire must not burn again.
Did not, no card draw in sight. Sometimes it's worth holding off that card in the sequencing just in case you get to imbue, for example, and then actually and then pressing the hero power before you to get the buff on the lifesteal taunt can be quite useful. Oh my goodness, these are some hits.
I'm a little confused. I thought that the pick clock uses whatever your remaining mana is. But at any rate,
no, it doesn't use it. It just says every number is equal to your remaining mana. It doesn't use the mana. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
so. Yeah, so it can still. Well, essentially, what that means is it can still receive discounts, unlike a forbidden card, for example, which always consumes the amount of mana that you have.
So you would want to start any sort of combo chain with the pick lock and then. Okay. See, I thought that every number included its mana cost.
Well, it does. So it was generated as a card. You had 1 mana left, so it was generated as a 1/1/1, but then it was discounted by Vanessa, so it can actually receive discounts.
Okay. All coming together. As Vanessa's go, that was pretty spectacular. There's potential for the disguised Watchman to clear up any small stuff from Win Brownie's side. You've got the Ancient Augur to do some discard shenanigans. Like there's pretty significant refill, and also it's a bit challenging just to even remove Vanessa here. And this is something that's interesting. You know, you'd think a deck full of spells that the shaman would have something like Lightning Storm, right? But since it's so focused on being proactive and like being first to board advantage, and then trying to sort of snowball that, it really forgoes having any kind of catch-up mechanics like Lightning Storm. Watchman's kind of just nice as something you can play on the other side of the board.
Still procs Vanessa as well.
Yep.
Of course. Yeah.
Oh yeah, uprooted Velociraptor. Love to see it.
Yes. Oh, Devil Sword's back.
Yep.
I thought we told you to be a coin.
And imbue for good measure. That's a pretty good hit as well. Well, doesn't like it.
Yeah. Wind Brownie has slumped back into the posture and body language of someone who has been resoundingly rogued this game.
I will note also, we forgot to mention earlier, Dashing Henry, of course, the sole Brazilian representation in this event, which is surprising given that the last couple of playoffs for Americas have been dominated by the region. I think each having, what, like 5 Brazilians?
That's a great point, yeah. I did
maybe
hear
not
on
playoffs specifically,
this,
but yeah.
that there were more disagreements among the Brazilian community, and it was a lot less tight-knit for this tournament. That the lineups were much more different. There was less prepping together. People had a lot more different ideas. So whether you want to create a causal link between those two things or not, who knows?
I think this is that point where you're kind of happy that Vanessa is gone, so you can start just playing your cards.
Yeah, it's funny that the betrayal card, playing the card on the other side of the board, wasn't really that impactful in terms of what it did to the opponent's board. It was just nice to be able to play another card that didn't take up a board space.
Setting up for the leeches to just clean up this 4/4, and are we gonna uproot again? Nope, divine shield. I kind of liked the uproot better here than on the last one.
It was a blood doctor off the imbue as well.
That's true. Yeah. Very
Second
nice
hero
pickup.
power in Henry's future if it even gets that far.
I mean, this is just the insanity of having like even one imbue tick in Rogue opens up so much stuff. I mean, there's Marithra in hand. I guess that was off Vanessa, but I mean, it's in some ways you think it's a face deck because of the slingshot, the troublemaker.
Yep.
But there's a lot more ways to win than just troublemaker. No hand space even for the Jade Guardians. See, this is why we took Divine Shield.
That's right, yeah. Now we can have the best of both worlds. Now we're uprooted and Divine Shielded.
Yep. Just gonna make some board space, throw out a bookie. And yeah, Leech is still doing work.
No natural synergy, of course, with the Death Knight hero power, which is where this is intended to be played. But I think when you have a board like this, you are delighted to have that essentially free.
Yeah.
To attack every single.
Yeah, and no restrictions on where it can go, right? It's not like only undead or something.
Right.
So just having any minions in play is much more of a threat. Couple of draws here give Brownie access to some additional removal tools with Quake, and will take Burst. Can at least finally deal with those leeches. I think still probably not quite enough.
Swiftly.
Okay, this is clever, using that smuggler to give the 5/5 rush. Very late troublemaker, but there's lots of other refill. Morchi with chrono daggers could be enough. Wormhole also representing face damage.
I might be projecting here, but I found that sequence very relatable. This hand is extremely confusing. It has a bunch of random cards that no one wants to interact with. And then Henry drew Troublemaker, and it seems like his mind immediately went, okay, which ones cost 2? Let's play those. And then we just started.
Not great hits from the rewind spell there. Still push 7.
And I suggest we coin another 2. Yeah,
Yep,
I like it.
Yep. I mean, really, you know, yes, you're boosting the Troublemaker, but it's also just more stuff in play. And as we established, Shaman, no great natural ways of clearing the board. So this is going to have to be, well, even a Blizzard would open up board space, and it's low enough. So photosynthesis and pray. Is there anything naturally in Shaman for 7 mana or less that saves you? I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but I don't think a Druid spell does it either at this point. He's going to go for
Lightning Storm
rewind.
something.
There's the Lightning Storm, yeah, but still not good enough. There's, what, 3 minions surviving that? Yeah.
Yeah, far too many. You can use Voltaic and the Molten Gold to add to that.
Lightning.
Yeah, I do like this. You have mana unaccounted for here because you're just playing Voltaic Burst and Molten Gold. So you might as well go for the location. Hope you can find some sort of savior card out of that. It does mean now with the Storm that you are, from what you can see, alive on board.
Yep. However, even with the late pickup, right? It's not hard to play a bunch of 2s later on in the game. So, yep, having access to this guaranteed 3 damage. You only need one of these to hit face, and you can guarantee it with the couple of 2s thrown out here. Crucially, playing the combo card before the Foxy so that it does not get reduced.
Very good, yep.
Yeah,
And
Swift 2-0.
yeah, turns out when your hero power just performs murder, it's not actually that difficult. Even if you have a 1/3 in play, it's still an incredibly large threat. So, falling in line with many of the series that we've covered today, Dashing Henry 2-0 up very, very quickly. Just a warrior left to win with. It is the Dragon Warrior. He has had his Shaman banned. Win Brownie does have the Priest hanging out, but Dashing Henry with the standard lineup has chosen to ban Warrior and not Shaman, which is something that we have talked about all day. Brought it up early on. People were banning the Shaman early on in APAC, I believe. Then in Europe, we did start to see some of those Warrior bans come in. And it's entirely, reactionary and results-based, but the Shamans have horribly underperformed when they've been left up to play. Like, they have drawn some of the brickiest hands you can imagine that are possible with this deck. Like, double 9-drop opening hand, double Ascendance, Hex, just every opening hand, nothing in it. So Win Brownie is going to have to hope to buck that trend. But Dashing Henry has one of the most consistent, one of the most solid decks left remaining in Hearthstone to get a win with, to finally make himself get himself through to a big appearance with a shot at the World Championship in front of him.
Yeah, the rest of the region may have struggled, but Dashing Henry is certainly off to an excellent start for Brazil. And I think the brief look at those hands, pretty good start here. Dark Rider into Whelp. And even Whelp of the Bronze on curve, I think, looks quite nice.
3 mana, 4/5 Divine Shield Taunt. Yeah?
And Lifesteal, for good measure.
And
Yeah,
Lifesteal.
doesn't matter in this matchup, but...
Oh. No Mother Duck, but does have the Searing Fissure in the opener, which of course can be used in a similar way to the Mother Duck to be able to rip those Warp Teeth out of your deck.
I haven't decided whether I like Warp Tooths or Warp Teeth, given that like it's a proper noun, right? So it's... I feel like proper nouns you generally don't change.
I agree. So grammatically, it is warp tooths. That should be correct. I just think tooths is an ugly word to say. It doesn't. It doesn't feel right in my mouth saying it.
Yeah.
Don't like it. So yeah, I'm going with teeth.
Interesting pulls here off of the Whelps. Cloud Serpent can copy the Dark Gift or the Brightwing. Brownie just going to go ahead and cycle. Picks up the Ruby Sanctum. That would have been nice to go with it.
Now.
And yeah, I think.
Now.
Yeah, you just. Oh, are we? Okay, we're playing.
It's a big card to turn down. This is the problem, right? You have a really good play on this turn. It does get awkward now, of course, because you're now not only blowing up your own 1/1, you're also popping the Divine Shield on your own minion, which is a little bit awkward. But yeah, I think 4/5 Divine Shield is just a little too good to turn down here. Not to mention you preserve that one extra attack in play as well with the 1/1.
Yeah. I mean, I guess arguments for saving is like Dashing Henry has plenty of refill tools here, and even ones that kind of give extra cards, and Cloud Serpent. So you can afford to sort of just play for curve here and still have access to refill and the potential to kind of pull Warp Tooth out later on for the charge damage, potentially lethal. Oh, maybe we're not waiting any longer.
Yeah, I think this turn just isn't strong enough to justify doing anything else. Like you look at the rest of your plays and think, okay, 6/6 charge or anything else I'm doing, it just has to be this. It's just so much stronger than anything else should do.
I might have been willing to wait another turn just because of Erupting Volcano, but yeah, you do run the risk of just like Triumph for something coming out and doing too much damage. And now you kind of force the Triumph to be there.
Ooh,
and indeed, it delivers for Win Brownie. Excellent top deck. Do have one last bit of damage you need to apply to the 4/5, but maybe you just do that with a hero power.
Such a huge draw. Win Brownie right on the precipice there. No answers in hand for this. Shadow Word Ruin not doing anything to the board state. The top deck Medivh's Triumph means that maybe a series of Hearthstone could be threatening to break out here, but with Erupting Volcano to back this up, Win Brownie absolutely has to stabilize health as well here if he's going to have a chance.
Can pick up a taunt or an egg. I'd probably go for the taunt and then coin out the hero power with location to clear up 4/1. Brownie says going to go for the egg.
Does play around volcano damage a lot better than just
Very
a
true.
solitary taunt
Yeah,
would?
it's a fair point. I guess, yeah, this way you probably are... I mean, I guess if you have nothing better to do, maybe you do just throw out the other egg. I sort of forgot we had a prepared hold them off, right? So that's the incentive to make something sticky.
Yep.
Yeah?
You just transition now? Full transition, you're just egg priests? We've done it?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's a reasonable backup. I think Henry might rather copy the Broodmother than the Draco Rex. it's awkward for sure. That triumph came just in time. And some more draw coming in clutch.
Yeah, this hold them off is going to be a disaster. I'll double check. There are 1 or 2 players. Henry is not one of them, however, that are playing Royal Librarian in Dragon Warrior.
Uh-huh.
Which I don't think is a ridiculous bring to this tournament. Again, just talking about that same thing of like, okay, what... If I'm playing good decks versus good decks, that's fine. What am I playing against in the situation where that doesn't happen? And certainly, large death rattle taunts and eggs are the 2 things that you are going to be facing. So I do think that makes a reasonable amount of sense.
I mean, really, barring a torch pickup for Henry, no good ways to deal with this lifesteal, and that's just going to end up almost Renoing Brownie over a few turns here. Long way from Dracorex coming down. Gonna go with the Sunbloom for draw over the Vanguard. Does pick up Soothsayer and a Jailbird. Could play the Jailbird for free after the Prepare. And Jailbird, honestly, a card I have been a little bit surprised not to have seen more of. I think there are just a lot of lists where after you include the prepare cards you need, you don't have quite enough space, and you sort of need to be running a few different prepare cards to really capitalize on it.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of the decks, a lot of the Vanessa decks that we see, that's the only prepare card in there, right? It's only really Priest that plays multiples of them, in which case this makes sense. This Wimpeak Worm was a phenomenal draw for Henry, just perfectly able to swing the board again, use the location to take care of the egg. He's obviously still in a much worse position than he was 2 turns previously, but still something to bridge the gap into these Dracorex was required, and that was probably the best draw in the deck.
Yeah, I think barring like Fire Spell or Torch in particular to activate Erupting Volcano would have been, you know, another decent way to punch through.
Behold your future.
Fortunately, Dracorex does not line up cleanly into the Soothsayer.
No.
But it's still sort of your best option.
When Brownie gets the news as well, it's actually a lot of information, because obviously he saw the card in hand get copied, so he was very eager to find out what he was in for. Gets a small enough drop off the minion to be cleared up by the Dracorex AoE, though, so actually
That's a pretty big
very,
deal.
very, very high tempo turn in the end for Henry.
Undeath available from Wind Brownie, not guaranteed to hit the Soothsayer, though.
No. It's 27 health that you now have to play with is giving Wind Brownie so much time.
Oh, yeah, I mean, hold them off. It did its namesake, right? It's
Indeed.
just been able to completely stabilize. Now, I suspect you're throwing back the Xavius to try and hit the actual Soothsayer. Although, as you say, under no pressure, so could just throw it out. It's interesting. The egg being there gives Henry this like easy way to potentially, you know, clear things by hitting a 0 attack and not hurting his Dracorex. But it also means that you're bringing Brownie closer to having a 30-30.
Alright, we're gonna need some help from the Dark Gift Underlords.
Murzond with stats, not doing much for you.
No.
Air is quite interesting with the erupting volcano.
Yes, indeed. Still another copy of Searing Fissure in the deck as well, which if your opponent's board is going to be full of eggs, probably potential for a very large charge there as well. It's got to be, right? Surely.
I think so, yeah. I mean, you just need to end things before the eggs hatch. And that's going to be a narrow window when you've got Draco Rex kind of hitting everything over and over.
Unless he's looking at Briarspawn Drake for the potential to, punch through the first 2020 when it comes out and just say there's a window before a second one appears.
Yeah. I think Briarspawn is also reasonable, right? It's got elusive. You can use the charge here and then push 7 face. You're just kind of hoping that your opponent doesn't have sort of their own way of proccing these eggs since they're not built for it. Kalia, though, excellent pickup alongside Second Soothsayer. I mean, Brownie is kind of just forcing Dashing Henry to do the killing of the eggs for him. Because these taunts have to get cleared up.
Yeah. Kalia, the one sort of piece of the Resurrect package that you have for your Soothsayer that isn't really messed with by the eggs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the eggs do mess up Umbra significantly, right? So you can't rely on that for much.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't mind this just clearing off the 1/1 so that the smaller Draco Rex doesn't have a clean hit into the Soothsayer.
What a strange game of Hearthstone.
What horror will hatch?
Strange indeed.
Job done.
One more Soothsayer in hand, which means one more attack from the Dracorex will just put a 20/20 onto the opponent's board.
Oh,
and now,
that makes the egg able to attack.
Now there is a schism as well.
I don't think there's any need to copy the egg, right? Like you copy the 30/30, right? You just give the attack, break the egg, copy the 30/30.
20/20, right?
20/20. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm remembering Blood of the Ancient Ones. Yeah.
You're getting very green. Very, very green.
Yeah. Well, it's enough. Copy the enough, and there's nothing that the warrior really has access to be able to deal with that.
Oh, the Heir of Hereafter would have been massive and also completely irrelevant in this situation.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way to make this work, right? I mean, you've got... I was going to say, yeah, you do this... Oh, I might have not wanted to clear that, actually. Just, like, put maximum damage on 2020s. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, doing it with...
Okay, you clear one.
Doing it that way deals with the drop from the Soothsayer, which then leaves you with 66% odds of hitting one of the 2020s as opposed to 50/50, which is probably better to do it that way.
Don't know how you come out of this one.
You just hit Shadow Flame Suffusion here, and then Dark Gifts save you, as they always do. That's how the deck works. No, okay.
Torch coming in too late. And yeah, Egg coming in to save the day for Wind Brownie. Because the Soothsayers were not on time.
No. The Medivh's Triumph, however, was exactly
Yes,
on
that's
time.
true. The Medivh's Triumph was exactly on time.
Yes.
Yes, the wizard arriving precisely when he means to.
You stole my line. I was about to say exactly the same thing. It's a great pickup, though, for Wind Brownie. The series was over without that Medivh's Triumph off the top, and instead now the Priest has a win. It's now down to Rogue and Shaman for Wind Brownie against this Dragon Warrior from Dashing Henry. Wind Brownie has already run into one of the Mug Shaman brick draws that we have been seeing throughout the tournament so far. His list, actually, I think unique of the list that we've seen, where we've been saying some people are playing 2 Ascendants and 2 Hex because they're all in on saying, well, if my Shaman gets left up, I'm playing against Priest and Warrior only. We've seen a lot of people going with a more standard thing where it's double Ascendants but only 1 Hex. Wind Brownie's the other way. He has 2 Hex, but he only has 1 copy of Ascendants in there. So he's armed up to deal with the Eggs and Soothsayers on the other side. But he's actually cut one of the Ascendants to make room for it, which I don't mind as a theory, because I really feel like Ascendance is one of the clunkiest cards in the deck for sure. He's actually playing a 2nd copy of Sands of Time in comparison to the most common list that we've been seeing as well, which is usually the one of in the list as opposed to the Ascendance. So slightly different take on it for sure. We will see if it does end up being successful. Dashing Henry, of course, nothing left to do but to keep on queuing this Dragon Warrior and hoping that he can get a smooth draw, consistent pressure. And he was a 1 turn away now from making it through the playoffs and having it all snatched away from him by that Medivh's Triumph off the top.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Sands of Time, and I'll be curious to see if it still finds its way into lists as we enter, like 6-set meta later in the year. Because, I mean, already the Discover pool of like what you hit from other classes is pretty awful, right? Like, it's just so wide of a pool that you have to high roll significantly to get something of use, let alone like perfect for what you need. So you're generally going for your own class. And, as we are presently in 5-set meta and on our way to down the line into 6-set meta, I'll be curious if people decide to take it out because it just becomes too inconsistent. It does give sort of Discover a spell to classes that wouldn't normally have that effect, right? Like, I think Mage has the most of those.
Oh, Wind Brownie does not look delighted. Yeah, no, that hand does not delight me either. I am filled with undelight.
X is just as clunky when your prime target for it has elusive.
That's true. Yeah, Wind Brownie sent back the location in the opening hand. This is something that we debated a little bit prior to the tournament starting. Location is kind of the 3rd or 4th best keep in the stats for Shaman a lot of the time, but Blazing Invocation and Map are both like 3 to 4 times better in terms of plus impact than the location is. I think Wind Brownie choosing to look for one of those cards more aggressively and ending up with a pretty miserable selection.
Of note, I didn't catch the Dark Gift on Firak. I would have been looking at something of a lower mana cost as the warrior here. I don't know if that's like a double battle cry Firak or something.
I did not see it either, no.
Well, at least Whelp delivers, giving a kind of perfect turn 3 here.
I'll handle this.
Herald is a fantastic pickup. I think this is arguably the best card in the early game in the matchup, just because you do want to try and prevent that snowball as much as possible. There's always, of course, that argument of playing anything at all gives your opponent mother ducking options, which you don't necessarily want to give to them if you can play from off board. But it does allow, if you just stay off board most of the time with most decks, they're just going to, you know, play out their smooth curve of Prescient, Slither Drake, and whatever else, right, and just beat you up that way. So I think fighting for board with the rushing minions is the best way to combat the early game.
Yeah. Throwing out the coin here just to activate the Frost Shadow Elemental, get some more draws into hand, get a 5/5 in play, right, for 3 mana. Always a nice pickup. Could go either for the rush here or just Invocation to try and pick up something for next turn. Playing it now means you can pick something of a little higher mana cost. Not very good hits. Portal Vanguard doesn't draw anything. Well, it draws Mug, I guess, or Mugsy. It's gotta be air support.
Yeah, air support actually feels pretty good here, right? Because what you expect your opponent to do is just smash a Prescient Slither Drake on curve, in which case you have a phenomenal answer for it.
True. Yeah, able to clear up both minions then, and then finish up the Slither Drake with the Breezeling. I guess I've found that in a lot of instances, air support, people, and of course I wouldn't think this would happen here at this event, but I have encountered folks on ladder who play air support, and then the next turn wonder why they can't hit face. Because it gives Mega Wind Fury, and I think there's a sense sometimes that and it's like, oh, it's just can't attack face this turn, right? But it's going to wear off. And then they find themselves with, you know, their largest minion that they've given Mega Wind Fury just not able to hit face.
I think likewise that can work from the other side as well. I've made a very similar play to that a couple of days ago in testing for this, and then my opponent really panicked to then kill the Mega Wind Fury that was on board, and I'm like, that doesn't matter. You can just ignore that if you want. It really doesn't matter.
I wonder if we could maybe get a hover on the Fearak. I'm just very curious what the Dark Gift was that we took at 10. Yeah, the hand for Henry, you know, it was a pretty good start, but it's gotten a lot clunkier here in the mid game.
Yep.
Hogger is susceptible to Hex as, you know, an 8 mana 10/10 taunt.
The other thing
no
that
fire spells to go with the location.
The air support and the Mega Wind Fury has done here is really discounted those Muradin's Last Stands as well, which were looking very funky to begin with.
Yeah, I think the Muradin's Last Stands are sort of the reason that Voltaic Burst is in the deck in a lot of ways. I mean, yes, it can have the synergy with the Herald, but you don't have a ton of Herald because it's only spells. And so...
Underrated synergy with Fire Breath as well, something that took me a little while to discover. You do get some very, very strong boards out of that.
Yeah. Dashing Henry just gonna play the charge, which I think is reasonable. Right? It's been buffed, so you get 5 out of it.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Wind Brownie, a few options here. No clean hits for the Storm Fury. So wouldn't be surprised if you even see just like Molten Gold untransformed. Even with the one of the Ascendants, not looking great in the hand. Yeah, just gonna throw out the 7/7. There is a second one. torch right on time to deal with this. And with Wind Brownie being at 29 anyway, Dashing Henry doesn't mind using the weapon swing here to deal the initial damage and then follow up with the Volcano.
Yeah, I think Henry will be pretty pleased with the way those last 2 turns have been exchanged. That Storm Fury was pretty ineffective. The healing has been mitigated largely, and it was such a great swing back on the following turn with so much damage being pushed by the Volcano that I think the kind of turn, kind of back and forth that Henry was going to need to stay in this one, because this one was running away from him very, very quickly. I will say the rest of his hand is borderline unplayable at this point.
And you know, it may have been kind of a bait from Wind Brownie because he has that healing rain in hand off of the Sands of Time earlier to kind of like try and pull out some burn, right? Something to deal with the 7/7, while knowing that even in this instance where Dashing Henry, you know, pushed him back onto 17 from full health, that yeah, now the healing rain come down, put him just right back on 29. And he's still got access to pretty good clears here with the second Sun Fury. And then following it up with Chill Spine and Molten Golds and all that stuff.
Ouch. Yeah, this is looking like a game-losing turn for Henry. Looking very much like he's going to play an 8-mana 10/10, get it hexed, and probably be unable to recover from there. Unless, of course, this Farak is double Battlecry, and something is able to be found on the following turn to stabilize, but it looks like it's just going to end up being way, 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 way too slow.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think that it has to be double Battlecry if that's what was picked up, right? As just a, you know, a moonshot, an ace in the hole for if things go badly, as they seem to have done in the mid game here. Some kind of way to pull things back or potentially win outright. And I think he was hoping for not quite so many heals back up to full here from Wind Brownie, so that a double Battlecry Furak could potentially win the game outright. And, you know, maybe it's not double Battlecry at all. Maybe it's Lucid. We'll have to see.
I'm not sure we will get to see. That's the problem.
That is significant pressure. Ascendance comes down to make a more sticky board, although it does remove the lifesteal from the equation. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I mean, 7 attack into 7 attack, you're never removing both halves of the 7/9.
No.
What was the 2/6 before it transformed?
I'm having short-term memory problems. How's the molten element?
So puts more power on board, but also low enough health that these shots are able to clear. And we're all in on this Firak. All locations closed. No single top deck is going to be good enough into the Ascendance on the 7/7 here. Marchuk effectively would draw the rest of Wind Brownie's deck here. Healing Rain finally coming down, so Wind Brownie is out of healing unless Sands of Time picks something up. And yeah, this is the big moment. Created by Dark Rider. Oh, charge! I think charge is not good enough in this instance, actually. That was a lot of mana spent on summoning a kind of useless Divine Shield minion. Yeah, that is just not it. Even if you trade into the 7/7, I think you actually have to trade over the 3/4, which is not why you pick a charging Firak.
So many choices.
Fire Breath off the top, going to be just enough alongside the Molten Gold to even up the series here.
Yeah, Dashing Henry just falling a little flat again. And I do think the Mega Wind Fury might have just ended up being the deciding factor there. The ability to deal with that Prussian Slither Drake so effectively, deal with the additional minion alongside it as well with that Wind Fury, eat up an entire turn, of course leave the Aero Guardian in play as well afterwards. Great tempo turn for Wind Brownie, squaring the series up. And yeah, Dashing Henry left with a Fire Rack and a Dream, which did not come together in the end. So Dragon Warrior now looking like the weak link potentially in this series as we continue just to react to the last thing that we've seen and have no long-term memory for how things have gone over a large sample. But now Rogue for Wind Brownie, and this is a matchup I worry about because I think there are enough ways for Rogue to do things so fast, so effectively, with so much mana cheat, that the kind of one card per turn stuff from Warrior just does not really keep up with it very effectively.
See, now that's interesting. I was going to say there's enough potential for Rogue to brick and not have healing.
We just have different outlooks on life, you know?
Yeah, that the Warrior is able to kind of hit the ground running and just burn out the Rogue in the endgame.
Wind Brownie is going to send everything. Dashing Henry has already kept the 1-4 with the Dark Gifts. He does have another Hogger in his opening hand, which has been the pattern so far in these early games, but Wind Brownie
drawing patches.
With it either.
How could he?
I know.
Ooh, and lane.
Ooh,
my goodness.
Double patches.
Charging Conflux Crasher if we're to continue the pattern. Yeah.
Can't resist. Dashing
I mean,
Henry
look, it's 14.
Dashing Henry and Raven just play the game the same way. If it says charge on it, it's getting picked. That's how it works.
Gonna need a 2-drop pickup here. Not so much. Yeah, I mean, skip 2 is looking good for Wind Brownie. Of course,
okay.
Not great on his end either. Cultist map with only 1 mana remaining, not very likely to get you additional cards, and would have to backstab his own minion to go for the Rite of Twilight. So, yeah, I think reasonable to just hero power and hope for something. There's a playable.
Does find a playable. It is. I still think a debate as to whether you just rip Rite of Twilight just as a herald, just to get the minion in play, just because it costs 2. And you do have that Jade Guardians in your hand. Okay. He's actually going to use the backstab to fully combo it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how necessary that is, although you can kind of expect, I think, for starts from Warrior like this, that if there was no, turn 2 and they're on the coin, that they've got a Prussian Slither Drake that's coming down, and you can't target that anyway.
It does also actively play around coin Mother Duck, right? Because you take health off your own board by doing it this way.
Very true.
You only present 2 trades for them to be able to trade into, so I think this probably was worth doing it this way. Two mana Holy Nova, by the way. Very fun.
Yeah. Very, very nice additional 2-drop to have. Could go for the Enigma or just, go quest map and see what you hit there. Okay. I mean, I guess you could agent the Enigma if you don't super care about it. I'm just gonna go for the fan. Trying to load up this Jade Guardians, which I think is perfectly reasonable. Yeah. Kind of just in the race to Jade Guardians versus Henry's Prussian Slither Rakes.
again.
Yep. And, next turn, Shadow Flames of Fusion plus Erupting Volcano, pretty decent, particularly to kind of clean up small things, right? Because Henry wants to keep the board relatively clear of small junk so that this Conflux Crasher can come down on curve and, if not hit face twice, at least sort of hit something big and deal with it and then go face. Farseer Woe. An excellent card, but perhaps not for the moment.
No, always at least somewhat exciting when you have preparation and other spells in your hand, but probably not what you want to be doing at this point.
A lot of the spells, are targeted, right? So it wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with the Prescient Slither Drakes.
That's right.
There is possibility of hitting a freezing trap here from the Faceless Enigma if Brownie goes for it. But just going to Tunnel Vision on the 2s, which I think is quite reasonable. Hits the Volcano.
It's the Volcano, does hit his own Troublemaker, though, which is a big deal.
True. But I think Guardians is kind of the thing you're more intent on.
For sure, yeah. Especially since the Troublemaker came late. Okay.
Who cares?
Right.
Just draw the other one.
Very funny game.
Rampaging Hound is absolutely hilarious, but that's a Frothing Berserker that says charge, so...
Yeah, sure is.
Yep. Rampaging Hound with Lifesteal would be an excellent tool to clear up a board going into a Conflux Crasher turn. But if there's a Searing Fissure pickup, the Frothing Berserker just becomes instant death. And we're well on our way to charge just getting you over the finish line, given that Brownie has not been able to mount a defense against the Slither Drakes.
Neophyte was a good pull, able to be playable here. Now preps the Guardians, can play both of them. Does find a sizable taunt.
Yeah, 2. And then a secret to boot. You get to choose which one to keep. Interesting. I mean, I think you give the opponent barrier, right? Keep the counterspell for yourself. It's gotta be.
I think it's kind of close, actually. He's gone the other way, yeah. He's taken the barrier.
I just feel like so many of your top decks could potentially be spells that you want to play.
But you have... Like you can,
I guess you have a coin.
Worst case scenario, you can
yeah.
agent your Garona and then coin out whatever spell that you draw.
Yeah, I mean, I think it works out well either way, right? Either you counter something important that they were going to use to try and remove the taunts, or you have this sort of backup for if they get through your taunts.
Mm-hmm. We're Brownie's like, okay, I'm dodging bullets over here. What do you mean charging Frothing Berserker? Okay.
On the Neophyte, quite crucial, because otherwise we could fit in both the Torch and the Shadow Flame.
That's right, yeah. Ooh, Cairn is the summon?
That's rough. Extra taunt to be dealt with.
Well, it's summon a taunt minion off the death rattle, right? It is always a taunt? Yeah.
Well, Cairn doesn't summon a taunt. It just summons a 5/5.
Correct, yes. Yeah.
Great Draker X, nice pickup. Gonna be coming out slightly late. This does give us the Warp Tooths to clear up the remainder of the taunts, but you usually like to keep some board presence after that.
I suspect you just get your flashback.
Not playable.
Probably just get your flashback countered now and just play the Garona, hope for the best.
I mean, I certainly don't mind playing the Garona because you really turn things around quite quickly.
She is unshackled.
Yeah. This allocation of the secrets has worked out quite well for Wind Brownie. And we are a turn off of Dracorex. We are a uncertain Conflux Crasher. If it goes face, rewind.
He doesn't know. We can see an ice barrier, but he's living on the edge of his seat right now. Yeah, he's just going to have to try and use this to clear up.
No. I mean, just getting the information at this point, there's no way to defend himself.
Nope.
Gets the bad news. Yeah. I don't know how much was on. I think that's a full torch. So there was potential to go for a clear there. Right? Because I think that it can't be counterspelled twice, right? From the Enigma.
Correct. Yep.
So it could have gone for, location, you ping something, you torch it, you use the erupting volcano to clear as much as possible besides, and then hopefully be able to torch down the rest and buy you time to be able to Draco Rex following turn and clear up for Conflux Crasher, but yeah, was going to be tough there after that Garona swing turn.
It was, yeah, right the way down to it. He very much enjoyed his picking of every card that said charge on it over the course of 5 different Dark Gifts. Unfortunately, that doesn't work out in the end, but I think... Because, yeah, so just thinking about the secrets again, he played the Frothing Berserker the previous turn, so he knew it wasn't Explosive Runes. He knew it wasn't Flames of Infinity because a turn had passed and nothing had happened. He'd attacked into a minion, so it wasn't Oasis Ally either. And enemy minions had attacked, so it wasn't Cheap Secret. So it actually was Ice Barrier 100% of the time, I think, in that position, unless I'm forgetting anything. But still, I don't necessarily think he was in a position where there was a lot to be done that series. But Win Brownie coming all the way back. Coming from the 2-0 down to 3-2 up, it is the Dragon Warrior this time that just ate it in the series, picking up 3 consecutive losses. So now, of course, we are back on the train of it always being Ban Shaman, and you always leave up Warrior. That's just how things work.
Of course. But this also means that both priests are through.
Oh,
from Banter and Win Brownie.
No, don't encourage people. Play the same 4 decks as everyone else, please. If the alternative is Priest, come on now. We've got one more series coming up for you to deal with before we have our final roster of qualifiers for the Masters Tour. So stay tuned. We're going to go for a quick break. We will be right back.
back one last time to Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Playoffs. And this is normally the part of the day where the casters have a little whine about how we've been here for 12 matches, it's been 19 hours, and we're underpaid and all that. It's flown by today, otherwise, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, the exception that proves the rule. Where I am, 12:45, I can usually expect it to be about 5:45 in the evening by the time we get to these final matches. So, we'll actually get to see some World Cup after this. But for now, we have the final match of the day. I'm struggling to pronounce these names. FQ Baby versus Zilj. ZLS.
Yeah, ZLS is what he's usually known as. Just the first three letters is how he goes. One of the sort of... ZLS is one of those players that if he had the time and inclination would probably do a lot better at Hearthstone. He's very, very good, but not everyone can jam Hearthstone 12 hours a day, every day, to try and do incredibly well in these tournaments. There was a period earlier in the year, maybe even last year, I think it was this year, where, there was talk that he might just try and go for the point totals and, go for the World Championships that way, but I think he just rocks up now, plays some Hearthstone, sees how he does, and that suits how he wants to be better. FQ Baby, one of these players who, if you look at their results, just slowly getting better. Like regular, decent results now. 14th on points in the Americas region. Just sneaking quietly in the background up these leaderboards. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. But it's the ones we started the day with, which is the big four for ZLS, and FQ Baby is playing the Mage instead of the Hunter in that lineup, which has been quite a popular sort of secondary lineup today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it suddenly doesn't look quite as random in the face of like Jade Guardians and Imbues and Mug Shaman, which has to generate all of its minions. And I think it always performs best when it's kind of unexpected, because then no one's got Vipers.
Yes, yeah. Maxi had Viper, but nobody else has, yeah.
Right. I mean, but we've seen plenty of events where Quest Mage all over the place and Vipers as well. And it's one of those things where, you leave it up because you've got the Viper, and then there's this playing around the Viper, and sometimes it goes in the Mage's favor anyway, sometimes not. This is certainly a meta where, it's filled with aggro. People are not expecting the Quest Mage, but it can still do very powerful things when it completes quickly, and you just don't have to worry about Viper.
There was one of the lower level Chinese tournaments. By lower level, I mean this sort of level. I don't mean like really low level. It's just the sort of the pre-top 16 level tournament in China where there were people playing Viper in their Mage. Don't want to contemplate it, do you? Like, this deck's so good, I'm going to bring it, but I'm also going to bring the card that you really don't want to play in the deck. I don't even know how you get there, but they got there somehow.
That's how things have gone downhill. But yeah, there was an Eternal Firebolt offered, but I think Firebolt would be a nice thing against maybe a Warrior, maybe a Hunter. But in the case of this Rogue matchup, I don't mind this Sheep Mask, as there can often end up being just like a bunch of like little minions you got to deal with, and one that's a bit bigger. Probably won't get used for a while, as I would expect to see Alter Time getting coined out right here.
Yeah. ZLS, by the way, at the bottom there, absolutely declaring his intention for next turn. Not that it's a surprise, but turning the Jade into a coin for your Vanessa, I'm all in next turn. See how Vanessa
that
goes.
is... FQ doesn't get the information of what got turned into a coin, but for us as casters, that is commitment to the line.
It sure is.
I've got a plan.
It's only turn 4, so this doesn't have to be absolutely immense, but obviously he'd like it to be quite silly. Sometimes it is.
Charred Chameleon is a fine pickup just because it's free. You never play Alarashi because you don't want to transform your Troublemaker. Not the most obscene Vanessa we've encountered. Still slightly challenging for FQ Baby to clear here. Picks up the Runed Orb to pair with the Arcane forget the name of it. Some arcane spell from the past. Right, to clean up that Vanessa. I think Polymorph Boar was another way that was potentially going to happen, but nothing in play to transform. Lots of discoveries here. This quest is rapidly
Complete on turn
completing.
4.
Yeah. Can actually save the skeleton key potentially for
Sure.
afterwards. I don't know how good that is. If you can kind of like roll until you hit exactly the spells you want, you know?
Probably pretty good. Sounds good. Unless you just take 5 every time. Like we've seen it cast twice there, and they took 5 both times. So maybe the card's unplayable.
Well, this reduction is actually quite funny. You can play the Worgen Infiltrator and turn it into a boar. So, yeah, Waygate, I think previously not something that was necessarily included a bunch, but I'm going to go ahead and save the stealth.
You've got to wonder who played the Vanessa here. Like, May just played how many cards on turn 4? All of them.
Yeah, and Tachysaurus certainly able to come down next turn for a little more defensive utility. ZLS,
Yeah.
just thinking about the YOLO here of like Garona. You know, I'm severely advantaged if I can manage to pull this off, but things are otherwise not looking good after a turn 4 quest completion.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because it's so awful if... It's not so awful, but it's pretty awful if you miss. But also, looking at this hand, there's not much more amazing options available in there with 5 mana, which is a really awkward number right now. But
I mean, apart from committing to burn, in another way, the Troublemaker's not that full, though. So unless you wanted to Alarashi and abandon the Troublemaker plan, which might have been worth considering, right? You do get a 5/5 in play, and then pick up some demons.
Sure.
Yeah, these not so much the hits, but Origin Stone costs 3 mana, which means the scariest things can't actually come down just yet. Relic of Kings is nice. I guess you take the Welcome Home because it doesn't do anything? Yeah. Okay. How about hit you for 8?
Sure.
Could even, if you wanted to maximize damage, you know, make it into a boar, attack, and then... Oh, wait, no, because the second one doesn't transform, it just sets the stats. All right, so you'd have to do it the worst way, where you end up with a 4/2.
Yeah, it turns out ZLS considering last turn whether to just go for the Garona was well-founded thought.
Kodo is actually perfect into a single minion board, so is able to clear up this first push, but the next turn is going to be the problem turn. Double Herald. Take the Spellwing.
Sandmore has charge, by the way. Boys,
yeah, that's always a nice one to have
exciting
charge.
to see that connect face, yeah.
Hit you for 7. I mean, I think you keep that just because of the charge, yeah.
Yeah. Especially you have another one.
Right. Oh yeah, this is phenomenal. You pick the Techosaurus and it's free anyway.
What a turn. Turn 6.
Yep. Seems good.
Mage has looked good, but Mage does look good when it's good. Like, that's the problem.
Oh, yeah.
When it behaves itself.
And here's the thing, now that Rogue is all in on, you know, Troublemaker, Jade Guardians, there's no Neralex Coin Twilight Mistress going on, right?
Right.
That used to be, you know, a tool that Rogue had access to in this matchup that, due to the shift in the nature of the Rogue lists, you know, you're just not able to fill out those spaces because they don't cost 2 mana, so...
I don't think it's lethal if the Troublemaker goes face with every shot in this 1 in 8 chance, let alone...
I mean, just not enough has been played, yeah. Not enough to use.
Exactly.
It's only at 4.
It's only at 4. Whoa.
Okay, so we're doing this to play 2 and then get the mana refresh off the hero power, which net gains you a crystal. You don't have time to rewind. I don't know, what class are we getting spells from? I mean, this does remove a significant amount of power, actually, the crowd control. Clears up 4 2s, and then you can hope that this... That's about as much as you could hope for out of a Troublemaker clear
And the
on
right
that turn.
ones. Yeah, absolutely. And probably doesn't help at all, but it's still, yeah.
Yeah. Konsu, opportunity to discover burn. I mean, I guess you take the storage scuffle because it's free anyway, and you can direct it. Nope, took the divination instead. Showdown's good clear. Oh, okay, right. Sorry, you take that one to put it on top, of course. Yeah, I mean, this is just another excellent board with that Showdown pickup. You know, you don't.
Yeah,
you don't
Rogue
need to
doesn't really
burn
have
down if you
capabilities
just
to clear 2 of these.
Yeah. What are we on for Shadowed Informant, spell-wise?
Not sure.
Because it's our only out.
We can generate something with our hero power.
That's right. Hero power into Draco Rex would leave you theoretically alive on board. That's not it.
Yeah, that's right. Try again. God.
Oh, well, that's a free
rubbish.
taunt. Okay.
With your 1 in 500
Shaman
shot.
spell? I don't think Shaman spells do it. You needed like
Lightning Storm.
You needed like
Really touches. Yeah.
Blizzard. For all time, I don't.
Hello.
They might be 4s actually. The summons might be 4s. I'm not positive. But they also could be 5s.
Having some demons now.
I'm
as a
assuming
final
based on the
chance.
pick that 4 is not going to clear the. Wow. Talk about a pickup. Alarashi coming in, transforming 0-cost minion for the full clear alongside Thunderwave. You could not have planned that out.
Oh my!
Unfortunately for ZLS,
he's
after
doing.
that incredible clear, just gonna take a board to the face, but you know, did his best.
Oh my! and he
that out
knew
of thin
very
air.
early on the situation, right? He knew very early on. He was looking at Garonaing.
Yeah.
He thought, "I'll stick in there." And, you know, managed to get that incredible clear there, and it's still just not enough. And the mage is out of here very rapidly for FQ.
Yeah, I mean, quest completion on 4. I feel like it's going to do that if you're not under enough pressure. And Rogue of the decks that people have brought is sort of the slowest one, as long as they don't pop off with Vanessa. So, yeah, quick one on.
One of the things we haven't done today that, as casters, we do most tournaments is adjudicate. Oh yeah, well that one doesn't matter. Yeah, it's 1-0, but it's not really the difficult deck or these. I think there's so many. These are so close to 50-50.
Yeah.
You know, matchups. There are definitely not 50-50 matchups, but they're close enough that we're not sitting here all day going, yeah, well that was always getting through, wasn't it? Like we can't even decide whether Warrior or Shaman's the ban, let alone what's definitely going to win. So. Tough one today. We are left with a straight 1-0 that we're going to have to adjudicate as 1-0 with no caster shenanigans.
I mean, I think that is in large part due to incredible amounts of draw variance in terms of impact on the deck performances. Like, Shaman just does considerably better when it starts with Blazing Invocation or Map, and, you know, crucially, and hits something good. Warrior, when it's got the 1/2 and is able to recruit double Warp Tooth. Rogue when it's able to, prepare Vanessa and pop off.
You've got to consider this Blackthorn and see how you want to be.
I absolutely would have considered the Blackthorn. That is a 4-mana Blackthorn that deletes the opponent's deck.
Kind of deletes yours as well, but yeah, it just deletes Rogue from the game.
Their entire deck is 2-drops. I think you've got a little more going on.
Tempting.
Because with the 1 mana discount from Invocation and then 2 mana from Mug, you get to play it on 4.
Yep.
I would have done it.
You'd have done it? Okay.
Oh, for sure.
I probably would have done it, but I'd probably have lost, but yeah. Because you have got to deal with the stuff that is played before. I don't know, 4's early, yeah.
I mean, I understand not going for it, right? You don't have anything else really to throw down for tempo in these early turns. You do have, Frost Shatter and Molten Gold that you're well on your way to transforming.
It does delete your own deck to some degree as well, but you do get the expected things to turn into minions, and the Rogue really just doesn't have anything left. It just has the Jade Guardian, just to hope that they hit.
But not enough thing. I mean, I guess there's
it has
the
Vanessa
things that were in their hand,
give them
right?
Vanessa.
It doesn't affect their hand, so they could have enough 2s and what they need in the opener that it ends up not mattering. But yeah, I mean, you leave them with very few cards.
Okay, so Tiny Power. We haven't seen this card much today, I don't think, even though it's one of the better cards in the deck. So, in general, you use this for a massive amount of tempo. You tend to pick Taunt on the first one and then start generating stuff afterwards.
It deletes all but 6 of the Rogue's cards.
Yeah, it's very silly. But it does give them Vanessa and the 2 Jades, but the Jade will cost a lot, so I'm sort of with you. It is funny.
Alas, not the game we're going to see. Fan clears up that 3/1. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised to see just like Cold Neophyte come down to contest here. The recruit's actually pretty nice here, right? Pulling out an additional bookie. You don't even mind if you hit another Neophyte, right? Because you're looking for those premium draws and other things. And the count on Troublemaker up to 7 and Guardians at 6 already. So. It may well have been that, as FQ Baby has maybe suspected, right, that even had the Blackthorn come down last turn, I mean, look, these counters are well on their way, that now you've just tutored the Jade Guardians, like you were saying, so.
So, this is the place where Shaman has to just behave itself, just keep making stuff on board, because it's still going to take time for the Troublemaker to work. If you can force the Troublemaker out for a clear, then it's gone, it's done. You know?
I'm just going to have to throw out untransformed gold to be able to play the Overseer. That was also set up for Elemental next turn.
Yeah, don't be scared of playing your cards, even if they cost too much, right? Just use it. Look at this board, it's 7 damage versus nothing at the moment. You end the turn with, just because you're willing to spend 4 mana on your gold. Completely unpleasant to do so, when next turn it would have cost almost nothing, but hey.
TLS looking for Guardians, not able to pick it up. Second map, though, gives another retry with the prep. I would rather prep the Guardians than the map, right? So that then the 8/8s are free.
Yep, sure.
That's assuming you hit Guardians, or we're just going in. Okay.
Yeah, this is ugly though, isn't it?
Yeah, 3 is not where you want the health.
Yeah, three health minions on the other side is not pretty for doing this, but
all right.
He's decided that
it's a clear, right? Doesn't maximize the damage, but you figure, okay, we use this for the clear, and then we try and get there on Guardians later on. FQ maybe looking low on cards here, so you figure, well, maybe if I can remove this stuff, there's not a ton of follow-up.
Yeah, you saw last turn as well, like 4 mana deal 4, it wasn't particularly pleasant. So. This is a pretty good follow-up as it turns out.
There it is.
Oh! Okay. Well, good luck, everybody.
I mean, I guess you take prep just because it's easy.
Yeah, why not? Trying to work out if he wants to play any more 2-drops first. Doesn't matter, but... Alright. Quite a wide spread of things. They're largely good, obviously, because they're 1 mana 8 drops, or 0 mana 8 drops.
Oh
sorry.
no! So the Crumble Crusher is actually excellent, right? Destroys location, destroys one of the big minions. That's great. Togwaggle is maybe unplayable. I don't know. I mean, I guess your hand isn't amazing here as ZLS.
Yeah.
You can kind of just throw a few things out there. You get the full clear. Yeah, I guess it's a free 5/5 and like whatever. You've already imbued, so you don't care about losing eventuality. The rest of the hand is sort of whatever. Oh, nope, not gonna do it. All right.
It was tempting. Like, we can see that. Given that we can see the hand, I'd have done it because of
Right.
the double hex. I'd have just done it.
Yeah.
But obviously, seeing the hand helps a bit too much in that spot. But you could have dumped some stuff first and had a bit of a switcheroo.
Triumph is pick up there off of one of the informants. Always a hilarious card to see generated and potentially, you know, the minions that are picked up as you get into these later turns.
Fragile board at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, so you can Thunderquake, double shock the Crumble Crusher, and then attack into one of the 2/2s.
Yes, not what you feel like you can clear this board so much more easily than this. Early versions of the Shaman did play Lightning Storm, mainly because I think there was a lot of Rogue, even more Rogue on ladder back then. But, and these situations came up a lot more. But obviously Lightning Storm just not good enough.
This does set you up for the Storm Fury next turn, right?
It does, yeah.
I would really like to see, you know, Triumph into some kind of Togwaggle play, given that a lot of this hand is kind of air for ZLS.
Yeah. Kind of with you on it.
Now, I think that it always puts people back on whatever number of cards they were already on, but just sort of shuffles them.
Yeah, that's my understanding too.
I guess if you're going to draw into Second Guardians, then you know, you can afford to wait. Double Corpse Spender, not so great there.
No, you've got to work out which one you want to use, obviously.
Actually make some space to get this up to 10 and set up one big minion. I find that questionable in a deck that runs, you know, against a deck that runs double hex. Yeah, I guess you get 2 big things. And there's the shuffle. So that's where it is. Trying to pull away the hexes. Gets one of them. Which is maybe good enough. Given the, you know, 8/8 and 5/5 down.
Yeah.
And the imbue minion is quite nice, being able to just eliminate this 7/7.
Yep, given that it's probably not going to be lethal. Oh, so close now, though. 16? Any damage?
No, but it's playable. Okay.
Really? Don't blame him. He's got a lot of mana.
I find I'm always a lot more like conservative, right? Like that feels good enough, you know.
I think honestly, people like to press the button way too much when it comes to V1. I don't necessarily mean at this level, but in general. Oh, but it's all right. But what could it be? It's just too tempting for a lot of people, I think. But yeah, I agree with you. Just find something half decent. I think there was different because he was looking for lethal outs, and lethal was a good thing to have. But and also he had a lot of mana, so a lot of the non-lethal outs might still be really powerful.
Sure. I guess I was just figuring that significant mana was being spent on like the
yes, yeah,
the, the dragon and other stuff.
And the hex.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it mattered. You could have taken Black Knight to clear up the 8/6, but yeah, well played from ZLS. Picking up one of the hexes there. A significant detriment for FQ Baby, and yeah, there's the argument for leaving up the shaman, right? Is they just are so reliant on that generation, right? The only minion they run that isn't generated is the one that changes their hero power. Just a mere cave ogre.
Have you changed your mind? I asked you some hours ago now which one of the shaman and the warrior you would leave up. Have you changed your mind through the day, or would you still ban shaman?
I mean, I think I still prefer to ban shaman just because I know what I'm dealing with warrior, right? So both arguments get made, right, over the course of this event in terms of how things have played out. And I think that's just a testament to how much is reliant on just the draws and the generation right now.
What I think's really funny in this tournament is that it's probably one of the most it's of all the tournaments I can remember casting in recent memory, which for me is about 3 days. I haven't seen a tournament where everyone's brought the same deck quite as much as this one before. And yet, the same players who can agree what the best 4 decks are can't even agree on which one they want to ban. It's just a weird sort of backwardsness to all of that. You'd think if they know what the best 4 decks are, they surely know which one to ban, but no.
I mean, they all just feel so different in terms of what you end up with in your mulligan and what the opponent ends up with in their mulligan. I think each of these classes has their sort of peak draw and sort of the way it lines into other people's best draws. That it's really hard to sort of parse, like, oh, so which one do I like even on its worst draws, into their worst draws, and like, I think how the matchups play out just varies so widely off of things that are outside the control of the players playing to the best of their ability.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the stats for what they're worth, because there's a lot of noise in the top, even in the top 1,000 stats, where players who are not as good as these players, take part. That's how top 1,000 works when you're dealing with the top 150 in the world in this tournament. And even if you take the stats at face value, they basically say Shaman's better on average, but Warrior is more better when it's better. So do you want the slightly harder to beat deck? Do you want the deck that's just constantly running at 55%? What do you want to do? Even if you believe those stats and your numbers are the same as those stats, even then it's still difficult. So it's a fun one for me. What isn't a fun one is ZLS's hand right now, though.
I mean, both the hands, right? They're heavily dependent on playing spells to turn these spells into minions. And neither of them has actually picked up the high percentage cards in map or Blazing Invocation.
I don't think Thunderquaking here is that bad for ZLS.
I think it's fine, especially with the second
card
one.
Anyway, I think you just do it.
Yeah, in some sense it's there just because it can clear up some early game stuff, and it can combo well with the Voltaic Burst, and also because it gives you another static shock so that you can give yourself +1 attack and discount your Murden's Last Stance. And both of them setting on double Thunderquake.
Wow. I'm a sucker for spending my mana, I guess, but I'd have done it.
And I think, FQ may yet. Right, you figure their hands full of reactive stuff. Why should I, play my ritual to just give you something to do?
Time to strike is now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please do it so I don't feel bad. Thank you. Feel better now.
You just gotta
Obviously
do
with the coin.
something, right?
Yeah. Feel like
Okay,
it.
low security wing. We'll see what the roll is. That's okay. You can voltaic burst to unlock it, and then I guess put the fire breath in. Yeah, it's a little bit awkward.
Sure. He's got something going on. We actually have a board state.
Well, it can be a surprise, like if FQ Baby kills the 4/3 and then is expecting to deal with 1/1s on the other side, and instead they're 2/2s. I don't think that's
Great.
likely to happen, because I think you probably Static Shock or Thunder first.
Well, he hasn't got much of a way of generating his own board, so yeah, this is all he's got going for it. Or do you coin, or do you static? Static, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Can save the coin to put out the 7/7 next turn.
Yeah. So looks good.
And you with Murden's Last Stand in hand, you really want to make sure that you can get good value out of the rushes from Ritual.
This is kind of the payoff, if you will, for holding on to Thunderquake. He's still got another one for later. He's just playing very reactively, but this is not a hand really for ZLS at the moment.
Yeah. ZLS notably is running double Ascendance to FQ's 2.
Sorry, to his what? Sorry.
Sorry, to his 1. Sorry. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
1
yeah.
Ascendance for FQ, 2 Ascendance for ZLS.
Okay.
Misspoke there.
Which, when you're behind, is an awful Hearthstone card.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
When you've got plenty of time, Ascendance is incredible. We see it do a lot of winning things today. When you're struggling like this, the card becomes incredibly poor, and you wish you hadn't got it.
I mean, and Murden's Last Stand can sometimes be quite similar, right? That if you are able to stick your minions so that they can attack, then, it's amazing. It's a 0 mana draw 2. But other times where you're just kind of going back and forth, trading boards without anything actually getting to attack, you find yourself having to throw it out there for like 5 mana or something, or just sort of sitting on it all game.
Yeah, I found throwing out there for 5 is more common because you tend to either get a weapon or some static shocks or, some 1/1 charges, rushes. You tend to be able to get something going even when you're doing terribly, but if you're stuck with the Ascendant, I think it's bad. But I agree, the Modens is not always perfect if you're not having a smooth game. And you're not having a smooth game because you've got this 9 mana card in your hand, but tend to find a way to wiggle into playing it.
There is actually potential here for FQ to go with the lifesteal minion and then coin the rusher into Static Shock for the full clear on the 5/5.
Nice.
Interesting. Just
Turn.
getting the Ascendants out there, not, the best, but it's at least a couple of minions. I think he really is hoping to stick a few things to be able to Murden's Last Stand.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And also just get it on some stuff. It's usually, that was a particularly bad one, but it's usually just worth playing it on not a lot. If the situation is you have got not a lot and you're never going to get more, just play it. It's quite a lot of stats, even as done there. It's not a total waste. But obviously, it's not where he wants to be, but neither hand are where either player wants to be, even now.
Yeah. Awkward discover here for ZLS in terms of not where you want to be. Xavius, of course, only has 1 hit, so you get patches out of your deck, I suppose. The Draenei there, in terms of resetting costs, would reset ZLS's own Murden's Last Stand, which I don't think he wants to do.
Sure, you take
this.
this.
Probably gives you Murzon, yeah. Just a thing that must be removed.
Well, the boards are gradually getting bigger each turn, as you would expect, because that's how Hearthstone works. But yeah, they're gradually getting into the range where something's got to give.
I do think this kind of situation is kind of what FQ was hoping for, the ability to set up 2 4-health minions, right? That he sticks something with the Ascendants that can then, you know, make trades. Or I guess in this case with the double shock, right? Be able to set up for the Storm Fury, recover a little bit of health, and importantly, you know, set up a very large lifesteal minion.
Yeah, just everything going on. Merlin still down to still on 6. Like, again, what you pointed out last turn, the Ascendancy allowing that to even be a card that he can now play.
Another last stand. Reflection does actually nothing. Yeah, I think you rewind that.
Worth pointing out as well, it looks like Zealous is a long way in front here because he has a lot of cards in hand, but largely he's only going to be playing 1 or 2 of these cards a turn. So,
right.
In terms of the coming back from behind on the tempo that he is struggling with, if FQ can just still pick up some stuff, enough to keep rolling, ZLS might not be doing as well as he looks here.
Yeah. I was
However,
gonna say,
that helps so much.
Yeah, Glaciate can be quite nice in terms of, you know, pretty good odds of hitting taunt or other relevant keywords. Has already seen 1 Hex, right? Gonna get the bad news that the second one is there. But otherwise, you know, it looked to be a pretty decent thing to try and stave off some of this pressure and go into these chunkier minions.
Yeah, it just might not be enough for ZLS, but it looks good for now. Get the second Hex, which is weird because, unfortunately for him, it gives FQ something to do this turn on top of all the other obvious things like getting your 6/11 hexed.
Yeah.
Like it's turned a turn that was going to be pretty rubbish into the perfect
See ZLS's expression there. Not pleased with that.
And you know, he's had a terrible hand himself. He's got into a situation where the game became a game and he had a chance, and then he instantly gets the second Hex in it.
Yeah, I think you're forced to do it this way. I might have contemplated hexing the 6/6. I guess you want to remove more damage, but like if you hex the 6/6, you can trade your 1/3 into the Attendant. I guess I don't remember. I think it's just a 1/1 on the other side of the Attendant.
I think so. I think they were the Elemental Sparks, but I'm not.
But you also deny any random spells.
But now we're going to get draw 2 for only 2 mana on the other side, if that's what FQ wants to do, which it probably is, because I'd want to do it.
Yeah. Yep. Just throwing this out even untransformed. Interesting. Does he know what's going to happen here? Oh, I guess. So I thought it would reset the last stand, but I guess it doesn't because the card still has the text that it has, and so it gets reset.
Yeah, it
and then
resets its
immediately
9 mana,
again.
and then the text says, yeah, it immediately gets unreset because that's, it still costs 9 and then is reduced by 1.
But you see from these maps how often that Draenei shows up.
Sure, yeah. There's not a massive pull.
I mean, I think there might be no Draenei in Shaman, and maybe it's the only neutral one. Not positive on that, but with how often it's showing up. Because I imagine what map does is it determines what minion types are going to be in there.
Yes.
Right, and then what's in that pool.
The pool gets smaller and smaller, so you end up with this thing quite a lot at the end. That would make sense. Yeah. This game's looking tough.
Yeah, looking at standard Draenei, there's none in Shaman, and the only neutrals
Sleeping
are...
with the daggers most of the time?
Yeah. So the only neutral Draenei are Petal Picker and Crater Experiment, which is all, and then Wisdom Truth Seeker. So
There's a 20 pound for the lethal.
very high odds. Yep. Was looking like things were heading that way for a while there, but FQ finally pulls it over the finish line, and yeah, Shaman up, out of the way, and just the Rogue.
Rogue left.
Yep.
It's going to serve me right if all day long I've been saying about, hey, Rogue Game 5. We have had a Rogue Mirror Game 5 today. It has happened. If on the last match of the day we get to the Rogue.
Well, Rogue's already out of the way for ZLS, right? So we're not going to have a mirror.
Oh,
we did
yeah.
have
I'm losing it.
Yeah, we had a Rogue
Good.
Mirror Game 5 earlier in the day, and we had a Rogue Mirror Game 4, which, you know, kind of counts.
Yeah. Okay, so with his Rogue out of the way, that makes it a lot more interesting, I think. But doesn't matter what he queues, probably just taking a short break. That was quite a long couple of games sort of strung together there, and not long in terms of time or turns particularly, but long in terms of just the constant struggle that ZLS has had to find things to do in some of these turns.
Shall we dance?
For Doomhammer.
Okay, that'll do for him. That'll do for both players.
Yeah. Yeah, Cult Neophyte, I think, is especially potent against the Shaman, you know, given that their entire deck is spells.
Just choose to keep the Troublemaker. I guess you got to look for your really good stuff, but the Neophyte was so tempting for me there.
Yeah, I would have been inclined as well.
Yeah, how do you feel? I
Which
played the
one?
Invocation in this spot.
I think
personally.
so, yeah. Hit the ground running.
Such a good start.
All right. This does give you sort of more stuff over the long term.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he hasn't got a lot going on, so, you know, turns to 4 or 5, he's going to require more than just the Molten Gold and the Invocation, so I get it.
FQ not going to miss a beat, trying to get on board as early as possible to contest whatever shenanigans come down. Not so great hits here. I guess I would have been looking at Hex Marshal for next turn.
Sure, yeah. He's not playing this turn anyway.
Just slightly bigger, and you get a spell out of the deal, even though you don't activate that secondary effect because you are a deck of all spells.
Nobody's gonna know.
You want cards in the bin this time?
Okay, that could be relevant later on.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, to pair with a Thunderquake or just with, you know, Burn for lethal.
I'll make them talk.
This is
Go ahead and
interesting
take
card.
the extra
Every
stats.
time I sit there and think, am I definitely playing it on my side? And I want to play on my opponent's side. I always want to play on the opponent's side and never quite can, or almost never quite can.
Yeah, you need to be ahead to really be able to play it on the opponent's side.
Yeah, you need to be winning and shut down their win condition. That's pretty much the only time you do it, right?
Yeah.
I think. It's so big.
Coin right. Puts us at 3 2s, and the discount sets this to 2 as well, which is an excellent pickup. Yeah, this is always such a weird thing, is the temptation to prep. And it's like, oh, but then I don't actually get the proc.
Yeah, and you want the proc in this position. You've got the prep for the Jade anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of in a couple of turns' time after you've tried to troublemaker your way into a 1 position.
Time's ticking.
Yeah, I guess he really wants to clear up this 4-3.
Sure. At least now the hero power he's made also removes any odd numbers from the board that he wants to remove unless they have stealth.
True.
So that when he does decide to launch the troublemaker, it's 1 extra hit he can do to face, in a way.
Trying to think, what are the... So, yeah, the only legendaries in the Shaman are Muggsy, Tiny Pal, and, of course, Lane. So,
Yeah.
Kingslayer actually, you know, apart from not liking to give your opponent Tiny Pal, like, it's pretty good into the Shaman.
It's very, very good. When I played Shaman, fingers crossed. Okay.
No.
When I played the Shaman against the Rogue, you're constantly aware of the fact that Kingslayer is just terrifying.
And 6 damage is quite significant when you've got double trouble in a hand at 6 and 5.
I mean, FQ's just set his stall out that he's going to get one turn where he just plays both Troublemakers, I think, where I'll be using him to clear the board to some degree a bit more, but I think he's just decided he just wants to do the thing.
I think he wants one more 2 to be able to, like, prep Jade Guardians and have the 8 drops cost 2. And then that's kind of just all you need.
Yeah, then you play one of them, then the turn after, obviously you play the other and the Troublemaker, and then Troublemaker again if you've still got the coin, depending on
Although we're depending on what ZLS throws down here, I mean, we're working our way towards double Troublemaker without even more upgrades, just being enough.
No, that's what I thought he might be going for. Yeah, he just seemed to be tempted to I'm just going to do that, but...
Right, I mean, they're 10 and 12 damage right now.
Yeah, surely you expect a Shaman to sort of be playing some stuff.
Watch my back, always,
I'm gonna sacrifice the spell damage and stats here. Just go ahead and take an attack to discount Murden's Last Stand. I kind of think you don't care about Vanessa at this point.
I think you're right. I think, I mean, you've got to factor it in because it's so good, but I think you're right. I think it's, how am I going to use this Jade and these Troublemakers to get the maximum out of it? And I think he's going to Jade, like you suggested.
Oof, not so great hits, because there's actually no none of those 2 drops that give you the coins. The Lotus.
That's the only one. Is the only death rattle you have, right?
So I think that's about as bad as it gets in terms of Jade Guardians. Could just play the other one to have it ready for next turn, or at least sort of rush in this 5/5.
Time's ticking.
Right, with the Volcaros.
Yeah, none of it's pleasant at all. Constantly distracted by the fact these Troublemakers are just so good.
Honestly, I would not have hated just throwing out the Garona there, right? You Kingslayers, you swing, you know that it's like 2 of 3, right? That you've drawn lane for the opponent.
Yep.
I guess you've seen Mug, so it's a 50-50 on this draw.
You do have it next turn if there's not enough stuff played, though. You have Garona coin and the second one.
Yeah, that's true.
Depending on exactly what ZLS gets out there, because you can see that ZLS is struggling for stuff. You don't know what the hand is, but there's turn after turn of not a lot going on.
Yeah, Ascendance. If we're talking, reasons for it to be in the deck, dealing with Troublemaker is one of the reasons, right? Just like setting up a bunch of sticky stuff to get in the way.
One neophyte. Or 2-mana whip. Actually is also a possibility.
Yeah, very true. I mean, why not both?
The sensible card, I think.
Yeah.
It is the next turn. Just go for it.
Yeah, when you're not under significant pressure.
Put your shell into it.
Well, you hope you're not under significant pressure.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, these aren't elementals, so they don't get buffed by Fire Breath.
On 16,
the neophyte
7 on the board
helps.
takes you to 9.
Yeah, all right. You are under significant pressure, but you're hoping that the Cult Neophyte saves it off.
Yeah. So close.
Yeah. This does give ZLS the opportunity to ditch King Lane.
It's one off lethal at the moment, right?
Oh, it was pretty close, yeah, with the Fire Breath and the Molten Gold.
Yeah, Fire Breath Molten Gold was.
Yeah, one off.
So it would have actually been lethal without the neophyte because you'd got to play the ritual as well if you had the chance.
Sure.
So good choice from FQ is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Good
yeah,
choice.
Absolutely.
Well worked out.
As it stands, yeah, I guess you can do this to clear the. Interesting. Ah, right. We want the armor. Yep.
Of course, this is pretty close. Right, FQ, how are you going to go about this? You've got 16 damage available to you, plus some rush, plus a Garona. If you Garona, you get them down to 9 if you count your...
Well, you just saw Lane get shuffled, right? So Garona is off the table.
Oh, I'm losing it. I didn't just see Lane get shuffled because I was staring at the wrong thing at the wrong time. Yeah. Thank you.
Taking another 3 means that ZLS just has lethal on the following turn. If FQ does not either win immediately or pull some kind of healing out of the hat.
Sure where the hat is to pull the healing from here.
Honestly, enough things being played that I wonder if it wasn't just like start and turn off with Vanessa and then to do these, backstabs and coins and other spells.
Yeah, I think he's made potentially an option that I sometimes do, which is, okay, a few turns ago we wrote off Vanessa and said this Vanessa's like
okay, so this is
too late.
I don't think this is enough, right? It's 18.
Depends on the tracker. He seems to think it's enough. It's not though. Tracker was right.
Well, 8
and
from hand from ZLS ties it up.
2-all. Shaman's out of there.
Yeah, I think that was just a little bit too fast and loose from FQ there with it not actually being lethal.
I think maybe he got a little distracted in this game as well. I think we did as well. Like, there was the 2 troublemakers and the giants, and they were saying, well, let's not do Vanessa then. He had a chance to go for Vanessa a little bit earlier than he did. I think by the time he got the Vanessa, he'd too far down the path of what we were talking about, the troublemaker and the giants. I think it became the correct thing to do. He low-rolled the giants, to be fair. Otherwise, he could put the pressure on and clear the way for the troublemakers win the game. But I think earlier on, he didn't have to necessarily go that route. He could have just, played more regular Hearthstone. It's very hard to play. It's very distracting with that potential just easy lethal just there in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, the range of 8 drops on average is much better than what was pulled in that game. You've got Illidari Inquisitor, you've got Moarg at least gives you 8 armor and a taunt. I mean, there's a few big taunts in there. And to get no taunt and Volcaros is a rush, but not enough corpses in play to really make it a significant threat.
Well, here we are. Final game of the day. We've had 12 Hearthstone matches. This is the last one, and ZLS can join or FQ can join the likes of Win Brownie, Banterface, and Skill Drain from the Americas region to go to the Masters Tour in 12 days' time, by the way. 31st of July, Friday. That's when this Masters Tour takes place. So you still have these players burned freshly in your memory that you've been watching over the last 12 hours. I hope you watched every minute of it. You'll be tested later, all of you.
Yeah, I would expect, given the cadence of balance patches, I think, usually we've seen something happen after playoffs. So it could be a very, very different situation by the time we get to that championship coming up.
Maybe we'll know which is better out of Shaman and Warrior to ban.
Maybe neither will be present,
Yeah, sure. Good luck with that. But possibly, you never know. Waiting for the place to be.
The old reconnect.
Well, that's well timed, Hearthstone. Thanks for that. Okay, so let's have a look at these hands in detail. ZLS does have the pretty good hand available, which can develop into a better hand very quickly with the 2/1 drops both being able to draw more stuff. And FQ with Kingslayer and Lotus Bookie should have a fairly nice hand as well. Could go looking for his Vanessa, which is why the Kingslayer's in there, so probably should do that.
Yeah, the only legendaries are Shadow of Demise, Vanessa, and of course the Garona that has to be there alongside Kingslayers.
The true masters draw close.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah, well,
Oh.
that is a signal that Kingslayer's is coming down, at least to us casters. Getting rid of the other weapon, and just gonna go ahead and swing to get Vanessa, and pop off with coins.
Yep, seems reasonable. Yeah, ZLS knows what it means now. All right, who gets what they want? Warp Tooth, not what you want. Gamona, not what you want.
Feed my children.
However, ZLS's options are Warp Tooth or the 10-10, so it doesn't really matter. But he's just scared of the Vanessa, and will there be a prep? He's braced for the prep. He knows the second swing means. They're looking.
That's not good.
I think he's saying, yeah, no prepare, no prepare, no prepare. That's the chant.
Yeah, and indeed, it's no prepare.
No prepare.
It's like, this turn isn't over. Clearly, something has gone in my favor. And yeah, gets the good news. Able to throw down a 5/12 taunt elusive. Crescent Slither Drake. FQ is just like, what is that nonsense?
And yeah, this is exactly why ZLS was so invested. Not only is it game 5 and Vanessa's a really good card, but he knows that you can't deal with this without all the Vanessa stuff.
Both of these minions in play have elusive. So it may just be a double fan for card draw and to remove the 3/2. You know, this 5/10 not going away anytime soon.
And the problem for FQ now is that this 5/10 is going to hit once or twice at least. Let's just say on the optimistic side, it hits once. And anything that involves clearing it lets whatever comes down next through 1 or 2 times. And with double Warp Tooth sort of waiting in the wings at some point as well.
Right.
Oh, another Wind Peak as well.
Wind Peak is perfectly acceptable. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the weakness of Rogue to Warriors. If you don't hit that Vanessa exactly when you need it, you're never going to have time to prepare. And it's going to come down to some random spell rolls here of whether or not FQ can get any kind of a clear to play enough 2 costs. I think it is going to have to be a troublemaker, the earlier troublemaker, the one on 6, to hopefully clear this 5/8.
Yeah, he needs to clear. It's not favourite, but it's not terribly unlikely to hit 4 out of 6.
There was an opportunity to use those coins alongside the eventuality to get, instead of the slam, get another 2 in there, so that this would be 7 shots. 6. Okay.
Oh my
well,
goodness!
That was, I think, just about perfect slingshot aim.
Okay, so ZLS now would have had lethal if that wasn't killed with the location and with this, but now just needs to find which isn't the easiest just in the world, needs to find a way to activate these Warp Teeth and get lethal that way over the coming turns.
It doesn't even need to. You can just play one, right? You just play it and double location, and that's 7.
Yeah, that's 7. Forget you can actually cast the card. It has left corner. Yeah.
It doesn't have the text of cannot be played. Yeah.
We've seen it played in that exact situation earlier today, so yeah. Maybe it should have the text cannot be played. No, don't do that. I like Warp Teeth, they're nice.
I mean, I wouldn't mind that if it still only takes, if they don't affect any of the other numbers, right?
Yeah.
That would be a pretty mild nerf.
So, ZLS It's been fingers crossed for most of this game. But Edelweiss, I think you're right. I think
Time's ticking.
it's going to be either just lethaling or playing a Warp Tooth for lethal.
We may see this Spiteful come down just for a taunt. I mean, FQ has to know that there's a Warp Tooth in hand.
But
And
he's
there's a
not scared of the
location,
one
so-
Warp Tooth. But yeah, he needs
Well,
both
but it's
locations.
5. There's so many things that deal 2 damage.
Sure, absolutely. And it is going to be that lethal. CLS does it this way. And somehow, after being fingers crossed through all of Game 5, after having some terrible, terrible hands in this match, has found a way to join Banterface, to join Wind Brownie, to join Skill Drain in the Masters Tour in 12 days' time. And for someone who, you know, I was saying at the start, chooses to play more casually than necessarily he could, quite excited, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you saw the enthusiasm just on the no preparation from FQ, right? Like, oh, the Vanessa's not there. Okay, I really have a shot. Because once you don't have to deal with that X factor of like random Vanessa tempo and rolls, yeah, it was just a lot of burn, turn after turn.
We have seen a lot of burn today. We have seen a lot of people burning a lot of times. But any highlights for you today? Anything stand out, whether decks or players or particular plays?
I mean, I think it was great to see Ike showing up with the unique deck, and even though it was the only win he got, I think it was the most important one. And you know, a 6-1 or 7-1 record over the course of playoffs with that Logosh Warrior, I think is something to be proud of. I think
Noob User getting through after playing infinite Masters Tour qualifiers throughout his career and finally going to get to play in one, and the joy he showed at getting through, that was a fun moment as well for me. Yeah, it's been a good one.
Yeah,
So,
a fair amount of new faces also to be seen at this next event.
Absolutely. But that is this marathon session that turned out not to be quite such a marathon session after all, but still 12 matches of Hearthstone. That is over. So from us, from the producers and everybody else, thank you for watching. And I want to thank the producers for producing because they've done a fantastic job. So we will see you all in 12 days' time for this Masters Tour. Don't miss it. See you then.